In order to prevent the annihilation of the family lineage, I directly request the prowess of a sovereign of the highest order from the system. In an instant, reduce all adversaries to dust. Guide me in traversing into an inconspicuous family. After arduous years of toil and struggle, the disciple has finally ascended to the esteemed position of clan leader. Unexpectedly, the family was destined to face a catastrophic demise in the near future. At this moment, deep within the residence of the Su family, I stand as the contemporary patriarch of the Su clan in Taishan City. Despite having attained the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Purple Mansion realm. However, this level of strength is utterly insufficient in the realm of fantasy. Just as I began to feel a sense of foreboding regarding the path ahead, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated within the depths of my mind. Due to the successful binding of the system, the ultimate lottery is at your service. Upon hearing that sound, a joyful expression graced my face. At long last, you have arrived, dear child. I eagerly began to peruse the system introduction, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. It simply entails that one can partake in a lottery once each day. The lottery offers a chance to obtain enhancements in cultivation, physique, bloodlines, and more. In essence, it encompasses a vast array of possibilities, primarily characterized by its straightforward and unrefined nature. This is the sound of the system's alert. Shall we proceed with today's lottery? Without a moment's hesitation, I choose to participate. In the next moment, a blue lottery page materialized before me. The spinning wheel whirled rapidly, ultimately coming to a halt at a singular instant. Congratulations, esteemed host, on acquiring the Ascension card of the former king. Please be advised that upon utilizing the Ascension card, it will enhance your cultivation, soul, physique, and the laws governing them. Elevated to the level of an Immortal King. What a surprise to ascend directly to the realm of the Immortal King at the outset. Initially, I had intended to acquire the system, to bide my time and gradually develop, progressing step by step. Yet, I was met with an explosive revelation from the very beginning. Certainly, after the initial shock, my lips involuntarily curled upward. After all, who would wish to endure the slow and arduous process of cultivation when one could ascend to the rank of Celestial King with a single stroke of the sword? One must understand that the Immortal King possesses strength surpassing that of the very earth itself. Countless supreme beings inhabit this realm, where the earth stands as the pinnacle. Should one ascend to the domain of the Immortal King? Thus, I became invincible in this world. Without a moment's hesitation, a thought crossed my mind, and I beheld a radiant glow of resplendent dawn merging seamlessly with my being. In an instant, I felt an immense and profound force enveloping me. The entire experience was extraordinarily soothing, akin to basking in the gentle embrace of spring sunlight. Gradually, I sensed a profound elevation within myself, as if I had transcended the confines of heaven and earth. Time has eluded all. Uncertain of how long it has been, I gradually open my eyes. Within the depths of my gaze, the sun and moon rise and fall. The scene of world disillusionment unfolds, and at this very moment, I have ascended to become the Immortal King standing atop the pinnacle of myriad islands. With a mere flicker of my gaze, this realm unfolds before me in its entirety. To me, there remains no mystery, not even the boundless chaos beyond the world. Everything is laid bare before me. Is this the sensation of invincibility? Truly magnificent. On the other side, at this moment, an unexpected visitor arrived outside the Su residence. Wave upon wave of formidable energy surged into the sky, above the Grand Su mansion. In the blink of an eye, these figures have already filled the space. Undoubtedly, the Su family has been startled by this sudden turn of events. Whether it be the ordinary clansmen or the esteemed elders, all have gathered at this moment, gazing upward at the multitude of figures in the sky, their expressions laden with gravity. Zhao family, Wu family, Li family, have you all lost your senses? How dare you attempt to strike against my Su family? The grand elder of the Su family, Su Tianming, bellowed fiercely. Although Hua Jing and the others belong to the 4 prominent families of Taishan City, and while they may occasionally engage in skirmishes, it had never escalated to the point of absolute enmity. Yet, who could have anticipated that today, the 3 major families would arrive in succession, not only summoning all capable members of their clans, but also presenting themselves as if intent on annihilating the Su family. Above the clouds, the patriarchs of the three prominent families stand side by side, each having reached the pinnacle of the ninth layer of the Purple Mansion realm. In their eyes, a fierce killing intent is laid bare without the slightest concealment. Overlooking the Su family from a position of authority, Elder Tianming stated, "Do not cast blame upon us, we are merely acting upon the orders of the Xian sect." Today, the Su family met their demise. Upon hearing this, the members of the Su family displayed expressions of utter disbelief. The Yuan sect is a formidable force, commanding a vast territory of 100,000 miles, with formidable beings residing within its ranks. Even 100 Su families would be powerless in the face of such overwhelming might. Just as Su Tianming was about to speak again, the three clan leaders had already waved their hands, and in the next instant, behind them, the members of the three prominent families, armed with their sharp blades, surged forward with great ferocity. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Su family turned pale, fully aware of the vast disparity in power. Yet not a single person among them chose to retreat, because behind them lies their home. Just as the Su family prepared to fight with all their might, what unfolded next left them utterly astonished. They beheld the members of the three prominent families charging forth in a tumultuous wave, accompanied by the three esteemed patriarchs standing majestically above. In the next moment, he unexpectedly plummeted from the heights, collapsing to the ground in a kneeling position, utterly immobilized. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed, seemingly resonating directly within the soul. The members of the Su family instinctively turned their gaze towards the source of the sound. A slender figure emerged from the depths of the Su family residence, exuding an extraordinary and ethereal grace, as if a celestial being had descended to the earthly realm. "Is the team leader you?" Although the members of the Su family instantly recognized my identity, their tone was filled with uncertainty. After all, who I am now, there exists a considerable disparity between their perceptions and reality. Though my appearance is unremarkable, I evoke in them a sensation akin to that of an ant gazing up at a divine mountain. Enigmatic and inscrutable, I faced the members of the Su family and gave a slight nod. Then, casting a glance towards the three prominent families kneeling there, rendered immobile, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. In the next instant, an even more terrifying scene unfolded. Before one's eyes, the patriarchs of the three noble families and their kin were rendered utterly silent, only to be reduced to mere ashes in an instant. Such an astonishing spectacle left the Su family utterly astounded. It was their very own leader who had previously compelled the three great families to kneel. This was nothing short of inconceivable. The leader they reverently greeted each day possessed such formidable combat prowess when had this transformation occurred. I am acutely aware of the family's perplexity. Thus, I concocted a plausible explanation, suggesting that my rapid cultivation over the years had been deliberately concealed. Although I now exhibit a more carefree demeanor, the members of the Su family remain utterly convinced, for such occurrences are not without precedent. Either one is inherently divine, or the reincarnation of an unparalleled powerhouse. Upon hearing these words, the members of the Su family suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment, their excitement surging to an extraordinary level. After all, with the patriarch now possessing such formidable strength, the rise of the Su family appeared to be merely a matter of time. Subsequently, the esteemed elder Su Tianming stepped forward to convey the grave news that, by the decree of the three clan leaders, the mission to obliterate the Su family had been assigned. Upon hearing this, I stood with one hand behind my back, gazing into the distance. This entity commands a formidable force that spans 100,000 miles, reigning supreme over this expanse of land. However, for someone like me in the present moment, it holds little significance. I then spoke with calm resolve. Let us summon them and inquire about the matter at hand. Upon hearing these words, everyone from the Su family, including the elder, was rendered speechless. One must acknowledge that the Xian sect is indeed a realm teeming with formidable powers, where not one, but several mighty beings hold dominion. In but a fleeting thought, they possess the capacity to obliterate vast expanses of 1,000 miles, embodying an existence of unparalleled supremacy. In the eyes of the Su family, although I appear formidable now, I still pale in comparison to the illustrious Nye clan. Just as they were preparing to dissuade me from relocating the entire family to escape this place. Yet, I was suddenly taken aback as I found myself raising a slender, porcelain white hand and extending it directly into the void. At this moment, in a realm where the ethereal energy is most abundant, a myriad of magnificent mountains stands tall, enveloping a resplendent, sacred mountain, rich in spiritual essence. At its summit, one can behold, nestled within are resplendent palaces, surrounded by countless disciples. Each one, having ventured into the outside world, can be regarded as a paragon of excellence, a formidable force in their own right. Yet here, they are but commonplace. At this moment, within a sacred hall at the center of the myriad palaces, four figures sit cross-legged. They are enveloped by an enigmatic aura, as if they have become one with the heavens and the earth. A command has been issued to annihilate the Su family, led by the three prominent clans. It is likely that, before long, the land belonging to the Su family will fall into the hands of the Golden Palace. Suddenly, one among them spoke. He appeared to be a strikingly handsome youth, yet the weariness reflected in his eyes revealed a depth of experience beyond his years. How could the humble Su family possess such a treasure? Another person spoke up. The sound seemed to traverse through the fabric of space. I once conducted an investigation into the Su family's lineage, which appears to be quite extraordinary. It is highly probable that they were once revered as supreme Buddhas. It is merely fleeting as a wisp of smoke. Were it not to deceive the eyes and ears of others, a mere hand of Sakarma could effortlessly bring it to ruin. However, at that moment, an invisible and terrifying pressure swept in, as if the entire universe were on the brink of collapse, causing countless towering mountains to tremble violently. The multitude of deities that once shrouded the peaks were utterly crushed. The disciples within the palace gates felt an overwhelming and suffocating sense of terror. Even the most formidable four great realms of moisture experience a remarkably similar sensation at this moment, instantly subdued by an overwhelming force that suppresses both cultivation and physique. Only the divine consciousness can be summoned to a slight extent. However, the next scene unfolds, yet it plunged them into profound despair. Before their eyes, an enormous hand, reaching from heaven to earth, grasped the entirety of the Azure Mystic sect within its grasp. Chapter 3. The universe at one's fingertips was indeed for the sake of the imperial gold. This revelation left the four Nirvana realm experts of the Xuan sect utterly astonished. The Xuan sect had established its presence in this locale for several millennia, enduring countless fortifications throughout the ages. Within its confines lay innumerable inscribed formations and restrictions, alongside countless hidden weapons of mass destruction. Not to mention the four Nirvana realm beings. Even a sovereign would find themselves severely compromised if they dared to intrude. Yet, this colossal hand traversed the space as though it were an unguarded realm. Merely a wisp of its emanating aura subdued all. What formations, what terrifying weapons, at this moment. They all behaved like well-behaved children, completely devoid of any rebellious spirit. Could it be the hand of a sage? Just as the four Nirvana experts began to entertain this thought, they suddenly felt the sky above them vanish, plunging them into darkness. From an external perspective, one could witness this enormous hand uprooting the myriad mountains of the Xuan sect, only to retract into the void, disappearing without a trace. Such a cataclysmic scene could not have gone unnoticed from afar. Yet, overwhelmed by the suffocating aura, onlookers dared not approach, retreating hastily to report the matter to their respective powers. In Taishan City, within the residence of the Su family, Su Xian withdrew his hand, revealing in his palm the shrunken visage of the Xuan sect's vast mountains. With his prowess at the celestial king level, he could effortlessly capture even the mightiest of empires from a distance of 100,000 miles, all in the blink of an eye. The act of diminishing the Xuan sect to such a degree was merely an application of the celestial king's principles. The concepts of large and small were but a thought away. Should Su Xian so desire, this entire world could rest within his palm, even at his fingertips. This was the notion of a world contained within one's grasp, a universe at one's fingertips. Before him, The members of the Su family were rendered completely speechless, including several elders and high-ranking officials. The Xuan sect reigned supreme over a radius of 100,000 miles, its reputation towering above all, often promoted through the use of reflective stones. Thus, nearly everyone within this vast expanse was familiar with the Xuan sect, from its mountain gates to its training grounds. From disciples to the sect master, there was no one unfamiliar. The Su family members naturally fell into this category. Instantly, they recognized the object in Su Xian's palm as the very mountain gate of the Xuan sect. They even glimpsed countless disciples within, including the 4 Nirvana realm experts. What a staggering scene it was. The very heavens they had revered, governing the mountains and rivers for 100,000 miles, was now held in Su Xian's hand, as if it were a mere toy. Family. Patriarchy. The members of the Su family were so overwhelmed that they stumbled over their words, unable to articulate a complete sentence. This was far more terrifying than the instantaneous annihilation of the 3 great families. Su Xian paid no heed to the shock of his kin. His gaze was fixed on the Xuan sect within his palm, as he slightly dissipated some of the suppressive aura, just as he was about to speak. Suddenly, the voices of the 4 Nirvana realm beings emanated from his palm, filled with urgency. Senior, we do not know how we have offended you. We beseech you to show mercy. We are willing to offer the treasures of the Xuan sect. Please spare us. Faced with an existence that might very well be a sage, they could harbor no thoughts of resistance. Their only recourse was to plead for mercy. Su Xian's gaze was as profound as the boundless cosmos. He replied coldly, "How have you offended me? Was it not you who ordered the annihilation of the Su family?" At these words, the 4 Nirvana realm beings were rendered utterly speechless. What? This seemingly sage-like presence was a member of the Su family, the very family they had regarded as insignificant. This revelation struck them like a thunderbolt, leaving their minds in disarray, as if they had malfunctioned. Senior, we only sensed the presence of imperial gold within the Su family and acted thus. We bear no enmity towards the Su family. In the ensuing moments, the 4 Nirvana beings recounted their reasons for targeting the Su family. They had stumbled upon a fragment of imperial gold during an expedition for treasure within a secret realm. Imperial gold, a rare and precious material used to forge supreme divine weapons, was extraordinarily elusive, typically monopolized by the greatest of powers. Their acquisition of even a small piece was sheer fortune, prompting them to seek out any additional fragments nearby. Unbeknownst to them, this endeavor led them directly to the Su family in Taishan City. The subsequent events were clear to Su Xian. It was merely a ruse to divert attention, orchestrating the 3 major families of Taishan City to eradicate the Su family and secretly transport the imperial gold away, unnoticed. So as for the imperial gold, Su Xian understood, and he felt a twinge of melancholy. Such was the fantastical world, where a single piece of imperial gold could bring about the annihilation of the Su family. Yet, he also felt perplexed. The Su family was but a modest clan. How could they possess such a rare treasure? More importantly, he had spent years within the Su family without ever hearing of this matter. It seemed the Su family's ancestry was not to be underestimated. Having discerned the motivations behind the Xuan sect's actions, Su Xian felt no further interest in prolonging the encounter and resolved to conclude the matter. He gazed at the Xuan sect in his palm, disregarding the frantic pleas of the 4 Nirvana beings, his expression indifferent. In the next moment, his hand slowly closed. This seemingly mundane action appeared to the Xuan sect's members as though 5 colossal pillars were collapsing. The heavens were obscured, and the cosmos was filled. Countless disciples and the 4 Nirvana beings of the Xuan sect gazed upon this apocalyptic scene, their faces etched with sheer terror. Yet, they could do nothing but watch in helplessness. In an instant, their consciousness was plunged into eternal darkness. From the perspective of the Su family members outside, they beheld Su Xian's hand clenching tightly, bringing an end to all. With that, the Xuan sect, which had ruled over 100,000 miles and boasted a history of several millennia, was utterly annihilated, relegated to the annals of history. Witnessing this spectacle, the Su family members nearly fell into a stupor, convinced they must have perished and were now merely experiencing a fleeting illusion. The entire event was too extraordinary, far beyond their comprehension. Suuan continued to disregard the astonishment of the Su family. In time, they would grow accustomed to it, numbed by the overwhelming shock. As for the decision to annihilate the Xuan sect, once they became adversaries, it was imperative to eradicate them completely, leaving no future threat. Moreover, the Xuan sect had long wielded power and committed numerous acts that incited public ire, with the Su family having been affected in the past. Subsequently, Suuan opened his palm once more, revealing a plethora of jade slips, books, treasures, and resources. These were all remnants of the Xuan sect, which he had left behind. Chapter 4. In the River of Time, the ancestors of the Su family once produced a great emperor. Although these matters hold little significance for Suuan in the present, they remain of great importance to the Su family. It is evident that Suuan intends to nurture the Su family, guiding its resurgence. This endeavor stems from two motivations. Firstly, as the patriarch of the Su family, he bears the weight of responsibility. Secondly, upon his arrival in this world, the Su family treated him exceptionally well, fostering his growth and ultimately bequeathing him the position of patriarch. Thus, both emotionally and rationally, he cannot forget the Su family. In an instant, with a mere thought, the jade slips, books, resources, and treasures in his palm vanished, returning to the Su family. For instance, the books and jade slips were placed within the Su family's library, while the cultivation resources and rare materials were stored in the treasury. Weapons and treasures were housed in the armory. In the blink of an eye, the Su family had acquired the entirety of the accumulated wealth of the Xuan sect, propelling them to new heights. However, for Suuan, this was merely the beginning. If he intended to cultivate the Su family, it would not be a trivial affair. The Xuan sect was far from his ultimate goal. He aspired to develop the Su family into an immortal power, perhaps even the foremost force in this realm. Moreover, Suuan harbored a grand ambition for the entire clan to ascend to immortality. To achieve this, the resources of the Xuan sect were woefully inadequate. Yet, he was not in haste. One could not achieve everything overnight. It was essential to both consolidate and develop gradually. Suuan understood that haste makes waste. So he decided to allow the Su family to fully utilize the resources from a Xuan sect before moving forward. At that moment, the members of the Su family came to their senses. Suuan seized the opportunity to inform them about the complete transfer of the Xuan sect's resources to the Su family, eliciting immense excitement and enthusiasm among the clan members. Without hesitation, they rushed towards the library and treasury. Even the venerable elders of the family were no exception. Each member dashed forward, casting aside notions of dignity and decorum. Observing this scene, Suuan felt a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of the days when students rushed to the cafeteria after class. Soon after, he glanced at his palm, where only a small stone imbued with dense prohibitions remained. Though seemingly insignificant, his discerning gaze revealed its true form beneath the dark exterior. It was a deep golden hue, adorned with intricate Tao patterns, surrounded by divine light. Exuding an ethereal aura, coalescing the essence of heaven and earth, the brilliance of the sun and moon, truly extraordinary and rare. This was indeed the small fragment of imperial gold acquired by the Xuan sect. Clearly, they feared that its aura might attract unwanted attention, and thus employed secretive methods to encase it within the stone, covering it with prohibitions. However, in the presence of Suuan, now a celestial king, nothing could remain hidden. In the next moment, the stone disintegrated into powder, revealing the imperial gold once more. As its aura began to spread, Suuan swiftly sealed it within his palm, preventing even a trace from escaping. The deep golden hue and Tao patterns indicated that this was one form of imperial gold, specifically Tao pattern Xin gold. Imperial gold is not a singular entity, but a collective term for various forms, including seven-colored spirit gold and true gold of the great sun. All are exceedingly rare, likely unattainable by an ordinary person in their lifetime, existing solely among great powers. Subsequently, Suuan recalled the piece of imperial gold within the Su family. Immediately, His gaze swept across the family, penetrating through illusions to examine every nook and cranny. Soon, with a thought, a stone used to prop up a table leg materialized in his hand. Suuan's expression was peculiar. This stone was one he had placed there himself. While attending to family matters, he had noticed the table's imbalance and, finding a stone in the room, had thoughtlessly propped it under the leg. Reflecting on it now, it was clear that a stone situated in the patriarch's chamber could not be ordinary. Looking at the stone in his palm, Suuan discerned that it too contained Tao-patterned Xian gold, its surface adorned with prohibitions, far more intricate and profound than those of the Baishan sect. However, due to the passage of time, many of these prohibitions had eroded, causing some of its aura to escape, which had likely alerted the Baishan sect. From these prohibitions, it was evident that the ancestors of the Su family were no ordinary folk. Suuan's curiosity piqued. He wondered what grandeur the Su family once possessed in ancient times. With nothing pressing to attend to, he decided to explore further. With a thought, Suuan found himself in a blurred state, as if transitioning from the realm of reality into another dimension. Here, the void disintegrated, time flowed, and endless streams of light cascaded. Then, a vast river emerged, its origins and endpoints unknown, its width and length unfathomable. An ancient, timeless expanse, steeped in epic tales and legends, beyond description. This was none other than the River of Time, chronicling all significant events in this world from antiquity to the present. This place is also referred to as the Forbidden Zone of Beings, for time transcends all. Any being attempting to step foot here would face the backlash of time itself, and those who sought to peer into the past would encounter unimaginable repercussions. However, for Suuan, now a celestial king, such concerns were trivial. The forces of backlash that might fell an emperor were effortlessly neutralized by his celestial form, impervious to all forms of harm. After all, this was merely the river of time within this realm, technically a mere tributary. At this moment, Suuan traversed the river of time, disregarding the backlash that could obliterate even the mightiest. Strolling leisurely, as though in his own garden, he ambled forward, defying the heavens. Beneath his feet, waves occasionally erupted, each ripple in the river of time representing extraordinary moments in the annals of history. For instance, one wave beneath his feet depicted a remarkable figure striving for the imperial throne. Though he failed, he had managed to plant one foot upon the threshold of greatness. Another larger wave illustrated a young prodigy rising from obscurity, vanquishing all rivals, ultimately achieving the status of emperor, even daring to defy fate and ascend to immortality. Though he too met with failure, countless such tales unfolded before him, as time unfurled like an ancient chronicle. As Suuan journeyed upstream, absorbing the sights, he felt deeply moved, playing the role of an observer witnessing the rise and fall of empires, the inexorable passage of time. Throughout this process, he also caught glimpses of the Su family, and the further back he looked, the more extraordinary he found their legacy. Ultimately, Suuan bypassed a significant span of history and arrived in the ancient era of the Su family. In that epoch, the Su family was undeniably flourishing, teeming with nirvana-level powers and kings, numerous holy existences, and even a quasi-emperor presiding over them, infinitely stronger than the present-day Baishan sect. However, what captivated Suuan the most was the sight of an emperor within the Su family. No wonder they were so remarkable. It turned out their ancestors had produced an emperor. Chapter 5. Truncating History. First draw a pie before speaking. The ancestral lineage of the Su family once produced an emperor, a revelation that took Suuan by surprise. He had initially speculated that the Su family could at most have produced a sage, but this discovery exceeded his expectations. It was astonishing that a family with such an imperial legacy could descend to such dire straits in subsequent generations. Indeed, time proves to be the most merciless force. As Suuan reflected on this, he stepped into the ancient history he had been observing. Undoubtedly, at that moment, the backlash from the river of time reached its zenith. To peer into the past was an act of defiance, and to forcefully manifest oneself within that ancient era was to invite the disdain of the cosmos. Yet, regrettably for the forces of time, they paled in comparison to his might, as if merely a gentle scraping. "Master, please, cease the scraping," Suuan exclaimed in exasperation. As the scraping continued, he resorted to the laws of the Celestial King. In an instant, the backlash transformed, akin to a beggar bowing before a majestic emperor, subservient and yielding. Then, tranquility reigned once more. The message was clear: "Esteemed one, feel free to proceed, but do so with gentleness." Disregarding the river of time, Suuan found himself within the illustrious Su family of ancient history. The grandeur of the Su family was palpable, occupying a vast expanse of a land rich in spiritual essence, profound in Taoist rhythms, and adorned with magnificent palaces, teeming with formidable beings, far surpassing even a myriad of the Baishan sect. As if an eyewitness, Suuan traversed every inch and corner of the Su estate, his heart swelling with emotion. After all, he was part of the Su family, and witnessing their former splendor stirred deep feelings within him. Ultimately, he arrived at the sanctuary of the Su family emperor. The figure before him was a towering man, exuding an aura that seemed to suppress the realms and command the heavens. However, the energy he radiated was akin to a setting sun, a testament to a hero in decline. It was evident that the Su family emperor was nearing the end of his life. Suuan was not surprised. After all, he was advancing against the current of history, and naturally, the first sight that met him was that of the emperor in his twilight years. In this world, an emperor's lifespan could extend to several 100,000 years, and with the aid of imperial-grade elixirs, one could prolong their existence for millions of years without issue. Yet, through the discerning eyes of Suuan, it was clear that the Su family emperor had not yet reached the limits of his lifespan. Indeed, he had not even traversed half of his first lifetime. It was evident he had encountered some grave calamity that had severely damaged his imperial essence. This piqued Suuan's curiosity, prompting him to gaze further back into the annals of ancient history. To his astonishment, he discovered that much of the previous history had been truncated, with significant portions missing. Clearly, some supreme being had intervened, severing parts of ancient history, an act that could only be performed by a transcendent figure of at least the celestial level. After all, to cut away history was to invite backlash so potent that even the mightiest emperors could not withstand it. Only a celestial being could endure such a force. Intrigued, Suuan had initially intended merely to observe the past of the Su family, but he had stumbled upon unexpected revelations. He withdrew his gaze and gradually approached the Su family emperor. With the past rendered obscured, he decided to inquire directly with the party involved. Suuan held nothing back, and in an instant, the Su family emperor sensed his presence, accurately perceiving it through the lineage that coursed within him. After all, Suuan bore the blood of the Su family, and now that he had ascended to the realm of the Celestial King, his bloodline had undergone a profound transformation, far surpassing the strength of imperial blood. Thus, as Suuan drew near, the blood within the Su family emperor resonated with a thunderous roar, boiling with life. The emperor, in deep meditation, abruptly opened his eyes, which shone with a light that pierced the heavens. He beheld a vague, yet terrifying figure, striding upon fragments of time with an air of leisure. The blood of the Su family, stronger than imperial blood, emanated from an ancestor of the past? No, that presence, it must be from the future. Startled, the Su family emperor bolted upright, as if awakened from a deathly slumber. Indeed, I am the future leader of the Su family, approximately several million years removed from the era of my ancestors. Suuan's voice resonated across the chasm of millennia, facilitating a dialogue between two generations of Su family leaders, an exchange that echoed through time. Ha ha ha, how splendid! I never imagined that the Su family would produce such an extraordinary powerhouse in the future. The heavens have not forsaken us. The Su family emperor laughed heartily, feeling a weight lift from his heart. Seeing the emperor's joy, Suuan seized the opportunity to inquire about the nature of his injuries and the missing segments of history. The Su family emperor sighed. Truth be told, I am not entirely certain. I had yet to be born during that period. As for my injuries, they were inflicted upon me during my ascension to emperorhood, struck by an unseen assailant. I suspect it is linked to events from long ago. Clearly, The Su family emperor possessed only fragmented knowledge. Nonetheless, Su Xian gleaned from their conversation that the Su family of Ur was significantly more powerful than the current iteration. Inwardly, Su Xian marveled at the revelation. Who could have anticipated that a once obscure family would have basked in such unparalleled glory in the past? Ultimately, Su Xian took his leave, having achieved his initial purpose. As for the additional insights he had gained, there was no need for haste. He would wait until the day everything surfaced to the light. Within the secret chamber, the Su family emperor gazed at the figure of Su Xian vanishing into the river of time, a look of gratitude and radiant joy gracing his face. The emergence of such a prodigious talent in the Su lineage filled him with a sense of fulfillment. Once I acquire the ability to reverse life and death, I shall endeavor to resurrect the members of the Su family from various eras, including those emperors, Su Xian mused to himself as he returned to the present. This was undoubtedly a remarkable act of defiance against fate, one that, throughout history, had likely never been accomplished by anyone. Setting aside the question of whether such power existed, one must also consider the terrifying backlash and immense karmic forces that would accompany it. Given that the river of time was but a mere tributary, Su Xian could withstand its backlash and karmic forces. However, he had yet to master the ability to reverse life and death, and could only await ascension to a higher realm or a fortunate draw for a similar artifact. As always, he reminded himself there was no need for urgency. First, he would draw a pie before proceeding. With that, Su Xian vanished from his position with the stone and the imperial gold of the Baixian sect. Chapter 6. Each person possesses an imperial weapon. Do not approach. In the exclusive chamber of the clan leader, Su Xian's figure appeared silently. He gazed at the stone in his hand, and in the next moment, it crumbled into powder, revealing the profound golden traces within. Compared to the piece from a Baixian sect, this one was significantly larger. Su Xian was not surprised. After all, it was reasonable for a family that had once produced an emperor to possess such a substantial piece of imperial gold. However, even with these two pieces combined, they were still insufficient for the forging of an imperial weapon. More profound golden traces were required. For the time being, there was no rush. The Su family needed to elevate their cultivation realm, while the imperial weapon could remain a secondary concern. Although imperial weapons are powerful, their requirements for the wielder are equally demanding. Currently, apart from Su Xian, no one in the Su family could meet those expectations. Therefore, it was far more prudent to first enhance their cultivation levels, as that was the true path to follow. Furthermore, when the time came, he would forge a multitude of imperial weapons, ensuring that each member of the Su family would possess one, or rather, an entire set, armed to the teeth. The sight would undoubtedly be earth-shattering. With tens of thousands of imperial weapons emerging simultaneously, even an emperor would tremble at the spectacle. In fact, within Su Xian's grand design, the imperial weapons were merely the beginning. Later on, divine artifacts would also be systematically arranged, marking the complete transformation of their family. The mere thought of it ignited immense anticipation within him. Subsequently, Su Xian placed the two pieces of imperial gold into a box and sealed it. His gaze swept across the Su family, observing the clan members diligently practicing their cultivation after reaping the rewards of the Baixian sect's years of accumulation. Their faces radiated satisfaction and relief. Indeed, the Su family had endured considerable hardships in recent years, witnessing a steady decline in resources. Now that they had suddenly come into wealth, they were devoted to their training, unwilling to revert to their former state. While cultivation resources were temporarily abundant, the training environment was lacking. The city of Taixien was both small and inadequate, indicating the need for a new city to be established. Additionally, the issues with the three major families needed to be resolved thoroughly. With this in mind, Su Xian immediately sent a message to the three elders of the Su family. The first elder, Su Tianming, the second elder, Su Xingchen, and the third elder, Su Lingfeng. These were the three strongest combatants in the Su family, aside from him, who had previously reached the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Now, having received resources from the Baixian sect, they had successfully transcended the Purple Mansion and advanced to the Dharma form realm. Before long, the three elders arrived, their faces aglow with joy, and the smiles upon them were unceasing, exuding an air of triumph. "Leader," they said, quickly composing themselves as they approached. Their expressions respectful and filled with adoration as they bowed to Xuan. It was evident that Xuan had become a figure akin to a deity in their eyes, a sentiment shared by every member of the Su family. "I have summoned you here for a matter of importance. Although the Zhao, Wu, and Li families have been eradicated, there are still many remnants. Each of you shall lead your clansmen to root them out and reclaim their resources. Furthermore, I intend to construct a new city exclusively for the Su family. You may inform the clan members to prepare for this, and I will give you further instructions when the time comes." Xuan spoke softly. "Understood, leader," the three elders replied, their expressions grave yet filled with excitement. The Su family was poised for a remarkable rise. Xuan then imparted further instructions, emphasizing the need to prioritize the enhancement of the family's overall strength without fear of resource expenditure, and to place significant importance on cultivating the younger generation. The three elders nodded silently, committing everything to memory. At this juncture, the first elder, Su Tanming, spoke up. "Leader, the momentum of the Su family's resurgence is unstoppable. Should we not recall the branches and collateral families that were separated in the past? When the Su family's influence had waned, they had no choice but to split off branches. Now that they were rising again, reorganization was certainly necessary." "Very well, you may handle this matter," Xuan agreed. For the current population of the Su family was limited. The inclusion of branches and collateral families was essential for the establishment of a true great clan. Soon, the three elders took their leave. In the chamber, Xuan stretched and began contemplating the plan for constructing the new city. First and foremost, the space must be vast enough, both inside and outside the city. Secondly, the issues of spirit stones, spiritual veins, and the resonance of the Tao were paramount. Abundant spirit stones and veins would ensure ample spiritual energy, while a strong resonance of the Tao would facilitate the comprehension of laws and principles. For the moment, these resources seemed sufficient. Any additional needs could be assessed later or perhaps acquired through chance. With these thoughts in mind, Xuan focused his intent and vanished from his location. When he reappeared, he found himself in a region at the southernmost part of the Xuan domain. This was a place he had traversed during his earlier training, once a sprawling plain filled with lush vegetation and dotted with water bodies, resembling a picturesque landscape. He recalled that he had once contemplated establishing a manor here. Unfortunately, due to the ensuing battle between the forces of righteousness and evil in the Xuan domain, this area, being on the edge of the domain and sparsely populated, became one of the battlegrounds. Unsurprisingly, it was utterly devastated, and countless lives were lost due to the clash of powerful beings. The accumulated malevolent aura and killing intent transformed this place into a land of great peril, birthing innumerable vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts, which would instill dread even in half-saints. Ultimately, it was a few masters from the esteemed Song Yin Holy Hall that intervened to seal this place, thus quelling the turmoil. At this moment, Xuan stood in midair, surveying the scene below, and was astonished to find it transformed beyond recognition. Although still expansive, it was now saturated with overwhelming malevolent energy and killing intent, with densely packed, ferocious ghosts and vengeful spirits visible within. Were it not for the massive talisman sealing the area from above, they would have long since flooded out, wreaking havoc upon the world. This place had indeed become a forbidden zone for life. No one dared approach, for misfortune awaited anyone who did. Over the years, countless cultivators had demonstrated this truth with their blood and lives. However, for Xuan, this was merely a trivial matter. This would serve as an ideal location, spacious, secluded, and most importantly, the malevolent spirits could easily become training targets for the members of the Su family. It was a veritable one-stop service. Where else could one find such a suitable place? With this thought, Xuan focused his intent, and the enormous talisman in the sky disintegrated into ash. Instantly, the long-sealed malevolent energy and killing intent surged forth. Yet, to his surprise, none of the terrifying ghosts and vengeful spirits escaped. A closer inspection revealed that they were huddled together, hugging their knees, trembling in fear. Each one cast a gaze filled with terror towards Xuan in midair, seemingly pleading, "Do not approach us." Chapter 7. The City Building Plan. The four great powers terrified what a scene it would be should it be witnessed by others. A spectacle that would undoubtedly leave them utterly astounded. One must understand that these were countless malevolent spirits and vengeful apparitions. So fearsome that even semi-saints would retreat, and saints would feel trepidation. They embodied an essence of fearlessness, such that even the dogs of emperors would receive a slap from them. Yet in this moment, they resembled docile infants, paralyzed with fear, all due to that singular man. In the perception of these myriad malevolent spirits, the youth hovering in the air, exuding an aura of calm, was more terrifying than any being they had ever encountered. Semi-saints and saints seemed pathetically weak in comparison. Before this youth, every inch of their beings trembled with an instinctual warning. Danger, danger, danger. Xuan was not surprised by this reaction. After all, these spirits were, in strict terms, mere aggregates of energy closely attuned to the heavens and earth, possessing an innate perceptiveness. Thus, they could sense the formidable pressure he unwittingly emanated. Fortunately, Xuan had restrained his power to the utmost. Otherwise, these countless malevolent spirits would have been reduced to ashes in an instant. With little to say, he merely extended his hand and beckoned gently at the multitude of spirits below. In the next moment, as if compelled by an unseen command, they emerged in an orderly fashion, unable and unwilling to resist, and gathered in the palm of his hand. Before long, all the malevolent spirits had been collected. Then, with a wave of his hand, he absorbed the pervasive murderous aura and malice into his grasp, placing them alongside the spirits. To facilitate transport, Xuan had even carved out a space at the tip of his right index finger, specifically to accommodate the malevolent spirits and the deadly aura. This was a remarkable application of the world within his palm, akin to a cosmic universe at his fingertips, executed with effortless grace. As the dark energies and countless malevolent spirits dissipated, the area was thoroughly purified. While it had yet to regain its former picturesque allure, it bore no distinction from an ordinary locale. Next, he planned to establish the spiritual veins and spirit stone mines, followed by sourcing materials for the construction of the city. Xuan briefly outlined his strategy. He decided to appropriate the resources from the Baixian sect, as they would suffice for the present. Further considerations could wait. Although he had previously demolished the Baixian sect's gate, the spiritual veins and spirit stone mines remained intact deep within the earth. These resources had been painstakingly gathered and cultivated over millennia, so why not utilize them? Indeed, a mere fragment of his celestial king's power surpassed any spiritual vein or aura in existence. However, its quality was far too elevated. No one in this realm, save for him, could endure it. Perhaps, if diluted thousands or tens of thousands of times, an emperor might have a slight chance of absorbing and refining it. But even then, the process would require millennia. Pondering this, he stood aloft in the sky, his gaze piercing the ancient void, directed toward the Baixian sect's location. He simply uttered a single word, "Come." Meanwhile, at the ruins of the Baixian sect, an area spanning hundreds of miles had been seized by various factions, unmistakably identifiable by their distinct garb. Undoubtedly, these were the major powers that had once thrived under the Baixian sect's dominion. Time had elapsed since Xuan's dramatic abduction of the sect, allowing news to spread among those who had witnessed the event. Thus, the second-tier powers, quick to react, dispatched numerous disciples to occupy the site, forbidding anyone from approaching. In the central region, four figures stood sentinel, a mix of male and female, young and old, yet all radiating an intimidating presence. Each had ascended to the Tao platform realm, second only to the Baixian sect's Nirvana-level experts. These individuals represented the four most formidable factions under the Baixian sect's influence: the Tianjin sect, the Bajizong, the Shuiyun Valley, and the Qianhao. At that moment, they gazed at the enormous pit that marked the remnants of the Baixian sect, their expressions a blend of astonishment and elation. The awe stemmed from witnessing the abrupt obliteration of such a colossal entity, while the joy arose from the realization that the surrounding territory was now ripe for their taking. Especially enticing were the spiritual veins and spirit stone mines buried beneath the Baixian sect's ruins. If they could claim them, their own powers would surely flourish. The leaders of the four factions shared the same ambition, locking eyes and elevating their auras, ready to confront one another. Then, the eldest among them, the Bajazong's leader, stepped forward. An elderly man with a shock of white hair, his muscular frame suggested immense strength. He spoke first. The spiritual veins and spirit stone mines accumulated by the Baixian sect over millennia are ample enough for us four factions to share. Why incite conflict and offer others an opportunity? Upon hearing this, the other three immediately concurred, having thought the same but not yet vocalized their agreement. Their gazes toward the elder held a hint of incredulity. Good heavens! This man, typically consumed by thoughts of physical prowess, has actually exercised his intellect today? The elder, aware of their sentiments, scoffed inwardly, harboring his secret of 2.5 years of study. He intended to astonish them all with his newfound wisdom. Subsequently, the four leaders prepared to extract the spiritual veins and spirit stone mines from beneath. However, just then, they sensed the surrounding space, and time seemed to stagnate. The wind ceased, the waters stilled. The world fell silent, and all existence turned picturesque. This included themselves, rendered rigid and incapable of movement. Then they heard a voice, not loud but resonant, as if emanating from the very ends of the universe, uttering a single word, "Come." At the moment the word was spoken, the spiritual veins and spirit stone mines, accumulated over millennia by the Baixian sect, surged upward, breaking through the void and vanishing from sight. In the next instant, normalcy returned, as if nothing had transpired. Yet the four leaders understood that what had just occurred was all too real. The feeling of impending doom was unmistakable. What were we just about to do? Nothing much. Just enjoying the moonlight, no, the sunlight. Cough. Pardon me. Do we know each other? I just remembered my wife is about to give birth. I must take my leave. As they spoke, the four leaders hastily departed, vanishing in an instant as if propelled by their utmost speed, leading their disciples in a frantic dash. They did not pause for breath. Clearly, they had been paralyzed by fear, unwilling to linger even a moment longer. In their minds, this place had become a forbidden zone, one they would likely avoid for the rest of their lives. Chapter 8. After a lifetime of hard work, shouldn't one enjoy a bit? In the midst of the ethereal void, Xuan stood, and suddenly the space before him shattered. From within, a multitude of brilliant, resplendent lights erupted. The treasures of numerous spiritual veins and spirit stone mines acquired from the Baixian sect. Casting a glance, Xuan retracted his gaze that pierced through the heavens and earth, having noticed the four major forces at the ruins of the Baixian sect. However, to him, they were merely trifles, and since they had not acted against the Su family, he chose to ignore them entirely. With a mere thought, Xuan caused many spiritual veins and spirit stone mines to be embedded into the earth below. In an instant, the area underwent a profound transformation. Where once it had been barren, countless green shoots now burst forth. Simultaneously, the concentration of spiritual energy surged at an astonishing rate, ultimately enveloping the area. Moreover, this was not the end. The energy continued to rise in an orderly fashion, nearly manifesting as a tangible substance. Next, profound and mysterious forces emerged, scattering through the void, as if one were peering into the supreme mysteries of the universe. This was the essence of the Tao. Indeed, the richness of spiritual energy could enhance the speed of cultivation, while the surrounding Tao essence could accelerate comprehension, truly perfect. Xuan gazed upon the transformed land below, a satisfied smile gracing his features. The next task was to select materials for constructing a city, which required careful consideration. This would be the face of the Su family. It simply could not be subpar. It needed to be not only indestructible, but also exude elegance. Thus, he could not afford to be careless. At that moment, Xuan glanced at the sky. Dusk was approaching. He decided to postpone his work until tomorrow. After years of traversing through time, he had long cultivated a habit of resting at night, and even having reached the realm of Immortal King, he had no desire to change. After all, one must indulge in the fruits of their labor. Having worked tirelessly for a lifetime, Should one not enjoy a little respite? In the next instant, Xuan traversed the endless void, returning to his own room within the Su family estate, effortlessly succumbing to slumber like a youth. Meanwhile, deep within the Xuan domain, majestic spiritual mountains towered into the clouds. Each mountain was adorned with countless palatial structures, the spiritual energy flowing like an ocean, and the Tao essence sprawling vast and profound. It was far more magnificent than the Baixian sect, resembling a celestial realm. This place was one of the paramount forces of the Xuan domain, the Tsang Yin Holy Palace. At this moment, atop the most grand spiritual mountain, within a magnificent palace, 5 powerful figures stood, their presence solid and imposing, exuding an aura of authority that indicated they had all reached the sage realm. They were the 5 masters of the Tsang Yin Holy Palace. Second, have you sensed anything? Suddenly inquired the Grand Master, turning to a refined young man beside him. The other 3 masters also focused their attention upon him. Not long ago, they had detected that a seal they had previously laid down had been broken, but due to the vast distance, they could only sense a general location. To their astonishment, they found nothing at all. With no other option, they called upon the second master, who had been in seclusion, as he possessed the strongest spiritual perception among them. The second master opened his eyes and spoke softly. Regrettably, I too sense nothing. However, I employed an exclusion method to filter out all the locations detectable by our previous seals, and ultimately, only one place remained. Upon hearing this, the other masters inquired eagerly. The second master revealed 2 words, the south. In that moment, they all simultaneously recalled the southernmost region of the Xuan domain, a place filled with boundless malice and murderous intent, home to countless vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts. The memory was too vivid. It was a place they had exerted tremendous effort to seal successfully. Over the years, they had no desire to return. The seal there had been established with the combined might of all 5 of them. Even they found it challenging to break. How could there be someone within the Xuan domain capable of doing so? Thus, the question arose, why would anyone wish to break this seal? It seemed a futile endeavor. Could it be a conspiracy orchestrated by a powerful being from another domain, deliberately targeting the Xuan domain? It was difficult to say, but I suggest we summon the ancient sacred weapon ancestor to have him venture south and intimidate any potential threats. Without hesitation, the 5 masters united their powers, invoking the ancient guardian weapon of the Tsang Yin Holy Palace. This weapon, revered as an ancestor, was once a master of the palace who had refined himself into a sacred weapon, his soul serving as its spirit, thereby passing down this legacy through the ages. In that moment, the void rippled, revealing a jade disc enveloped in the aura of the sacred path, its overwhelming might radiating as if it could suppress all realms beneath the heavens. What is it? Appeared as 2 characters upon the jade disc. The 5 masters hurriedly recounted the events that had transpired and their concerns. Fear not, they are but insignificant beings. Though the jade disc did not speak, the words it displayed exuded an indomitable aura, causing admiration to bloom on the faces of the 5 masters. Truly, the sacred weapon ancestor was formidable. However, just as the jade disc was about to radiate its sacred brilliance and survey the southern region, it suddenly emitted a terrified scream, as if it were about to encounter a cataclysmic threat. It shrank to a corner of the hall at lightning speed, trembling in fear. The expressions of reverence among the 5 masters froze instantly. Is this the sacred weapon ancestor? Yet, amidst their banter, the 5 masters were not foolish. They quickly realized that the sacred weapon ancestor must have sensed an impending cataclysmic crisis, which explained his fright. Thus, a pressing question arose. If he was so terrified before even beginning his inspection, merely from a premonition, could the entity be a being above the sage realm, or perhaps an even more formidable level of existence? The 5 masters were filled with confusion and concern, yet they dared not investigate further. After all, if the sacred weapon ancestor was already in such a state, would they not be walking into danger? They could only pray within their hearts that the approaching power or weapon would not come to annihilate them. In truth, all of this was merely their own conjecture. The reason the sacred weapon ancestor was in such a state was due to the faintest trace of Immortal King aura left behind by Xuan in that southern region. Yet, even the faintest trace was imbued with the essence of an Immortal King, which for the sacred weapon ancestor was the most terrifying thing he had ever encountered. Had it not been for the sacred weapon ancestor's foresight, predicting the danger before his inspection, he would not merely have screamed in terror. He would have been utterly overwhelmed. Chapter 9. The Celestial Furnace of Creation, Surveying the World. The next day, at the Su residence, within the Patriarch's chamber, Suuan gradually awakened, stretching languidly. Just as he was about to step outside, a sudden prompt from the system echoed in his mind. Do you wish to participate in today's lottery? Almost forgetting, he realized today marked a new lottery. Recently, Xuan had been preoccupied with numerous matters, nearly overlooking that the lottery was a daily event. He immediately silently affirmed, yes. In the next instant, the familiar lottery interface reappeared, then instantaneously froze. Ding! Congratulations on winning a Supreme Celestial Scripture blind box. Note, the Supreme Celestial Scripture blind box, upon use, randomly reveals a Supreme Celestial Scripture. A blind box, how trendy of you, system. The corners of Xuan's mouth twitched. In his previous life, he had dabbled in blind boxes, but they generally contained toys or snacks. This was indeed his first encounter with a Celestial Scripture blind box. Without hesitation, Xuan focused his thoughts, and a stream of light surged forth from the lottery page, halting before him, transforming into an exquisitely packaged, one-of-a-kind box. After a brief moment of admiration, he quietly opened it. Ding! Congratulations on unveiling the Celestial Furnace of Creation Scripture. As the prompt resonated, Xuan felt an overwhelming brilliance flooding his mind, dazzling beyond compare. Following this, countless symbols surged forth like a tidal wave, emanating a celestial melody that transcended time, embodying the ultimate truths of existence. Xuan could not help but immerse himself deeply, as if he were attuned to the celestial harmonies, grasping their immortal mysteries. Time became an abstract concept, stretching into eternity, yet also seeming fleeting. Gradually, Xuan opened his eyes, and within their depths, myriad truths swirled, encapsulating the zenith of creation and profound enigmas. Unfortunately, in this realm, no one could comprehend it. Even an emperor, if present, would find himself utterly perplexed, as if confronted with an inscrutable scripture. After a moment, tranquility returned. Suuan exhaled softly. Truly, the Supreme Celestial Scripture was profound and unparalleled. Even though Xuan had ascended to the level of Celestial King, mastering the laws of the Celestial Kings, he realized he had merely scratched the surface. Evidently, this scripture pointed directly to the pinnacle of the Celestial King realm. There exist disparities among Celestial Kings. Xuan currently occupied a standard position, akin to the first tier, thus his comprehension of this scripture would naturally not be seamless. However, he was unconcerned, for with his current combat prowess, he had already become invincible in this world. He could take his time. With this thought, Xuan reclined leisurely. Yet, he did not remain idle for long. As soon the three elders hastened to his side. Patriarch, all members of the three great families have been eradicated, and their accumulated resources have been returned to our clan. Furthermore, we have contacted the branches outside, all expressing their willingness to return. However, one branch's head has reported encountering some troubles and requires our assistance. The three elders reported sequentially, and Xuan was quite satisfied with the outcomes. Upon hearing the last point, his expression shifted slightly as he inquired, "What troubles?" The first issue concerns his only daughter, who is innately weak and in dire need of precious medicinal herbs to sustain her life. The second issue is that certain factions have recently set their sights on them, harboring ill intentions. Suuan nodded thoughtfully. If there are troubles, you should take someone and go in person. Understood, Patriarch. The three elders accepted their orders and quickly departed. Watching their retreating figures, Xuan fell into deep contemplation. Though the three elders had significantly strengthened and ascended to the law manifestation realm, they were merely strong within this limited territory. Externally, they would be considered average. Should they encounter substantial, unforeseen circumstances during their mission to resolve the branch's troubles, they might find themselves at a disadvantage. Even if they didn't tea this time, future encounters were inevitable. After all, this was a fantastical world governed by the brutal laws of the jungle, where conflict over trivial matters was all too commonplace. Suuan did not wish to be perpetually vigilant. Thus, only one solution remained: to seek protectors for the Su family, acting in his name to safeguard them. Many families recruited powerful individuals from the outside world to serve as protectors for their clans. However, the Su family had previously been too small and weak to even contemplate such a course of action. Yet now, for Suuan, this posed no problem whatsoever. With this thought, he raised his gaze, effortlessly surveying the entire world without needing to exert any mental force. There were no secrets left to uncover. What appeared to be a mere food stall outwardly concealed a den of iniquity. How delightful! Perhaps, when time permits, I should pay a visit. Goodness! So many restrictions and formations. I initially thought there were treasures within, only to find two burly men instead. My eyes. A certain holy son is secretly reading such books in his room, blushing profusely. Clearly, he is quite innocent. At this moment, Suuan resembled the heavenly overseer of the world, with nothing capable of eluding his perception. Naturally, the heavenly would not critique or ridicule as he did. As he continued observing, Suuan swiftly identified a target. In the next instant, he vanished from his location. In a realm far removed from the Xuan domain, a dimly lit and expansive space lay shrouded in darkness, with only a few faint rays of light filtering down. It resembled an apocalyptic world, barren and desolate. In the central area sat a figure, emaciated and frail, exuding a faint aura, as if on the brink of death. Yet, he clung to life with a remarkable will, enduring against the odds. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and from beneath emerged an almost endless horde of monsters, roaring and surging forth. These creatures varied in appearance but shared a singular trait. They were all composed entirely of pure lightning. In other words, these were monsters manifested from lightning itself. As these creatures appeared, the space erupted into chaos, transforming into a tempest of lightning. Observing this scene, the seated figure was far from fazed. His name was Xuan. Since his entrapment here hundreds of years ago, he had frequently encountered these monsters. Initially, he could fend them off with his own strength. However, as their numbers grew and he became isolated from the external world, unable to absorb any natural energies to replenish himself, he eventually found himself at a loss. Though he had managed to survive thus far through sheer willpower, he had now reached his limit. Let it end here. Xuan sighed softly, having resigned himself to the inevitability of death. Yet, at that moment, a terrifying spectacle unfolded. The monstrous horde, which had surged forth, suddenly found itself immobilized, unable to move an inch. Just as Xuan grappled with the bewildering turn of events, a voice resonated in his ears. Would you like to make a deal? Chapter 10. The Family Guardian, the remnant of a semi-emperor's madness. Upon hearing the sudden voice, Xuan, still in shock from the scene before him, instinctively replied, "What transaction?" The moment the words left his lips, he realized his mistake and turned toward the source of the sound. To his astonishment, a figure had appeared beside him, clad in dark robes, standing silently. Though no aura was released, Xuan's pupils constricted in an instant. He had once attained the status of a sage, and despite having exhausted his powers here, his perception remained intact. In his awareness, the young man before him seemed as vast as the cosmos and as mysterious as the sun and moon. The only words that could encapsulate him were unfathomable. At that moment, Xuan understood that it was this very individual who had imprisoned countless monsters. Beside him, Suuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the figure before him. "It's quite simple. I will rescue you, and in return, you will serve as the guardian for my family. What do you say?" Without a moment's hesitation, Xuan agreed. His desire to live was overwhelming. Thus, with the hope of survival before him, he would grasp it with all his might. Becoming a family guardian was a trivial matter, even if it meant cross-dressing, cough, cough. Moreover, the young man before him emanated an aura of immense terror. Serving as a guardian for such a formidable being would bring him only benefits. Excellent. Suuan nodded with satisfaction. He had discovered this individual during his search across the realms. Instantly, he recognized that Yi Qingyun had once been a sage. And not just any sage, but one with a divine sword body. In his prime, his battle prowess could rival that of a sage monarch. Given his extraordinary background in current dire circumstances, he was the perfect candidate to recruit as a guardian. Without further ado, Suuan traversed the endless void to conduct this transaction. He admired Yi Qingyun's decisiveness. Perhaps he could cultivate him further in the future. Subsequently, Suuan cast a glance at the multitude of monsters imprisoned nearby, and in an instant, they were reduced to dust, vanishing without a sound. Even though Yi Qingyun had anticipated this, he was still profoundly shocked. While these monsters were individually weak, their sheer numbers made them exceedingly troublesome to deal with, even at the height of his power. Otherwise, he would not have ended up in such a predicament. He never imagined that they could be obliterated by a mere thought of Suuan. Then, as if struck by inspiration, Yi Qingyun spoke up. Aside from these countless monsters, this space is also exceedingly strange. When I fell into it years ago, even with all my might, I couldn't stir it in the slightest. That is because this space has an owner who has been in slumber. In truth, their power exceeds your prime, Suuan elucidated, not waiting for Yi Qingyun to respond. He casually glanced downward. Meanwhile, deep beneath the ground, several tens of thousands of miles down, a being enveloped in terrifying lightning and demonic energy, which had been in slumber, suddenly sensed an overwhelming sense of danger, startling it awake. Boom! The space trembled violently, and the ground shook, shattering into countless fragments. Then, before Yi Qingyun's astonished gaze, a figure radiating vast lightning and demonic energy ascended from the depths. It was as if an ancient being had emerged, exuding tremendous pressure, surrounded by divine light, causing the heavens and earth to tremble and a myriad of mournful cries to resonate. Yi Qingyun felt as if he would explode from the sheer force of the aura. Fortunately, he stood beside Suuan. Otherwise, the moment he laid eyes on this being, he would have been crushed by its supreme pressure. Even so, he felt a deep tremor within his soul. He could hardly fathom the terrifying existence that was the owner of this space. Thankfully, they remained in slumber. Otherwise, he would not have survived this long. He would have perished the moment he stumbled in. Was this pressure, this aura, indicative of an emperor-level being? Yi Qingyun couldn't help but voice his thoughts, having previously felt the aura of an emperor. No, during my prime, I was on the brink of the emperor realm. Now, I am but a remnant of madness, a fragment of demonic thoughts. The countless monsters here are merely manifestations of my demonic will, hence they cannot be eradicated. Suuan's indifferent voice resounded, causing Yi Qingyun's eyes to widen in astonishment. Goodness, it turned out to be merely a remnant of a peak semi-emperor's madness, which explained the heavy demonic energy. However, it must be said that these semi-emperor figures are indeed terrifying. Even in death, their remnants possess such formidable power, capable of turning into demons and spawning so many monsters. Yet, the individual before him was even more terrifying. Yi Qingyun realized that, even when confronted with this remnant, Suuan remained remarkably calm, even taking the time to explain things to him. Could he also be a semi-emperor? Meanwhile, the remnant of madness had already noticed Suuan and Yi Qingyun, specifically focusing on Suuan. As for Yi Qingyun, he was inconsequential. Yi Qingyun, the remnant was initially filled with fear upon seeing Suuan, but as it sensed the bloodline within him, hatred and rage swiftly took precedence. It lost all rationality, consumed by a frenzied desire to kill. This bloodline, the very bloodline that once slayed my true self. It roared as it charged towards Suuan. The outcome was predictable. A mere remnant of a semi-emperor was no match for the true body, let alone a fragment. Before even nearing Suuan, it was reduced to a shower of light, utterly obliterated. Simultaneously, Suuan gleaned memories from the dissipating light. It turned out that this being was a naturally born entity, an innate lightning spirit birth from the nine heavens thunderpool. From the moment of its emergence, it had reached the pinnacle of the semi-emperor realm, declaring itself the thunder god as it wreaked havoc upon the world. Coincidentally, during that time, the Su family was at its zenith, and a Su family emperor emerged to subdue it in 3 moves. Claiming to be a thunder god, it was ultimately quelled in mere moments, leaving behind a remnant of madness that persisted in slumber until today. Unexpectedly, what began as a quest to find a family guardian led to an encounter tied to the Su family. Xuan had long sensed the slumbering remnant beneath, but was surprised to learn its true form had perished at the hands of a Su family emperor. One could say that in a bygone era, this world was likely a garden for the Su family, and the legends that survived from that time were predominantly linked to them. Beside him, Yi Qingyun was rendered speechless. If he were a modern individual, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "What the hell?" This awe-inspiring figure was defeated before even getting close. How terrifying! Chapter 11. The Origin of Thunder and Lightning. The purple crystal. As for the emotional fluctuations of Yi Qingyun, Su Xian paid them no mind. His gaze was fixed upon the depths of the earth. There, a purple crystal, enveloped in boundless lightning, floated majestically. This purple crystal, formed from the very essence of thunder, was evidently a remnant left behind by a fallen thunder deity. It was through this crystal that a lingering remnant had been nurtured for such an extended period. Indeed, a fortuitous find. Su Xian, recognizing the significance of this celestial artifact, was determined not to let it slip away. Though it held little use for him personally, it could certainly be preserved for his kin. It was well known that if this purple crystal of thunder essence were to be refined, it could greatly enhance an individual's innate talent for lightning, or even awaken a unique physique. For those already possessing a special affinity for lightning, the refinement could lead to an elevation of their extraordinary attributes to even greater heights. The value of such a treasure was incalculable. With a mere thought, Su Xian summoned the purple crystal into the space at his fingertips. He then turned to Yi Qingyun and said, "I shall take you out. You must first fully recuperate." "Very well," Yi Qingyun replied eagerly, filled with elation and excitement. After centuries, he had finally survived and was about to see the light of day once more. In the next moment, Su Xian stepped forward, and together with Yi Qingyun, they vanished from their location. When they reappeared, they found themselves suspended above a vast expanse of emptiness. At that moment, Yi Qingyun gazed at the familiar yet foreign world outside, nearly overcome with emotion. As his consciousness stirred, the boundless spiritual energy of the universe surged towards him like an ocean, flooding into his being. During this process, his once feeble aura began to grow stronger, and his withered body gradually regained vitality. Before long, everything came to a halt. Yi Qingyun, now transformed, radiated an overwhelming presence. His aura soared, exuding the might of a saint. With flowing black hair, a tall and handsome figure, he stood there, captivating all who beheld him and commanding the very heavens and earth. Undoubtedly, Yi Qingyun had returned to his peak, embodying the essence of a true saint. Without hesitation, the newly restored Yi Qingyun approached Su Xian and respectfully clasped his fists, expressing, "I am deeply grateful for your life-saving grace. I shall fulfill our agreement and become the guardian of your esteemed family. However, I beseech you to allow me to return home briefly to reassure my loved ones of my safety. Suuan Nadith, let us return to your family directly, and then I will escort you back, thus sparing you the long journey." The Yi family of the spirit domain was located a considerable distance from the Xuan domain. Even a saint would require months to traverse such a vast distance. Therefore, Su Xian opted to handle everything in one go. Very well. After Yi Qingyun indicated the direction, Su Xian stepped forth once more, and the two vanished from sight. Deep within the spirit domain lay a grand and magnificent expanse, the Spirit Palace. Resplendent and awe-inspiring. This was the Yi family, one of the foremost powers in the spirit domain. It was said that their ancestors had once produced an emperor, and although their glory had waned, they were still protected by a saintly powerhouse and possessed the supreme imperial weapon, the extreme rainbow emperor sword, along with imperial-grade formations. Together, these factors rendered them formidable, capable of withstanding even the mightiest of adversaries. At that moment, outside the gates of the Yi family. The silhouettes of Suuan and Yi Qingyun materialized. "Go on. I shall wait outside," Suuan said. After disappearing for centuries, Yi Qingyun's return would undoubtedly lead to an emotional reunion with his family, a scene Suuan wished to avoid. "Please wait a moment," Yi Qingyun replied hurriedly before rushing inside. As anticipated by Suuan, the entire Yi family was stirred into chaos, resulting in a cacophony of excitement and distress. The scene was heart-wrenching and tear-inducing. Suuan's lips twitched. Had it not been for the need for a guardian, he might have walked away. Shortly thereafter, a servant from the Yi family approached respectfully, inviting him inside. Suuan nodded and then vanished, reappearing in the grand hall of the Yi family. The once boisterous hall fell silent at the sudden appearance of Suuan. Previously, having heard through Yi Qingyun's accounts that he was a peerless powerhouse, the Yi family members had been skeptical. However, upon witnessing him firsthand, their doubts dissipated like mist. Even without exuding any aura, the strong presence he emanated instilled a sense of impending doom among the powerful members of the Yi family. Undoubtedly, he was an extraordinary being. The subsequent moments were filled with heartfelt gratitude from the entire Yi family, as Yi Qingyun was the most talented individual of his generation, a figure reminiscent of an emperor. And now that he had returned, the family rejoiced. Suuan responded graciously, wearing an awkward yet polite smile. After the expressions of gratitude, the matter of guardianship was broached. At this point, Yi Zhantian, the current strongest fighter of the Yi family and a saintly existence, stepped forward, subtly inquiring about Suuan's level of power. Clearly, while they recognized him as a formidable warrior, they sought to ascertain his true capabilities due to the connection with Yi Qingyun. Suuan did not answer directly. Instead, he gazed deep into the heart of the Yi family and uttered two words, "Sword come." In an instant, a thunderous sound of sword echoed through the air. The void shattered, and an overwhelming brilliance, along with imperial pressure, surged forth. Had it not been for the protection of the imperial-grade formation, chaos would have ensued. Nonetheless, even under these circumstances, the Yi family felt an oppressive weight. They paid little heed, their gazes transfixed on the depths of the void, where an ancient sword, embodying the essence of boundless sword energy, emerged, the extreme Rainbow Emperor Sword. Before they could call out its name, they witnessed an astonishing sight. The Supreme Clan Sword, known for its unparalleled offensive prowess, descended gently into Suuan's hand, remaining utterly still. A weapon of such legendary status had never behaved so obediently. One awe-inspiring spectacle. Yi Qingyun was taken aback. Although he knew Suuan was powerful, he had not anticipated him to be this formidable. Even the venerable elder of the Yi family, who had weathered countless storms and possessed an unshakable calm, now gaped in astonishment, his mouth agape, as if it could hold a basket of eggs. Chapter 12. You think I'm an emperor, but I am actually a celestial king, undoubtedly. At this very moment, everyone in the hall was profoundly shaken by Suuan. It is crucial to realize that the weapon in question was an imperial-grade divine weapon, meticulously forged by the emperor himself, accompanying him in his conquests across the world. A veritable right-hand companion, epitomizing pride. They treated it with the utmost reverence, akin to venerating their ancestors. To their astonishment, it now lay in Suuan's hands. As docile as a chick, they felt as though they were trapped in a dream, overwhelmed by astonishment. The only explanation for such an occurrence was that Suuan must also be an existence of imperial caliber. For only an entity of such stature could so effortlessly subdue the extreme Rainbow Emperor Sword. Upon realizing this, the gazes of the Yi family members towards Suuan transformed, filled with unbounded admiration and reverence. An emperor, a true emperor. Although the Yi family prided itself on being a top-tier power in the spirit domain, their strongest member was merely a saint, not even close to being an emperor. Confronting an emperor, what difference was there to being an ant? Seeing this spectacle, Suuan chose not to elaborate further. His intention in revealing this capability was precisely to evoke such a response. There was no need for explanations. He preferred they concoct their own narratives. After all, even if he claimed to be a celestial king, they would struggle to comprehend, for in their eyes, An emperor was the epitome of strength. Subsequently, Suuan gently caressed the sword's blade, remarking, "A fine sword," before flicking his fingers to return it deep within the Yi family estate. Instantly, the overwhelming pressure and brilliance that pierced the heavens vanished. "Please take your seats." Following this, the attitude of the Yi family's higher-ups towards Suuan improved significantly. Previously, they regarded him with gratitude, akin to how one would treat a benefactor. Now, they revered him as if he were the very progenitor of the Yi family, perhaps even more so. It was undeniable that this was an emperor, arguably the most formidable force of the age, and to have any association with him was an immense fortune. Only a fool would not seize such an opportunity. Consequently, the Yi family hosted a grand banquet, pulling out all the stops to entertain Suuan, striving to leave a lasting impression. Suuan, of course, graciously accepted and enjoyed the royal treatment provided by the Yi family. The festivities continued well into the night, coming to a close only after many hours. Naturally, Suuan was assigned the finest accommodations, even surpassing those that the Yi family's progenitor had enjoyed in life, resting in a luxurious, unparalleled seaside suite. At this moment, within the room of the Yi family's patriarch, the esteemed ancestors Yi Zhantian, the family head Yi Hui, and Yi Qingyun convened to discuss matters concerning Suuan. Despite the loss of several hundred years of time, Yi Qingyun had fortuitously encountered an emperor and had the honor of being recruited as a protector of the family. A fortunate turn of fate, indeed. Yi Zhantian remarked, recalling the terrifying image of Suuan suppressing the extreme Dao emperor sword earlier. The might of an emperor is truly awe-inspiring. Yi Hui nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment. However, had they known that Suuan was incomparably more powerful than an emperor, they might have fainted on the spot. They cautioned Yi Qingyun to perform exceptionally well, for it pertained not only to his future, but also to the family's legacy. Yi Qingyun solemnly assured them, "Rest assured, I understand." With his promise, the two nodded in satisfaction. In truth, both Yi Zhantian and Yi Hui felt a tinge of envy towards Yi Qingyun. To follow an emperor was a remarkable honor, signifying an extraordinary opportunity. A mere gesture or insight from the emperor could save years of arduous cultivation. More importantly, aligning oneself with an emperor would undoubtedly lead to soaring success in the future. They even contemplated leading the Yi family to become a vassal of Suuan. However, as Suuan had yet to voice such intentions, they dared not broach the subject, fearing the repercussions of inciting his ire. Yi families would not withstand such a wrath. After a lengthy discussion, the three eventually dispersed. Meanwhile, as a top-tier force in the spirit domain, the Yi family's every action garnered great attention. With no attempt at concealment, the news of Yi Qingyun's return and the banquet held in honor of Suuan spread like wildfire, with various versions emerging. In just one night, tales circulated widely, each more sensational than the last. Have you heard? The once celebrated genius Yi Qingyun has returned, bringing back a woman, and they are in love. The Yi family even hosted a wedding banquet for them. Nonsense. He clearly returned with a man. What? Yi Qingyun is not human? Enough with the absurdities. Mine is the most accurate account. Rumor has it that the Yi family has aligned with a super-powerful being, possibly stronger than an emperor. And Yi Qingyun is the one who rescued him. These varied accounts made it difficult to discern the truth. Yet the people of the spirit domain collectively deemed the last version the most implausible. Stronger than an emperor? Huh. You might as well believe I'm a celestial being. Little did they know, the most outrageous narrative often holds a kernel of truth. The following day, outside the Yi family hall, the venerable ancestor Yi Zhantian, the family head Yi Hui, Yi Qingyun, and the senior members of the Yi family stood in anticipation, not daring to act recklessly. Shortly, Suuan's figure materialized before them. He first nodded toward the Yi family members before addressing Yi Qingyun. "Let's depart." With that, both figures vanished without a trace. The Yi family members immediately bowed in respect to the void left behind. Afterward, Yi Hui informed Yi Zhantian of the various versions circulating in the outside world. The latter scoffed, "Pay them no mind. They have no inkling of the Yi family's impending rise. Relay the message to our kin to double their efforts in cultivation. Should the emperor require our services in the future, we We must deliver with utmost excellence, without any missteps. Understood, ancestor. In the Xuan domain at the Su family estate, Su Xian and Yi Qingyun returned in an instant. Great benefactor emperor, have we arrived? Indeed, this is the family you are to protect, the Su family. Also, refrain from calling me great benefactor or emperor. Simply refer to me as patriarch. Very well, patriarch, Yi Qingyun promptly nodded. Yet, he could not help but feel perplexed. This family appeared exceedingly weak, to the point that he could obliterate them with a mere breath. Such a family, and its patriarch was an unparalleled emperor? How absurd! This was beyond even the most nonsensical tales. Chapter 13. The special happy water produced by the sovereign child. Disregarding Yi Qingyun's expression, Su Xian spoke. I have a task for you. The 3 elders of the Su family and some of our clansmen have gone out on business. You are to protect them in secret. Remember, any threat must be eradicated at its roots, especially those with influence. Even their dogs must be disposed of, their eggs crushed, and even worms should be split in half. Furthermore, after exterminating a family, do not leave immediately. Pretend to depart and then return, repeating this process several times to ensure there are no survivors. Do you understand? Goodness, this is ruthless, Yi Qingyun thought to himself. He considered himself quite merciless towards enemies. But compared to Su Xian, he felt like an amateur. Nevertheless, he dared not voice his thoughts and quickly replied, Yes, clan leader. Afterward, Su Xian took a glance at the positions of the 3 elders and relayed the information to Yi Qingyun, who then promptly took to the skies. Watching Yi Qingyun vanish, Su Xian teleported to his courtyard, reclining comfortably in a chair to bask in the sunlight. At this moment, a notification sound from the system suddenly rang out. Would you like to draw a lottery? Almost forgetting, another day had begun. Su Xian promptly responded with a silent affirmation. The familiar scene unfolded before him, and he lazily awaited the outcome. In the next moment, the voice returned. Congratulations! You have drawn 1,000 cans of happy water. Su Xian was left bewildered. Happy water? Is it something one can actually draw? It seems my luck has run dry after the previous 2 draws. While grumbling, he retrieved the cans and stored them all in his fingertip space, leaving just one. Despite his complaints, it was one of his favorite beverages from his past life, so he certainly had to try it. However, upon a casual glance, he suddenly realized that this happy water was not ordinary. Besides its superior taste, it even possessed the ability to extend one's lifespan approximately 1,000 years with each bottle. Goodness, sovereign child, is this your specially crafted happy water? The effects are astonishing. Su Xian mused, wondering how popular this would be if it appeared in his previous world, Blue Star. Nonetheless, despite its remarkable effects, it was of little use to Su Xian, who had already attained immortality. He decided to keep it for some elderly clansmen in the future. With that in mind, Su Xian opened a can to drink, considering that 1,000 cans would suffice. Alas, he had not drawn any fried chicken. After all, fried chicken paired with cola was the true soul food. He sighed, thinking that it would have to be fried chicken drawn from the sovereign child's lottery. However, the sovereign child was all-encompassing, and he was sure he would draw it in the future, a small expectation to hold on to. Meanwhile, the 3 elders, accompanied by some powerful members of the Su family, traveled swiftly through the night, finally arriving at the branch family's territory that had sought their assistance. Upon arrival, they found that the branch family had developed quite well. Although it was not as prosperous as the main family, it was still commendable within its own region. Naturally, both sides engaged in amiable and thorough discussions. Within the branch family hall, the 3 elders took their seats in succession, facing the branch family head, Su Xiao, along with several elder members of the branch family. To think the 3 elders from the main family have personally come, we are truly honored. Su Xiao and the other branch family elders said with respectful expressions. They were merely at the Yuandan realm, and facing the 3 elders who had ascended to the Dharma form, especially those from the main family, they naturally adopted a humble demeanor. We are all family. There's no need to be so formal. The clan leader has dispatched us to resolve your troubles swiftly and guide you back to the main family. The 3 elders waved their hands. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao and the other branch family elders were both moved and grateful. Unable to contain his curiosity, Su Xiao inquired. Elders, is it true that our clan leader single-handedly obliterated the Baixian sect? Although they had already communicated this matter through messages, Su Xiao still found it too surreal. The Baixian sect had been a colossal entity with a legacy spanning thousands of years. How could it be annihilated so easily? It was indeed astonishing. To be precise, our clan leader grasped the entire Baixian sect in the palm of his hand from an unfathomable distance and crushed it as if it were a mere chick. The scene was simply breathtaking. The three elders reminisced about that day, the memories still vivid and unforgettable. Su Xiao and the other branch family elders exchanged glances, realizing their clan leader was truly terrifying. Inquisitive, they asked about the realm of their clan leader. The three elders admitted they were unsure, as the clan leader was enigmatic and had never revealed his aura or pressure. However, they speculated he had likely entered the realm of the Supreme Sage, as they vaguely recalled hearing the term sage during the obliteration of the Baixian sect, leading to this conjecture. This revelation left Su Xiao and the branch family elders in utter shock. My goodness, our clan leader is a Supreme Sage. That is an absolute figure who governs life and death within a domain. Subsequently, the three elders got straight to the point, inquiring about the troubles the branch family faced. It turned out that several nearby factions, such as the Blood Knife sect, Shadowgate, and Zhang family, had suddenly banded together to target the branch family. The situation seemed suspicious, especially since they had previously maintained a non-interference policy. Coincidentally, the main family had sent a letter at this time, prompting Su Xiao to seek assistance directly. The three elders understood the gravity of the situation and declared they would dismantle any conspiracy or scheme with unwavering resolve. Clearly, with their newfound strength, they were brimming with confidence to suppress all adversaries. At that moment, the three suddenly sensed a destructive aura approaching. Instinctively, they turned to see a young girl walking towards them. This girl possessed exquisite features, donned in a flowing purple robe, her tall yet frail form exuding an air of fragility. Most astonishingly, her hair and eyes were both purple, radiating a unique and enchanting beauty. The destructive aura emanated from her very being. Though faint, it was undeniably pure. This is the daughter I mentioned to you, my only child. Su Xiao promptly introduced. Su moved gracefully, politely bowing to the three elders, but her frail body paled further after such a short while. Nevertheless, her resilient spirit was evident, as her expression remained unchanged despite her pallor. Initially, the three elders had assumed she was merely an ordinary frail girl, but the situation indicated otherwise. However, no matter how they probed with their spiritual senses, they could detect nothing beyond the destructive aura. What do you think, elders? Su Xiao, aware of their scrutiny, inquired immediately. The three elders shook their heads, displaying expressions of helplessness. This matter likely requires the clan leader's insight. We lack the ability to discern it. Indeed, our clan leader possesses the power to reshape the world and will surely resolve your daughter's predicament. The sooner we address this trouble, the sooner we can return to the clan, they added. Su Xiao naturally agreed wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, Su Ro's purple eyes glimmered with anticipation, hoping that the formidable clan leader could solve the issues plaguing her. Chapter 14. Exceptional Physique, Classic Protagonist Configuration. In a concealed chamber situated 1,000 miles from the Su family's branch, a group of figures gathered, some seated, others standing. Should Su Xiao be present, he would undoubtedly recognize these individuals as the leaders of nearby factions who had launched an assault against their branch family. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon a solitary figure seated in a position of prominence. This individual, appearing to be in his early 20s, donned an exquisitely ornate robe. The cuffs adorned with the embroidered characters Ling Su in purple and gold. His cultivation level surpassed that of the faction leaders, having ascended to the law manifestation realm, a remarkable achievement for one so young. However, he seemed to be in a severely wounded state. Despite this, none of the leaders dared to act against him, for his origins were even more formidable than his cultivation. He was a disciple of the Ling Su sect. The Ling Su sect, renowned throughout the Xuan domain, stood as a superpower second only to the top-tier forces. Within its ranks were numerous formidable beings in the Nirvana realm and sovereigns, alongside a half-saint and a holy artifact, instilling fear across vast territories, with none bold enough to challenge their might. In the presence of this disciple, the faction leaders appeared as mere ants, and even faced with his grave injuries. They dared not provoke him. Moreover, this disciple was not an ordinary one, but rather a scion of the sect leader's lineage, thus holding the highest status among the Ling Su sect's disciples. At this moment, the Ling Su disciple surveyed the room and spoke. I have received word that the Su family's main house has dispatched reinforcements. Reportedly 3 law manifestation realm experts and a multitude of Purple Mansion realm cultivators. Upon hearing this, the faction leaders visibly shifted, for this force was undoubtedly capable of annihilating them multiple times over. My lord, what shall we do? One inquired. Fear not. I have already relayed the news back to the sect. Assistance will arrive shortly, he replied. With this assurance, the leaders relaxed, for the arrival of reinforcements from the Ling Su sect would suffice to resolve all matters. Subsequently, the disciple ceased further discussion, disregarding the faction leaders, clearly not considering them worthy of his attention. In truth, had he not been severely injured during his trials, he would have had no inclination to engage with such a group of inept individuals. However, despite his unfortunate predicament, he stumbled upon a yet-to-be-awakened, exceptional physique. This disciple, named Sun Feng, had sustained grievous injuries from a powerful beast during his trials, forcing him to flee to this remote location. It was here that he encountered Su Ro, who, to the eyes of many, appeared as a frail being with purple hair and violet eyes, deemed incapable of cultivation. Yet Sun Feng, hailing from the sect leader's lineage, was well-versed and perceptive. Moreover, the sect leader was in search of individuals with special physiques for a secret technique called spirit seizing. Su Ro's slender form, coupled with her striking purple features and an aura of destruction, perfectly aligned with the criteria. Thus, while Sun Feng remained uncertain of the precise nature of Su Ro's future awakening, he was confident that she would indeed awaken a remarkable physique. Consequently, he resolved to linger in the vicinity, intending to leverage the local factions to eliminate the Su family branch and escort Su Ro back to the sect. However, he did not anticipate that Su Xiao would swiftly sense the disturbance, immediately fortifying defenses and seeking assistance from the main house. The response was rapid. Soon, 3 law manifestation realm experts and numerous Purple Mansion realm cultivators arrived. With no alternative, Sun Feng resorted to sending word to the sect, though this action significantly diminished his potential accolades. Yet it was a necessary compromise, preferable to the risk of achieving nothing or even losing his life. He then instructed the faction leaders to retreat and advised them to conceal themselves until the Ling Su sect's reinforcements arrived to quell the situation. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Ling Su sect, a figure shrouded in terrifying Tao patterns sat in meditation. Suddenly, he received a transmission from his disciple. Purple hair, violet eyes, exuding an aura of destruction. Could it be? In the next instant, he rose, transforming into a streak of rainbow light, piercing the heavens and vanishing from sight. Back at the Su family South Main estate, Su Xian withdrew his gaze, took a sip from a nearby bottle of elixir, and smiled slightly. Interesting, I did not expect such a physique to emerge from the Su family. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, turning his attention to another direction, exclaiming in astonishment, by the heavens, here's another one, and it appears to possess the classic protagonist configuration. One could only commend the Su family, once the rulers of this realm. Even after so many years, they continued to harbor immense fortune, giving rise to such extraordinary talents among their descendants. Su Xian resumed his leisure, indulging in the elixir while savoring its taste. Meanwhile, back in the hidden chamber, Sun Feng sat cross-legged, employing the Ling Su sect's healing technique to mend his injuries. However, the severity of his wounds was such that it nearly cost him his life. Even with the healing method, recovery was agonizingly slow. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated from outside, jolting him awake. Before he could emerge, the chamber erupted, and a multitude of figures surrounded him. Sun Feng focused his gaze and recognized them as members of the Su family. You managed to find this place. We owe it to the Bloodblade sect, the Shadow Gate, and the Zhang family. Without them, we would not have located you. But fret not. You will soon join them, proclaimed the three elders at the forefront, laughing heartily. Indeed, those fools were just that, fools. Yet, I'm a disciple of the Ling Su sect. Do you dare to kill me? His words sent shockwaves through the gathering, even causing the three elders to falter. The Ling Su sect was an exceedingly powerful force, far surpassing the Baixian sect, with a half-saint and a holy artifact in their ranks, akin to the presence of an unparalleled saint. In the elders' understanding, their own family leader was also an unparalleled saint. To offend the Ling Su sect could spell trouble for both the family and the leader. As they hesitated, a regal aura descended from the heavens, imposing and suffocating, binding everyone in place as if a mountain had fallen upon them, rendering them immobile. Then a voice, cold and piercing, echoed down, penetrating the depths of their souls. I am Jun Tian, the leader of the Ling Su sect. Those who behold me shall kneel. Chapter 15. The Supreme Domination of the Thunder God Body. As the words fell, a figure, enveloped in the aura of the Tao, emerged slowly in the void above, as if it had merged with the very essence of the great Tao. Its merciless gaze cut through the air like a razor, first sweeping over those beneath who appeared to him as mere ants, before suddenly fixing upon the direction of the Su family's branch. Piercing through the void, he discerned a frail girl with purple hair and purple eyes, radiating an aura of annihilation. It was unmistakable. She was the herald of the supreme domination of the Thunder God Body, a sign that had yet to awaken, as documented in ancient texts. The once cold and indifferent eyes of the Lingshu sect master, Jun Tian, were now ignited with fervor. This was a super-divine body, hailed as the war machine among divine physiques, ranking among the very best throughout the ages. Jun Tian possessed the secret technique of soul seizing, acquired from an ancient relic, albeit incomplete, a mere remnant. Yet, even in its fractured form, its effects were extraordinary, capable of absorbing all special physiques and forging a supreme foundation of the Tao, thereby shattering his own limitations. If he could absorb the essence of this purple-haired girl, he would undoubtedly breach the barriers of kingship. At that point, the realm of semi-saints would be within his grasp, and even the exalted realm of emperors would be but a step away. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Jun Tian could hardly contain his excitement. But first, he needed to deal with the pesky insects below. His gaze descended, and without a single motion, the three elders and the members of the Su family felt an indescribable, overwhelming pressure descend upon them. As for Sun Feng, he had already fallen to his knees, proclaiming, "I pay my respects to the sect master," his face filled with admiration and reverence. Simultaneously, he cast scornful glances at the three elders, mocking their ineptitude for surrounding him. A foolhardy act that invited death. The Lingshu sect master had personally come. It was over, utterly over. He had just broken through and had yet to relish his newfound power. In the face of such calamity, one could hardly recite verses of love. He had intended to express his feelings upon returning, but alas, there would be no opportunity now. Undoubtedly, despair engulfed the members of the Su family. The Lingshu sect master was a kingly presence. To him, slaying them was as trivial as crushing an ant. Resistance was impossible. Indeed, they could not muster the strength to resist. Under the oppressive might of the king, they found themselves paralyzed. Boom! It was as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was sinking, the king's might mingling with an awe-inspiring aura bearing down upon them. Clearly, Jun Tian intended to crush the Su family beneath this weight, deeming them unworthy of his hand. However, at that moment, footsteps echoed through the heavens, as if treading upon the scars of the celestial. A magnificent man approached, backlit by a radiant glow, his gaze sweeping across the scene, glimmering with divine brilliance. The once indomitable Lingshu sect master, who had harbored intentions of slaughtering the Su family, let out a wail as he plummeted from the sky, blood splattering upon impact. The kingly aura and supreme might he had wielded disintegrated in an instant, vanishing without a trace. The newcomer was Yi Qingyun, employing his gaze as a weapon, inspired by Su Xian's earlier feats. The The sight of such ocular combat had left an indelible mark on his youthful heart, a true testament to overwhelming prowess. Below, the Su family stood in stunned silence, as did Sun Feng, who had once felt assured of victory. The reversal was so sudden that they struggled to comprehend it. Upon regaining their senses, they beheld the Lingshu sect master, now barely clinging to life, resembling a dying dog, and tremors coursed through them all. This was a kingly figure, utterly subdued by the mere glance of that magnificent man, rendered powerless. What unfathomable strength was this? Even the three elders felt that this magnificent man was not inferior to their own family head. If Yi Qingyun had been aware of their thoughts, he would have been thoroughly alarmed. Please, spare me from such grandiose comparisons. In the sky, Yi Qingyun advanced step by step, appearing slow, yet arriving before them in the blink of an eye. Who are you? Stammered the previously weakened Jun Tian, whose injuries showed signs of improvement, evidently having employed a healing technique. As the esteemed sect master, his healing arts far surpassed those of Sun Feng, yielding miraculous results. Alas, this was a saintly wound. At best, it only offered him a slight reprieve. At this moment, Jun Tian's heart pulsed with dread, coupled with a sense of humiliation. He was accustomed to obliterating his foes in an instant, dismissing them as mere insects. Now the tables had turned, and he found himself in the shoes of those he once vanquished, defeated by a mere glance without any means of resistance. Yi Qingyun remained silent, delivering another piercing gaze. At such close proximity, even the most miraculous of Jun Tian's healing techniques proved futile. He emitted a shriek before disintegrating into ashes. The onlookers were struck with profound shock. How could such overwhelming strength exist? 2 glances had felled the king. What sheer power! At this juncture, there was no need for explanation. The unmasked divine aura and terrifying prowess made it clear that this individual was undoubtedly a supreme saint. In that moment, none dared to utter a word. Even the act of breathing felt perilous, as they trembled with trepidation. After all, they stood before an invincible saint, a being so powerful that slaying a king was as effortless as dispatching a chicken. Who would dare to provoke him? However, the subsequent actions of this saint left everyone astonished. He regarded the members of the Su family with a gentle tone. I have finally arrived. I trust none of you have been harmed. Otherwise, I would find it difficult to explain to the family head. Upon hearing these words and witnessing his demeanor, the Su family members fell into silence. It was the eldest elder, Su Tanming, who could not help but inquire, this esteemed saint. May I ask who you refer to as the family head? Naturally, it is your own family head, came the reply. Upon hearing this, the Su family members finally grasped the situation, and the 3 elders wore expressions of joy. So, you're a friend of our family head. Friend? No. I lack the qualifications to be a friend of the family head. I am the family's protector, summoned by him, named Yi Qingyun. At this declaration, Yi Qingyun was startled. The notion of being considered a friend of such a figure sent a shiver down his spine. A mere saint like him could not dare to claim friendship with an emperor. Even if the latter were willing, he would not presume to accept. What a curse! The Su family members were left in a daze, thinking they had misheard. What is happening? You, a supreme saint, claim you lack the qualifications to be the family head's friend? Then, they quickly regained their composure, a singular thought surging in their minds. Could it be that their family head's true standing transcended that of a mere saint? Perhaps he was a saintly sovereign, or even a transcendent saint. As for realms beyond that, they dared not speculate. Chapter 16. White hair and white eyes. In the open space, Yi Qingyun observed the expressions on the faces of the Su family members and began to form a conjecture. It appeared that the clan leader had not disclosed his status as an emperor to the family. Yi Qingyun couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. The clan leader had indeed been thoughtful, deliberately concealing his level of power to allow his kin to undergo trials and tribulations, fostering their growth. By not allowing them to rely on the might of the emperor, he encouraged them to rise through their own efforts, becoming competent individuals forged in the crucible of blood and fire. Truly remarkable. The clan leader was indeed distinguished, earning his title as an emperor for good reason. However, Yi Qingyun was unaware that Su Xian simply found it cumbersome to explain, not just to the Su family members, but also to him and the Yi family. Subsequently, the task of cleaning up and managing the aftermath commenced, which did not require Yi Qingyun's intervention, as the Su family members were more than capable. They first secured Jun Tian's storage bag, and then began to scavenge for resources within the secret chamber. As for Sun Feng, he had already succumbed to an overwhelming shock and fear of death upon Jun Tian's demise, resulting in a fatal collapse. Once these matters were settled, the members of the Su family returned to their clan, with Yi Qingyun naturally accompanying them. However, upon seeing Su Ro come out to greet them, he was taken aback, exclaiming, "Such an aura, the supreme sovereign of all thunder gods? No, wait, it has yet to awaken." Hearing this, the Su family members, particularly Su Xiao, immediately inquired with excitement, "Protector, do you know the issue regarding my daughter?" Indeed, with her purple hair and eyes, innate frailty, and an ever-present aura of destruction, it was a clear indication of the supreme sovereign of all thunder gods yet to awaken, coming from a top-tier power and being a divine being himself. Yi Qingyun was well-versed in such matters, even surpassing Jun Tian in knowledge. Thus, he quickly discerned Su Ro's constitution. Upon hearing Yi Qingyun's words, the crowd was profoundly shaken. Who would have thought that Su Ro, the seemingly frail and incapable girl, possessed a special constitution, the supreme sovereign of all thunder gods? Though they had never heard of it before, just the name alone was awe-inspiring. Su Ro, too, had heard these words and approached her father, asking, "Father, could this be the esteemed clan leader?" Su Xiao shook his head, saying, "Not the clan leader, but the protector of the main family, a supreme sage." Su Ro's expression shifted in surprise. She had previously learned from her father and 3 elders that the clan leader was a supreme sage, and now the protector was as well. A glimmer of hope ignited in her eyes. If a supreme sage could discern her issues, surely they could be resolved. However, her hope was short-lived. After Su Xiao's inquiry, Yi Qingyun continued, "Her innate frailty and inability to cultivate stem from the fact that she has yet to awaken. However, this divine body is not comparable to ordinary constitutions. Historically, it has only appeared once or twice, and neither instance resulted in a successful awakening. The last occurrence was thousands of years ago, when a top-tier sacred ground expended its accumulated resources over millennia to cultivate that sovereign of all thunder gods, yet it ultimately failed." Upon hearing this, the crowd's spirits plummeted, akin to falling from heaven to hell. Su Ro, as the subject of this matter, felt an even greater impact, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. At that moment, Yi Qingyun suddenly shifted his tone. "But, a supreme sage speaks with great effort." The crowd silently scoffed at this, yet each person leaned in, eager to listen. However, if the clan leader were to intervene, the situation might differ. After all, he is an emperor of this era, possessing the ability to reshape the heavens and earth, capable of creating miracles. Upon hearing this, the Su family members felt a chill run down their spines. It seemed the clan leader was indeed extraordinary, transcending the common level of sages. Hope reignited in Su Ro's eyes. Despite being repeatedly battered by disappointment, she had never entertained the thought of giving up. With the matter settled and urgency to resolve Su Ro's predicament, the Su family members wasted no time and set off that very day towards the main family's direction. As for Yi Qingyun, he remained vigilant, recalling Su Xian's admonition. Should they become enemies, particularly those with power, no force behind them should be spared. Thus, he soared into the sky, his target set on Ling Su sect. Meanwhile, on a wide road, a team of several dozen individuals was making its way forward. Their attire suggested they hailed from a single faction. In the midst of this group, a broad carriage was traveling. Inside the carriage, a middle-aged couple sat around a young boy. What was astonishing was that the boy had white hair and white pupils, emanating a chilling aura. Despite being clad in thick clothing, he still shivered uncontrollably. "Don't worry, Tianer. I've heard the clan leader is immensely powerful. He will surely resolve the issues you face," the middle-aged couple said, their hearts aching with concern as they comforted the boy. The white-haired youth seemed to be in a daze, merely nodding in response. Yet he harbored a flicker of hope within. His name was Suuan, a descendant of a branch of the Su family, the son of the branch head. He had originally lived in a moderately sized city, distinguished by his exceptional talent, earning the title of the family's foremost genius. However, 3 years prior, for reasons unknown, his cultivation suddenly regressed, rendering all his diligent efforts futile. In just 3 short years, he had plummeted from the pinnacle of genius to a lowly waste. As if that were not enough, misfortune struck again when he recently fell gravely ill, resulting in his hair and eyes turning completely white, exuding a terrifying chill that occasionally erupted uncontrollably. Coincidentally, at this juncture, the main family reached out, informing them of the clan leader's annihilation of the Baishian sect. Thus, this branch, whether to return to the main family or to seek treatment for Suuan, embarked on a long journey towards the main family. On the other side, within the grand hall of Ling Su sect, 10 formidable figures had gathered. They were the 10 elders of the sect, each one having reached the realm of kings, equally formidable as the sect master Xuan. At that moment, each of them radiated an aura of murderous intent, leaving no room for concealment. Just moments ago, they had learned of their sect master's demise. Kill, kill, kill. To dare slay our sect master is a grudge that cannot go unavenged. Yet, to be able to instantaneously eliminate Xuan, the assailant must be a supreme sage. While they harbored no fear, both sides would suffer grievously, rendering it unworthy. What shall we do then? Shall we allow ourselves to be bullied, not daring to utter a word? I have a plan. Let us venture into the dark world and hire the Abyss assassins to deal with him and the forces behind him. Excellent. The Abyss assassins relish hunting down beings of the sage level and above, often lowering their prices for such targets. This plan is indeed brilliant. Just as the 10 elders reached a consensus, a terrifying sword cry suddenly resonated throughout the entirety of Ling Su sect. Chapter 17, The Moment of Glory, a sword that brings death. Without any hesitation, the 10 elders swiftly exited the grand hall. They beheld a figure suspended in midair, radiating an overwhelming and sacred aura. Standing atop a towering golden sword chi that pierced through the heavens. This formidable presence was none other than Yi Qingyun. Upon his arrival, although he yearned to annihilate his foes with mere glances, he had to concede that eradicating a powerful force solely with his gaze was a considerable challenge. Thus, he reluctantly abandoned this display of bravado and opted to employ his mastery of swordsmanship instead. At this moment, the entire Lingshu sect was undeniably stirred. Countless disciples poured forth. Feeling the terrifying sacred might and exquisite sharpness, their faces etched with fear. There was no doubt that this was an unparalleled saint, and judging by his stance, it was evident that he bore malevolent intent. Who dares approach? The 10 elders demanded in unison. Were you not just discussing how to hire assassins from the Abyss to eliminate me? Yi Qingyun remarked indifferently, standing atop the golden sword chi. The thoughts of a saint can stretch across 1,000,000 miles, and it was clear that the elders' earlier discussions had not escaped his notice. Unfazed by being exposed, the elders' hostility intensified. It is you. How unfortunate that had you remained outside, we might have feared mutual destruction and refrained from action. But you dare to trespass into the heart of our Lingshu sect? Truly, you are seeking your own demise. Today, we shall eradicate the saint. All disciples, heed my command. Activate the formation. As the words fell, an immense divine radiance emanated from the Lingshu sect. The surrounding natural terrain shifted as the disciples infused their spiritual power, transforming the sect into an unparalleled formation. All disciples became integral parts of this formation, with the 10 elders seated at its core. A formation composed of the natural forces of heaven and earth. Intriguing indeed, Yi Qingyun mused, revealing no hint of fear, but rather a keen interest. This tactic echoed a previous moment when Su Xian had explained similar strategies in a peculiar realm. The power of natural forces was derived from the sentience of the cosmos, manifesting as formidable might. However, when your sacred blood stains the earth, you shall find no amusement in it, A voice, steeped in ancient sorrow, echoed through the air. In silence, at the heart of the killing formation, an elderly man appeared, his hair white and his countenance aged. Yet, despite his frail appearance, he emanated an immense aura. A true saintly presence, albeit not as grand or pure as Yi Qingyun's. This was a half-saint, a transitional state in the evolution from a king to a saint, where many became ensnared, unable to ascend further. Over time, the term half-saint had emerged to describe this phenomenon. Now this half-saint stood at the core of the formation, wielding a golden war spear that radiated vast sacred power, a supreme holy weapon. His identity was unmistakable. He was the revered half-saint ancestor of the Lingshu sect. However, now within the formation, he had absorbed the vast cultivation of the entire sect, elevating himself to the level of an unparalleled saint, emboldened by the holy weapon in his grasp. This was the source of the Lingshu sect's confidence in their ability to slay a saint and the reason for his audacity in challenging Yi Qingyun. Yet, in the face of it all, Yi Qingyun remained unperturbed, uttering 8 words, a sword that annihilates. All things shall perish. In the next instant, the towering golden sword chi beneath his feet compressed into a sword of normal size. With a mere flick of his wrist, an invincible sword light sliced through the mountains and seas in an ephemeral flash. It was as if time stood still, though this state did not last long. Every living being within the boundaries of the Lingshu sect bore a distinct sword mark upon them. At that moment, they became utterly motionless, like lifelike statues, even the countless disciples and the 10 elders. Upon careful observation, it became evident that their life force had been severed in that instant. Only the half-saint ancestor of the Lingshu sect clung to a flicker of life, gazing in horror at the composed Yi Qingyun, managing to utter but 2 words, Saint Master. In the next heartbeat, his life was extinguished, and he fell. With the divine sword body, Yi Qingyun, though at the saint level, possessed combat prowess surpassing that of Saint Master. Thus, the Lingshu sect stood no chance against him. Nonetheless, Yi Qingyun felt a sense of dissatisfaction. He yearned for the exhilarating thrill of vanquishing foes with mere glances, as the clan leader did. A true man must slay his enemies with the power of his gaze. With that thought, he resolved to follow the clan leader's command, to shatter every egg within the Lingshu sect, cleave the buried worms in 2, and exhaust all resources, including that sacred weapon. Yi Qingyun murmured to himself, diligently executing the clan leader's orders. Suddenly, an odd laughter resonated through the heavens, a sound that struck Yi Qingyun as profoundly peculiar. After all, how often does one hear such laughter? Had Yi Qingyun been a traveler from another realm, he would have recognized it as the archetypal villainous laughter. Following the sound, he witnessed an enormous fissure open at the site of the Lingshu sect's entrance. Within this chasm lay an immense crystal-like stone, exuding a rich essence of the natural order. The moment it appeared, the density of spiritual energy in the space surged dramatically. This was a mysterious crystal. What is a mysterious crystal, you ask? It is a divine object that absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, formed deep within the earth over countless years. Its applications are vast, from artifact crafting to alchemy and cultivation. However, its most crucial purpose is to seal living beings, preventing the passage of time, allowing them to exist for millennia without decay. At that moment, this mysterious crystal encased a living being. The prior laughter had emanated from this entity. Yi Qingyun discerned that this being was certainly not of the human race, as it was enveloped in crimson scales, with massive bat-like wings sprouting from its back. Its visage was even more bizarre, possessing 3 mouths, 4 noses, 4 eyes, and 6 ears. Upon witnessing this scene, coupled with the being's confinement within the mysterious crystal, Yi Qingyun recalled descriptions he had read in ancient texts and could not help but exclaim, an ancient extraterrestrial race. Chapter 18. The Ancient Alien Race. Could you be the reincarnation of a cursed being? According to ancient texts, the ancient alien race emerged abruptly during the primordial era, distinct from the human race, and possessed extraordinary strength. Of course, ancient alien race is a term coined in later generations. In their time, they referred to themselves as the Divine Clan. This designation was merely a collective term, for they comprised multiple formidable factions, each capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. As for which divine clan this particular ancient alien race belonged to, Yi Qingyun was uncertain. After all, these events transpired eons ago, and the ancient records are scant. Moreover, he had only casually perused the texts, barely recalling one ancient alien race, with little else remaining clear in his mind. Yi Qingyun also came to understand why this seemingly insignificant Lingshu sect wielded such formidable natural forces. It was likely due to the presence of this ancient alien race, which had secluded itself here for countless ages. The immense power coursing through its being, along with the energy emanating from the mysterious crystal, continually nourished the surrounding natural world. Over time, this interaction led to a transformation, granting it sentience and thus birthing an overwhelming force. When the Lingshu sect discovered it and made slight modifications, they formed the unparalleled array that existed prior. Ancient alien race. It seems that throughout the endless passage of time, humanity has long forgotten the once mighty reputation of my divine clan, daring to label us as aliens. At this moment, the entity within the crystal exuded a terrifying aura of divine consciousness. If that is the case, I must compel humanity to remember the unparalleled majesty with which my divine clan once ruled the earth. As for you, the one who awakened me, I grant you the opportunity to serve me. Remember, I am the third general under the leader of the Flame God clan, commander of the 9th Legion, Redblade. Submit, or face death. It was evident that it was Yi Qingyun's terrifying sword that roused this ancient alien from slumber. In other words, the Lingshu sect, which had been established here for many years, had failed to awaken this ancient being. Boom! In the next moment, an overwhelming aura, surpassing the holy realm and nearing the threshold of the emperor level, descended from the crystal, bearing down upon Yi Qingyun. Overwhelmed by this suffocating pressure, Yi Qingyun found himself at a loss for words. My luck is abysmally poor. I have hardly ventured out at all. On my first outing, I mistakenly entered a bizarre space and was trapped for centuries, nearly losing my life. After finally being rescued, I embark on my second journey, merely to attend to a trivial matter, and I encounter a powerful ancient alien. Yi Qingyun was too exasperated to comment further. Oh heavens, are you toying with me? If you wish for my demise, come directly without all this pretense. With no other options, submission was out of the question and death was undesirable. Thus, only one path remained. He took a deep breath, placing his hands before his mouth, his expression turning unusually serious. Observing this, the being within the crystal, Redblade, recognized that this human did not wish to submit, but also did not desire death. It was likely preparing some ultimate, terrifying maneuver, causing the overwhelming aura to momentarily wane. Although he held little regard for this human, he could not deny the latter's strength. Should there be a miraculous tactic that could damage the crystal, it would jeopardize his efforts. Yet in the next instant, Yi Qingyun's voice pierced the heavens, echoing for tens of thousands of miles. Leader, save me. Huh? Redblade, initially poised for a confrontation, was left dumbfounded. He quickly regained his composure, furious and humiliated. Here I am, prepared for your ultimate move, and you merely seek rescue? The fool was me. Without a doubt, Redblade erupted in fury. Human, how dare you mock me? I shall send you and your so-called leader to the heavens. However, just as those words left his mouth, a gentle yet commanding voice resonated throughout the world. Are you certain? Though the words were light, the power contained within them made Redblade feel as if he had encountered the most terrifying force of his life. In the face of this power, he suddenly realized that the leader of the Flame God clan he had idolized was nothing more than a pitiful figure, unworthy to even carry the shoes of this new presence. Without hesitation, Redblade fell to his knees, hands rubbing together in a sycophantic gesture. You must have misheard me. What I meant was that I wished to kneel and pay my respects to you. Good heavens! Yi Qingyun was utterly stunned by this sudden change in attitude, the shifting expressions, and the ability to bend and yield. He could never master such flexibility in 10 lifetimes. Nevertheless, he preferred the earlier demeanor of defiance and arrogance. Could he not return to that? At this moment, in the heavens above, the void split open, forming a radiant portal. On the other side of this portal sat Xuan, reclining comfortably in chair. His expression was one of satisfaction and enjoyment. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Qingyun immediately bowed respectfully. Leader, internally, he marveled at the prowess of this imperial existence, capable of effortlessly connecting space across millions of miles, as if engaging in a face-to-face conversation. Well done this time, Xuan praised, though internally he mused. Could it be that Yi Qingyun is the reincarnation of a cursed being? His luck is appallingly poor, encountering crises on both outings that others might never face in a lifetime. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to the kneeling ancient alien, Redblade. The latter seemed to sense Xuan's attention and began to tremble uncontrollably, outwardly composed but internally roiling in terror. By the heavens, it truly is a human, such a terrifying existence among humanity. Yi Qingyun and his companions had never encountered a living emperor, so they had no frame of reference. Seeing Xuan suppressing an imperial artifact, they instinctively believed him to be an emperor. However, Redblade had witnessed true emperors before and understood well the might and power they wielded. To him, the youth on the other side of the portal appeared even more unfathomable than an emperor. Could this be a being beyond the emperor level? Redblade dared not speculate further, fearing he might scare himself to death. In that moment, he instinctively lifted his head, ready to plead for mercy from this immense being. Despite his earlier bravado, he was quite the life preserver. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to seal himself within the crystal, surviving until now. However, as he raised his head, he noticed that his surroundings had transformed. A jolt ran through him as he looked up to see a pair of magnificent, radiant eyes, as vast and profound as the sun and moon, gazing down upon him. It was then that Redblade realized he was no longer underground, but instead found himself in the palm of this formidable human being. When had this occurred? His mind exploded with shock at the silent and instantaneous transition across such a vast distance. How utterly astonishing. Chapter 19. The child of millions of years. Once again treads the river of time. This is the perspective of Qiren. From Yi Qingyun's viewpoint, he beheld the Lingshu sect vanish beneath the earth, only to reappear silently on the other side of space, a distance of millions of miles away, resting in the palm of Xuan. Throughout this event, the other party exhibited no significant actions. The sole movement was a slight lift of the hand. Such immense power, such explosive force, undoubtedly left an indelible impression on Yi Qingyun's young heart. Following the gaze that could slay enemies, Yi Qingyun found himself enraptured by this display. Should the Yi family discover that Yi Qingyun was enamored not with tangible gains, but with various ostentatious displays alongside Xuan, it might well send them into a fit of exasperation. Subsequently, Xuan and Yi Qingyun exchanged pleasantries for a brief moment. After imparting a final admonition to return soon, he waved his hand, closing the space and vanishing from sight. After performing the customary rites of farewell, Yi Qingyun diligently set about fulfilling Xuan's commands, cracking eggs, standing worms upright, feigning departure while concealing himself in the shadows, and so forth. Only after executing each task meticulously and ensuring no errors remained did he depart, content with the resources he had gathered. Meanwhile, at the Su family residence, Xuan casually munched on a piece of fruit, his gaze resting upon Qiren nestled in the palm of his hand. The latter appeared exceedingly obedient, quietly kneeling within the Xianjing, head bowed, resembling a child who had erred. Good heavens, have you ever encountered a child millions of years old? Xuan couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity, shaking his head as he addressed Qiren. Speak of all that you know regarding the divine race. Without a hint of hesitation, Qiren recounted everything in detail, revealing even the romantic liaisons of the Flame God Clan's leader, including the duration of these affairs, without reservation. While Xuan listened with rapt attention, he recognized that the information was largely inconsequential. Qiren had no knowledge of the divine race's origins, its purpose, or how they came to be. This was hardly surprising. Despite Qiren's impressive title, he was merely a minor regiment leader within the Flame God Clan. the so-called Ninth Regiment he mentioned was primarily tasked with serving the other 8 regiments, essentially performing menial duties. Moreover, his near-emperor level of cultivation was not the result of arduous training, but rather a fortunate encounter that granted him half of an emperor-grade elixir, which had elevated him to his current state. Such circumstances explained his shaky foundation, which hindered his ascension to the emperor level. Thus, it was evident that Xuan lacked sufficient status within the Flame God clan to access the higher secrets. Master, this is all I know. Beyond this, I am not well informed. Within Suuan's palm, Xuan recounted his myriad experiences over the years. He dared not voice any complaints, speaking cautiously, fearful that a moment's displeasure from the other might lead to his demise. Suuan's casual acknowledgement was absent-minded, as his attention was focused on the world around him, naturally searching for ancient alien races akin to Xuan. Previously, while surveying the world, he had sensed the presence of dormant alien beings, but his focus had been elsewhere, planning to address it later. Now, seizing this opportunity, he decided to act. However, upon discovering these slumbering beings, Suuan noted that they, like Xuan, were all perilously close to the emperor level, with some even below that threshold. None were at or above the emperor level, indicating that these beings, too, were likely lacking in status. Even if awakened and questioned, they would probably possess little knowledge. How intriguing. Initially, Suuan believed the ancient history of the Su family to be the greatest enigma in this world, only to uncover another layer hidden beneath it. A peculiar light flickered in his eyes. Thus, the situation proved rather fascinating. With a mere thought, he absorbed all information regarding the ancient alien races documented within this realm. Such information was undoubtedly highly secretive, preserved meticulously by various factions, kept from outsiders. Yet, before Suuan, nothing could evade scrutiny. With the power of an immortal king, even the most concealed secrets trembled. In an instant, Suuan gleaned the majority of the records concerning these alien races, their names, strength, and other introductions. For instance, the strongest among them was the Heavenly God clan, born with overwhelming power, boasting several emperors within their ranks. The second was the Feather God clan, equally formidable. A plethora of similar accounts followed, yet little was revealed regarding the deeper mysteries or the reasons behind their complete disappearance. It seemed that a journey through the river of time was necessary. Suuan's gaze sparkled. Previously, when he had flowed upstream to explore the ancient history of the Su family, he had bypassed a significant segment of history, arriving in a time long past. In retrospect, that era likely represented the peak activity of the divine race. Should he descend into it, everything would naturally become clear. Without hesitation, with a mere thought, Suuan's figure once again became indistinct as he stepped into that transcendent space. Since Xuan was currently within Suuan's palm and shrouded by the power of the Immortal King, he accompanied him. Then, he witnessed the most astonishing and terrifying scene of his life. A vast, boundless river, whose origin and end were unknown, spanned the heavens and earth, flowing majestically. As he felt the chilling essence of time, an incredibly dreadful conjecture formed in Xuan's mind. Could this truly be the River of Time? Its existence had always been a legend, widely known yet never witnessed by anyone. Xuan had merely regarded it as a tale to be smiled at. But now, he was witnessing the River of Time in reality, the legend manifesting before his eyes. Stammering, Xuan could hardly articulate a second word, his emotions oscillating between intense excitement and sheer terror. The thrill stemmed from witnessing the legendary River of Time, a moment he deemed worthy of his entire life. The dread, of course, arose from the overwhelming prowess of Suuan. To tread the River of Time with such ease, what level of monstrosity must he possess? Chapter 20, Beyond the World. The great emperors of the divine clan strike. Regarding the emotional fluctuations of Xuan, Suuan remained utterly indifferent. He strolled leisurely along the River of Time, as casual as one taking a post-meal walk. The great emperors, on the other hand, kept their distance, fearful of even the slightest touch of the time current, perceiving him as if he were merely a wisp of air, utterly inconsequential. Yet Xuan's heart raced, his scalp prickling in terror. He desperately stifled any sound, terrified that Suuan might abandon him here, knowing he would scarcely endure even a fraction of a breath before being reduced to dust. Lost in the river of time, without leaving a ripple, the river of time was enveloped in profound silence, save for the echo of Suuan's steps, resonating through the ages. Suddenly, he halted, casting his gaze downward. At this moment, Xuan managed to regain a semblance of calm, peering curiously into the depths. However, he dared not extend his consciousness, fearing it would be devoured by time itself. As he looked, his pupils constricted in shock through the river of time. He glimpsed ancient history, specifically the era of the Divine Clan. Just as Xuan wished to delve deeper, he was startled to see Suuan step boldly into the river of time. Panic surged within him. Entering such a distant past alone was fraught with peril from backlash and karmic forces. Although it was Xuan's first venture into the river of time, he was well versed in legends warning of these very dangers. Indeed, the next moment, an unfathomable backlash and karmic force surged forth, annihilating everything in its path. Yet, Suuan mirlikasta kasualidans. In the blink of an eye, the overwhelming forces trembled and dissipated, as if acknowledging his presence with a silent exclamation. Oh no, the master has arrived. Let's retreat. Witnessing the scene left Xuan utterly bewildered. While he grappled with disbelief, Suuan had already fully immersed himself in this ancient history, specifically within the realm of the Divine Clan. Initially, Suuan had no intention of descending, content to observe from the river of time. However, he discovered that the origins of the Divine Clan were rather extraordinary, hailing from beyond this world. With his exalted status as a celestial king, breaking through the chaos and transcending was well within Suuan's capabilities. Yet, he understood that while he was not weak in this realm, he could not claim invincibility. Celestial kings, and perhaps even those above them, would undoubtedly exist beyond the world. Hence, without sufficient power to assert his dominance, Suuan would refrain from exposing himself, driven by a desire to comprehend the specifics of the world beyond. He deemed it prudent to discreetly inquire with the powerful beings of the Divine Clan, erasing their memories afterward to ensure his safety. Thus, he chose to descend alone into this ancient history. At this moment, within the ancient history, the gathering place of the Divine Clan was alive with energy. Hundreds of clans congregated here, including the celestial gods, feather gods, blue bloods, and flame gods, among others. Countless formidable beings from the Divine Clan assembled, their might shaking the heavens and earth, a display of unparalleled grandeur. At the very center of this divine domain lay the most sacred ground of the Divine Clan, a place that countless divine beings aspired to reach. Here resided the most powerful entities, the supreme emperors. Clearly, there was more than one, as the celestial gods alone boasted 5, while the feather gods had 4. Altogether, this divine domain was home to no less than 100 emperor-level beings. What an astonishing figure this was. Had such news reached Suuan's era, it would undoubtedly have stirred tremendous upheaval, though that era also had its share of emperor-level beings. The number had never approached such an extraordinary total. It is worth noting that the human race in this ancient history was far stronger than in Suuan's time, though still somewhat inferior to the Divine Clan. Within the divine domain, 100 emperor-level beings stood, sat in meditation, pondered the Tao, or practiced their skills. In essence, they exuded an air of confidence and ease. After all, as emperors, they stood atop the pinnacle of this world, truly reigning supreme over all living beings. In this realm, there was little that could threaten their existence. Even peers could only inflict minor injuries, far from a life-threatening situation. Thus, these emperor-level beings displayed their superiority, their demeanor reflecting their dominion over the world. Yet, at that moment, a cataclysmic rumble shattered the tranquility. Heavens quaked, the void fractured, celestial bodies plummeted, and countless lamentations echoed. Amidst this boundless terror, endless waves of time surged forth. At the horizon, a hazy figure approached, step by step. This commotion instantly captured the attention of the Divine Clan's emperors. They focused intently, their gazes piercing through the cosmos with the power to suppress the heavens. yet they could not discern even a hint of the enigmatic figure. It was as though this presence embodied the Tao, the sovereign of heavenly law. When that gaze fell upon them, the divine emperors felt an unfamiliar sense of crisis, a feeling long forgotten since their arrival in this world. The revival of such emotions brought forth a unique revelation. Naturally, it was accompanied by a surge of unbridled fury. Who were they? A congregation of contemporary emperors, already perched at the apex of this realm, their every action capable of inciting profound effects across existence. Having cultivated an invincible demeanor, especially in the presence of 100 emperors, they believed they could confront even the most legendary of beings without fear. Thus, upon encountering this unknown entity intruding into their sacred realm, these fearless divine emperors wasted no time in launching their assault. The spectacle of 100 emperors unleashing their power was nothing short of astonishing, nearly obliterating the very fabric of reality. Had it not been for the divine domain being constructed from materials beyond this world, it would have been reduced to ashes. Yet even so, the impact reverberated throughout the entire realm, dimming the sun, moon, and stars, causing the cosmos to tremble, instilling a sense of impending doom among countless beings. This commotion naturally alerted the human race's emperors, who, after calculating the disturbance, instinctively turned their gazes toward the direction of the divine clan. Chapter 21. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The source of this terrifying commotion stems from the divine realm. Could it be that the 100 divine emperors have united their powers? What could have compelled them to act in unison? Or are they merely idle and seeking entertainment? Who can say? This group has been preoccupied with their own affairs daily. Let us investigate further. In an instant, these human emperors tore through the fabric of space with their physical forms and vanished without a trace. In the divine clan's territory, countless divine beings sensed the tremors emanating from the divine realm. It was evident that this formidable force was unleashed by their supreme 100 divine emperors acting together. The divine kin were understandably exhilarated. Such a display of unity among the divine emperors was unprecedented in history. Simultaneously, they offered silent homage to their adversaries. For in their eyes, there was no entity capable of withstanding the combined might of 100 divine emperors. At that moment, within the divine realm, it was not only the divine kin who held such beliefs. Even the divine emperors themselves shared this sentiment. Thus, when the 100 divine emperors unleashed their full power, they felt an overwhelming sense of certainty. However, a horrifying scene unfolded. A blurred figure, seemingly traversing time itself, cast a mere glance. In an instant, the united assault of the 100 divine emperors quietly dissipated, creating not even a ripple, nor stirring the hem of their adversary's garment. This spectacle rendered the divine emperors present utterly speechless. Meanwhile, hidden within the palm realm, Xuan, witnessing this astonishing scene, was momentarily dumbfounded once again. Suuan, unfazed by the events, stepped forth along the path of time, emanating a faint aura of a celestial king, enveloped in boundless radiance. Addressing the silent assembly of 100 divine emperors, he uttered a single phrase: "Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats." Although it was phrased as an invitation, a mere glance from him compelled the divine emperors to comply, each forced to sit in place. Some found themselves seated upon sharp protrusions, and the momentary discomfort was indescribable. Having completed this, Xuan stepped forward and took his place upon the exalted throne of the divine realm. His long fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest of the throne, and none dared to meet his gaze. This was undoubtedly a breathtaking moment, a single individual exerting dominance over 100 divine emperors, a feat unparalleled in history, likely never to be repeated. Suddenly, Xuan spoke. "I have come merely to inquire about certain matters. Once my questions are answered, I shall take my leave." In their hearts, many of the divine emperors silently scoffed at his tone, questioning whether such an attitude was appropriate for one seeking answers. Yet under the circumstances, even these exalted emperors found themselves compelled to acquiesce. In essence, they were acknowledging their own defeat, for the presence before them was unmistakably destined for the celestial path. Moreover, It was clear that this individual had already traversed a considerable distance along that path. At that moment, a divine emperor of the celestial clan could no longer contain himself. This esteemed individual must be from a future lineage of humanity, correct? Indeed, Suuan kachurinadif. Neither confirming nor denying, for he had not concealed his arrival, and none present were foolish enough to remain unaware of the implications. As expected, this statement elicited little reaction from the divine emperors, as it aligned closely with their suspicions. Nevertheless, the confirmation stirred significant waves within their hearts. Could it be that a being of such caliber had emerged from the future of humanity? Historically, the divine clan had looked down upon humanity, not only in terms of cultivation, but also due to an innate sense of superiority. It was akin to how those from larger territories perceive the inhabitants of smaller regions. Yet now, the so-called primitive beings in their eyes were destined to give rise to such extraordinary entities. Such power, even among their own divine kin, was reserved for the absolute upper echelons. The revelation that humanity, too, could produce such a figure was nothing short of astounding. Unconcerned with the inner thoughts of the divine emperors, Xuan bypassed any prelude and delved directly into the matter at hand, inquiring about the circumstances beyond their world. These inquiries were not shrouded in secrecy, and given that their lives were now in his hands, the divine emperors relayed their revelations candidly. They explained that after shattering the endless chaos, not only would they be exposed, but their world would also be revealed within an ancient chaotic expanse, teeming with countless other realms. Their divine clan was merely one among many. After a lengthy discourse, Xuan finally grasped the situation beyond their world. Indeed, it aligned closely with his predictions. While the celestial kings were deemed absolute powerhouses there, they were not invincible. He pondered to himself, "No further words are necessary. I shall continue to cultivate steadily while engaging in my pursuits." Subsequently, Xuan casually inquired about the divine clan's purpose for arriving in this realm. The divine emperors were forthcoming, explaining that they had encountered a chaotic storm in the chaotic expanse and inadvertently stumbled into this world. They had been recuperating here while repairing their vessels. After millions of years, they were nearly ready to depart. However, they had also thrived during their time here, significantly increasing their population, and thus could not take all their kin with them. Weighing the pros and cons, they resolved to leave behind all those below the quasi-emperor rank, while those above would return, planning to return with a larger and more formidable vessel to collect their remaining kin. Upon hearing this, Xuan comprehended why, in the future, the divine clan only left behind individuals like Xuan. Yet, from what he understood, after the departure of those above the quasi-emperor rank, they never returned. It remained uncertain whether they chose not to or if they encountered some crisis within the chaotic expanse that prevented their return. Xuan leaned toward the latter theory, for from his observations, the divine clan did not seem entirely callous toward their kin. Having received all the answers he sought, Xuan chose not to press further. With a gentle snap of his fingers, he cast the divine emperors into slumber, then effortlessly erased their memories of him. With his task complete, Xuan prepared to depart. However, at that moment, he seemed to sense something and turned his gaze toward the void above the nine heavens. He witnessed a great rift opening, from which emerged numerous human emperors. These human emperors immediately spotted the 100 slumbering divine emperors within the divine realm, as well as Xuan seated upon the throne. They swiftly recognized the human bloodline that coursed through Xuan's being. Chapter 22, he could have directly threatened them, yet he still offered me a choice. Just as the human emperors were about to speak, Xuan rose from his divine throne, gently nodded at them, then turned and stepped into the river of time. Vanishing from sight, he had come solely to clarify doubts, wishing not to interfere excessively with the past. Thus, it was best to remain unentangled. The sight of his departure left the human emperors in a state of astonishment. Clearly, they recognized, as had the divine emperors before them, that Xuan was a powerful figure from the future of humanity. Initially, upon seeing him, they had sensed he belonged to their kind, but their curiosity piqued since they had never encountered such a personage among their ranks. Now, witnessing this scene, their confusion dissolved. It was evident he was a future human expert, descending into the divine realm to confront and subdue the 100 divine emperors. How astonishing it is that our kind in the future could produce such a transcendent existence, traversing the river of time to subdue 100 divine emperors. It is unfathomable. Indeed, there exists someone capable of walking upon the currents of time, crossing epochs at will. We cannot achieve this. He must have transcended the emperor level, perhaps already entering the legendary realm of celestial paths. It is incredible that the elusive state we have long pondered and yearned for is seen in a fellow clansman from the future. Yet, one must wonder why this celestial expert from the future has come to the past solely to suppress these divine emperors. Such matters involve the realm of celestial paths. And how could we possibly know? The human emperors gaze at the place where Xuan had departed, each sighing in contemplation before they too departed. As for why they had not acted against the divine emperors, first, this was within the divine realm. Xuan could break through at will, while they could not. Secondly, the rivalry between humans and gods was merely a normal contest, generally kept within certain bounds. If emperor-level beings were to engage, it would not only be uncertain who would prevail, but the world itself might very well be obliterated. Thus, these human emperors merely came to observe. Deep within the Su family estate, in the courtyard, as the river of time that spanned past, present, and future faded, Xuan's figure gradually materialized, returning from the past to the present. He opened his palm, gazing at the crimson blade within, and spoke softly, "I nearly forgot you. In light of the heaven's benevolence, I shall spare your life and present you with two choices." At this moment, the crimson blade remained in a state of bewilderment, clearly struggling to comprehend the truth it had just learned about the divine race. It was utterly unexpected that the divine race was not of this world, and that those above the quasi-emperor level had not been preserved. They had all departed this realm, embarking on their return journey. The crimson blade's emotions were undeniably complex. Despite being of the divine race, it was a product of this world. As Xuan's words reached its ears, the crimson blade gradually regained its composure and inquired, "What are the choices?" "The first choice is to join my family and become a guardian. The second choice is to join my family and become a guardian. Which do you choose?" At first, the crimson blade genuinely believed Xuan was showing kindness. However, upon hearing the latter part of the choices, its heart plummeted. Was this really a choice? He could have directly threatened me, yet pretended to offer selection. I could only lament. However, the crimson blade dared not voice its grievances. For this individual was a formidable force capable of suppressing 100 divine emperors with a mere flick of his finger. Any thought of resistance was utterly futile. Without hesitation, it declared, "I choose to become your family's guardian." "Excellent, a wise choice. Rest assured, if you perform well, you will not be treated unjustly in the future." Xuan smiled with satisfaction, then with a thought, released the crimson blade from the crystal. He had not truly forgotten the crimson blade. He had brought it along to witness his effortless subjugation of the divine emperors, utterly shattering any lingering hope it might have harbored. With a slight coercion, the crimson blade would naturally surrender completely. Though it required a bit of effort, gaining a guardian so close to quasi-emperor status was certainly worthwhile. "Yes, my lord." Once fully submitted, the crimson blade felt a sense of relief, no longer fearing for its life. Moreover, if it performed well, there would be rewards, in a sense. It had turned misfortune into fortune. At that moment, the void rippled, and Yi Qingyun emerged. Although he had departed later than the three elders, being a sage, he could tear through space, returning to the Su family at an astonishing speed. Upon his return, he immediately noticed the crimson blade standing beside Xuan, its demeanor submissive. Clearly, it had been utterly subdued by their family leader. Yi Qingyun marveled. Indeed, the family leader was remarkable, managing to completely subjugate a divine being in such a short time. Such prowess was simply extraordinary. Little did he know that although the time seemed brief, Xuan had taken the crimson blade to upheave the divine race's stronghold. How could it not submit utterly? The crimson blade also spotted Yi Qingyun, feeling somewhat awkward, especially since it had previously boasted about enslaving him. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they had become colleagues. Yi Qingyun, however, did not dwell on such matters. He approached Xuan and informed him of the thorough cleansing he had conducted within the Lingshu sect, presenting a storage bag containing resources and sacred weapons from a sect. Suuan received the storage bag and remarked approvingly, "Well done, continue to maintain this standard." Then he turned to the Crimson Blade, reiterating what he had previously told Yi Qingyun. The Crimson Blade's reaction far exceeded that of Yi Qingyun's initial response, clearly taken aback by the severity of the situation. Whoever became an enemy of this master would surely face catastrophic misfortune. At that moment, Suuan recalled something, retrieving a vial of delightful liquid from his spatial fingertips and tossing it to Yi Qingyun. "Here, this is a reward for your efforts. Take it." After all, he had plenty of this substance, and with nothing particularly valuable on hand, he could only offer this for now, intending to provide something better upon future opportunities. Yi Qingyun, curious, accepted it and upon opening it, discovered it appeared similar to ordinary water, albeit with a deeper hue. Nonetheless, this was a reward bestowed by an emperor, so it was undoubtedly extraordinary. Without any hesitation, he consumed it in one gulp. In the next moment, he felt the seemingly mundane liquid transform into waves of extraordinary energy as it rapidly integrated into his being. Within an instant, Yi Qingyun realized his lifespan had increased by 1,000 years. Chapter 23. The lottery again. 10,000 bags of crispy noodles. This undoubtedly stirred Yi Qingyun's heart and mind. If one were to inquire what the most precious and scarce elixir in the contemporary world is, it would undoubtedly be those that extend life. After all, aside from the legendary imperial-grade divine medicines that can prolong one's lifespan by an entire lifetime, other life-enhancing elixirs are exceedingly rare. Most that can extend life by several hundred years are already considered treasures of great value. Yet, the elixir in his hands could directly enhance life by a millennium. However, Yi Qingyun felt perplexed. Born into a prestigious family, he had encountered countless elixirs, but had never come across this particular elixir. Out of curiosity, he could not help but inquire of Suuan. The latter casually replied, "This is happiness water." Happiness water, what a curious name. Yet, the thought of drinking it and gaining 1,000 years of life indeed sounded delightful. The name seemed quite fitting. Meanwhile, Xuan, eavesdropping on their conversation, learned that this seemingly unremarkable elixir could increase one's lifespan by a millennium. Good heavens! Xuan's eyes lit up, akin to a man who had been single for 30 years, suddenly encountering his long-lost love. Unlike the youthful and vigorous Yi Qingyun, Xuan was nearing the twilight of his life. If not for being preserved within the mysterious crystal, he would have been reduced to mere ashes. Now, having emerged from the crystal and submitted to Suuan, he was consuming his own lifespan with every passing moment. The opportunity to acquire an elixir that could extend his life by 1,000 years was nothing short of exhilarating. Indeed, what an extraordinary powerhouse Suuan was. Even the items he casually presented were astonishingly powerful. Suuan was well aware of the emotional fluctuations in the two men, yet he chose not to elaborate further, thinking to himself that this was merely the beginning. When he eventually revealed even more extraordinary items, they would likely be left in awe. He then gestured for the two to conceal themselves in the shadows. Leaning back in his chair, he cast a glance at the storage pouch in his hand. As always, with a mere thought, the resources within automatically sorted themselves and arranged neatly. The sacred weapon was tossed carelessly into the armory. While sacred weapons were invaluable to others, to Suuan, they were merely mundane, hardly worth his breath. After completing these tasks, Suuan reclined once more. Although his mind remained preoccupied with thoughts regarding the materials needed to construct a new city, there were several options, yet he suffered from indecision, unable to settle on one. Never mind, there was no rush. Perhaps new discoveries awaited him in the coming days. Suuan's philosophy revolved around avoiding unnecessary competition and internal strife, and he soon found himself comfortably lying down, slipping in a slumber that lasted until the following day. Without a doubt, Suuan was awakened by the system's notification sound. "I say, dear system, could you not be a tad more humane? How about allowing me to wake naturally before prompting me for the lottery?" The system remained silent, instead displaying an okay gesture in his mind. Suuan found it rather amusing. This system certainly had its own personality. Nevertheless, he shrugged it off, as long as it complied. He then proceeded to engage in a delightful lottery process, skipping through the graphics until he arrived at the final outcome. Ding! Congratulations on winning 10,000 bags of crispy noodles. Goodness, are you trying to mock my past life as culinary choices? Suuan's lips twitched as he envisioned a future filled with various snacks, cookies, spicy strips, ice cream, and sausages. Yet, he could not deny his anticipation. Despite having only recently awakened these memories, he had indeed traversed many years in this new realm and found himself yearning for the delights of his past life. With a mere thought, Suuan retrieved a bag of crispy noodles. As expected, these were not ordinary noodles. They possessed astonishing effects. Simply consuming them would elevate one's cultivation realm to the Purple Mansion level, entirely devoid of side effects, akin to the results of arduous training. Clearly, this would hold little value for those at higher realms, but for those below the Purple Mansion level, it was nothing short of a miraculous elixir. Excellent, excellent. This could be administered to the members of the Su family, ensuring a unified elevation to the Purple Mansion realm, thus saving time. Suuan was elated, particularly since many members of the branch families had joined recently. The timing of the crispy noodles could not be better. Without hesitation, Suuan quickly retrieved a pack from his space, tore open the packaging, and began to savor the contents, reminiscing, "Yes, this is the flavor I remember. So nostalgic." The image of a celestial king munching on crispy noodles was indeed beautiful. Thankfully, no one was present to witness it, lest it diminish his grandeur. In mere moments, he finished the noodles and paired with the happiness water. It was a double delight. Alas, if only he had the trifecta of a homebody snacks, instant noodles, sausages, then it would be a perfect combination. Just then, voices were heard outside, and soon after, a group rushed into the courtyard. It was the three great elders returning. In their haste to resolve Su Ro's predicament and return to the family, they had journeyed with relentless determination, even more fervently than before. Upon returning to the family, the three great elders appeared disheveled and in a state of utter disarray. Suuan, witnessing this, casually waved his hand, instantly enveloping them in a warm and refreshing aura, as if they were basking in the spring sun. In the next moment, they found their spirits rejuvenated, each one brimming with vitality, as if they could battle for 10 days and nights without fatigue. Greetings, Patriarch. Such a miraculous phenomenon was already commonplace for the three great elders, so they took it in stride. However, for the branch family members, it was a first, and they were instantly filled with admiration, bowing in respect. Especially Suro, who gazed at Suuan with eyes full of expectation. Suuan acknowledged them with a slight nod, signaling that they need not be overly formal. At that moment, Su Shao stepped forward, wishing to speak, but Suuan raised a hand to halt him. "I am already aware of the situation. The supreme, dominating thunder god body, though challenging to awaken, is not without its solutions. Throughout history, failures in awakening have always stemmed from not finding the correct method, regardless of the abundance of resources. Without the purest, thunderous energy to nourish it, all resources are rendered futile." Though Suuan had never witnessed this body type as a celestial king, he could instantly discern its essence and thus aptly reveal the truth. The others nodded in understanding, their expressions reflecting newfound knowledge. However, a new dilemma soon arose. Pure, thunderous energy was exceedingly rare, said to exist only within the 9 heavens thunder tribulations. Yet, such tribulations only appeared at specific times, making them elusive and difficult to obtain. In response to their confusion, Suuan simply uttered 2 words: "Thunder comes." Chapter 24. The awakening of the divine body and the commencement of inner competition among subordinates, thunder rumbled ominously. In the next moment, all present bore witness to an astonishing spectacle. The previously clear sky, adorned with gentle breezes, was suddenly shrouded in dense clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the roar of thunder, expanding to an unfathomable extent. Following this, an unending celestial might descended, instilling tremors of fear in all creatures beneath its shadow. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the onset of an apocalypse. Even the members of the Su family, along with those concealed in the shadows, such as Yi Qingyun and Shi Run, felt their hearts quiver. After all, under the weight of celestial power, all beings were but ants. Yet, in the next instant, a delicate hand rose gracefully. Subsequently, the vast torrents of lightning seemed to return home like fledgling swallows, vanishing in an instant. This transformed into a drop of deep purple liquid, resplendent and ensconced in swirling bolts of lightning. The aura it emanated was so fearsome that even Ren felt a chill run down his spine, leaving the others utterly awestruck, nearly brought to their knees. Only Suu's eyes gleamed with brilliance. She sensed an insatiable longing within her, as if consuming this drop of liquid would propel her to unimaginable heights. Indeed, this was the case. The boundless lightning summoned by Xuan through the laws of the Immortal King had been refined to an unparalleled purity. Should Suo succeed in refining this droplet of thunderous essence, she would awaken as the most perfect embodiment of the thunder god in history. Even those who might awaken later would pale in comparison, for none would possess a figure like Xuan, capable of extracting such refined thunderous power. Without hesitation, Xuan flicked his fingers, and the droplet of thunderous liquid instantly descended upon Suo's brow, where it was absorbed directly. In that moment, a tremendous jolt coursed through her body, akin to the sound of creation itself. She could feel the droplet transforming into a cascading waterfall of lightning within her, pouring down from her brow and nourishing every inch of her flesh and bone. An unimaginable metamorphosis had begun. Outside, the members of the Su family beheld Suo rising from the ground, her purple hair billowing, enveloped in a sphere of infinite lightning. The atmosphere was charged with a destructive energy so fierce it seemed poised to annihilate everything in its vicinity. Such a sight was undeniably terrifying. Should this energy fully manifest, no living being within 1,000 miles would survive, as all would be reduced to dust. Seeing this, Xuan's thoughts shifted, and Suo transformed into a streak of light, entering his palm space. This scene was naturally observed by the Su family members. They instinctively gazed towards Xuan's palm, where Suo, now minuscule, sat cross-legged. Then, a surge of lightning and terrifying energy erupted forth, sending shivers down their spines, even through countless barriers. Should it descend upon them, even 100 lives would not suffice. In stark contrast, Xuan remained remarkably composed, as if a mere speck of dust rested in his hand. The onlookers could not help but marvel at the unfathomable depths of their patriarch. Yin, too, was taken aback. Truly, he was an emperor-level existence, handling an unparalleled divine body with such ease as though it were a trivial task. Among those present, only Ren comprehended that in Xuan's eyes, this was hardly a challenge. It could be resolved with a mere thought. Observing that Suo's predicament had finally been addressed, the Su family members, particularly Su Xiao and others, felt a great weight lift from their hearts. Just as they were preparing to take their leave, Xuan called out to them, "The 3 elders, here are the joyful waters and crispy noodles. The former can extend one's lifespan by 1,000 years, to be distributed among the elders of the family. The latter, when consumed, can instantly elevate one's cultivation to the purple mansion realm." As Xuan unveiled the joyful waters and crispy noodles, elucidating their effects, the members of the Su family were left utterly astonished. What miraculous elixirs are these? Their patriarch was truly formidable, acquiring such extraordinary treasures and bestowing them upon them. Evoking profound gratitude, as they gazed at the group of elders, lost in admiration, Xuan felt as if he might regurgitate the meals of his past life, and he waved them away. Then, with a thought, he summoned a jar of joyful waters, which appeared before Ren, who was concealed in the shadows. In the midst of Ren's astonishment, Xuan's calm voice resounded, "Take this joyful water as a preemptive reward for a task I need you to undertake." Without hesitation, Ren accepted it, kneeling on one knee, his expression a blend of reverence and fervor, resembling a gentleman as he proclaimed, "Please give your instructions, my esteemed patriarch." Yin nearby observed the rapid shift in Ren's demeanor with a hint of envy. Was this the swift transformation of the divine race? How delightful! Suuan, already accustomed to Ren's capriciousness, replied with an air of composure. Seek out the ultimate cold and extreme substances from the world and bring them to me. The necessity for such elements was, of course, for another family prodigy. Although they had yet to arrive, he had already discerned their essence, thus taking precautions in advance. Understood. Esteemed patriarch, Qiren bowed respectfully. However, just as he prepared to depart, Suuan's voice echoed once more, by the way. If you are unable to retrieve it or encounter any peril, use this. As he spoke, an unremarkable wooden token fell into Qiren's hand, inscribed haphazardly with the words Suuan. It appeared as though it had been carelessly picked from a refuse pile. Yet, Qiren regarded it as a treasure of great worth. This was a life-saving talisman bestowed by one transcending even emperor-level existence in a crucial moment. It could save his life. Although Qiren was now on the cusp of becoming a quasi-emperor, he was not so arrogant as to dismiss the dangers of the world. This era, while indeed inferior to his own, still held many quasi-emperors and emperors. Moreover, who could say how many emperor-level artifacts had survived from ancient times to the present? Thus, exercising caution was always prudent. Subsequently, Qiren carefully stowed the wooden token, bowed respectfully to Suuan once more, and in the next instant, tore through the fabric of space, vanishing without a trace. Yi Qingyun gazed in the direction Qiren had departed, feeling a pang of envy. He too wished to assist the esteemed patriarch more, as such opportunities would yield ample rewards, especially gifts like the joyful water. Truly, the more, the merrier. Although he was still in his prime, with a long lifespan ahead, who would ever wish to have too little time? It seemed he needed to strive diligently in his cultivation. Otherwise, as the patriarch amassed more formidable subordinates, his own position in the hierarchy would diminish. A figure like Suuan could hardly be satisfied with having only a handful of strong allies. One could only anticipate an ever-growing entourage. If he continued to languish in complacency, he might find himself, at best, only relying on seniority without any other advantages. Contemplating this, Yi Qingyun felt an urgent resolve swell within him. He promptly delved into the void to commence his training. Setting a modest goal for himself, he resolved to reach the Saint's sovereign realm first. Chapter 25. This advantage is mine. I have no idea how to lose. Yi Qingyun's sudden dedication to his cultivation was naturally observed by Suuan. However, he did not intervene, as this development was indeed favorable. After all, he would inevitably venture into the chaos realm in the future, and it was essential to cultivate his own cadre. The Su family would certainly accompany him, and besides them, the protectors he had gathered would also be included. Yi Qingyun was his first protector, and being chosen by him was no small feat, although he tended to be lazy and practiced intermittently. Achieving the realm of a sage under such circumstances showcased his extraordinary talent. Thus, applying a bit of pressure to spur him into action was quite beneficial. Consequently, Suuan chose not to dwell on this matter any further. Instead, he cast his gaze across the boundless starry sky, searching for suitable materials for city building. Initially, he merely intended to scan casually, but to his surprise, he made a discovery. He had not realized that such treasures existed among the stars. With that thought, Suuan vanished from his location without a trace. Meanwhile, in the vast starry sky, there existed a realm far removed from the continent. Unlike the various regions named after domains on the mainland, the areas in the starry sky were delineated by galaxies. Numerous powerful galaxies thrived here, such as the Wanxiang Galaxy, the Tianhua Galaxy, the Eternal Galaxy, and the Wujixing Galaxy, among others. In the Wujixing Galaxy, there was only one sect, the Wujixing sect. It resided at the very center of the galaxy, surrounded by countless small stars, enhancing its grandeur and magnificence. At this moment, the Wujixing sect was hosting a grand sacrificial ceremony held once every 100 years. The atmosphere was vibrant, adorned with lights and colors, creating a dazzling spectacle. Crowds thronged the area, with millions of people gathering, creating a sea of humanity. However, contrary to the festive ambience outside, the depths of the Wujixing sect were imbued with a heavy and ominous aura. 3 figures hovered in midair, 3 men and 1 woman, all middle-aged. They wore purple gold star crowns, and were draped in celestial robes, exuding an overwhelming presence with every gesture. These were the supreme beings of the Wujixing sect, namely the Grand Master Ouyang Xiao, the Second Master Linya, and the Third Master Zhao Yunyan. At this moment, they completely disregarded the external festivities, their gazes fixated on the vast abyss beneath them. This abyss was unfathomably deep and shrouded in darkness, impenetrable even to divine senses, as if it concealed a great terror within. Indeed, a profound terror lurked there. After the first generation ancestor, the Stellar Emperor, passed away, a trace of dark energy of unknown origin tainted his remains, giving rise to a dark and malevolent thought. Fortunately, the ancestors of the Wujixing sect discovered it in time and captured it while it was still weak. Nonetheless, this dark thought was neither extinguishable nor mortal. Thus they had no choice but to seal it within the abyss. Over the generations, the sect's leaders had reinforced the seal, and this practice had continued into the present day. However, the current Wujixing sect was no longer the imperial power it once was, with only 3 sages remaining as its strongest members. Additionally, as the years passed, although the dark thought remained sealed, it gradually grew in strength. While the increase was minuscule, the accumulation over time had significantly enhanced its power. Even with the seal in place, maintaining it was becoming increasingly arduous. This was precisely why the 3 sect leaders had gathered here. The seal was weakening, and their combined strength could hardly sustain it for long. The only viable solution was to utilize the once-in-a-century sacrificial ceremony to summon the Imperial Star, channeling the collective power of the galaxy into it to suppress the dark thought. Afterward, they could seek assistance from other forces. It had to be done. Thus, the 3 sect leaders established their plan, and the Imperial Star they referred to was a colossal star forged by the first-generation ancestor, the Stellar Emperor. Though it served no other purpose, it could contain boundless star power and was impervious, potentially capable of subduing the dark thought. Enough of this laughter. Regardless of your actions, they are all in vain. Soon, I shall emerge, absorbing all the negative energy from this world and slaughtering your realm. At that moment, an incredibly sinister voice emanated from the abyss, sending chills down the spine of anyone who heard it. The 3 sect leaders were evidently accustomed to this, merely responding with a cold snort before departing for the sacrificial ceremony. Shortly after their departure, a pair of eyes opened within the abyss, filled with an overwhelming array of emotions, as if it had absorbed all the negativity of the world. Soon, very soon, it will not be long before I can emerge. With my years of accumulation and the negative energy from this world, I will undoubtedly ascend to the status of an emperor. In this realm, the strongest is merely the emperor, and with my undying nature, even other emperors will not stand a chance against me. When that time comes, this world will be mine. In a moment of sheer joy, the dark thought's lips curled into a sinister grin, reveling in the advantage it believed it held. Meanwhile, the 3 sect leaders had already arrived at the sacrificial ceremony, standing upon the highest platform, overlooking billions of beings. After delivering a brief address, they declared the commencement of the sacrificial ceremony. Instantly, the emotions of the crowd ignited, and the fervor of the event reached its zenith. Clearly, the 3 leaders had chosen not to disclose the matter of the dark thought, which was entirely understandable, revealing it would serve no purpose other than to incite panic. As the ceremony commenced, billions of beings fell silent in unison, including the 3 leaders, who formed star seals with their hands and recited ancient incantations to summon the Imperial Star. With a flourish of ancient spells, the void shattered, revealing an incomprehensibly vast star that slowly materialized. It appeared to descend from beyond the heavens, enveloped in an endless brilliance. The sun and moon, which illuminated the ages, seemed to pale in comparison to this celestial body. Everyone, including the 3 leaders, gazed upon the star with unparalleled excitement and fervor. This was the supreme imperial star they had inherited through generations. Yet, just at that moment, an exceedingly terrifying scene unfolded. Chapter 26. In the next life, remember to learn the way of survival. A thunderous roar erupted. The heavens shattered and the earth trembled. The cosmos quaked and the balance of yin and yang was disrupted, causing the stars to shift. A terrifying ripple spread out, and soon, a colossal hand emerged from the infinite star system, reaching into its depths to grasp the lofty imperial star. The imperial star, crafted by the first generation of the ancestral emperor, though not forged from pure imperial gold, was infused with the emperor's countless efforts and devotion. Thus, it can be firmly stated that while it does not qualify as an imperial-grade weapon, it surpasses one in essence. Due to the worship of billions of beings and the infusion of boundless stellar energy, it had now become akin to a fully revived imperial-grade weapon. The power it unleashed was comparable to the annihilation of worlds, and even quasi-imperial beings dared not approach it recklessly. Yet this massive hand disregarded all, effortlessly seizing the supreme imperial star. It was a sight that instilled sheer terror. To grasp the supreme imperial star, especially in its fully activated state, so easily was beyond comprehension. The billions of beings within the infinite star system were left in a state of shock, while the three gatekeepers gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape, as if they could fit a basket of eggs within. This scene was so overwhelming that it would be etched in their souls, unforgettable for a lifetime. Undoubtedly, the master of this colossal hand was an existence that had transcended into the realm of emperors, a true imperial being. For only such an entity could so effortlessly seize the imperial star while disregarding its immense power. Quasi-emperors were simply incapable of such feats. As the crowd remained in a stupor, the colossal hand and the supreme imperial star began to shrink simultaneously, eventually returning to a normal size. Then a figure, serene and composed, emerged, cradling the imperial star within his palm. There was no attempt to conceal his identity, and thus the billions of beings in the infinite star system, along with the three gatekeepers, beheld this figure. Yet, not a single one dared to voice any harsh criticism. Even the three gatekeepers remained silent. For this was a true emperor of the current era, reigning over the heavens and suppressing all realms. Who would dare to reproach him? The figure in the sky was none other than Xuan. In the Su family, he had sensed the imperial star, or more precisely, the deepest essence of the star. It was an extraordinarily peculiar metallic, or lacking other formidable powers, yet in terms of hardness, it surpassed even imperial gold. In other words, even imperial-grade weapons could inflict no damage upon it. In Su Xian's eyes, it was undoubtedly the finest material for forging cities. At this moment, Su Xian stood above the star system, gazing down at the billions of beings and the three gatekeepers, calmly stating, "I shall borrow your imperial star for a moment to eliminate your threats." The moment his words fell, a thunderous sound erupted from the depths of the infinite star system, as if something was on the brink of shattering. The expressions of the three gatekeepers changed drastically, for they recognized the sound as that of a seal breaking. Clearly, the dark malevolence had been hiding, waiting for the sacrificial assembly to disperse before it broke free from its confinement. The three gatekeepers attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. In the next instant, a vast surge of dark energy erupted, engulfing the entire infinite star system. A voice that seemed capable of tainting souls reverberated. "I am free. I am free." So much negative energy, beyond my wildest imagination. Accompanied by this proclamation, amidst the boundless dark energy, a terrifying shadow flickered into view. With each breath it took, countless negative energies, saturated with various unpleasant emotions, surged toward it, as if savoring a delectable feast. The shadow's aura escalated rapidly, soon reaching the level of the three gatekeepers, attaining the status of the most sacred, but did not end there. A resounding roar shook the cosmos as the shadow began to emanate a faint imperial might, signifying its transition beyond the sacred realm into the realm of quasi-emperors. Ha! The day of becoming an emperor is imminent. The shadow reveled in its triumph, casting a glance at the three gatekeepers, undoubtedly expecting to see the fear etched upon their faces. Such expressions must have been quite amusing. However, as it truly looked toward them, it found the three gatekeepers towering before it, gazing down upon it, as if it were a fool. The shadow was momentarily taken aback. Then an overwhelming rage clouded its judgment, as it assumed the gatekeepers scorned it. Just as it was about to erupt in fury, the great gatekeeper, Ouyang Xiao, pointed above. Huh! Instinctively, the shadow looked up, and its fiery wrath was doused in an instant, as if cold water had been poured over it. From head to toe, even within its heart, an icy chill enveloped it. For at the end of its line of sight, a pair of eyes, profound as the sun and moon, gazed indifferently upon it. At that moment, the shadow belatedly realized it was ensnared within a colossal hand. No wonder the three gatekeepers had suddenly grown so immense. It was not they who had expanded, but it who had shrunk. Yu the shadow stared into those indifferent eyes, feeling as though it would explode. Just as it was about to utter something, it heard the calm voice of the other. In the next life, remember to learn the way of survival, to endure until invincibility is achieved. With that, the hand closed, as if crushing a mere mosquito, obliterating the shadow into nothingness, leaving not a single hair behind. As for its immortality, it was utterly ineffective against Suuan's celestial kingly power. Not far away, the three gatekeepers were left in a surreal state as they witnessed this scene. The demon that had plagued the infinite star system for countless ages had been so easily vanquished, akin to an ant crushed underfoot. It felt like a dream, so unreal. At that moment, the second gatekeeper, Linya, was suddenly slapped by the great gatekeeper, Ouyang Xiao. "What are you doing?" Linya exclaimed. "Does it hurt?" "Of course. With such force, how could it not?" "Then it's good. It means we are not dreaming." Looking at the antics of the great gatekeeper and the second gatekeeper, the billions of beings were utterly astonished. Was this truly their usually aloof and composed gatekeeper? Finally, it was the third gatekeeper, Zhao Yinyan, who cleared his throat a few times, bringing the two back to their senses. Together, the three bowed respectfully to Suuan, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you for saving our lives." After all, had Suuan not intervened, the emergence of the dark malevolence would have led to the demise of all beings within the infinite star system. "There is no need," Suuan replied, still grasping the imperial star. "I merely borrowed your imperial star to eliminate your obstacles. It is a fair transaction." With that, he took a step forward, clutching the imperial star, and vanished from sight. Chapter 27. The Emergence of Darkness, the Ghost of the Emperor. As they gazed in the direction where Suuan had departed, the three sect leaders could not help but speak. "This emperor, I wonder from whence he hails. I have never encountered one like him before. Quite normal, for this world is teeming with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Who can fathom how many emperors lie concealed? Have you noticed? This emperor has rendered the undying and indestructible nature of that dark malevolent thought ineffective. It is simply astonishing. Indeed, according to the information left by our ancestors, they once sought the aid of an emperor, yet that endeavor ended in failure. It appears that this emperor's strength is extraordinary, placing him amongst the most formidable within the realm of emperors. It is no wonder that the three leaders could not discern the truth. For the mightiest in this world are indeed emperors, and beyond that, they possess no comprehension. Moreover, they had never before laid eyes upon a living emperor of the present age. Suuan was the first they had encountered. Thus, it was only natural for them to assume that Suuan was also an emperor. It can only be said that their horizons were limited. Meanwhile, far removed from this realm, countless light years away in an exceedingly secretive space, there stood a palace shrouded in darkness, exuding an aura of malevolence that seemed intent on tainting the myriad worlds. At this moment, in a corner of the palace, a black-clad youth, seated in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, a trickle of dark blood spilling from his lips, his visage turning pale. "Damn it! The fragment of my essence left in that world, the dark malevolent thought, has been annihilated. How can this be? In this current era, the strongest, there is merely an emperor. It is impossible for anyone to eradicate my essence." The black-clad youth, bewildered, was on the verge of sending forth a fragment of his consciousness to probe that world when he was halted by a chilling voice. "If you wish to perish, feel free to send your consciousness to investigate." As the words fell, two figures emerged from the shadows, a man and a woman. The man, clad in black armor, stepped forward, each stride accompanied by illusions, his aura so terrifying that even an emperor would pale in comparison. The woman, donned in a black robe, walked gracefully, her feet conjuring images of dark, celestial bodies, both eerie and awe-inspiring. Hearing the voice, the black-clad youth turned to the armored man and inquired, "What do you mean? Demon armor?" Before the man could respond, the woman in black robes chuckled lightly. "What he means is if you wish to die, do not drag the entire squad down with you." The black-clad youth appeared perplexed. He was only planning to send forth a fragment of his consciousness. How could that implicate the entire squad? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he looked towards the man known as Demon Armor. "Could it be that you sense something from my fragment of essence?" In response to the inquiry, the armored man uttered 2 words, "Immortal King." Hiss! The black-clad youth inhaled sharply, his reaction contributing to the warmth within the dark palace. His expression was one of disbelief. Isn't that a world of relatively low tier? Why would there be an immortal king present? Though they had transcended the status of emperors and ascended to the realm of true immortals before an immortal king, they were little more than mere ants. The black-clad youth had never anticipated that he was merely orchestrating a setup. Who could have foreseen the depths of that world? No wonder it was coveted by those entities. All these years, I believe it had grown weak, yet it is even more terrifying than before. The black-clad youth felt a wave of relief wash over him, thankful that he had refrained from recklessly probing with his consciousness. Had the immortal king traced his consciousness back, a mere flick of the wrist could have obliterated their entire squad, leaving them with no place to lament. Matters of that world will no longer concern us. It is destined to be a clash of deities, and we, mere mortals, should refrain from curiosity, lest we find ourselves outmatched 100-fold. At that moment, another voice emerged, as a man with 3 eyes stepped forth from the darkness, cloaked in black mist, his eyes resembling ancient shadows, profound and terrifying. Upon seeing the 3-eyed man, the black-clad youth and his companions displayed utmost reverence, addressing him as captain. "Very well, let us proceed with our mission. Only the top-ranking squads are qualified to engage in matters of that world." "Understood." With that, the 4 of them exited the dark palace, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, in the southernmost region of the Xuan domain, Xuan appeared, gazing into the eternal unknown, his eyes radiating celestial brilliance as if he could pierce through the myriad realms. It seems that the origins of that dark malevolent thought are extraordinary, likely stemming from beyond this world and situated at a considerable distance. The Immortal King, unyielding and eternal, ruling over all beings, spanning the past, present, and future, could easily discern the source of this dark malevolent thought. However, the distance was too great, and it was intertwined with darkness. Thus, the naturally cautious Suuan merely marked its aura before withdrawing his gaze. Subsequently, Suuan shifted his focus to the Emperor Star in his hand, a thought crossing his mind. Instantly, a stream of light shot forth from the Emperor Star, transforming into a massive metallic ore. With a gentle wave of his hand, the Emperor Star returned to the Wuji Star Gate, for he required only the metallic ore within. Showing little interest in the Emperor Star itself, his gaze then settled upon the metallic ore. Although it lacked the profound and boundless Tao rhythms of Emperor Gold, in terms of sturdiness, it could claim the second place, with no one daring to assert the first. Emperor Gold would have to take a back seat. Such a metallic ore, given the foundation of this world, should have been nearly impossible to cultivate. Therefore, my ghostly companion, might you enlighten me on how you acquired it so many years ago? As his words fell, Suuan delicately tapped with his long fingers, and in an instant, a remnant shadow surged forth from the metallic ore, coalescing into an ethereal, unparalleled figure in midair. Upon closer inspection, it was a woman, radiating an imperial might that transcended time, exuding an aura of majesty, grandeur, and unparalleled beauty. It was evident that this woman, in her lifetime, was a supreme emperor, unparalleled in grace, unmatched in power, standing invincible beneath the stars, her name echoing through an era. Should any from the Wuji Star Gate be present, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment, for this woman was none other than the first-generation ancestor of the Wuji Star Gate, the Emperor of Stars. At this moment, The Emperor of Stars, or rather, the ghost of the Emperor of Stars, regarded the serene and strikingly handsome youth before her, her face reflecting profound surprise and agitation. "Friend, you must have transcended the realm of emperors and stepped into the domain of the immortals." Evidently, the woman had once been an emperor, her perspective far from ordinary, allowing her to immediately discern that Xuan had long surpassed the realm of emperors. After all, the aura he projected was simply too formidable. Xuan remained silent, merely releasing a wisp of his aura. In that instant, the woman experienced a cataclysmic sense of destruction akin to encountering a monstrous flood during her days of weakness. Fortunately, in the next moment, Xuan retracted his aura. Yet even so, the woman found herself nearly destabilized by the overwhelming presence, her entire being erupting with a vast and mighty ghostly energy, just managing to maintain her composure. Noticing this, Xuan's eyes gleamed with interest. Chapter 28. The Third Guardian, the Great Emperor. "Have you, perhaps, turned to the path of the Ghost Clan?" Suuan inquired, gazing at the formidable woman before him, enveloped in an overwhelming aura of ghostly energy. The Ghost Clan, as the name suggests, is a race born from souls that have transformed their essence into ghostly energy. In this realm, souls generally face two choices. The first is to seek out a new body, merging with it to return to the mortal realm and regain their corporeal form. The second option, as exemplified by the woman before him, involves forsaking the physical body altogether, directly entering the path of transcendence as a spirit, transforming into a member of the Ghost Clan. Each choice carries its own merits and drawbacks. The advantage of the first option is the restoration of a physical body, rendering one's existence indistinguishable from their former life. However, the challenge lies in the difficulty of finding a suitable body, and even then, successful integration is not guaranteed, often requiring rare and precious resources. Conversely, the second option offers a significant increase in longevity and alleviates the constant concern of a deteriorating spirit. Yet, the downside is that one's power becomes fixed, making further advancement exceedingly difficult. For instance, the woman before him, once at the threshold of great emperor status in life, has remained stagnant at that level since her transformation into a ghostly entity, with no sign of progress over the years. Upon hearing Xuan's words, the woman nodded gently, a bittersweet smile gracing her starry visage. "It seems I have inadvertently complicated my own fate." She then recounted her experience of transforming into a member of the Ghost Clan. Years ago, upon the arrival of her demise, her body had indeed perished, yet her soul lingered, as she contemplated her destiny, preparing to defy the natural order and live once more. She was unexpectedly drawn into a peculiar metallic where she had discovered during her travels through the boundless cosmos. This ore, renowned for its extraordinary hardness, had been retrieved from the cosmic borders, where she had fortuitously stumbled upon it and subsequently integrated it into her crafted imperial star. However, as she approached it with her spirit, she was ensnared within, trapped and desperate to preserve her soulless power. She was left with no choice but to transform into a member of the Ghost Clan. And so, it was only today that Xuan casually liberated her with a mere gesture. After concluding her tale, the woman bowed sincerely to Xuan, expressing gratitude not only for her rescue, but also for the salvation of the Wuji star system. Although confined within the metallic, or she had remained aware of the happenings in the external world, from the emergence of dark, malevolent energies birthed from her imperial body to the current state of affairs. While she might not have the complete picture, she had gleaned enough to form some suspicions about the origins of the dark energy. "Let be. It is merely a matter of equivalent exchange," Xuan replied nonchalantly. Having listened to the woman's account, he deduced that this extraordinary metallic or likely originated from the boundless chaos beyond the world, drawn into the cosmic borders due to a chaotic tempest, and fortuitously acquired by her. They are not only possessed remarkable hardness, but also exerted a suppressive effect on ghostly powers, which explained her prolonged confinement. Now, however, it had inadvertently benefited him. Setting aside thoughts of the metallic ore, Xuan found himself intrigued by the woman's capabilities, not for any other reason, but for her strength. After all, she was a great emperor, Despite being of the Ghost Clan, her combat prowess remained unaffected. Should she choose to ally with him, it would signify the acquisition of a formidable ally of great emperor caliber, a prospect that filled him with delight. With this thought in mind, Suuan began to entice her, clearing his throat to issue an invitation. Would you be inclined to join my ranks? I shall find a solution to your concerns regarding the stagnation of your power. Although he could not presently resolve her dilemma, with time and resources, it could become feasible. Thus, he painted a grand vision, reminiscent of leaders from his past life. Upon hearing his proposition, the woman hesitated not at all before agreeing, partly due to Suuan's status, which transcended the mortal realm, instilling immense trust in his words. Additionally, she felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him for saving her and the Wuji star system. Hence, she bowed respectfully, addressing him as Linglong, at your service. There is no need for such formalities. Simply call me clan leader. You are not only my subordinate, but also a protector of my clan, Suuan gently replied. Besides you, there are 2 other guardians. I shall introduce you to them on another day. Though their cultivation may not match yours, their potential is commendable. The woman, known as Linglong, nodded in agreement. Very well, clan leader. With the successful recruitment of a great emperor, Suuan's spirit soared. He proceeded to establish a city without hesitation. With a flicker of his gaze, he caused the massive metallic ore to melt, transforming into a pool of pale golden liquid that hovered before him. Witnessing this, Linglong could only marvel at the prowess of the clan leader, who effortlessly melted ore that had stymied even great emperors, a testament to his formidable might. Unfazed by Linglong's astonishment, Suuan willed the golden liquid to descend upon the earth below. In an instant, it coalesced into a grand, magnificent city that spanned the horizon, exuding an aura of timeless grandeur, its entire structure shimmering with an indomitable essence that rendered it both mysterious and majestic. Yet he was not finished. Considering the future expansion of the Su family and the potential influx of vassal forces, he realized that spatial limitations might arise. Thus, under the edicts of the Celestial King's laws, he manipulated the spatial and worldly regulations to carve out a small world within the city. In a flash, he employed other principles, such as the laws of creation, life, the 5 elements, and yin-yang, to transform this small realm into a vibrant paradise filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. Coupled with his previous enhancements to the land, an abundant flow of spiritual energy surged into this small world, saturating it in a matter of moments. The city was now complete for the time being. Once the family settled in, he would assess any further needs or perhaps even draw upon chance to fulfill them. Observing the results, Suuan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Linglong, having witnessed the entire process and heard Suuan's words, marveled inwardly. It dawned upon her that the clan leader required the special metallic ore to construct a city for his family. She mused that this might well be the most resilient and valuable family stronghold in existence. Forged from a material surpassing the hardness of imperial gold and crafted by a being of transcendent status. Should news of this spread, it would surely astonish the heavens and earth, prompting even great emperors to pay their respects. Now, all that remained was to wait for some time, allowing the city to fully integrate and settle before moving in. Suuan then waved his hand, cloaking the area to prevent any intrusions. Subsequently, he and Linglong vanished from the spot, returning to the Su family. Chapter 29. Do you wish to dance as well? In the depths of the Su family, within the courtyard of the clan leader's residence, the figure of Suuan materialized, accompanied by the Ghost Clan's emperor, Linglong. Of course, the latter's imperial might was carefully restrained. Otherwise, the arrival of an emperor would compel all beings to kneel, resulting in an uncontrollable scene. Welcome to my family. The Su family, Suuan introduced to Linglong. She nodded in acknowledgement, though her heart was filled with astonishment. Although the members of the Su family, be they from the main house, branch houses, or collateral lines, had all ascended to the Purple Mansion realm due to the consumption of a unique noodle. Bolstered by the presence of 3 elders at the Dharma manifestation stage, Linglong deemed them still insufficiently powerful. In her eyes, A clan leader who had entered the realm of immortals should command a family that was 1,000-fold stronger. It seemed that the clan leader had secluded himself for many years and, upon emerging, discovered the family's decline, prompting him to focus on its development. Linglong quickly concocted this perfect rationale, believing it wholeheartedly. Observing her expression, Suuan felt a sense of gratification. It was commendable that an emperor's mind could operate so swiftly. Subsequently, Suuan inquired whether Linglong preferred a designated room for her stay, or if she would prefer to roam freely. After pondering for a moment, Linglong responded, "I would appreciate it if the clan leader could provide me with a dedicated space. I wish to recuperate. I have been confined by that peculiar metal mine for many years. Although it has not caused significant harm, it has left me somewhat weakened and in need of recovery." Upon hearing this, Suuan's eyes sparkled with understanding. "There is no need for a special arrangement. I have just the right space for you." He explained that it was the area where the malevolent ghosts and resentful spirits he had subdued in the southern region of the Xuan domain resided. Upon hearing this, Linglong's eyes lit up. "In that case, it is indeed quite suitable for me. Since you find it satisfactory, please take the opportunity to recuperate there. Additionally, if you wish to tame any of these beings for your own purposes, feel free to do so," Suuan advised. Linglong nodded in agreement. With a mere thought, Suuan transported Linglong into the space at his fingertips. Meanwhile, within that very space, the malevolent ghosts and resentful spirits, having been neglected since their capture, gradually regained their composure after a period of fear. They resumed their previous wailing and howling. However, on this day, an unrestrained imperial might suddenly descended, enveloping the spirits instantly. "Not again," the spirits lamented, paralyzed by the suffocating pressure. "We had only just begun to enjoy our freedom." At that moment, a chilling voice resonated. "From this day forth, I shall personally train you. You may refer to me as the Ghost Emperor." Linglong stood majestically in the air, surveying the countless malevolent spirits below. The overwhelming aura of ghostly energy radiated unabashedly, asserting her supremacy both above and below. In an instant, countless spirits instinctively knelt before her, revealing the undeniable might of an emperor. In the outside world, Suuan could clearly sense everything occurring within the fingertip space, a smile gracing his lips. He felt a sense of anticipation for the powerful Ghost Clan warriors Linglong would cultivate for his use. Having so many malevolent spirits would provide ample training for the Su family. Nurturing a portion into formidable ghost warriors was a splendid idea. Suuan silently praised himself for recruiting Linglong. At that moment, he seemed to sense something and looked toward the world within his palm. There, Su Ro was on the brink of awakening, nearing the completion of her transformation. Observing this, Suuan decided to present her with the Thunder Origin purple crystal he had acquired after vanquishing a particular demonic thought. This artifact had remained unused, and since Su Ro possessed a Thunder Tao divine body, it would resonate perfectly with her. The exquisite and pure lightning power, combined with the Thunder Origin purple crystal, should forge an extraordinary supreme control over the Thunder God body. Suuan mused to himself. Although there had been no historical precedent for such a physique awakening, his eyes of the Immortal King allowed him to instantly perceive its essence. Thus, he understood precisely what a successful awakening would entail. Su Ro would ascend to a new level of power. Afterward, Suuan ceased his attentions and reclined comfortably. With the city matters settled, he found himself with no pressing concerns, allowing him to relax without worry. On another front, countless billions of miles away from the Xuan domain, lay the Qing domain. At this moment, atop the extreme northern peak of the Qing domain, the surroundings were engulfed in a chilling blanket of ice and snow. Any ordinary being stepping into this realm would be instantly frozen into a statue, meeting their demise on the spot. Even cultivators dared not tread lightly here. Yet, amidst this desolation, a figure moved as if strolling, unfazed by the frigid air. Clad in crimson scales, tall and enigmatic, it was none other than Qi. His gait mirrored that of Suuan traversing the river of time, clearly imitating him. If Yi Qingyun were to witness this, he would undoubtedly consider them kindred spirits. "Brother," It seems you too have embraced the clan leader's flair for the dramatic. Chirin mused, "Oh, how I wish the ground beneath me were not earth, but the river of time itself." As he walked, lost in thought, he momentarily fantasized about such things, but soon recognized that fulfilling the tasks assigned by the clan leader was of utmost importance. Redirecting his focus, Chirin concentrated on the extreme northern peak ahead. It was rumored that a race known as the Ice Spirit Clan resided here, once home to a great emperor. Although they had fallen into decline, their foundation remained intact. Surely, they possessed the extreme cold and extreme materials the clan leader sought. With this in mind, Chirin expanded his consciousness, advancing while searching diligently. Before long, he vanished completely into the swirling snow and wind. Chapter 30. Supreme Comprehension, a phenomenon that shakes the heavens. The following day, Xuan experienced the rare delight of waking up naturally. Upon awakening, he realized it was already the next day, and the system had not employed the usual alert sound to rouse him. He immediately bestowed the system a glowing 5-star review. "Well done, system. Keep up the good work." The system remained silent, instead displaying a comical image of a grinning dragon in Xuan's mind. Xuan thought, "Forget it, as long as you're happy, system." Disregarding the system's unknown awakened attributes, he focused his thoughts and began the new day's lottery. Skipping the lottery page, as usual, he went straight to the point. In the next moment, a notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations on winning the Supreme Comprehension Ascension card. Oh! Xuan sprang upright, his eyes sparkling with joy. He had drawn an extraordinary item. Although previous rewards had been powerful, they paled in comparison to this Supreme Comprehension Ascension card. As the name implies, using it would instantly grant him complete mastery of comprehension. Having been a sage in his past life, Xuan was well aware of the terrifying potential of supreme comprehension. In an instant, various web novel titles flooded his mind, such as with Supreme Comprehension. I grasped the 3,000 paths to slay gods and comprehension beyond the heavens. I witness all and achieve the supreme. It was evident that supreme comprehension could serve as a golden key for a transmigrator, showcasing its formidable strength. Xuan couldn't help but marvel at the system's incredible luck in drawing such a treasure. Without hesitation, he extracted and activated the card. In the blink of an eye, a card-like glimmer emanated and merged into his being. Instantly, Xuan felt enveloped by an endless tide of strange energy, followed by a resounding roar, as if chaos was being birthed and the primordial cosmos was evolving. When he opened his eyes again, the world appeared fundamentally different. It felt as though insights were flooding in every moment, impossible to halt. For instance, observing the earth allowed him to instantly grasp countless techniques and divine abilities related to it. The same applied to the sky, rain, and gentle breezes. He even witnessed two men engage in intimate activities and could immediately comprehend the techniques associated with their dual cultivation. Well, perhaps he would leave that aside. In any case, this supreme comprehension was astonishingly powerful. Moreover, being in the realm of the Immortal King, paired with this comprehension, was akin to adding wings to a tiger. After accumulating some insights, he could even comprehend immortal techniques in mere moments. This was not even the limit. In the future, achieving direct access to the Immortal Emperor's level and beyond would be within reach. Excellent. Excellent, Xuan mused, then suddenly recalled the supreme, celestial scripture he had drawn earlier. The heavenly furnace creation scripture. Previously, its profundity had left him only grasping the introductory level. Now, with the supreme comprehension, he could say there would be no further difficulties. With this thought, Xuan vanished from his location, appearing in a distant, desolate area on the world's edge. This location was perilously close to the boundless chaos, devoid of any living beings for millions of miles. Concerned that his comprehension of the supreme scripture might create too much disturbance, he had endeavored to conceal his aura as much as possible, yet any leak could lead to irreparable disaster. Thus, seeking refuge in this desolate realm near the endless chaos felt like the safest choice. Having taken these precautions, Xuan began to sit cross-legged in midair, his eyes gently closing as he commenced his study of the heavenly furnace creation scripture. At that moment, What had once been difficult and obscure now appeared to him as if it were childish play. With unrestrained freedom, he navigated its depths without any constraints. In mere moments, the progress of his understanding of the heavenly furnace creation scripture soared like a rocket, advancing from beginner to pinnacle, small success to peak, large success to total completion, and, astonishingly, it surged all the way to the realm of great perfection. Outwardly, despite Suuan's efforts to control and conceal his aura, the overwhelming surge of energy inevitably leaked out. Boom! In an instant, the desolate area of the world vanished without a trace. It was not destruction. It was as though an unimaginable force had simply erased it from existence. The sensation resembled erasing a stain from paper with an eraser, a power that belonged to a dimension beyond comprehension. The endless chaos itself was affected, and the chaotic energy, said to erode all, was rendered feeble and powerless before this minuscule aura. In the blink of an eye, it was obliterated. Fortunately, the vastness of the endless chaos and its seemingly infinite energy allowed for rapid replenishment, preventing any significant disturbance. At this moment, within the world, various awe-inspiring phenomena erupted. Thunderous roars filled the sky. The radiant sun and moon were obscured, and countless laws and principles roared and intertwined, with myriad great paths converging like an ocean. In an instant, all beings and creatures trembled in fear, their breaths seemingly caught in their throats, as if the apocalypse were upon them. Even the emperors standing at the pinnacle of this world were taken aback, their eyes widening as they gazed into the heavens, their gazes capable of piercing through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Yet they could not discern the source of these phenomena. Some emperors adept at divination gathered to combine their powers to deduce the cause, only to suddenly feel a sense of impending doom, forcing them to halt in horror. It was hard for them to believe. Was the heavens about to unleash apocalyptic calamity? It was no wonder they thought this way. After all, they were beings at the peak of the world. If even they sensed a catastrophic threat, it undoubtedly indicated the wrath of the heavens. However, they remained oblivious that the source of all this turmoil was merely a slight leak of energy from someone engaged in cultivation. Soon, the phenomena arrived with great speed and departed just as swiftly. Not long after, everything returned to tranquility, the sky clear and serene, a gentle breeze flowing, the stillness almost overwhelming. It was as if all that had transpired was merely an illusion. I can't believe I just dreamed that the world was about to end. It scared me so much that I rushed to confess to my sister-in-law. Me too. I went to confess and ended up getting a thorough beating from my brother. You all are showing off? I just put on a dress I had always been too shy to wear. Many believed it was a mere hallucination, while others were skeptical but could not trace the origin. Since no significant damage had occurred, the matter faded into obscurity. Chapter 31. Ascending to the Pinnacle of Immortal Kings. Enlightening the family with cultivation techniques in the vast desolation of the world, where silence reigned for eons, a palpable aura of destruction now permeated the air, rendering it a forbidden zone for all living beings. Ordinary mortals would dare not tread here, and even emperors would likely hesitate. Amidst this chaos, a solitary figure sat suspended in the air, Xuan. Suddenly, Xuan opened his eyes. The mere glance from his gaze sent ripples through the boundless chaos. Fortunately, he quickly withdrew his gaze, retracting his aura into his being, restoring tranquility. On the surface, he appeared unchanged, yet only Xuan knew the extent of his newfound power. This transformation stemmed from the heaven and earth furnace creation immortal scripture, a cultivation technique aimed directly at the peak of the Immortal King realm. Thus, upon comprehending it to perfection, his realm soared to the pinnacle of immortal kings. Among immortal kings, there exists a hierarchy. Xuan had previously just entered this realm. Above him were the legendary immortal kings, the unparalleled immortal kings, and then the pinnacle immortal kings. The differences between these tiers were not merely superficial. They could result in overwhelming disparities in power. Now, having ascended 3 tiers, Xuan stood at the apex of immortal kings, a position he had not previously imagined. The sensation was even more intense than his initial ascent to Immortal King. Feeling immensely powerful, he realized he could effortlessly vanquish his former self. As this thought crossed his mind, he chuckled, astonished that he had become a benchmark for combat prowess. Yet, it was only natural. In this world, he had long been invincible, and now he had become even more so. Hence, it was only fitting to use himself as a measuring unit, as other beings could scarcely compare. Originally, he had intended to ascend gradually through the Immortal King ranks, savoring the slow progression. But he had unexpectedly leaped directly to the apex. Xuan marveled once more at the terrifying nature of having a maximum comprehension ability. Should other Immortal Kings hear his words of nonchalance about such a swift ascent, they would undoubtedly be infuriated. They toiled for countless eons, and even then, breaking through a single realm was a monumental feat, yet here he was, reaching the summit in an instant, lamenting it was too rapid and wishing to experience a gradual journey. Unaware of the potential devastation his words could inflict, Xuan, the man who had defied fate, returned to the Su family. Upon his arrival, he noticed the family members gathered near his courtyard, glancing skyward with expressions of confusion and trepidation. Inquiring about their behavior revealed that they were unsettled by the terrifying phenomenon caused by a mere fragment of his released aura. Xuan reassured them it was merely an illusion, urging them not to worry, while he inwardly reflected on the fragility of this world. Having undergone his monumental breakthrough, it had become even more delicate. The fact that his slight release of aura could evoke such apocalyptic imagery was telling. Indeed, had the boundless chaos not absorbed most of the power, that small leakage could have led to utter annihilation. He resolved that for his next significant breakthrough, he must venture beyond the endless chaos, far from this realm. With Xuan's comforting presence, the Su family gradually calmed down and dispersed. Observing their departure, Xuan felt a stirring within. Now endowed with maximum comprehension, it was time to revitalize the family's techniques and secrets. Previously, he had contemplated appropriating the powerful techniques of other great factions for his kin's cultivation, for with his Immortal King status, acquiring any technique in this world was merely a matter of his will. Nonetheless, he had ultimately decided against it, considering that the varying talents and insights of his family members meant that what was best for him might not suit them. Now, however, with his supreme comprehension, such concerns were moot. He could devise techniques perfectly suited for his family members, requiring no extraordinary talent, yet wielding formidable power. He mused that it was also imperative to uncover methods to purify their bloodlines, as the Su family had once been a dominant clan, ruling the world. Although they had fallen into obscurity, the latent strength within their bloodline remained, albeit diluted. If he could purify this essence and nurture it, restoring their former glory would not be insurmountable, perhaps even surpassing it. With this thought, a multitude of techniques and secrets surged in his mind, and he began to delve into them fervently. Gradually, however, he realized he lacked a foundational base. Even supreme comprehension necessitated an underpinning of knowledge, and thus he would need to borrow from this world. In an instant, with a mere thought, Xuan captured all relevant techniques and secrets from the world, imprinting them deep within his consciousness. An Immortal King could unveil all mysteries of existence. Even the most concealed truths could not elude his perception. With these foundational insights now at his disposal, he swiftly formulated several techniques. The first was a method called primordial infinite supreme induction, which did not demand exceptional talent. With diligent practice, anyone could grasp its essence. Following this, one could advance through perseverance, and its power was considerable, enabling the cultivation of primordial force, capable of encompassing all attributes and overcoming adversaries with ease. Numerous formidable techniques followed, such as innate vitality, thousand shadows vanishing, unity of three bodies, and vitality light technique. Each was immensely practical and potent, yet did not impose stringent requirements on innate talent. Most importantly, he devised the secret method for purifying bloodlines, entitled Sun and Moon. Universe's boundless breathing method. The name itself indicated that this technique involved absorbing the essence of the sun, moon, and universe. continuously eliminating impurities within the bloodline to achieve purification and enhancement. This was sufficient for now. He would refine and expand upon it later. With a gentle wave of his hand, he placed these teachings into the Su family's library and conveyed this development to every family member. Without a doubt, their eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to witnessing their beloved fictional characters materialize into reality. They rushed eagerly towards the library, filled with anticipation. Chapter 32. The Unconventional Martial Code. The Taishu Qinglian Sword Classic. Within the library pavilion, the hall was teeming with members of the Su family, resembling a bustling marketplace in a frenzy over fresh produce. Each individual yearned to be the first to catch a glimpse. Slow down, slow down. This is not a brothel. What has to rush? One might say this. Yet they jostled forward with fervor. I am the reincarnation of the Supreme Emperor. Now that I have awakened, grant me a path, and I shall bestow upon you the honor of serving as my disciples. I shall call you father and mother. I implore you, clear a way for me. As the Su family members neared the point of overwhelming the library pavilion, the three elders arrived. Witnessing such chaos, they were filled with sorrow and promptly admonished the crowd. Cherish one another and uphold order. They spoke at length, instilling a sense of shame among the Su family members. Gradually, a pathway emerged. The three elders exchanged knowing glances, revealing triumphant smiles, and with a swift motion, they surged into the fray. Upon observing this scene, the previously chastened members of the Su family were left in stunned silence. Realization struck, and they seethed with indignation. How shameless! Is this what the elders call cherishing one another? Truly, a fine display of camaraderie. The wisdom of age proved its worth. As the one who prided himself on unparalleled intellect found himself outwitted. Without a doubt, the actions of the three elders ignited the flames of wrath among the crowd. Their fervor intensified, transforming the atmosphere into a veritable inferno of excitement. Meanwhile, Su Xian, watching from the courtyard, wore an expression of exasperation, yet chose to remain uninvolved. After all, it was merely a farce that might serve to enliven their spirits. At that moment, Su Xian sensed something in the void and gazed into a particular space. Is a breakthrough imminent? Excellent. With a flicker of his eyes, he enveloped that portion of the void, suppressing any emanation of aura or pressure. Having completed this, he turned his attention away, summoning servants to bring forth fruits and fine wines, indulging in a moment. Simultaneously, within the void, the one on the verge of breakthrough was none other than Yi Qingyan. His aura surged upwards, accompanied by an endless stream of sword energy, soaring 10,000 miles and piercing through the heavens. Break! A thunderous shout echoed, followed by the sound of something shattering. Instantly, the energy and sword intent that erupted from Yi Qingyun's body surpassed anything he had previously exhibited. At this moment, he ascended to the holy sovereign level, with only a step remaining to reach the pinnacle of the holy realm. To think I would break through so swiftly. I am truly a prodigy. With a modicum of effort, I've already reached the limits of ordinary mortals. Yi Qingyun, basking in the realization of his newfound realm, wore an expression of pride. Fortunately, he was not a time traveler. Otherwise, he would find himself reminiscing about the days of idly standing with hands in pockets, oblivious to the concept of arrival. After his breakthrough, Yi Qingyun emerged from the void, immediately spotting Su Xian, who was leisurely enjoying himself. The sense of pride within him dissipated instantly. Indeed, what was there to boast about having merely reached the level of holy sovereign? Before the clan leader, he was but an insignificant ant. Thus, he hastened forward, bowing respectfully, "Greetings, esteemed clan leader." Upon hearing his voice, Su Xian turned and replied gently, "Your breakthrough was remarkably swift. Well done." Yi Qingyun chuckled. "It's decent, though if not for the deficiencies in our family's imperial scripture, I could have advanced even faster." At this, Su Xian scrutinized Yi Qingyun and confirmed that his training in the imperial scripture was indeed lacking. The flow of energy was somewhat obstructed. Although there had been attempts at compensation, they were clearly inferior to the original. The deficiencies in the imperial scripture stemmed from the passage of time. With each generation, unexpected incidents inevitably occurred. In fact, the situation of the Yi family was relatively fortunate, as their complete inheritance had been preserved. Reflecting on this, Suuan meticulously examined the flow of the imperial scripture within Yi Qingyun. In an instant, boundless insights flooded his mind, and within a short span, he comprehended the intricacies of the Yi family's imperial scripture. He even made improvements, bringing it perilously close to the realm of celestial scriptures. As for why he did not simply derive a celestial scripture, it was due to the fact that only beings who had stepped into the celestial realm could cultivate them. Should he grasp it now, no one else in the world, save for himself, could practice it. Thereafter, Suuan realized that Yi Qingyun was not entirely compatible with the Yi family's imperial scripture. After all, he possessed the heavenly sword divine body, and unlike the other members of the Yi family, his bloodline had undergone a mutation of sorts. Thus, Suuan effortlessly derived an imperial scripture that suited Yi Qingyun's heavenly sword divine body. The synergy of the two would undoubtedly amplify his potential. From Yi Qingyun's perspective, he noticed the clan leader's unwavering gaze upon him, as if seeking to peer into the depths of his very being. This made him tremble with apprehension. Could it be that the clan leader has been deceiving me all along and now intends to reveal his sinister intentions? As Yi Qingyun's mind raced with such thoughts, Suuan's voice broke through. I have just observed your imperial scripture and have supplemented it, while also deriving a set of imperial scriptures suitable for your heavenly sword divine body. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyun felt a surge of profound information flooding his mind, divided into two segments. One part pertained to the improved Yi family imperial scripture, and upon review, he discovered its superiority over his previous training. In comparison, the original scripture crafted by the family's progenitor seemed woefully inadequate. The other part was an imperial scripture titled Taishu Qinglian Sword Classic. Upon examining it, Yi Qingyun found himself utterly captivated, as if it had been tailor-made for him, which in truth it had been. After a considerable time, Yi Qingyun gradually regained his composure, and his gaze towards Suuan was now filled with reverence. He distinctly recalled Suuan's earlier words. This meant that both of these imperial scriptures were derived by the clan leader himself. What was most astonishing was the brevity of time it took, merely a glance or two. Such an extraordinary level of comprehension. It was beyond the realm of prodigies. Had Yi Qingyun not been following Suuan from the outset, no other would have likely believed such an occurrence. Through this incident, Yi Qingyun began to harbor doubts about his clan leader, suspecting that he was far more than merely an emperor. What kind of emperor could grasp two major imperial scriptures in an instant? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yi Qingyun spoke up. Esteemed clan leader, may I share the two imperial scriptures you imparted with the members of the Yi family? Certainly, you are free to do as you wish, Suuan replied. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyun was overwhelmed with excitement. Finally, the long-standing issue of the Yi family's cultivation methods was resolved. Just as he prepared to take his leave and return to the Yi family, Suuan's voice suddenly resonated once more. Chapter 33, The Art of the Ghost Clan. The swallowing of the universe and devouring of the celestial spirits. By the way, I have recently acquired a third guardian. You have just completed your breakthrough, so let me introduce you. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyun's eager desire to return to the Yi family faded instantly, replaced by a curiosity about this third guardian. After all, the leader of his clan had discerning taste, and it was rarely that an ordinary individual could catch his eye. With this thought in mind, Yi Qingyun decided to remain. In the next instant, Suuan gently raised a finger, and a somewhat ethereal figure appeared in midair. Yi Qingyun instinctively looked over and was surprised to find that it was a ghost clan member, and a female one at that. He could sense the depth of this ghostly woman's strength. Although she revealed no trace of her aura as a holy sovereign, he was still perceptive enough to realize that she was likely far more powerful than he could imagine. As astonishment stirred within him, a wry smile crept onto his lips. Indeed, each guardian chosen by the clan leader surpassed him in strength. All he had left was his seniority. Nevertheless, he merely reflected on this briefly. When it came to cultivation, he had never conceded defeat. With continued effort, his prowess would surely ascend in no time. With that thought, Yi Qingyun quickly regained his composure and took the initiative to introduce himself. Linglong reciprocated, showing no disdain for him due to his lower realm. After all, she shared the same sentiment as Yi Qingyun. Anyone chosen by Su Xian was certainly extraordinary. Moreover, the Yi Qingyun before her was indeed remarkable. She immediately recognized that he possessed the powerful heavenly sword divine body and, with exceptional talent, had already reached the holy sovereign realm at such a young age. Clearly, he bore the potential of an emperor. Subsequently, Yi Qingyun lingered for a while longer, becoming somewhat acquainted with Linglong. He did not take his leave until nightfall, bidding farewell to Su Xian as he prepared to return to the Yi family. Su Xian granted him permission, and after Yi Qingyun tore through space and departed, he turned to Linglong and said, "I can now completely resolve the issue of your inability to advance in strength." Upon hearing this, Linglong was undoubtedly filled with excitement. Despite her emperor-level composure, after countless years of relentless effort, the torment of being unable to elevate her strength, even a fraction, was excruciating. "Thank you, clan leader," she exclaimed, her emotions surging, and she began to bow in gratitude, only to be stopped by Su Xian. "No need," he said gently. "I've already promised you this." Suuan smiled lightly. When he spoke of resolving Linglong's predicament, it was not an empty promise. He had previously discerned the reason for her stagnation in power after her transformation into a Ghost Clan member. Or rather, this was the case for every Ghost Clan member. There was no specialized method for transforming into a ghost. It was entirely reliant on instinct. Consequently, the resulting ghostly form became fixed, compounded by the subpar quality of ghostly energy, rendering any progress impossible. Previously, Su Xian had no means to address this issue, as he was not well versed in the ways of the Ghost Clan. However, the situation had changed. With his unparalleled comprehension, all he needed was to observe the flow of ghostly energy within Linglong's body, and he could instantly derive countless methods pertaining to the Ghost Clan. Of course, discovering the method for transformation was no longer useful, as the form had already solidified and could not be reversed. Yet, this did not imply that a solution was unattainable. It was simple. He merely needed to devise a technique for continuously enhancing the ghostly body and refining the quality of ghostly energy. With this thought in mind, Su Xian began to meticulously observe the operation of ghostly energy within Linglong's body and the composition of her ghostly form. Before long, inspiration struck him, and he successfully derived a new technique, which he named the swallowing of the universe and devouring of the celestial spirits. This technique could absorb all the powers of the universe and transform them into the primordial power of the Ghost Clan. This primordial power could be utilized to enhance the ghostly body and refine the quality of ghostly energy, perfectly resolving the issue of stagnation following transformation. Immediately, Su Xian imparted this technique to Linglong. As she engaged with it, she felt the boundaries of her long-stagnant realm begin to loosen. Undoubtedly, this technique had completely resolved her predicament, reigniting her desire for cultivation. Indeed, choosing to follow the clan leader had proven to be an exceedingly wise decision. Linglong was about to express her heartfelt gratitude through a bow, but was once again halted by Su Xian. "I already told you, there's no need for that. This is what you deserve. Go now and cultivate diligently. I look forward to your future achievements." With that, Linglong ceased her thanks and solemnly promised Su Xian that she would not disappoint him. Afterward, she returned to her spatial domain, immersing herself in her studies and practice. As for Su Xian, he glanced at the darkening sky and promptly turned back to his quarters for a restful slumber. Meanwhile, within the Yi family, in the room of the ancestor, the lights remained bright, akin to daylight. Yi family patriarch Yi Hui, ancestor Yi Zhantian, and Yi Qingyun had gathered once more. Their purpose for this gathering was, of course, to discuss the two emperor scriptures that Yi Qingyun had brought back that day. At this moment, the two emperor scriptures had materialized in front of them, allowing the two men to examine them closely. Incredible! Unbelievable! This revised Yi family emperor scripture is immensely more powerful than before. Yi exclaimed. In this Tai Su Ching Lian Sword Classic is equally impressive. These texts can no longer be considered mere emperor scriptures. They are truly among the most elite. As they gazed at the two emperor scriptures, Yi Hui and Yi Zhantian were increasingly astonished, deeply engrossed in their examination. After a considerable time, they reluctantly tore their gazes away and turned to Yi Qingyun. Qingyun, are you certain that these two emperor scriptures were comprehended by that individual in an instant? Yi Qingyun nodded earnestly. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Upon hearing this, the two men were undoubtedly struck profoundly, as the thought of grasping two emperor scriptures in a single moment was beyond even an emperor's capability. Clearly, they shared Yi Qingyun's suspicion that Su Xian might be more than just an emperor. However, this remained merely a suspicion, for they had never encountered an emperor, let alone someone beyond that realm. At that moment, Yi Zhantian, the ancestor of the Yi family, suddenly sensed something and looked at Yi Qingyun with suspicion. Qingyun, why do you carry ghostly energy? Have you hidden a ghost in your golden chamber? Patriarch Yi Hui also turned to Yi Qingyun, seemingly saying, you little rascal. Is this how you play? Yi Qingyun was left speechless and then informed them about Su Xian's acquisition of the third guardian, the ghost clan member Linglong, and the unfathomable feelings he had experienced in her presence. After hearing this, Patriarch Yi Hui could only marvel at the unique taste of the guardian chosen by their leader. However, Yi Zhantian fell into a sudden silence, and then, with a tremor in his voice, he said, show me an illusion of that Linglong's appearance. Chapter 34. The One Beyond the Emperor, suspected to be a celestial? Upon hearing those words, Yi Qingyun felt a twinge of curiosity regarding his ancestor's reaction. Yet he complied without hesitation. He extended his right hand, and a torrent of sword energy surged forth, swiftly outlining a humanoid figure in midair. However, just as he was on the verge of success, it suddenly collapsed. Yi Qingyun furrowed his brow, convinced that his earlier lapse was not due to a lack of control over the sword energy, but rather an unimaginable force that had intervened, abruptly halting his actions. He glanced at his ancestor, Yi Zhantian, and spoke, Ancestor, this. Yi Zhantian took a deep breath, and after a long pause, waved his hand dismissively, saying, there is no need to continue the transformation. Attempting it several more times will yield the same outcome. Yi Zhantian seemed to have reached a conclusion, yet his words were tinged with skepticism, prompting him to add, Qingyun, simply articulate the features you perceive. Though perplexed, Yi Qingyun proceeded to describe what he envisioned. Initially, his description was clear, but as he continued, he was horrified to discover that the image of Linglong in his mind was becoming increasingly vague, ultimately vanishing altogether. No matter how hard he tried to recall, he could no longer remember her. This was an unprecedented experience for Yi Qingyun, compelled to share his predicament. He relayed the incident to the clan leader, Yi Hui. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Hui suddenly recalled something and turned to Yi Zhantian, uncertainly asking, Ancestor, could it be that this situation is? Yi Zhantian nodded, affirming, indeed, that Linglong is none other than an emperor. The emperor reigns supreme across the realms, their true form overshadowing the ages, impervious to desecration. Thus, they cannot be recorded, whether in memory or through transformation. After speaking, Yi Zhantian sighed, reminiscing. I never imagined it would truly be her. In her prime, she was unparalleled, dominating an entire era. Clearly, although Yi Qingyun had not provided a complete description, the fragments he did share had convinced Yi Zhantian, who had once gazed upon this magnificent being from afar, leaving an indelible impression that time could not erase. At this moment, both Yi Hui and Yi Qingyun were left in a state of bewilderment by their ancestor's revelation. Particularly Yi Qingyun, who had previously thought of Linglong merely as a quasi-emperor, was astounded to learn she was an actual emperor. This was utterly unbelievable. Just then, Yi Hui's incredulous voice broke the silence. Ancestor, are you certain? Could it be that your memory has faltered with age? I possess a remarkable memory. Rest assured, I would never forget such an emperor. Yi Zhantian retorted sharply. He then clarified for the two, revealing that he and Linglong hailed from the same era, having witnessed her rise to power as she vanquished her foes and ultimately ascended to the rank of emperor. Through Yi Zhantian's account, they learned that he was indeed a figure from a time long past, while they knew him as the esteemed ancestor of the Yi family. who emerged during a period of decline. They had been unaware of his origins from such an ancient era. Upon realizing that Linglong was an emperor, the shock among the three was palpable. Suuan had actually taken an emperor as a protector. It was well known that emperors were beings of extraordinary stature, reigning over their age with an air of invincibility. Who could possibly subdue them? Only one whose cultivation far surpassed theirs could achieve such a feat. Igekuri, now utterly astonished, remarked, "Could it be that she is not merely an emperor, but a being transcending even that? A celestial?" Upon uttering this, both Yi Qingyun and Yi Zhantian fell silent, clearly sharing the same speculation. Should she indeed have attained such a level, the Yi family would inevitably have to align themselves with her, becoming her vassals without hesitation. Yi Zhantian interjected, "A celestial hold an entirely different significance. Their presence would undoubtedly elevate this realm to new heights. If the Yi family were to align with her, we would assuredly rise." Though Yi Hui wholeheartedly agreed, he expressed concern regarding the ancient ancestors sealed within the family's heritage. Yi Zhantian scoffed, "Worry not. When the time comes, they will only become more fervent. Trust me, if you were to send them to serve her, they would do so willingly." Neither Yi Qingyun nor Yi Hui dared to challenge this assertion, opting instead to feign ignorance and smile awkwardly. After all, these were the ancestral figures of the Yi family, each possessing their own eccentricities. The thought of them overhearing disparaging remarks could lead to dire consequences. Consequently, the trio began to deliberate on their course of action, planning to inform the clan of their findings at dawn, followed by Yi Qingyun leading the two to the Su family to express their intent to become vassals, despite their underlying anxiety and trepidation. After all, this was a being suspected to be a celestial, and what if they were rejected or worse, incited a wrath? They understood the gravity of the situation. The future of the Yi family depended on this endeavor, and they resolved to press forward regardless of the difficulties. Yi Qingyun reassured them, "Do not worry. The clan leader is quite amiable. Even if we're turned down, he will not take offense." Soon, dawn broke. Following their established plan, Yi Hui and Yi Zhantian summoned the family members to elucidate the discoveries made the previous night and the ultimate decision to become vassals to Suuan. The clan members, having always trusted Yi Hui and Yi Zhantian, voiced no opposition and unanimously agreed. Seeing this, Yi Hui and Yi Zhantian dismissed the clan members and then accompanied Yi Qingyun to the Su family. Meanwhile, deep within the northernmost peak of the Azure Domain, Qi, after meticulous searching, finally located the fabled Ice Spirit clan. Following a series of thorough investigations, he confirmed the existence of a remarkably cold and profound entity within the clan, a treasure known as the Xianyin Cold Jade, formed over hundreds of thousands of years. This treasure was revered by the Ice Spirit clan, safeguarded in a highly secretive location. Furthermore, he learned that the clan was formidable, housing a quasi-emperor at the first level. However, through my inquiries, I discovered that this quasi-emperor had been absent for many years, presenting me with an opportunity. Qi believed that with his strength, nearly at the quasi-emperor level, combined with his cunning, he could flawlessly accomplish his mission. With this thought in mind, he took a step forward and vanished from his spot. Chapter 35. 100,000 miniature sausages, tenfold cultivation speed. As a new day dawned, Suuan stepped out of his chamber and cast a glance at the diligent members of the Su clan, who were earnestly comprehending the profound techniques he had elucidated. A sense of satisfaction washed over his face. What could bring greater joy than witnessing the flourishing of one's own family? At that moment, the familiar chime of the system echoed in his mind, drawing his attention back. It was time for another lottery draw. Ding! Congratulations on winning 100,000 miniature sausages. Astounded, Suuan found himself at a loss for words. His hunch had proven correct. He had indeed drawn one of the coveted items from the otaku trifecta, miniature sausages. Though they were diminutive, they were authentic sausages nonetheless. To his astonishment, he had drawn a staggering 100,000 of them. "Are you wholesale, system?" Suuan vowed that in all his lifetimes, he had never encountered such an abundance of sausages. The system remained silent, merely conjuring a playful meme in his mind, suggesting that this matter was trivial. Suuan had no retort, merely a playful jest at the absurd quantity. Nevertheless, he held a genuine fondness for sausages. Without hesitation, he focused his thoughts and retrieved them, depositing them into a newly created finger space, intended for storing surplus lottery items like these 100,000 miniature sausages. As he extracted the first one, he became aware of its unique effect. Consuming a single sausage would enhance his cultivation speed tenfold for a day, without the possibility of stacking effects. Undoubtedly, these miniature sausages were designed as aids for cultivation. Xuan nodded approvingly. This would significantly boost the training speed of his companions. Without delay, he sampled one and was greeted by the familiar and nostalgic flavor. Though it was so small, it vanished in a single bite. After savoring it, he sent a message to the three elders. Before long, they rushed over, murmuring excitedly, evidently still absorbed in their studies within the library. Upon their arrival, they regained their composure and respectfully saluted Xuan. Without further ado, he tossed 10,000 miniature sausages into their storage bags and explained their effects. The elders' eyes sparkled with excitement as they gazed at the unassuming sausages, perceiving them as miraculous treasures. Indeed, they had never heard of anything that could directly enhance cultivation speed tenfold, with such minimal limitations. The three elders left, exuberant with anticipation, convinced that with these miraculous items, coupled with the techniques and secrets Xuan had imparted, the Su clan would soon undergo a remarkable transformation. As Xuan watched them depart, he retrieved another miniature sausage and began to eat. Glancing towards the void, he remarked, "Since you are here, come forth." With that, ripples appeared in the air, and three figures emerged: Yi Qingyun, Yi Hui, and Yi Zhantian. As they descended, ready to speak, Xuan gestured for silence. "I am aware of your intentions. Since you have come sincerely to pledge allegiance, and as you are from Qingyun's family, I shall not refuse. I have but two requirements: loyalty, absolute loyalty, and a commitment to advance and retreat together with the Su clan. What say you?" As a celestial king, Xuan possessed an innate sensitivity to matters concerning him. Thus, he had long been aware of the Yi clan's desire to ally with him as vassals. This was a proposition he could hardly decline, for the Yi clan was substantial and could offer significant resources. Although he had no immediate need for these, he could bestow them upon the members of the Su family. Moreover, the most compelling reason was the Yi surname itself. As someone who had traversed countless novels in his past life, Xuan understood that the Yi family was a prominent name across myriad realms, having produced numerous protagonists: Yi Fan, Yi Chun, Yi Xian. The list was endless. Though the Yi clan in this world appeared unremarkable, one could never be too certain. Thus, from every conceivable angle, he found no reason to refuse and readily agreed. Upon hearing Xuan's words, Yi Zhantian and his companions were elated. This esteemed figure had indeed consented. Yi Zhantian and Yi Hui solemnly assured him they would adhere strictly to his two requirements, declaring that should any member of the Yi family falter, they would personally eliminate them without needing Xuan's intervention. Afterward, Yi Zhantian presented a storage ring filled with resources required for vassals. Xuan accepted it with a nod of satisfaction. "Very well. Since you are so earnest, I shall bestow upon you some gifts." With a wave of his hand, he gifted 10,000 miniature sausages to Yi Zhantian and informed them of their name and effects. Unsurprisingly, their reactions mirrored those of the elders. Despite their esteemed status, they had never encountered such an extraordinary item. While there were treasures that could enhance cultivation speed tenfold, they often came with significant drawbacks and were exceedingly rare, typically found only within the strongholds of the most powerful emperors. These miniature sausages, however, bore no adverse effects. In that instant, the three felt that aligning with Xuan was the most astute decision of their lives. They had scarcely been accepted and were already granted such miraculous items. If they continued to perform well, who knew what other treasures awaited them? Especially for Yi Zhantian and Yi Hui, who had learned from Yi Qingyun about the legendary happy water, which could instantly extend one's lifespan by 1,000 years. If they excelled, they were certain to receive such gifts too. With these thoughts in mind, both felt an overwhelming urge to fight for Xuan and achieve countless feats. Of course, they merely entertained the notion, for they would not dare overstep until Xuan spoke. Subsequently, after a brief stay, the three bid farewell and hurried back to the Yi clan, eager to test the effects of their newfound treasures. Xuan paid them little heed, categorizing the resources from the Yi clan before preparing to savor some fine wine, when suddenly he sensed something and gazed into the distance. Have you found it? The Object of Extreme Cold and Darkness, Chapter 36. The Patriarch is extraordinary. In the southern region, deep within the extreme northern peak, Xuan, relying on his profound cultivation and a blend of intentionality and spontaneity, successfully infiltrated the ranks of the Ice Spirit clan during their periodic shifts. He cautiously concealed himself, patiently awaiting the moment to approach the Ice Spirit clan's sacred artifact, which lay within the magnificent ice palace at the heart of their domain. This palace stood majestically, entirely white, resembling a castle carved from ice. Surrounding were no guardians from the Ice Spirit clan, yet Xuan remained vigilant. His keen perception revealed that the area was heavily fortified with intricate formations and restrictions. Particularly daunting was the formidable array concealed deep within, which instilled an overwhelming sense of dread within him. Undoubtedly, this was the Emperor's array, a legacy from the clan's founding ancestor. Realizing that he could not breach the palace alone, Xuan understood the futility of attempting such a feat, even as a quasi-emperor. Thus, he reluctantly retrieved a seemingly unremarkable wooden token from his storage pouch, a protective charm bestowed upon him by Xuan. He had intended to reserve its use for a life-and-death crisis, but now, to accomplish his mission with distinction, he had no choice but to employ it. With the token in hand, he rushed forward, and a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. As Xuan advanced, the once terrifying formations extinguished their power in his presence. Even the deeply concealed Emperor's array trembled, as if in fear of his approach. Witnessing this, Xuan could only think of one thing. The Patriarch is truly remarkable. Before long, he found himself unobstructed within the Ice Palace, where he beheld a flawless piece of jade hovering at the center. Small and exquisite, akin to an infant's fist. It radiated an overwhelming chill and glimmered with a piercing cold light, sending shivers through one's very soul. He had found it, the shining cold jade. Without hesitation, Xuan approached, swept it into his storage pouch, and made his way back with the wooden token, retracing his steps with great care. However, just as he thought he was free to soar, he suddenly froze in shock. A figure emerged from the Ice Spirit clan, stepping directly into his path. It was a middle-aged man, his eyes bearing the weight of countless years. Most significantly, he emanated a faint yet pure imperial aura. Without a doubt, this was a quasi-emperor. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xuan exclaimed, Weren't you away for many years?" The quasi-emperor of the Ice Spirit clan replied calmly, "I just returned not long ago and then saw you." At this moment, Xuan felt his luck had taken a turn for the worse. If Yi Qingyun were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly relate to Xuan's plight. The quasi-emperor gazed at Xuan with a curious expression, recognizing him as a member of the long-vanished divine race. Clearly, this ancient being had lived for ages and was aware of the true name of the ancient tribes. Xuan remained silent, contemplating whether to use the wooden token bestowed by the Patriarch to subdue the quasi-emperor and escape at the opportune moment. However, as he deliberated, the wooden token emitted a soft glow. Suddenly, a strikingly handsome young man materialized from the void, each step grounding him in reality. His beauty was unparalleled, and his eyes shimmered with the vastness of cosmic creation. His movements were effortless, lacking any oppressive aura, yet to the quasi-emperor, he appeared as a manifestation of the celestial order. The quasi-emperor's expression shifted dramatically. Who was this being? An emperor? No, he had seen emperors from a distance before. But compared to this individual, they seemed as nothing. This enchanting youth was, of course, Xuan. He had sensed Xuan's acquisition of the Xian Cold Jade and had arrived at once. "Patriarch," Xuan exclaimed, bowing respectfully, while inwardly lamenting that his mission would not be deemed a resounding success. Xuan paid no mind to Xuan's turmoil. He nodded at him, and then directed his attention toward the quasi-emperor of the Ice Spirit clan, speaking softly, My subordinate has taken your clan as Xian in Cold Jade. In exchange, I shall assist your clan with a task. However, if you do not wish to barter, I can return the jade. This was the purpose of Suuan's arrival. He had instructed Xuan to seek the Xian in Cold Jade, not out of a desire for handouts, but as a matter of principle akin to his previous endeavors in the Wujixing system, where he had taken an imperial star in exchange for vanquishing a malevolent force that had plagued them for millennia. His approach towards enemies, however, followed a different set of principles. Upon hearing Suuan's words, the quasi-emperor's demeanor brightened. Realizing he was in the presence of an extraordinary figure, he wasted no time in responding respectfully. Senior, I am willing to barter. I seek your aid in recovering the fragments of our clan's imperial weapon scattered throughout the world. The Eye Spirit clan had once produced an emperor, hence they possessed an imperial weapon. Unfortunately, through countless conflicts in subsequent eras, it had shattered into myriad pieces, strewn across the lands. Desperate, they had used the Xian in Cold Jade as their clan's treasure to maintain their reputation. The quasi-emperor had spent years searching for these fragments, yet the vastness of the world made it an insurmountable task. Upon hearing this, Suuan nodded slightly, offering no further words, but gazed into the distance, uttering a single command: consolidate. Chapter 37. The Supreme Cold Divine Body and the Unique Remnant Soul. In an instant, an astonishing scene unfolded. The void around shattered, creating numerous black holes. From these voids, radiant beams of light surged forth. Upon closer inspection, these were not mere beams of light, but fragments exuding the oppressive aura of an emperor. Undoubtedly, these were shards of emperor-level divine weapons. Before long, these fragments converged before Suuan, instantly coalescing into a crown of white jade. Even in this preliminary formation, it emanated an overwhelming imperial power, unmistakably of emperor-level caliber. Upon witnessing this white jade crown, the quasi-emperor elder of the Eye Spirit clan was both excited and astounded. The excitement stemmed from the long-lost emperor-level divine weapon of the Eye Spirit clan finally re-emerging after countless ages. The astonishment was due to Suuan's formidable strength, which was simply beyond imagination. The fragments that he and the Eye Spirit clan had tirelessly sought for years were found in mere moments by him. Such immense power was truly unparalleled. Beside them, Xuan observed the elder's reaction with hidden delight. How does it feel to be stunned by the leader after you flaunted before me? He thought, chuckling inwardly. At that moment, Suuan gently flicked his fingers, causing the white jade crown to soar into the Eye Spirit clan's snow palace, replacing the earlier Xian in Cold Jade. After years of nurturing, it would eventually return to its former glory. Hearing Suuan's words, the quasi-emperor elder quickly regained composure and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. After all, while the Xian in Cold Jade was precious to the Eye Spirit clan, it paled in comparison to the emperor-level divine weapon. Suuan merely shook his head, indicating that it was unnecessary and that it was merely a transaction. With that, he said no more and took a step forward. In the next moment, both he and Xuan vanished without a trace. Observing this, the quasi-emperor elder could only bow respectfully in the direction where Suuan had departed. At that moment, numerous clan members emerged from the Eye Spirit clan, inquiring about what had transpired. They had just discovered that the long-lost emperor-level divine weapon had returned. Faced with their inquiries, the quasi-emperor elder simply stated that he had encountered a powerful individual who had offered assistance. Subsequently, he gazed into the distance, silently resolving that if he ever had the chance to meet this supreme being again, he would undoubtedly follow him, even if it meant becoming a servant. After all, a mere pointer from such an existence would surpass years of his own arduous cultivation. Without further delay, he led his clan members back home, focusing on nurturing the white jade crown. Meanwhile, Suuan returned to his courtyard with Xuan. Upon landing, Xuan immediately began to apologize and reflect, claiming he had failed in his duties and disappointed the leader. Suuan glanced at him and replied, "This matter is inconsequential. Just remember not to take advantage next time." Although Xuan did not comprehend the term take advantage, he beamed upon hearing that the leader bore him no ill will. He then retrieved the Xian in Cold Jade and presented it to Suuan. After accepting it, Suuan casually rewarded Chiron with some ham sausages, briefly explaining their benefits before dismissing him. Notably, as Suuan described the sausages' effects, Chiron was profoundly impacted. Coming from the divine lineage, he had only heard of such divine items within his clan, but had never experienced them himself due to his insufficient rank. In the divine clan, only those with outstanding talents, or those above the quasi-emperor level, were permitted to use them. As a mere leader of a minor group, he had even seen such items, let alone use them. Thus, when Suuan casually gifted him this divine item, it was evident how deeply it affected Chiron's heart. Of course, Suuan remained indifferent, as he possessed many such divine items. After dismissing Chiron, he continued to enjoy his time in blissful contentment. On another front, at the entrance of the Su family estate, 3 elders awaited alongside several clan members. Shortly thereafter, a convoy of dozens escorted a carriage, which gradually approached. Upon reaching the entrance, a middle-aged man emerged from the carriage. Upon seeing the 3 elders, he promptly walked forward, clasped his fists in greeting, and declared, "I am Suuan, the head of the 3rd branch of the Su family. I pay my respects to the 3 elders. No need for such formalities. Welcome back to the main family." The 3 elders quickly assisted him to his feet. They had received word of his arrival, hence their presence for the reception. At that moment, a middle-aged woman emerged from the carriage, supporting a white-haired, white-eyed youth. The 3 elders looked on in astonishment upon seeing the youth. The middle-aged man, Suuan, immediately spoke up, sharing the signs of his son Suuan's recent condition. He sighed, "I have sought renowned doctors and tried every possible method, but none have yielded results. I wonder if the 3 elders could discern what ails my son." The 3 elders swiftly examined the youth, but, regrettably, despite their enhanced powers, they could find nothing, much like their previous examination of Suuan. This led them to realize that the youth likely possessed a special constitution akin to Suuan's. They quickly responded, "We cannot discern, but the leader will surely know." They then recounted the events surrounding Suuan, which brought immense joy to Suuan. Indeed, coming to the main family was the right choice. Without delay, they had the 2nd and 3rd elders assist in settling matters, while the eldest elder, Suuan, led Suuan and the white-haired youth, Suuan, deeper into the estate to meet Suuan. As they proceeded, they soon arrived at the courtyard entrance. The courtyard gates stood wide open. Suuan peered through the gates and beheld an extraordinarily handsome young man reclining casually in a chair, his eyes slightly closed, exuding an air of utmost contentment. Though the young man appeared youthful, Suuan dared not underestimate him, filled instead with respect and awe. After all, this was the formidable being who had single-handedly vanquished the Baixian sect. Just then, Suuan stepped forward, ready to speak, when a voice emanated from within. "No need for words. I'm already aware of the situation. Please come in." As soon as the words fell, without any visible movement, Suuan and the others found themselves inexplicably within the courtyard. At this moment, Suuan's gaze fell upon the white-haired, white-eyed youth, Suuan. He calmly stated, "He possesses a unique constitution, much like Suuan, known as the Supreme Cold in Divine Body. The reason for his current state is due to his unawakened potential. I have already made preparations for this. There is no need for concern." Upon hearing this, Suuan finally felt a weight lift from his heart. Beside him, Suuan was equally elated. Thus, the Su family would welcome yet another unparalleled prodigy. However, as Suuan observed their expressions, he had yet to disclose another crucial piece of information, that this youth, Suuan, harbored not just a unique constitution, but also a special remnant soul within him. Chapter 38. Enlightenment of the Emperor's Scripture, the true scripture of thunderous laws, breaking the profound extreme in heavenly art, a unique constitution, coupled with an extraordinary remnant soul. Undoubtedly, this is a privilege reserved for the protagonist. In Suuan's eyes, the slender and handsome youth, Suuan, undoubtedly possesses the appearance of a true protagonist. With so many buffs stacked together, it would be unreasonable for him not to be the protagonist. However, Suuan paid little heed to this. Whether he was the protagonist was of little importance. After all, he was still a member of his clan, and regardless of his status, he would inevitably soar in the future. The origin of that special remnant soul was merely a consequence of a powerful being's demise in this world, of no significant concern. As for why he would not extract it, it was evidently because it was the elder beside the protagonist, and keeping it to assist Suuan was quite beneficial. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xuan took out the Xian Cold Jade and addressed Suuan. This object is known as Xian Cold Jade, imbued with the power of extreme and extreme cold. If you refine it, your constitution will fully awaken, and you will no longer exude cold air, nor will you feel cold. As for your regression in cultivation, this matter has its own hidden reasons, yet it can be considered your opportunity. After you refine the Xian Cold Jade, this issue will be resolved. The cold air emanating from Suuan's body and his sensation of chill were indeed due to his special constitution remaining unawakened. His regression in cultivation was naturally linked to that elder. Xuan could sense this without needing to probe, as it was a glitch often seen in novels of his past life. It was merely a matter of absorbing Suuan's cultivation to restore its own. Now, refining this Xian Cold Jade would not only awaken his constitution, but also contain immense power, rendering him unafraid of the elder absorbing his essence, thus eliminating the issue of regression in cultivation. Opposite him, the white-haired, white-eyed Suuan committed Xuan's words to memory. Although he was curious about what the opportunity mentioned by the clan leader entailed, his naturally astute nature led him to understand that the clan leader wished for him to discover it himself, so he refrained from asking further. He promptly bowed respectfully, expressing gratitude for the clan leader's benevolence, with Suuan beside him hastily following suit in gratitude. Xuan waved his hand to halt their actions, then flicked his fingers, causing the Xian Cold Jade to transform into a streak of light that swiftly merged into Suuan's brow. In the next moment, Suuan felt as though he had entered a realm of ice and snow, where coldness surged like an ocean, and the atmosphere was suffused with endless energy. All life withered away, creating a desolate zone. Yet, Suuan did not feel the slightest chill. Rather, he experienced an overwhelming warmth, as if he had returned home. That was his perception. Externally, Suuan was enveloped in a multitude of cold energies, much like Suuan before him. Once unleashed, everything within a 10,000-mile radius would face annihilation. Observing this, Xuan concentrated and drew Suuan into his own palm world. Although Suuan was also inside, the realm of his palm world was boundless. One Suuan was trivial. Even a billion could be accommodated without issue. After completing this, Xuan addressed Suuan and Suuan. The metamorphosis will require some time. Leave it to me, and you may go. Understood, clan leader. Without hesitation, the two promptly took their leave. Through this incident, Suuan not only felt awe towards Xuan, but also developed admiration and gratitude, vowing to serve the clan diligently. Once the two departed, Xuan gazed at Suuan and Suuan within his palm world, lost in contemplation. Both possessed divine bodies. Although they could cultivate the techniques he previously created, it was evident they could not fully harness their potential. It seemed he needed to devise techniques suited to their unique constitutions. With this thought, Xuan focused his attention on the two, beginning to analyze their divine forms. Coupled with the foundational knowledge he had accumulated, it was not long before he comprehended two supreme scriptures. These scriptures not only contain cultivation methods, but also various divine abilities and secret techniques for combat. One was named True Scripture of Thunderous Laws, suitable for Suuan's cultivation, while the other was Breaking the Profound Extreme in Heavenly Art, tailored for Suuan's practice. They were sufficient for both to reach the realm of the Emperor, and he would impart them once their transformations were complete. With that, Xuan ceased his considerations and turned his gaze towards the southernmost part of the Xuan domain, where the integration and sedimentation were nearly complete. Indeed, it seemed that it would not be long before they could relocate directly. Reflecting on this with satisfaction, Xuan withdrew his gaze once more, observing the members of the Su clan. He noted their rapid cultivation improvement, aided by the many sausages that enhanced their training speed tenfold and nodded slightly before reclining comfortably. On the other side, the Yi clan. When Yi Zhantian and the others returned with the 10,000 mini sausages and distributed them among the clan members, it undoubtedly caused quite a stir. After all, this was a divine object that even imperial powers could not enjoy, and now they could use it freely. How exhilarating! Indeed, it was a correct decision for the Yi clan to become a vassal of that esteemed individual. Such thoughts permeated the minds of every member of the Yi clan. At this moment, in the same room, the same three individuals, Yi Zhantian, Yi Qingyun, and Yi Hui, discussed the effects of this divine object, which exceeded their expectations. Consuming it not only enhanced their training speed tenfold, but also improved their focus. Truly, it was a remarkable gift from that esteemed individual. Yi Hui, the clan leader, spoke with evident excitement. I have told you countless times, it's called mini sausages. That's the name of the divine object. Don't forget it next time, or the clan leader will think we have not made an effort to remember his words. Yi Zhantian reprimanded. Understood, ancestor, mini sausages, I will remember. Yi Hui nodded earnestly, unable to resist adding, by the way, the clan leader is truly mysterious. Not only does he possess mini sausages, but also that delightful water that can extend life by 1,000 years. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Who knows how many such divine objects he has? The mere thought of this made Yi Hui tremble with excitement. Yi Zhantian and Yi Qingyun shared similar expressions, clearly resonating with Yi Hui's sentiments. This further solidified their resolve to follow Suuan. Subsequently, the three continued their discussion, primarily focused on how to win Suuan's favor to gain more of his attention. After all, this was an immensely powerful ally, and they needed to cling tightly to him. Just as they were engrossed in their discussion, a secret message suddenly arrived through the Yi clan's exclusive channel. The content revealed that within the light domain, a flood dragon imbued with the bloodline of a true dragon had emerged, seeking to transcend the quasi-emperor tribulation and ascend to the quasi-emperor realm. This immediately piqued the interest of the three. A flood dragon with the bloodline of a true dragon. Should we capture it and present it to the clan leader? Chapter 39. The sixth one, undoubtedly the most sixth excellent. The dragon that has not yet reached the status of a quasi-emperor is unworthy to serve as a spiritual beast for the clan leader. However, possessing the bloodline of a true dragon, it must have a delightful flavor. Capturing it to serve as a side dish for the clan leader will surely be a splendid idea. I concur. The clan leader has a penchant for indulgence, and this endeavor will undoubtedly win his favor. Very well, let us set off immediately. The three of us, accompanied by the imperial weapon, will suffice. Kanjia, remember to send a message to the clan leader, informing him that you are temporarily occupied and unable to return soon. But do not divulge our mission to capture the dragon. Understood. With that, Yi Zhantian proceeded to retrieve the Yi family's imperial weapon, the extreme rainbow emperor sword. Yi Hui informed the higher-ups of his temporary absence, delegating family management to him. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyun sent a message to Suuan, claiming he was entering seclusion for cultivation and would not be returning shortly. After completing these tasks, the three gathered at the entrance and swiftly departed. Meanwhile, in the Su family, Suuan was lounging when he suddenly received a message from Yi Qingyun. He casually opened the communication talisman, a popular means of long-distance messaging in this world. Affordable and effective, it is akin to a mobile phone in the past, albeit with far fewer functions and solely for communication. At that moment, the talisman conveyed Yi Qingyun's message about his seclusion and inability to return. However, Suuan, being what he is, quickly discerned the truth. They were actually going to capture a dragon with the bloodline of a true dragon to serve as a side dish for him. How absurd! Suuan shook his head in disbelief, thinking they truly regarded him as a glutton. Nevertheless, he thought sampling it wouldn't be a bad idea. Curiosity piqued. Suuan turned his gaze toward the light domain and instantly spotted the dragon. To his surprise, it was not as he had imagined. It was an old sixth dragon, which intrigued him. He mused to himself, to use such a creature as a mere side dish seems a bit of a waste. Yet I am eager to taste dragon meat, having never experienced it before. I shall leave it for later consideration. Subsequently, Suuan ceased his contemplation, summoned a servant, and ordered some roasted chicken and fine wine to savor. Simultaneously, in the light domain, a remote area that matched the Xuan domain in scale and strength. It had typically been an inconspicuous place. However, today it was bustling with activity. News had spread that a dragon possessing the bloodline of a true dragon was attempting to overcome the Quasi-Emperor's tribulation to attain Quasi-Emperor status. This revelation attracted considerable attention from various major domains. After all, the legends of divine beasts had become almost mythical, with even those creatures possessing divine bloodlines nearly extinct. Thus, the emergence of a dragon with true dragon blood stirred a significant uproar. Consequently, several major domains rushed to the scene, and even those from farther territories were drawn by the news. At this moment, within the light domain, countless towering mountains reached into the clouds, yet from above, they appeared to form a winding shape, resembling a colossal beast lying in wait. On these mountains stood numerous individuals, each exuding an extraordinary aura. Some were enveloped in divine light, others with rainbows hovering behind them, and some bore divine weapons or celestial forms. Each one of them could be regarded as a formidable presence in the outside world. Clearly, they had come from various major domains. Some sought to catch a glimpse of the dragon with true dragon blood. Some aspired to become dragon-slaying heroes, while others wished to become dragon knights. Despite their differing motivations, they were all united in their goal of pursuing the dragon. In another corner of the void, the three members of the Yi family stood quietly, markedly low-key compared to the imposing figures around them. Remember, we are not here to show off, so let's remain as inconspicuous as possible, ideally unnoticed. When these individuals make their move, we shall use them as a shield and then strike to capture the dragon. Both nodded vigorously, secretly criticizing the cunningness of the old fox. Suddenly, from deep within the light domain, a profound beastly roar resonated, akin to a dragon's cry. Subsequently, vast storm clouds gathered, crackling with endless lightning, enveloping the area with a sense of impending destruction. Upon witnessing this, the crowd's spirits ignited. The dragon had appeared. The news was indeed true. A dragon was undergoing tribulation here. The pure sound of the dragon's roar confirmed its possession of true dragon blood. Charge! Today, I shall meet my fate here. Wait, you seem off. My grandfather once said that a true man must become a dragon knight, and my grandmother said my grandfather was a mute. Thus, amidst the cacophony of voices, the crowd surged forward, with three figures moving at the swiftest pace, creating the most thunderous momentum. An elder, a youth, and a captivating woman led the charge. Upon seeing them, Yi Hui exclaimed, "That's the elder Zhao Wei from the Tai sect, a quasi-emperor level force from the Hong domain. And the youth, while appearing young, is actually a formidable figure from the Qian domain known as the Remnant Swordmaster. And that woman is Tsang Yu, the vice president of the Wanhua Academy in the Lan domain. All three were powerful beings at the first tier of quasi-emperors, and they had also arrived. Clearly, they had been hiding among the crowd until the dragon emerged for tribulation, prompting their appearance. Yi Qingyun was taken aback, not expecting even quasi-emperors to be drawn in. In contrast to their emotional turmoil, Yi Zhantian remained calm and dismissive, stating, "What's there to fear? Quasi-emperors are merely our shields. Do you understand? Now, let us stealthily approach. Remember our motto, Old Sixth, Old Sixth. We shall undoubtedly be the most sixth, and we are the ultimate Old Sixth." With that, the three of them concealed their presence and gradually advanced. Upon drawing near, they beheld a dragon of immense proportions, easily 10,000 feet long. Although it was termed a dragon, it bore no distinct claws and resembled a dragon in every other aspect. It radiated a sacred aura that was both awe-inspiring and captivating. However, at that moment, the dragon appeared quite pitiful, covered in numerous wounds, not from lightning strikes, but from the assaults of the rushing cultivators. The most potent attacks came from the three quasi-emperors, who relentlessly assailed the dragon, causing it to cry out in agony, on the verge of succumbing. Observing this scene, Yi Hui and Yi Qingyun were understandably alarmed, and quickly signaled Yi Zhantian that it was time to act. However, at that moment, Yi Zhantian was fixated on the ground beneath him, his expression darkening as he uttered a single phrase. "Damn it, this dragon is the true Old Sixth." As he spoke, a cataclysmic shift transpired. Chapter 40, confirmed by the gaze, all our Old Six, a resounding rumble echoed through the void. The realm of light trembled. The endless mountains quaked. This cataclysmic spectacle, akin to the collapse of heaven and earth, sent shivers down the spines of all present. None comprehended the cause of this upheaval. Not even the three quasi-emperors. Only Yi Zhantian, concealed in the shadows, remained silent after uttering a single phrase, fixating intently on the mountains beneath his feet. Yi Qingyun and Yi Hui were utterly bewildered by this cryptic figure's intentions. Just as they were about to inquire, a sudden shout erupted from afar. Instinctively, they turned to witness a sight most astonishing. The once injured azure dragon, embroiled in a tribulation, had now transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, dissipating along with the cataclysmic lightning, as if it had never existed. Was this an incarnation? Yi Hui and Yi Qingyun's minds raced, quickly piecing together the implications of Yi Zhantian's earlier words, conjuring forth a terrifying hypothesis. Yet, before they could voice their thoughts, the furious roars of the three quasi-emperors reverberated through the skies. "We've been deceived. This individual is not undergoing the quasi-emperor tribulation. The tribulation was merely his avatar, and even the lightning was a manifestation of his extraordinary abilities. His true form has long ascended to that of a quasi-emperor." The declarations of the three quasi-emperors struck the assembled crowd like a thunderclap, leaving them in a state of utter disbelief. They swiftly grasped the situation, shock coursing through their veins, as they realized that the information they had received was likely a trap set to lure them in. Clearly, this was a scheme, a plot directed squarely at them. Just as they contemplated a hasty retreat, the tremors intensified. Simultaneously, a voice of overwhelming authority, resonating through the very fabric of the realm of light, proclaimed, "Now you realize the truth, it is too late. You shall all become sacrifices to unlock the seal." With a thunderous roar, the endless mountains beneath their feet rose dramatically, as if lifted by some unseen force. The onlookers beheld a scene of utter horror. Beneath the mountains lay an unimaginably vast dragon form, measuring millions of feet in scale. The previous size of the azure dragon paled in comparison, a mere shadow against this colossal entity. What a staggering sight to behold! As the immense dragon body ascended, it obscured the entire realm of light. Daylight vanished, darkness enveloped all, and every living being quivered in terror. Yet, more fearsome than the sight itself was the immense pressure radiating from it. Just its presence in the sky stifled the onlookers, rendering them speechless and powerless, all reduced to trembling forms upon the ground. In that moment, it seemed as if this dragon was the sole sovereign of the universe. Boom! 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 At that instant, three formidable auras surged into the sky, rising to oppose the overwhelming pressure, striving to break free. They were the three quasi-emperor powerhouses. In that moment, they radiated brilliance, their quasi-emperor first-layer auras reaching their zenith, even threatening to exceed their limits. Clearly, they were not prepared to succumb without a fight. The first to strike was an elder from the Tai sect, Zhao Wei. He unleashed the Tai sect's legendary skill, the Tai 100 Deities Slash, concentrating energy into a blade. He struck out hundreds of times in an instant, each slash infused with his utmost power. Following him was the youthful figure of the Remnant Swordmaster, whose unparalleled brilliance surged skyward, threatening to tear the very fabric of reality. Behind him, a colossal golden sword, spanning tens of thousands of feet, materialized. Its blade pointed towards the heavens, eclipsing the sun and moon. This was his famed technique, the Xianjin Limitless Sword Qi. Simultaneously, the enchanting woman unleashed her own assault. Without any visible movement, the surrounding void erupted with countless butterflies, resplendent in myriad colors, captivating all who beheld them. Yet, within their beauty lay an inexorable lethality. Upon closer inspection, each butterfly exuded a malicious aura of destruction. Such a multitude, if unleashed, would unleash a force capable of instilling terror in the hearts of many. This was none other than the Wanhua Academy's one of the 3 ultimate techniques, the 10,000 butterflies rebirth spell, signifying that when the butterflies emerge, one is sent to their demise. The 3 quasi-emperor powerhouses clearly utilized their most powerful techniques. Although their attacks were executed in succession, they were nearly simultaneous, arriving at their target almost concurrently, aimed at the celestial dragon body that obscured the sky. However, even these combined mightiest of strikes, infused with the greatest attacks from the 3 quasi-emperors, failed to pierce even the dragon's scales, leaving no mark whatsoever. At that moment, the massive dragon head, shrouded in endless mist, opened its radiant eyes and gazed down. "Are you merely scratching my back?" A quasi-emperor of the 7th layer, the dragon growled. As the dragon's head moved, a vast and terrifying aura surged forth. The 3 quasi-emperors, sensing this, turned pale with dread. The disparity was too great. The opponent possessed the bloodline of the true dragon, their authentic strength comparable to a pinnacle quasi-emperor of the 9th layer. While they too were quasi-emperors, the truth was that before this being, they were akin to insignificant ants. Suddenly, in a concealed location, an imperial might manifested. Then, a streak of sword light pierced the void, enveloping 3 figures as they rushed inward, evidently attempting to flee. Upon sensing the commotion, the 3 quasi-emperors turned their gazes and were astonished to witness this scene. Someone had brought an imperial weapon. What left the quasi-emperors speechless was that the trio wielding the imperial weapon had been lurking in the shadows all along. It was evident they had intended to launch a surprise attack on everyone using the imperial weapon. What a surprise! And then, the azure dragon above also noticed this scene, instantly understanding the preceding events. It lowered its gaze towards Yi Zhantian and his companions, just as Yi Zhantian instinctively glanced back. Their eyes met, and in that moment, an understanding surged within them both. Confirmed by the gaze, they were both old 6. And when 2 old 6s cross paths, one must perish while the other survives. Thus, without hesitation, the dragon struck, extending a colossal claw that blotted out the sun, reaching for the fleeing Yi Zhantian and his companions. An unparalleled force descended, and even an imperial weapon could not fully shield Yi Zhantian and his companions, for their cultivation was too low. Should such an attack land, while the imperial weapon might remain unscathed, the 3 of them would surely be crushed. At that moment, a voice, small yet resonant within the depths of every soul, suddenly echoed. It contained but a single word. Small. Chapter 41. With words comes power, guardian of the clan's divine beast. A voice utterly ordinary, resonated as if one were casually greeting another in daily life. It bore no hint of intimidation. Yet, in that very instant, an astonishing scene unfolded. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the colossal dragon, large enough to envelop the entire realm of light, began to shrink uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, it diminished from tens of millions of zhong to merely millions. And still, it continued to shrink. At this moment, not only did the onlookers notice, but even the dragon itself became aware, a wave of panic washing over it. It had felt no presence or fluctuation, only that single voice. Could mere words induce such terrifying effects? A phrase with words comes power? The dragon involuntarily recalled some dreadful memories from its bloodline heritage. However, with a sense of impending doom, it instinctively unleashed all its might, even awakening its true dragon bloodline. In an instant, an overwhelming aura comparable to the pinnacle of a quasi-emperor at the 9th level erupted forth, possessing the terrifying capability to rend the heavens and shake the earth. Not only did the beings below feel the pressure, but even the 3 quasi-emperors were forcefully pressed to the ground, grappling with suffocating weight. Only Zhantian and his companions remained composed, shielded by their imperial-grade divine weapons. Yet, they paid little heed to their surroundings, exchanging glances that conveyed mutual understanding. Indeed, that voice belonged to the clan leader. He had intervened. Meanwhile, high above in the void, the dragon, having unleashed all its power, was horrified to discover that it had been utterly futile. It continued to shrink, and, at an accelerated pace, within mere breaths, it had dwindled to the size of a mere insect. Then, without warning, a slender, pale hand emerged from the emptiness, grasping the dragon casually before retracting. The entire process unfolded without any terrifying fluctuations, characterized solely by an air of nonchalance. As the dragon vanished completely, the overwhelming aura that had swept across the heavens and the earth instantaneously dissipated. The onlookers below, including the 3 quasi-emperors, felt the oppressive weight lift, leaving them in a state of unparalleled lightness. However, while their bodies felt unburdened, their expressions remained anything but relaxed. They gazed intently at the sky, their minds replaying the recent events. Merely through the power of a voice, a quasi-emperor at the 7th level had been subdued in an instant. Even the dragon's activation of its true bloodline, elevating its combat prowess to that of a quasi-emperor at the 9th level, proved ineffectual. The hand that had emerged indicated that the source was undoubtedly far away. From such an immeasurable distance, a single utterance had sufficed to subdue the dragon. What manner of terrifying existence was this individual? Without a doubt, after a brief moment of stunned silence, the atmosphere erupted with fervor. I swear, having been single for 500 years, I am convinced that the one who intervened must be a great emperor. Otherwise, let me remain forever single. The calculations were evident. Even from thousands of miles away, I had heard you. Only an existence at the level of an emperor could possess such divine power. Indeed, emperors stand atop the world. Who else could so effortlessly subdue this dragon? The gathered crowd unanimously believed that the intervening presence was that of an emperor. Even the 3 quasi-emperors shared this sentiment. After all, in their understanding, this was the pinnacle of existence. Yet, Yi Zhantian and his companions knew better. An emperor? Please. That one is merely a subordinate of a much greater power. Naturally, out of respect for Suuan, they dared not reveal the truth of their own strength. Moreover, even if they did, the crowd would likely dismiss their claims. Thus, Yi Zhantian and his companions remained silent, swiftly guiding their imperial sword to cut through the void and depart. Their destination was undoubtedly the Su family. As they initially intended to capture the dragon as a delicacy for Suuan, but now the latter had intervened personally. This was undeniably a blunder, and they needed to return quickly to offer their apologies. Meanwhile, within the courtyard of the Su family, Suuan regarded the dragon, now shrunk to a size akin to an insect and seemingly unconscious, and murmured to himself, "What should I prepare as a delicacy? Braised, steamed, or roasted? Or perhaps I should simply make it sashimi, consuming it raw to preserve its nutrients." Upon hearing this, the dragon, which had been feigning unconsciousness, was abruptly jolted awake. It bent its body into a kneeling posture, pleading frantically, "Predecessor, my flesh is tough and unappetizing. Truly, I haven't bathed in thousands of years, and the meat has rotted to the core. If you were to eat me, you would surely vomit for 10 days and nights. Thus, there is no need to dirty your palate." At this moment, the dragon adopted a demeanor of utter humility, shedding its previous invincible arrogance. All this was due to the seemingly calm youth before it, whose cultivation had reached unfathomable depths. The beings of the light realm had never encountered an emperor and were unaware of the levels beyond an emperor, leading them to believe it was indeed an emperor who had acted. However, the dragon, as a descendant of divine beasts, possessed not only a potent bloodline, but also the legacy of memories within that bloodline. These memories contain not just emperors, but also the existence of those beyond them. Upon hearing Suuan's voice earlier, the dragon had sensed something amiss, but at the time, it had no opportunity for contemplation. Now, witnessing Suuan in person and feeling the aura that surpassed even that of an emperor, combined with the images from its ancestral memories, it became certain that this individual must be of a level transcending that of an emperor. Thus, the once proud dragon found itself yielding before Suuan. Meanwhile, Suuan listened to the dragon's words and gazed down at it, saying, "Since you are unappetizing, there is no point in keeping you alive. I might as well crush you." As he spoke, his 5 fingers began to close slightly, In that instant, the dragon perceived them as towering pillars collapsing toward it, as if the heavens themselves were caving in. Terrified, it cried out, "No, please, predecessor. While I may not be edible, I can serve you as a loyal servant." Instantaneously, the descending fingers halted. Suuan's voice rang out, "That sounds quite appealing. I shall spare your life, sealing you as the guardian divine beast of my clan. How does that sound?" The dragon, of course, dared not refuse, quickly agreeing while feeling astute for having outwitted itself. How splendid! Not only had it managed to survive, but it had also secured a mighty ally. The thought alone filled it with delight. Unbeknownst to the unfortunate dragon, Suuan's lips had curved into a subtle smile. Clearly, he did not intend to consume this dragon. After all, possessing true dragon bloodline in this world was a rare treasure, and to simply devour it would be a lamentable waste. Thus, he devised this method to easily subdue it, welcoming it as the guardian divine beast of his clan. Chapter 42. The Sea of Death. The emergence of the demon dragon thoughts flashed through Suuan's mind as he focused his intent, causing the dragon within his palm to materialize instantaneously in the courtyard. The dragon appeared somewhat bewildered at first, but it quickly regained its composure and began to gasp for breath, overwhelmed by the beauty of this world for the first time. After all, being confined within Suuan's grasp had subjected it to a constant, faint pressure of life force, leaving it feeling as though death lurked at every moment. Now, having returned to the vast world, it felt utterly liberated. However, the dragon did not linger for long. Soon, it approached Suuan and with a thought, transformed into a young man clad in azure robes. He appeared to be in his late 20s, with flowing blue hair and two azure dragon horns adorning his forehead. Taking a step forward, he respectfully bowed and greeted. Xuan pays his respects to the esteemed clan leader. It was evident that Xuan was the name of this dragon. The very fact that a dragon dared to adopt the surname Xuan indicated a rich lineage of true dragon blood coursing through its veins, signifying that it had awakened ancestral memories, thus earning the right to bear such a name. After all, it is widely acknowledged that the surname Ao belongs to the dragon clan. Only those with a sufficiently potent, true dragon bloodline, destined to transform into a dragon, could safely assume such a name without facing the repercussions of their choice. Upon hearing the greeting, Suuan nodded in acknowledgement, deciding that this form would suffice for future encounters. After all, the dragon's true form was a colossal entity spanning millions of feet, which would be unfathomable to the members of the Su clan. Thus, assuming a human guise was indeed more practical. Xuan readily agreed, standing there with an expression that suggested he had more to convey. Noticing Xuan's hesitance, Suuan inquired calmly, "Is there something else you wish to discuss?" After a moment's hesitation, Xuan recounted his experience since awakening his true dragon bloodline. He had been visited by a mysterious voice claiming to be a forebear of the dragon clan, sealed away in a distant realm. The voice instructed him to gather sacrifices from countless beings and set up a formation to facilitate their transmission, promising that this would aid in breaking the seal. The voice demonstrated an extensive knowledge of dragon lore and provided Xuan with guidance in his cultivation, which led him to trust it implicitly. This was why he had fabricated false information to lure people from all directions, hiding his true form as he awaited the perfect opportunity to ensnare them. Yet, fate had other plans, and it was he who ended up ensnared. Upon hearing this, Suuan cast another penetrating glance at Xuan, one that made the latter feel as if his very soul was laid bare. Indeed, it was. Suuan's gaze seemed to trace back through the lineage of Xuan's ancestors. Withdrawing his gaze, Suuan spoke, "This matter is not as you perceive. The entity you encountered is indeed your forebear. However, it's complicated to explain. Allow me to show you." As the words left his lips, Xuan found the world around him darken. When clarity returned, he realized he was no longer in the courtyard, but hovering above a vast sea. The waves churned violently, with monstrous surges rising to the heavens, infused with an endless corrosive power that filled Xuan with trepidation. He feared that even he would not survive if he were to fall into such depths. Could this be the infamous Sea of Death, known as one of the realms of forbidden life? A name surfaced in Xuan's mind, and memories flooded back. The Sea of Death, a place shrouded in mystery, its origins debated among many. Some claimed it had existed since the dawn of creation, while others believed it emerged from the death of a supreme being. Whichever the case, one thing was certain. The waters of this sea could obliterate all life, and even the mightiest emperors dared not venture too deeply. For those beneath the imperial level, a direct descent meant certain demise. There would be no remains, not even ashes, merely vaporized into nothingness. Let us proceed. Suuan's voice interrupted Ouching's thoughts. He then observed as Suuan, with one hand resting behind him, calmly descended toward the depths of the Sea of Death. What followed was astonishing. Wherever Suuan tread, the waters of the Sea of Death, known to extinguish all life, parted as if they had encountered a formidable adversary, retreating in fear and refusing to draw near. It was as if they were saying, "We cannot provoke this being. We must flee." Thus, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Wherever Suuan stood, a vacuum formed, devoid of water, and even the air was pristine and untainted. Witnessing this, Ouching could only marvel. Is this the power of a true master? I am in awe. He hurriedly followed, resembling an eager disciple trailing behind a revered figure. In this manner, they traversed to the seabed of the Sea of Death. Upon arrival, Ouching suddenly felt a stirring within his bloodline, compelling him to look in a specific direction. Before him unfolded an expansive space adorned with an array of intricate seals, meticulously arranged. Within this space lay an unimaginably colossal dragon, not a feeble imitation or a lesser serpent like himself, but a genuine true dragon. This magnificent creature radiated an aura of grandeur, as if it encompassed the very essence of the universe. The markings of the Tao were etched upon its scales, and divine chains of order entwined its claws. Its eyes shone brighter than the sun and moon, and its whiskers dwarfed the stars in the night sky. Ouching, filled with exhilaration, could hardly contain himself, especially as the dragon gazed upon him with a gentle demeanor, reminiscent of a benevolent elder, coupled with the resonance of his bloodline. Ouching had no doubt that this being was indeed his ancestral forebear. Without hesitation, he approached. Yet outside the confines of this space, the reality was starkly different. The space existed, but within it was not the gentle elder of the dragon clan. Rather, it was a demon dragon, shrouded in dark energy. Its imperial might was palpable, exuding pressure that could subdue myriad beings. This was a demon dragon of imperial caliber. At this moment, the demon dragon observed Ouching, who was advancing toward it, and its visage transformed with uncontainable excitement. Though it was uncertain how this individual had arrived, it had originally intended to deceive him into collecting sacrifices, ultimately planning to offer him as a tribute. However, now that he had come, it would simply consume him and seize his flesh, granting itself a rebirth. As the demon dragon reveled in its thoughts, a voice suddenly echoed, "What are you laughing at? How many elders from the Soul Palace do you plan to devour?" The demon dragon, momentarily startled, turned its gaze toward the source of the voice, only to witness an astonishing sight. Chapter 43. As I stand here, how dare the demonic energy not dissipate? To his astonishment, the demon dragon beheld an unexpected sight within the confines of a sealed space. A young human seated at a table. Leisuredi sipping there. It was almost inconceivable. How had this individual approached without his notice? After all, he was a true emperor, a being who stood at the pinnacle of this realm. The fact that someone could draw so near without detection was utterly unfathomable. Who are you? And what do you mean by elder of the Soul Palace? I have never partaken of their offerings. The demon dragon regarded the seated youth with palpable trepidation. Nothing of consequence. Merely a jest, Suuan replied nonchalantly, setting down his teacup and meeting the demon dragon's gaze. The soul of the true dragon has been tainted by a wisp of demonic energy. Upon hearing this, the demon dragon's heart trembled. The youth had seen through his essence with a mere glance. Overwhelmed by his apprehension of Suuan, the demon dragon retracted all his power, causing the illusion cast by Ouching to dissipate due to the lack of sustaining strength. King, who had initially been overwhelmed with emotion at the sight of a dragon clan elder, suddenly came to his senses. He was nearly ensnared by the demon dragon's trap. At that moment, however, the demon dragon's attention was fixated elsewhere. Following his gaze, Ao Qing beheld Suuan, who remained calmly sipping his tea. A wry smile crept across Ao Qing's face. Truly, he was an extraordinary figure, maintaining his composure in the depths of a sea of death and before an emperor-class demon dragon, a feat of epic proportions. He now understood why he had regained his clarity. It was not due to his own prowess, but rather because the demon dragon had been intimidated by the clan leader, subsequently retracting the power required to maintain the illusion. In that moment, the demon dragon had summoned forth all of his demonic energy, creating a tempest of malevolence that engulfed the space like an ancient demonic realm descended upon the mortal world. This was the demon dragon's strategy. Since he could not confront Suuan directly, he sought to erode him with his overwhelming malice. His demonic energy surpassed that of this world, representing a dimensional assault. Did you not expect such a tactic? He. The demon dragon reveled in his cunning, but soon found himself rendered speechless. As the waves of demonic energy surged towards Suuan, they recoiled in fear, avoiding him as if he were a being far superior to the very essence of demonic energy itself. Wait, the demon dragon began to speak, only to hear Suuan's calm voice resonate. As long as I am here, how dare the demonic energy not dissipate? This simple declaration seemed to encapsulate the power to suppress all realms. In an instant, the boundless demonic energy vanished without a trace, dissipating into nothingness. Witnessing this spectacle, the demon dragon felt as though his eyes would burst. Was this the power of spoken command? Had he been sealed for so long that he had fallen behind the times, unaware that such a magnificent being had emerged in this realm? Yet, this question would remain unanswered for him forever. In the next moment, he too began to dissipate, vanishing from the world, for he was, after all, a mere manifestation of demonic energy. Outside the space, Ao Qing observed this scene with an unsettling familiarity. Previously, he had been subdued by the very same spoken command, utterly powerless to resist. Now, he was certain that Suuan existed on a tier beyond even that of the Emperor. After all, if a demon dragon possessing Emperor-level strength could be extinguished in an instant, then only a being of unparalleled might could achieve such a feat. As Ao Qing marveled at Suuan's strength, an unexpected disturbance rippled through the space. In the very spot where the demon dragon had just vanished, a glimmer of light emerged, coalescing into a figure. However, this was not merely a human form. Like Ao Qing, this being possessed a human body, yet bore two dragon horns upon its forehead. The aura and pressure it exuded far surpassed that of Ao Qing. With a majestic presence that seemed to encompass the heavens and devour the stars, its gaze contained the weight of countless eons, a sovereign of the world, imperishable through time. Clearly, this was the soul of the true dragon. Upon the expulsion of the demonic energy by Suuan, it had regained its form. While both the soul of the true dragon and the demon dragon existed at the Emperor level, there was an evident superiority in the former's demeanor and essence. This was understandable. The soul of the true dragon had ascended to the Emperor realm through countless battles, its will unyielding. In contrast, the demon dragon was merely a corrupted manifestation of demonic thought, a thief who had reaped the rewards without enduring the trials. In this moment, the soul of the true dragon sighed. A dream spanning countless ages, the sands of time have shifted, and all that was is no more. It then approached Suuan and bowed deeply, expressing gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder, for purging the demonic energy and liberating me from my torment. Though it had been tainted by demonic energy and its consciousness submerged, it had absorbed the memories of the demon dragon upon awakening, thus comprehending everything. Suuan nodded slightly, indicating that it was of no consequence. Subsequently, the soul of the true dragon inquired about Suuan's name, wishing to remember it deeply. Suuan, without reservation, revealed his name. Upon learning it, the soul of the true dragon's expression shifted in astonishment. So that is the case. No wonder you are so formidable. You hail from the Su family. Hearing this, Suuan, who had previously shown little interest, became intrigued and sought to learn more about the Su family from the soul of the true dragon. However, the latter chuckled ruefully. My knowledge of the Su family is rather limited. At that time, the Su family was in its prime, with numerous emperor-level beings in the open, shrouded in mystery. I had just ascended to the emperor level and lacked the qualifications to delve into the secrets of the Su family. I had intended to explore their mysteries once I grew stronger. Yet, while traversing the periphery of the world, I was tainted by a wisp of demonic energy that emerged from the boundless chaos. To avoid succumbing to the demonic path, I had no choice but to seal myself within the depths of this sea of death. Alas, despite resisting for many years, I ultimately fell to the demonic energy, perishing and having my soul tainted, transforming into a demonic soul. Fortunately, due to the indestructible nature of demonic energy, my soul has persisted until now. Otherwise, it would have long since vanished. After hearing this, Xuan gained a clearer understanding of the Su family's formidable past from ages long past. He began to suspect that the history of those distant times might have been deliberately severed by the Su family, hidden away beyond the veil of the world. After all, if it were within the world, with his capabilities, he would have found it long ago. Chapter 44. The True Dragon Ancestor and His Simple-Minded Descendant Thus. The only explanation is that the fragmented history no longer exists in this realm. However, Xuan paid it no mind, deciding to focus on lottery draws and development first. When he becomes sufficiently powerful, he will be able to face anything. Subsequently, Xuan pondered and inquired about the Dragon Clan. After all, in his past life as a descendant of dragons, even after transmigrating, he still harbored a unique sentiment towards dragons. Yet in this world, regardless of the present era, or during his travels through the river of time to the past, he had not discovered any traces of the Dragon Clan. Therefore, Xuan speculated that the history of the Dragon Clan likely dated back to a long-forgotten time, severed from memory, leaving him to glean what he could from the essence of the true dragon. Upon hearing Xuan's questions, the essence of the true dragon earnestly elucidated. According to him, in his era, dragons still existed and maintained a considerable influence, though pure-blooded true dragons like himself had become exceedingly rare. However, what calamity befell them, leading to their disappearance, was beyond his knowledge, for he had long since perished. His soul had been tainted, and his consciousness submerged, leaving him oblivious to the world around him. Realizing he could not extract further information, Xuan nodded and inquired about the essence's intentions. The true dragon sighed. I was once a being of the past, thrust into an era that is not my own. My kin, dear friends, and beloved have all passed away. I alone remain, and life has lost its significance. This sentiment was clear. He harbored a will to die, wishing to be buried here, dust returning to dust. This was understandable, for after an eternity, one gazes back and finds that those once beside them have long since departed. Left alone to accompany solitude and desolation, the feeling is akin to a living death. Thus, it was not surprising that the essence of the true dragon no longer wished to live. However, at that moment, Xuan suddenly spoke. If you were to join my ranks, I could assist in reviving them in the future. Upon hearing this, the essence of the true dragon was visibly taken aback. He gazed at Xuan, and though no words were spoken, a glimmer of skepticism shone in his eyes. After all, to reverse the passage of time and resurrect beings after countless epochs was a power beyond his imagination. Observing his reaction, Xuan refrained from further elaboration. With a mere thought, the space around them transformed. The sound of flowing rivers and lakes filled the air, and a magnificent, illusory river materialized without warning. The essence of time wafted towards them, as if past, present, and future coalesced simultaneously. A.O. Qing, outside this space, was startled, yet he could not comprehend its nature, only sensing its vastness. In an instant, the essence of the true dragon recognized it, his voice trembling. This is the river of time. Having once been an emperor, he could easily identify it. Yet time, in its supremacy, was a realm even emperors could not tread. The youth before him, however, summoned it at will. Impervious to the torrents of temporal force, standing firm like an ancient monolith. Such power was awe-inspiring. How is this possible? Xuan's voice seemed to transcend endless time. And as the river of time gradually receded into tranquility, the essence of the true dragon, without hesitation, respectfully bowed. Ao Lingfeng pays homage to the master. Clearly, he had wholly accepted Xuan, willing to serve under him. Xuan maintained an impassive facade, though inwardly he felt elated. Once again, he had successfully recruited a formidable ally. He calmly stated, "Very well, but henceforth there is no need to address me as master. Simply call me clan leader." Ao Lingfeng nodded in understanding. Xuan then informed him that if he wished to pursue the path of the Ghost Clan, he had exclusive heritage for that purpose. However, if he sought resurrection, he could only exist temporarily in his soul form until a suitable true dragon body was found. After some contemplation, Ao Lingfeng ultimately chose the latter path. He still had attachments and desired to live alongside his kin and beloved in the future. Naturally reluctant to become a member of the Ghost Clan, Xuan, not surprised by his choice, gently suggested, in that case, "You may exist in your soul form for now. Fortuitously, your descendants are here, and you can reside within him, nurturing and guiding him along the way." With this intention in mind, Ao Lingfeng stepped out of the space, for the seal was originally meant to contain demonic energy. Now that the energy had been dispelled, it was of no consequence. At that moment, Ao Qing looked at the somewhat ethereal figure of Ao Lingfeng, utterly bewildered. Though he had an inkling of what was happening, he still found it hard to believe. After all, he had previously been deceived by that demonic dragon and remained apprehensive. Facing the dazed Ao Qing, Ao Lingfeng shook his head. It is hard to fathom that the once mighty and illustrious me has such a simple-minded descendant. Before Ao Qing could respond, Ao Lingfeng transformed into a beam of light and disappeared into his brow. Ao Qing was startled, fearing an attempt at possession. In his moment of panic, Xuan transmitted a message to him, revealing the entire context. Only then did Ao Qing relax, unable to suppress a murmur. So it was the corruption of demonic energy. "I truly have an ancestor. You, having cultivated for so long, have only reached the 7th level of the Emperor realm. Pathetic. The Dragon Clan's inherited techniques have only been superficially grasped, utterly inadequate. Moreover, you remain single, with not a single female companion in sight. More disappointing." Following this, the resounding voice echoed in Ao Qing's mind. Ao Qing's face darkened as he envisioned the grim future awaiting him. "What have I done to deserve this?" Xuan found the situation rather amusing. Ao Qing had unwittingly acquired a grandfather, albeit one that was his ancestor. However, he had also gained a template for a protagonist. Shortly thereafter, Xuan did not linger long. After finishing his tea, with a mere thought, he returned both Ao Qing and Ao Lingfeng to the courtyard of the Su family. For the time being, they would reside there, whether in a spare room or by creating space in the void. Having uttered this, Xuan reclined in his chair, indifferent to the world around him. Observing this, Ao Qing initially intended to create a space in the void, but then the essence of Ao Lingfeng suddenly interjected. "What are you doing? Listen to me. Find a room to stay in first, get comfortable, and then we could go to the brothel and meet some lovely ladies." Having perused Ao Qing's memories, Ao Lingfeng was rather familiar with the current era. Upon hearing this, Ao Qing immediately retorted, "Ancestor, women will only hinder my cultivation speed." Chapter 45. The mutual appreciation between the two elders in the depths of his mind. Ao Lingfeng was rendered speechless upon hearing those words. Goodness, he initially believed that this individual simply lacked enlightenment, but it turned out he was entirely indifferent to women. A dragon, proclaiming that women only impede my cultivation, was as absurd as a sow climbing a tree. No, even more ludicrous. It is well known that dragons possess an inherent nature, and virtually every dragon has numerous mates. He was no exception. Yet, here was his own descendant, utterly disinterested in women. The crucial point being that he was the last scion of the dragon lineage. Oh heavens, was this to lead to the total extinction of my clan? I must alter this young one's perspective. Otherwise, my dragon lineage is truly doomed. Ao Lingfeng sensed the gravity of the situation. This was no longer merely about guiding Ao Qing to relish the dragon's life, but a matter of the very survival of the dragon clan. However, He could not act too hastily. A gradual and gentle approach was essential. With this in mind, Ao Lingfeng refrained from mentioning women or dragon life, instead suggesting that Ao Qing reside in a room under the pretext of training. After all, finding and inhabiting a comfortable environment is also a form of cultivation for dragons. Ao Qing was somewhat skeptical, but ultimately acquiesced. For the matter of cultivation weighed heavily on his mind. Cultivation. All he thinks about is cultivation. I see that this lad has spent so many years in solitary practice that he's quite lost touch with reality. Ao Lingfeng, observing ao King esse singular focam zon cultivation, could not help but internally lament, feeling a sense of frustration akin to that of a parent disappointed in their child's choices. Well, patience is key. I, the ancestor, have ample time. Soon, under Ao Lingfeng's guidance, Ao Qing began selecting a house around the courtyard. Just then a ripple surged through the void, followed by the piercing presence of a sword, emanating imperial might that suppressed all within the vicinity. However, it could not extend beyond this courtyard. The aura of an imperial weapon? Ao Qing, engaged in his selection, felt the overwhelming pressure and instinctively looked up. He then beheld 3 figures standing upon an imperial sword. This familiar sight instantly reminded him of an encounter he had previously. Wasn't this the same old 6 from the light domain? At that time, he had instinctively felt that when 2 of the old 6 crossed paths, only one could survive, prompting him to act without hesitation. Yet before he could make contact, he had been subdued by Suuan. At this moment, upon seeing the 3 figures descend into the courtyard, Ao Qing approached Suuan respectfully. Upon witnessing this scene, everything clicked into place for him. It turned out these 3 individuals were loyal to the clan leader. No wonder the clan leader had intervened to suppress him. What Ao Qing did not realize was that even without Yi Zhantian and the others, Suuan would have acted, as he required a guardian beast for the clan. Meanwhile, Suuan, reclining in his chair, regarded the trio of Yi Zhantian, who had come to express their apologies, and casually remarked, "No need for that. You acted out of concern for me, and my intervention was not only to rescue you, but also because the clan is in need of a guardian beast, and you are well suited for the role." Upon hearing this, the trio finally understood why the clan leader had refrained from slaying the serpentine dragon on the spot. It was because he needed it to become the guardian beast of the clan. Subsequently, Suuan naturally introduced both parties to one another, facilitating their acquaintance. After a period of dialogue, it became evident that they had developed a strong rapport, particularly between Ao Qing and Yi Zhantian. 2 old 6s meeting was akin to kindred spirits finding each other, and they seemed to lament their previous lack of acquaintance. They exchanged experiences and insights about being the old 6, often bursting into sinister laughter that would send chills down one's spine. Yi Hui and Yi Qingyun, however, could only look on in disbelief. Meanwhile, Ao Lingfeng and Ao Qing's mind was equally speechless. His descendant was preoccupied with nothing but cultivation and the old 6. Suuan, uninterested in their antics, suddenly recalled something and addressed Yi Hui and Yi Qingyun. "I have recently established a new city in the southern region of this domain, and soon the Su family will inhabit it. You, Yi family, are also welcome to join us." Upon hearing this, the 2 were understandably thrilled and exhilarated. A city built by a being who had stepped into the realm of immortality was undoubtedly beyond comparison with the mundane world. Moreover, even if one disregarded the environment, this was an exceptional opportunity to become part of the core cadre of the clan leader. Without hesitation, they agreed immediately. They then sought out Yi Zhantian, who was still engaged in discussion about the ways of the old 6. Upon relaying the news, Yi Zhantian promptly rose, made arrangements with Ao Qing for their next meeting, and hurriedly took flight upon the imperial sword, departing the void together with the 3. Ao Qing watched them leave, clearly still yearning for more, his heart brimming with anticipation for their next encounter. Meanwhile, Ao Lingfeng had grown tired of lamenting. His descendants' disinterest in women and fascination with the old 6 was simply astounding. Subsequently, under his guidance, Ao Qing chose a house situated near the eastern side of the courtyard. The interior was exquisitely furnished and warmly arranged, clearly designed for the comfort of both genders. Evidently, it was intended to help Ao Qing gradually acclimatize. However, Ao Qing paid little heed to this. Upon entering, he immediately immersed himself in cultivation, dismissing notions of warmth and elegance as mere illusions. His singular focus was clear. With no thoughts of women, he would cultivate to divine perfection. As for the cerebral duel between the two dragons, Suuan remained oblivious, continuing to relish his life. Just then, he sensed a change within the world in his palm. It appeared that the transformations of Su Ro and Su Tian had been fully realized. Instantly, he concentrated his thoughts, and their figures materialized in the courtyard. Su Ro and Su Tian were initially somewhat disoriented, but upon seeing Su Xian, they immediately regained their composure and approached him respectfully. Excellent, he mused. Not only have all issues been resolved, but your cultivation has also significantly advanced, both attaining the law manifestation realm. Very well indeed. Su Xian was quite pleased. He then emitted a flash of celestial light from his eyes, and an immense reservoir of profound information flooded into Su Ro and Su Tian's minds. This is the supreme imperial sutra I have comprehended based on your individual constitutions. It encompasses not only methods of cultivation, but also various divine techniques and secret arts for combat. As Su Ro and Su Tian absorbed Su Xian's voice while processing the information of the imperial sutra in their minds, they were struck with overwhelming astonishment. The clan leader was truly remarkable for having specifically derived the supreme imperial sutra for them. What extraordinary insight must he possess? It was simply beyond imagination. In that moment, they felt a blend of adoration and trepidation towards Su Xian. After a brief interval, Su Xian concluded his explanation and subsequently bestowed upon them some mini ham sausages, briefly describing their benefits before allowing them to take their leave. Although Su Tian and Su Ro were taken aback by the sausage's efficacy, they did not inquire further. After offering their respects, they exited side by side. Chapter 46. The Emergence of Two Exceptional Talents and the Guardian of the Ghost Clan. At this moment in the Su family plaza, much like any other day, numerous young clan members gathered. They engaged in cultivation, sparring, and enlightenment, embodying a vibrant and flourishing atmosphere. Upon a high platform, three elders observed the scene with expressions of contentment and satisfaction. Suddenly, the second elder, Su Xingqian, pondered aloud. The southern and northern talents battle of the Xuan domain, held once every decade, is about to commence. Shall our Su family send forth our young disciples to participate? The Southern and Northern Talents Battle is a prestigious contest held simultaneously in the two major regions of the Xuan domain, designed to select the most formidable talents capable of representing the region in future competitions against other domains. The victors will be granted resources from the other domains, making this battle not merely a matter of supreme honor, but also a fierce contest for resources. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder, Su Tianming, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Our young disciples are still in the accumulation phase. They may not match the prodigies meticulously nurtured by those great powers. Although Su Ro and Su Tian possess extraordinary talents, their late awakening and insufficient training time render them unlikely contenders. As for resources, we currently have ample provisions bestowed by the clan leader, so there is no pressing need to compete." His words received the agreement of the other two elders, indicating their shared belief that the Su family's capabilities are not yet sufficient and that further development is necessary. Let us wait for a decade. At that time, our Su family shall shine brightly. However, at that moment, an unmistakably youthful voice rang out. There is no need to wait for a decade. I can represent the Su family in battle. The three elders turned to identify the source of the voice, immediately spotting Su Tian and Su Ro emerging from the depths of the estate. Clearly, it was Su Tian who had spoken, but Su Ro, though silent, exuded a fierce battle intent in her eyes, indicating her agreement. Seeing this, the Grand Elder, Su Tianming, instinctively shook his head. "No, you two are our family's trump cards. You have yet to fully develop and cannot be exposed so easily. Only when you surpass the three of us can." His words faltered, not due to a lack of desire to continue, but rather because, unbeknownst to them, A chilling aura of extreme cold had enveloped their surroundings. They sensed that within a mere thought, this oppressive cold could freeze them utterly, leaving them defenseless. You. The Grand Elder's eyes widened as he gazed at Suuan, who radiated an aura of frost. You have attained the Dharma aspect realm? I owe it all to the clan leader, Suuan replied softly. It was he who bestowed upon me the mystical cold jade, which not only resolved my issue, but also enabled my advancement to the Dharma aspect realm. Well then, esteemed elders, you should agree now, Suuan stated confidently. The three elders hesitated, their resolve wavering. At that moment, Suuan, standing beside Suuan, suddenly manifested a striking display of deep purple lightning that crackled around her, exuding an overwhelming pressure akin to imprisonment. Should the elders continue to disagree, they would surely offend her. Witnessing Suuan's transformation from a once frail individual into a formidable and fierce young woman, the three elders could only manage a wry smile. Just then, a voice echoed in their minds, undoubtedly that of Xuan, commanding them with 4 simple words. Let them go. The three elders, recognizing Xuan's authority, ceased their objections and consented to Suuan and Suuan's participation in the talents battle. Observing the elders' swift change of heart, both Suuan and Suuan, being astute individuals, immediately understood that this was the clan leader's directive. They promptly bowed respectfully towards the courtyard where Xuan resided, pledging to bring glory to the Su family and ensure that its name resonates throughout the Xuan domain. After their farewell, they waved to the three elders and departed from the Su family estate. As the elders watched the 2 exceptional talents leave, they could not help but marvel at the clan leader's remarkable foresight. In such a short time, he had facilitated their complete awakening and significantly enhanced their prowess. Truly astonishing. Meanwhile, Suuan and Suuan exited the estate. With Suuan speaking first, I shall head to the southern region, Suuan. I will await you at the top position there. Having undergone a transformation under Xuan's guidance, they had not met in person but could sense one another's presence, establishing a degree of familiarity. Nodding in response, Suuan declared, "Then I shall go to the northern region. Best of luck." With that, she turned and vanished into the distance, enveloped in flickering purple lightning. Watching her depart, Suuan did not hesitate, turning to head in the opposite direction, each step echoing as he too disappeared from sight. Thus, the 2 unparalleled talents of the Su family embarked upon their legendary journey. In the courtyard, Xuan gazed at the retreating figures of Suuan and Suuan and called out, "Linglong." In an instant, a figure of unparalleled grace materialized in the air. Linglong herself. Her flowing hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her exquisite features radiated beauty. Despite being of the Ghost Clan, she exuded no chilling or malevolent aura, instead enveloping the surroundings in a refreshing warmth. "Greetings, clan leader." Linglong greeted Xuan with a graceful bow. "There is no need for such formality," Xuan replied. "I called you forth to request that you send 2 of your Ghost Clan subordinates to covertly protect Suuan and Suuan." As he spoke, Xuan shared all pertinent information regarding the 2, including their anticipated routes. Though he had enlisted several guardians, some were unavailable, others were in training, and some were overly powerful for the task at hand. After all, the strongest in the Xuan domain could barely rival those at the quasi-emperor level. Thus, after much contemplation, Xuan resolved to draw upon Linglong's resources, knowing that her subordinates would still ultimately serve his interests. Upon hearing Xuan's request, Linglong did not hesitate. With a simple gesture, 2 figures manifested in the courtyard, 1 male and 1 female, both appearing to be in their 30s. Looking remarkably similar to ordinary humans despite their slightly pale complexions. Yet, Xuan could immediately discern their true identities as members of the Ghost Clan, both having attained the level of the Saint. "Clan leader, these 2 are the most gifted individuals I selected from the vengeful spirits and evil ghosts. Having swiftly reached the Saint level under the teachings of the Ghost Clan techniques you created," Linglong explained softly. "The cultivation methods of the Ghost Clan differ from the ordinary, requiring only strong potential and sufficient malevolent energy to facilitate rapid advancement. Chapter 47. My excellence makes it hard for others to live upon hearing Linglong's words. Xuan nodded in satisfaction. His decision not to annihilate these malevolent spirits had proven to be astutely correct. Otherwise, how could he have so many spirits under his command without any effort? At this moment, a man and a woman from the Ghost clan hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully, not daring to show any signs of negligence. They had a profound impression of this individual, as he was the one who had descended from the heavens and subdued them with a mere thought when they lived in that realm of specters. They had initially thought they were destined for extinction, but fortune turned in their favor. This figure not only spared their lives, but also dispatched a ghostly emperor to bestow upon them the laws of the Ghost clan and guide them in their cultivation. Naturally, these malevolent spirits held Suuan in both awe and gratitude, deeply etching him in their hearts. The man and woman of the Ghost clan were no exception. Suuan lightly nodded and then inquired about their names. He learned that the male ghost was named Gui Sha and the female ghost Gui Ling, names evidently crafted anew for the Ghost clan. This was quite reasonable, as these malevolent spirits were not manifestations of any single individual, but rather the amalgamation of countless souls' grievances, combined with the sinister energies of the cosmos. They lacked prior memories like Linglong, and thus, strictly speaking, they were considered new entities. Hence, upon their transformation into the Ghost clan, they adopted names befitting their new identities. Subsequently, Suuan addressed the two Ghost clan members, saying, "As you go forth to protect the path, reward shall await you upon your success. However, do not let yourselves be discovered unless absolutely necessary. Off you go." Upon hearing Suuan's words, the two Ghost clan members were filled with immense joy. This was a figure of unparalleled influence, and any reward from him would surely exceed their expectations. They promptly assured Suuan with solemnity, bowing respectfully, and likewise paying their respects to Linglong. Then, they stepped into the sky and vanished from sight. Watching them depart, Suuan withdrew his gaze and turned to Linglong, saying, "You have worked hard these days, managing those malevolent spirits. The Ghost clan subordinates I painstakingly nurtured have also been requisitioned by me. Speak, what reward do you desire?" Upon hearing this, Linglong blinked her eyes and revealed that she had nothing particularly desired. However, should the clan leader insist on bestowing a gift, she requested a hairpin, for the one she had in life had long since decayed. Such a simple request momentarily left Suuan taken aback. Yet, he soon chuckled softly and replied, "Very well." With that, Suuan's mind began to formulate ideas. He extended 2 fingers into the void, causing them to vanish in an instant. At the same time, in the depths of the boundless starry sky, in a relatively secluded area where life was scarce, the celestial bodies exhibited strange characteristics. There were stars infused with the sharpness of metal, others that bore medicinal materials, and even those containing materials for crafting puppets. In essence, the variety was vast, and even an emperor would be awed by the multitude of functions. At this moment, in a corner of this starry expanse, on a relatively large star exuding a soothing radiance, a young man of fine appearance and splendid attire sat cross-legged, seemingly in meditation. His name was Xuan, hailing from a powerful lineage. He had come here because he felt a breakthrough approaching during his travels and chose to cultivate on the spot. Not long after, his aura erupted, shattering a limit and achieving a breakthrough, advancing from semi-holy to the holy realm. He opened his eyes, and after assessing his newfound level of power, he could not help but laugh heartily. "Indeed, I am a prodigy. A casual journey leads to a breakthrough, and I am so handsome, with a reputable lineage. How can others possibly endure this?" With that, Xuan stood, facing the cosmos, striking what he believed to be an impressive pose, lamenting, "Life is indeed as lonely as snow. Perhaps even the heavens envy a life such as mine." Just as his words fell, suddenly, rumble, an invisible wave surged forth, shaking the infinite starry sky. The countless celestial bodies trembled in an instant. Following this tremendous upheaval, 2 colossal fingers, more terrifying than towering pillars, emerged from the depths of the void, heading straight for the star that resembled water. This scene was naturally witnessed by the self-satisfied Xuan, who was instantly struck with terror, feeling as if his entire being was electrified. Without hesitation, he fell to his knees, trembling and frantically knocking his head against the ground, murmuring incoherently, likely expressing sentiments of, "Heaven, I was wrong. I should not have spoken so carelessly. Please, great being, consider me insignificant." Evidently, the young Zhou Kong believed these fingers to be the wrath of heaven, as the spectacle was overwhelmingly terrifying, especially following his recent hubris. However, he was mistaken in his assumptions. In the next moment, Zhou Kong found himself inexplicably transported into the starry void. Instinctively looking up, he beheld the two enormous fingers delicately plucking the water-like star as one might pick up a glass bead before vanishing back into the void. Goodness! At this moment, Zhou Kong realized that this was not the anger of heaven, but rather a formidable existence from beyond the vast void, seizing the water-like star. Moreover, he had silently whisked away this saintly figure. Such immense power could only belong to someone of at least the quasi-emperor level. Zhou Kang's heart sank, his earlier pride from breaking through to the saint realm dissipating in an instant. His ancestor had been correct. The hidden powers in the outside world were far too numerous. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of shame, for his earlier disgraceful demeanor had been observed by that unparalleled being. If this were to be recorded and spread, it would undoubtedly tarnish his illustrious life. Forget it. Such an existence was likely an ancient practitioner with many years of cultivation. They probably paid no heed to him. He reassured himself and then departed into the void. Little did he know, the being observing him was not an ancient elder, but someone even younger than he. In the courtyard of the Su family, Su Xian's lips curled into a slight smile, inwardly reflecting, "Merely plucking a star has led me to witness such an exhilarating scene. Thankfully, I recorded it. That young man possesses notable talent. Once he matures, I shall utilize this to make him a protector of the path." Young man, you would not wish for this footage to leak, would you? Chapter 48. I thought of something joyful. Across the way, Linglong observed the smile that graced Su Xian's lips and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Tribe leader, what brings you such joy?" "Nothing much. I merely recalled something delightful," Su Xian replied, choosing to keep the details to himself, recognizing that this information would serve as invaluable first-hand knowledge in the future. Thus he refrained from disclosing it. He then retracted his hand, revealing a star that shimmered with a gentle, watery radiance perched delicately upon his fingertips. The moment Linglong beheld this star, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. It was a celestial body imbued with extraordinary characteristics, and notably, it possessed the rare water attribute. Even during his tenure as the Star Emperor, when he traversed the vast cosmos in search of such stars, he had seldom encountered one, even in the realms specifically nurturing these unique traits. "Tribe leader, you truly succeeded in finding one." Su Xian smiled softly at her words. It was purely a matter of coincidence. Indeed, this was the truth. He had contemplated searching the cosmos for a star to fashion into a hairpin for Linglong, yet had found no suitable candidates until he fortuitously spotted a certain youth striking a pose, exuding an air of superiority. It was then that he laid eyes on the star beneath him and reached out to retrieve it, only to witness a remarkable spectacle. Subsequently, without further ado, Su Xian's consciousness swept across the universe, absorbing the myriad methods of artifact refinement treasured by various sects and factions into his mind. With his unparalleled comprehension, he swiftly grasped these techniques, ultimately formulating his own supreme method of artifact refinement, which he aptly named the divine mechanism of celestial transformation. Its worth was on par with the supreme scriptures he had previously comprehended. After accomplishing this, his gaze returned to the star nestled between his fingers. Without the slightest hesitation, the star dissolved instantaneously, condensing into a breathtaking hairpin that radiated a dreamlike brilliance. This hairpin beautifully fused the enchanting splendor of the stars with the gentle essence of celestial waters, creating a harmonious masterpiece that left one in awe. Upon catching sight of it, Linglong instantly fell in love. "Here, take it." Su Xian gently flicked his fingers, and the hairpin descended into Linglong's hands. She examined it closely, her astonishment growing. Beyond its external beauty, the intricate design within was nothing short of extraordinary. It contained countless formations and restrictions, even infused with the power of time, ensuring its immortality and resistance to wear. Finally, with a look of wonder, Linglong remarked, "I have witnessed emperors of the artifact path refining their creations. And while their processes were indeed earth-shattering, none were as silent as yours. I sense that your skills surpass theirs." Suuan smiled without speaking. In truth, not only was he superior, but he was also in a league of his own. With his maximum comprehension and the accumulation of all artifact refinement techniques in this realm, his level of mastery could be deemed unprecedented. Even emperors of the artifact path would appear as mere novices before him. Such was the nature of his extraordinary comprehension combined with the pinnacle of celestial mastery. However, Suuan chose not to elaborate further, simply assuring Linglong, regardless of skill, "What matters is that you're satisfied." Linglong was indeed immensely satisfied. She promptly adorned her hair with a pin, complementing her unparalleled beauty, creating an effect that could only be described as breathtaking across the ages. Afterward, Linglong did not linger outside, for she was still in a phase of recuperation, and the environment filled with malevolent spirits was more conducive to her needs. She bid farewell to Suuan and returned to her space of fingertips. Once Linglong had departed, Suuan intended to summon a servant to prepare something new for him to savor. However, he suddenly sensed that the energies in the southern region had sufficiently settled and fused. His eyes brightened. It seemed today would be the day they could relocate. Yet, before proceeding, he wished to seek out some treasures and divine artifacts for adornment, as the current location, though abundant in spiritual energy and picturesque landscapes, lacked remarkable treasures, rendering it somewhat monotonous. Thus, Suuan entertained this thought. Originally, he had planned to procure these items through a lottery, but his recent draws had yielded only snacks and beverages from his past life. While delightful, such items were hardly suitable for embellishing his newfound domain. Consequently, he resolved to seek them out instead. However, he had already surveyed the treasures of this world extensively, regrettably finding few that piqued his interest. In a moment of introspection, he recalled a fleeting glimpse while surveying the boundless chaos, where he had seemingly spotted some desirable items. At the time, his focus had not been on that, and thus he had not paid it much heed. Now, upon reflection, perhaps they could serve a purpose. With that thought, Suuan rose to his feet. Just then, Qing emerged from a room, seemingly preparing to cultivate, but was halted by Suuan's call. "Perfect timing. Would you care to join me for a stroll?" "A stroll? Alkin Kidiet Puzlet." Could one truly form a party for such an activity? Nevertheless, as it was the tribe leader's invitation, he could not refuse and nodded in agreement. In the next moment, darkness enveloped him, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar place. Before him lay an expanse filled with endless, murky currents of energy devoid of anything else. Though it appeared tranquil, a single glance left Qing feeling as if his very soul were fracturing. He sensed that entering this realm would spell certain doom. Where are we?" Before Qing could voice his inquiry, the voice of Lingfeng echoed in his mind, laced with gravity and trepidation. "We are at the outskirts of the boundless chaos." Though eons had passed, Lingfeng could not forget. After all, his current state was a result of being tainted by a wisp of demonic energy while wandering the fringes of the boundless chaos. Upon hearing this, Qing froze, his voice trembling. "Tribe leader, I thought we were merely taking a walk. How do we end up in the boundless chaos?" "Indeed, we are taking a stroll within the boundless chaos." "Fear not. Just stay close to me," Suuan assured, casually strolling forward with his hands clasped behind his back, as if he were merely enjoying a leisurely walk. Witnessing this, both Qing and Lingfeng fell into stunned silence. Good heavens! The boundless chaos was a forbidden zone for all living beings, a realm spoken of only in hushed tones. Even emperors regarded it as a place of death. Yet here was Suuan treating it like a stroll through his own backyard. Even knowing Suuan's extraordinary prowess, witnessing this scene was nothing short of shocking. shattering their worldview and leaving them feeling as if they were being ground into the earth. Before long, the dragon and the soul quickly followed, remaining steadfastly at Suuan's side. Meanwhile, at the Yi family, upon their return, Yi Zhantian and the others immediately convened a meeting with the clan's senior members to discuss their next steps. Ultimately, they unanimously decided to send half of their kin to the city established by Suuan, while the remaining half would remain to guard their ancestral grounds. After all, this land was the birthplace of their lineage, a place of great significance, and they could not afford to abandon it lightly. Chapter 49. The ancestors who take delight in frightening their descendants once a decision was made. Yi Zhantian and his companions proceeded directly to the innermost part of their clan's territory. There resided the ancestors of the Yi family, who had been enshrined in eternal slumber for generations, embodying the very essence of the clan. It was evident that Yi Zhantian and his companions intended to inform these ancestors of the relocation plans, as well as the recent development regarding their subjugation under Suuan. Before long, the trio arrived at a cavern. It appeared quite spacious at first glance, yet apart from some mounds of earth, it was devoid of any other features, giving an empty aura. Among them, Yi Zhantian maintained a demeanor of utmost calm, as if he had returned home, while Yi Hui and Yi Qingyun exhibited palpable tension. After all, this was a sacred ground of their family, where no clan member was permitted to tread unless a matter of life and death arose. Not even the clan leader. Thus, it was the first visit for both Yi Hui and Yi Qingyun, and the thought of facing the ancestors naturally heightened their anxiety. Soon, the trio ventured deeper into the cavern. As Yi Hui and Yi Qingyun surveyed their surroundings, they noticed numerous earth mounds, but no signs of life. Confused, they inquired, "Where are the ancestors?" Yi Zhantian's voice echoed, "You are standing on one." Upon hearing this, Yi Hui and Yi Qingyun instinctively looked down, only to discover two ancient hands emerging from the seemingly inconspicuous mound beneath their feet. What on earth? Both Yi Hui and Yi Qingyun were utterly startled by this unexpected revelation. Yet, this was merely the beginning. What transpired next was truly harrowing. The mound within the cavern began to tremble and crack open, revealing more hands reaching out from within. Coupled with the dim, shadowy ambience of the cavern, the scene was nothing short of surreal. Goodness, the ancestors have turned into corpses. Yi Qingyun and Yi Hui felt as though they had stumbled into a graveyard of the undead. If you too have become the undead, we certainly shall not follow suit. Is this how the descendants of the Yi family conduct themselves now? Cursing us to become undead. Let me see whose bloodline you truly are. If you are mine, I shall make sure you do not survive. You cannot possibly be my descendants. My lineage lacks such cowardice. As the echoes of their ancient voices filled the cavern, the atmosphere grew increasingly bizarre. Yi Hui and Yi Qingyun, however, dared not utter a word, choosing instead to keep their heads down and avoid eye contact. Enough of this charade. We have come to convey something important. Yi Zhantian finally spoke, his voice tinged with exasperation. With a wave of his hand, the cavern was illuminated, dispelling the previously cultivated aura of terror. Only the figures of the ancestors remained, their age being the sole distinguishing feature. "Boring," one of the ancestors remarked, revealing a look of disinterest. "Old John, as dull as ever. You finally bring two timid descendants, and it ends before it begins. There must be a traitor among us." The ancient figures displayed expressions of disappointment, as if their greatest amusement had been stripped away. Listening to their remarks, Yi Hui and Yi Qingyun exchanged forced smiles, internally lamenting the peculiar sense of humor exhibited by these ancestors, who seemed to derive pleasure from startling their descendants. Subsequently, the ancestors gathered around, one addressing Yi Zhantian, "Old John, what urgent matter do you wish to discuss? Speak swiftly, for we must return to our slumber. We cannot be away from the Xian crystal for too long, lest its effects diminish." The other ancestors nodded in agreement. Clearly, they had briefly awakened from the Xian crystal, but could not linger in the outside world for long. Otherwise, the power of the crystal would leak, significantly weakening its sealing effect. Yi Zhantian scanned the assembly and declared, "I shall be succinct. First, the Yi family has become vassals to another. Second, I intend to relocate half of the clan to the city established by this individual. That is all I have to say." Upon hearing this, the cavern fell into a heavy silence. Yi Hui and Yi Qingyun instinctively shrank back, sensing the impending storm that loomed over them. As anticipated, the ancestors erupted in outrage. "Yi Zhantian, oh." In that moment, the ancestors transformed into a cacophony of furious voices directed at Yi Zhantian, delivering the most scathing remarks imaginable. This reaction was understandable, for the ancestors held a profound attachment to the Yi family and their ancestral land. To suddenly become subservient to another, and to relocate half their kin, felt akin to betrayal in their eyes, inciting their impassioned responses. However, Yi Zhantian remained unfazed, calmly uttering a single phrase that quelled the uproar. "That individual commands the authority of an emperor." The moment those words left his lips, the outburst ceased. The once furious ancestors stared at Yi Zhantian, their eyes wide in disbelief, clearly taken aback by the revelation. An emperor's subordinate. If true, what terrifying prowess must they possess? Naturally, these ancient figures were not easily swayed. They immediately expressed skepticism. Yi Zhantian, seemingly prepared for their doubts, addressed them nonchalantly. "You may wish to harbor a hint of enmity in your hearts toward this individual. There is no need to know their name. Simply contemplate your loyalty to the Yi family." Upon hearing this, the ancestors understood that Yi Zhantian was urging them to experience the sensation themselves. One by one, they grimaced, questioning the need for such exaggeration. As they silently contemplated, allowing a trace of hostility to surface, they were instantaneously engulfed in a wave of dread, their very souls trembling. They felt as if an unimaginable calamity loomed above them. In the depths of their consciousness, they perceived an indescribably magnificent presence, towering above the ages. Its overwhelming might shattering the fabric of time, eternally watching over them. The Yi ancestors froze, their eyes wide with terror, as they felt as though they had brushed against death itself, barely escaping. What a terrifying experience. They had not even known the individual's name or appearance. Merely by invoking a flicker of hostility in their thoughts, they had summoned an impending doom. How utterly terrifying. Chapter 50. A 180-degree slide and endless chaos in search of treasures. Undoubtedly, the entity to whom the Yi family is loyal has grown beyond their wildest imaginings. Only at the legendary level could one possess such unfathomable abilities. What now? Do you still harbor doubts? At that moment, Yi Zhantian's voice echoed, tinged with a hint of mockery. These old-timers of the Yi family truly exhibit remarkable courage. He had merely spoken offhandedly, yet they dare to act upon it, even demonstrating it in person. It is imperative to understand that this is a transcendent existence, standing above the realm of emperors. To harbor even a slight hint of hostility towards such a being is tantamount to courting death. Fortunately, these ancestral figures of the Yi family were unaware of Su Xian's name and had only expressed a modicum of enmity. Thus, they merely brushed the edge of life and death. Aside from some fright, there were no significant repercussions. Upon hearing Yi Zhantian's words, the elders exchanged glances, as if they had reached a collective resolution. In the next instant, they opened their arms and lunged toward Yi Zhantian, pleading fervently, "Old John, please be merciful and take me along during the migration. And me, Old John, aren't you fond of those rare manuscripts? If you agree, I shall present to you my treasured editions, hoarded for hundreds of thousands of years. And I possess innumerable puppets to offer you. I may have nothing, but I possess a myriad of transformative abilities. Old John, tell me what you desire, and I shall conjure it." Good heavens! Witnessing the elders change their demeanor faster than turning pages in a book left Yi Hui and Yi Qingyun utterly astounded. Was this truly the same group that had condemned Yi Zhantian as a traitor, vowing to annihilate him? Moreover, what were these elders thinking? Rare manuscripts, puppets. What sort of nonsense was this? And the transformative abilities, was that how they were utilized? It was indisputable that the elders' antics left Yi Hui and Yi Qingyun's scalps tingling. In contrast to their astonishment, Yi Zhantian appeared remarkably composed. After all, he alone understood the allure that such a level held for these aged souls yearning for longevity and breakthroughs. If it were merely an emperor, he might hesitate, given that the Yi family had produced emperors in the past. However, when it comes to that level, one would kneel and cling desperately to their leg without a second thought. As the elders' voices grew louder, Yi Zhantian interjected, "All right, enough. Since this is your request, I shall certainly agree, but it is not for your trinkets." He cleared his throat and continued, "However, if you insist on gifting me, I shall reluctantly accept." Upon hearing these words, the elders of the Yi family instantly relaxed, their faces breaking into smiles, and the cavern was suffused with a joyous atmosphere. Meanwhile, Yi Hui and Yi Qingyun could only twitch their lips in disbelief at the antics of these elders. Subsequently, everything progressed smoothly. The entire Yi family began to mobilize. Aside from the elders who were determined to participate, the fate of other clan members was decided through a lottery system. This method was undoubtedly the most efficient and equitable choice. While the Yi family engaged in a grand migration, the endless chaos appeared remarkably tranquil. Buzzing, Suuan's footsteps fell, and wherever his gaze landed, the once chaotic atmosphere brimming with terrifying power fell silent as if students had encountered their teacher, instinctively filled with dread. No matter how unruly, they became utterly quiet in an instant. Following Suuan were Long and Han, trembling with fear, occasionally glancing at the swirling chaos, their hearts pounding with trepidation, far more exhilarating than dancing upon a bed of swords. At that moment, Suuan suddenly halted in his tracks. Long and Han were about to inquire when they saw Suuan casually wave his hand toward the front. In the next instant, countless chaotic energies dispersed, revealing an extraordinary small space. They instinctively gazed within and beheld a spiritual herb flourishing there. The herb radiated resplendent light, cascading like divine rainbows, an unmistakable sign of its extraordinary nature. A 10,000-year-old medicinal king. Ao Lingfeng instantly recognized it, gasping softly. Upon hearing this, Ao Qing's eyes turned red, murmuring, "I've only ever seen a 10,000-year medicinal king in my dreams." Ao Lingfeng, upon hearing this, displayed a look of disdain, retorting, "In your dreams, there are goddesses and fairies. How could you dream of such a thing? Get a grip, will you?" In stark contrast to their emotional turmoil, Suuan remained remarkably calm. He gazed at the medicinal king before him, musing, "Indeed, the endless chaos harbors numerous treasures. It seems my earlier observations were not in vain. Just like the novels from my previous life, the endless chaos, existing since the dawn of creation, must have nurtured many valuable items. Of course, this world is of low rank and cannot produce anything too extraordinary. However, in comparison to this realm, it is already quite remarkable." With that thought, Suuan extended his palm, and the 10,000-year medicinal king flew directly into his inner world. Yet that was not the end. Suuan used it as a conduit, and in the next moment, countless red threads sprouted from the medicinal king, extending far into the distance. After completing this, Suuan turned to Long and Han, stating, "Each red thread connects to a treasure of heaven and earth. I now assign you a task. Retrieve these treasures, and, as a reward, I shall allow each of you to select 10 from among them. How does that sound? As for the chaotic energies, do not worry. My aura will ensure your safety." In truth, Suuan could retrieve these treasures with just a thought. However, he realized that the current endless chaos was far more turbulent than before, evidently due to his previous mental probing and the slight aura release during his breakthrough. If he were to recklessly disturb it again, he feared the endless chaos might collapse, exposing this place entirely, which would be disastrous. Thus, after much contemplation, he decided to entrust Long and Ao Qing with the task. In this way, the endless chaos would remain secure, and he would not need to intervene personally. A perfect solution. Upon hearing Suuan's words, Long and Han were immensely excited. Without a moment's hesitation, they dashed out with fervor. At that moment, the endless chaos, once a terrifying forbidden zone in their eyes, had transformed into a natural treasure trove. Chapter 51. A legend to endure through the ages. Only I, the profound Een, as he watched the dragon and the soul depart. Suuan smiled faintly before retrieving a table, chairs, and tea set from the realm of his palm. He settled down amidst the boundless chaos, indulging in tea. This scene was nothing short of extraordinary. Even an emperor would bow in reverence to such a figure. Yet, for Suuan, it was merely commonplace. Whether at home or in the endless chaos, there was little distinction. Suddenly, a thought crossed Suuan's mind. His gaze pierced through the cosmos, focusing on the world within. There, he discerned two figures, Suuan and Suuro, positioned at diametrically opposite ends of the Xuan domain. One in the south, the other in the north. Both showing remarkable progress in their respective pursuits. Excellent. They have not disappointed my expectations. Suuan nodded in satisfaction, taking a moment to observe Suuan more closely. He had sensed that the remnant soul concealed within Suuan was on the verge of awakening. However, he paid it no heed. After all, it was merely an old grandfather. With that, Suuan withdrew his gaze, resuming his enjoyment of tea. Meanwhile, in a secluded valley, the handsome Suuan sat cross-legged on a large green stone, immersed in his cultivation. As he breathed in and out, spiritual energy surged from the heavens and the earth, flooding into his body, which he absorbed and refined. At that moment, a soft voice unexpectedly resonated within Suuan's mind, catching him off guard. After years of slumber, who would have thought there would be a chance for awakening? The sudden voice startled even Suuan's composed demeanor, prompting him to exclaim, "Who?" No response followed, but in the next instant, a phantom figure emerged from within him. Clearly, it was a spiritual entity. This soul, clad in blue, appeared as a middle-aged man with white hair and eyes, exuding an aura far more formidable than Suuan's own. Merely standing there, he emanated a pressure that seemed to penetrate the very soul, surveying the surroundings with disdain. At that moment, the middle-aged soul regarded Suuan and declared from beyond, "The Een is born, a legend to endure through the ages. Only I, the profound Een. I am the profound Een sovereign, once a being on the verge of imperial status. Young one, I see that your constitution is akin to my own, a supreme, cold lunar body of the nine heavens. Submit to me as your master, and I shall impart the exclusive methods of our kind, allowing you to reach depths that rival the imperial scriptures. What say you? Are you tempted? Do you wish to learn?" Upon finishing his declaration, the profound Een sovereign wore a confident expression, convinced that his grand entrance and imposing words would inspire the youth to bow in awe. However, after posturing for a while, he received not even the slightest response. Lowering his gaze instinctively, he found the youth merely watching him with an unmoved expression. The profound Een sovereign grew anxious, hastily asserting, "I do not deceive you. I was indeed once on the verge of imperial status, and I possess exclusive methods that will elevate your cultivation to new heights." To further convince Suuan, he conjured texts in midair for him to observe. To his surprise, Suuan remained unfazed after perusing the texts, stating, "Is this all you've got? My apologies, but I believe I am not suited for your rudimentary methods." Upon hearing this, the profound Een sovereign nearly lost his composure. This was a supreme technique he had painstakingly acquired, one he treasured more than life itself. Yet in the youth's eyes, it had been reduced to rudimentary. How could one endure such insolence? Just as he was about to deliver a shocking retort to the audacious youth, he heard Suuan assert, "I already possess an exclusive method that far surpasses yours." Ah, how absurd! The profound Een sovereign rolled his eyes in disbelief. What could a mere youth possibly understand? How could his method compare mine? At that moment, he was prepared to retort when he suddenly noticed Suuan also conjuring texts in midair, the very breaking profound extreme Een technique bestowed upon him by Suuan. Initially, the profound Een sovereign observed with a mocking grin, but as he continued to gaze, a sense of unease began to creep in. Goodness gracious! The profound Een sovereign's expression shifted dramatically as he fixated on the texts, his eyes widening in disbelief. Though the characters appeared ordinary, the profound truths they contained were unfathomable to him. It seemed to articulate the most intricate and profound principles in the simplest and most direct manner. Undoubtedly, at that moment, He found himself utterly captivated, unable to extricate himself from its allure. Yet, just as he reached a crucial point, it abruptly ceased, snapping him back to reality since Suuan had only inscribed that much. How is it? Suuan waved his hand, dispersing the texts, and spoke with an indifferent expression. This is indeed far superior to your methods. Upon hearing this, the profound sovereign's expression was a complex blend of shock and admiration as he replied. It is not merely superior. It is the difference between a firefly and the bright sun. There is no basis for comparison. Though Suuan's realm was still low, allowing him only a vague understanding, the profound sovereign, once a being on the verge of imperial status, recognized the vast superiority of Suuan's technique. He discerned that this method was incomparably beyond the imperial scriptures, imbued with profound truths that likely surpassed even those texts. At this realization, the profound sovereign's heart was undeniably fractured and tumultuous. After all, he had sacrificed his life to seize this method, believing it to be unrivaled, only to discover there was something far greater, not just a little stronger, but infinitely so. Fortunately, his resolve was firm, unlike ordinary individuals who might have succumbed to madness. Subsequently, the profound sovereign bowed solemnly to Suuan, stating, "I was short-sighted. My apologies. However, I am curious, from where did you acquire this method?" "It was bestowed upon me by the patriarch of my family, a unique insight he uncovered, unmatched in the world," Suuan replied candidly, revealing the truth. For he now understood that this profound sovereign was likely the source of his regression in cultivation. The opportunity spoken of by the family patriarch. Although he regarded the sovereign's legacy as insignificant, he acknowledged that he was indeed a former quasi-emperor, and his experience would be immensely beneficial to him. Upon hearing Suuan's words, the profound sovereign was engulfed in astonishment. He had presumed that such a supreme technique must originate from some ancient and vast relic. To his surprise, it was derived from the insights of this young man's family patriarch. Chapter 52. The stark contrast of two prodigies. What a stunning revelation. In an instant, the Xuan Venerable felt an overwhelming curiosity and admiration for the clan leader he had yet to meet. However, as a spectral entity, he was exceedingly frail and unable to linger in the outside world for long. Journeying afar was out of the question. Thus, he resolved to accompany the young man, who would inevitably return to his family, providing an opportunity to meet the esteemed leader. Moreover, he needed the youth's assistance to nurture his own essence. Contemplating this, the Xuan Venerable informed Suuan of his frailty and his need for the young man's aid. Naturally, he promised to fulfill any request in return. Suuan sought precisely this assurance and agreed without hesitation. Following that, there was little more to discuss. The man and the spirit exchanged introductions and formally set out on their journey. As they traversed the long road ahead, casual conversation ensued. "By the way, Senior, there's a question I've long wished to ask you." "Oh, what is it? Is it regarding cultivation?" "Feel free to inquire. I shall speak without reservation." "No, it's not that. I merely wanted to ask about the phrases you recited when you emerged earlier. They sounded quite impressive. What purpose do they serve?" Cuff, cuff. They can enhance one's aura and showcase one's stature. So, they're utterly useless then. Meanwhile, on the other side, Suuan's experience was an entirely different narrative. Perhaps due to her previous oppression and the awakening of her supreme divine body capable of commanding all thunder, her combative instincts were fully ignited. Thus, her journey was marked by conflict or the anticipation of it. For instance, at that very moment, a thunderous explosion reverberated through a rustic village shop, accompanied by the crackling sound of lightning. In the next instant, a dozen figures were hurled out, shrieking as they tumbled to the ground, their bodies convulsing with electric energy, a truly tragic sight. Shortly after, a girl enveloped in boundless lightning, with violet hair and eyes, emerged, none other than Suuan herself. Clutching a violet spear, similarly entwined with electric power, it was evident that it was forged from condensed lightning. Suuan cast a glance at the sprawled figures before her, ultimately approaching the foremost bald middle-aged man, gazing down upon him as if he were already deceased. The man, pale and trembling, stammered, "We have not wronged you. Why do you attack us? My apologies, but I do not consume beef." With that, the spear's tip pierced through the man's throat, resulting in an instantaneous fatality. The remaining individuals were not spared either, even if they appeared lifeless. She approached and thrust her spear into them multiple times to ensure none escaped her wrath. Afterward, Suuan quelled her aura and regarded the small shop standing beside the mountain path. Her actions were not motivated by a mere aversion to beef. She had discerned that the establishment was a den of iniquity. These individuals had already drugged her food and drink, prompting her to act without hesitation. With a snap of her fingers, divine thunder descended, obliterating the shop into mere ashes. Having completed her task, she turned and continued her journey northward, seeking further conflict along the way. While both prodigies of the Su family displayed their remarkable prowess, Xuan, the family patriarch, remained in blissful indulgence within the endless chaos. Having long finished his tea and switched to a jug of wine, before long, two figures, one corporeal and one ethereal, raced towards him from the depths of the boundless chaos. Ao Qing and Ao Lingfeng. Ao Qing wore the most joyous smile of his life, clearly having reaped tremendous rewards. Although Ao Lingfeng's expression was less exaggerated, he too bore a satisfied smirk, marveling at the fact that even at his zenith as an emperor, he could never traverse the endless chaos, let alone acquire such treasures. Soon, the dragon and the soul approached, only to find Xuan leisurely sipping his wine. Their expressions twitched in disbelief. While they labored tirelessly to gather treasures, he was simply enjoying himself. Nevertheless, they dared not voice any complaints, promptly presenting the treasures they had collected to Xuan and informing him that they had selected 10 items from their haul. Xuan nodded in acknowledgement, gesturing for them to take a seat as he poured himself more wine to recuperate. The duo complied, recognizing their considerable exhaustion from gathering so many treasures in such a short span amidst the vast chaos. Ao Lingfeng, having expended the most energy due to Ao Qing's limited endurance, had shouldered the burden of controlling Ao Qing's body for most of their endeavors. As they settled down, a comical scene unfolded. Ao Qing's left and right hands appeared to possess distinct consciousnesses, each performing different actions. Before long, 2 cups of wine were ready. Ao Qing raised his left hand to drink, but just as he was about to down it, he noticed an infinite radiance shimmering within the liquid, exuding an unparalleled aura, as if he were not drinking wine, but partaking in the essence of the universe itself. What kind of wine is this? Ao Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Just ordinary wine, Xuan casually replied. Ao Qing gazed down at the cup that seemed to contain the very essence of the heavens, rendered speechless. You call this ordinary wine? At that moment, Ao Lingfeng's voice resonated in his mind. Fool, of course it's ordinary wine, but have you considered who brought it forth? Realization dawned upon Ao Qing. While the wine was indeed commonplace, it bore the aura of their esteemed patriarch, thus elevating it to extraordinary heights. Without hesitation, he drank deeply, with Ao Lingfeng following suit, and in an instant both felt a refreshing energy envelop them, restoring their vitality beyond its previous state, a sensation of vigor coursing through their beings. Seeing this, Xuan was not surprised. The wine was inherently restorative, and with its subtle essence mingling within, its effects were amplified to a remarkable degree, even bordering on excessive. Thus, he refrained from allowing Ao Qing and Ao Lingfeng a second cup, promptly reclaiming the jug. As Xuan prepared to depart, he suddenly sensed something amiss and turned his gaze toward the depths of the endless chaos. Oh, is there another being daring to tread here? Chapter 53. The shock of extraterrestrial beings. Here lies a formidable presence. On the opposite side, Ao Qing and Ao Lingfeng, who had fully recovered, were taken aback upon hearing Xuan's words. Their expressions shifted to one of profound astonishment. This was the boundless chaos, a realm regarded as a forbidden zone even by emperors. They had only gained the privilege to enter this place through Xuan's influence. Now, it appeared that other beings had also set foot here, Could it be that this world harbored entities that transcended even the emperor, akin to their esteemed patriarch? Seemingly perceiving the thoughts of the dragon and soul, Suuan spoke softly. This being's realm is comparable to Ao Lingfeng at his peak. His ability to traverse this space stems from a unique talent, seemingly a trait of his race, which is quite intriguing. Let us proceed to investigate. With that, Suuan gathered the furniture with a wave, resting one hand behind his back, and ambled deeper into the chaos. Upon witnessing this, Ao Qing and Ao Lingfeng, who had been processing Suuan's words, cast aside their contemplations and immediately followed suit. Meanwhile, deep within the boundless chaos, time stood still and silence reigned supreme, save for the ceaseless flow of chaotic energy. In that moment, a gray-haired man stood resolute amidst the stillness. Judging by his aura, he had only recently entered the realm of the Emperor. Such a being in this place would typically face certain doom, yet he appeared unfazed, thriving in this environment. His calm demeanor suggested that this was not his first encounter with the boundless chaos. At that moment, the gray-haired man gazed into the depths of this endless chaos, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Indeed, the chaos here was unstable. He recalled that this world was of low rank. The most formidable presence here seemed to be the Emperor, and without the unique gifts of his kind, an Emperor could scarcely set foot in the boundless chaos. The power of an Emperor could not possibly stir this chaos, let alone cause such catastrophic disturbances. Furthermore, there was no indication of external forces at play, suggesting the turmoil originated from within. Yet, if it were internal, why could he not detect its source? How perplexing. The gray-haired man was at a loss. He hailed from a unique race, tasked with maintaining the stability of the endless chaos across worlds. Having sensed destructive turmoil in this realm, he had been dispatched for urgent intervention. Upon his arrival, he confirmed the instability but could not locate the source of the upheaval. It was as if it had materialized out of thin air, shrouded in mystery. Suddenly, the gray-haired man seemed to perceive something, his eyes radiating a power that could shake the heavens as he looked ahead. There was indeed a presence of life, a dragon with true dragon blood, at the 7th tier of quasi-emperors, accompanied by a dragon soul of emperor caliber. The fact that this dragon and soul could traverse the boundless chaos was troubling. The gray-haired man relied on his race's unique abilities to stand here, yet this dragon and soul clearly lacked such talents. They wandered freely in this chaotic realm, indicating a significant issue at hand, possibly related to the turmoil itself. Without hesitation, the gray-haired man swiftly followed the source of this aura. He moved with incredible speed, utilizing the chaotic energy to traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye. Soon, 3 figures came into view. Wait, 3 figures? Were there not only 2? The gray-haired man immediately recognized Ao Qing and Ao Lingfeng as the dragon and soul he had sensed. However, what astonished him further was the presence of a young man not far in front of him. This youth, appearing unassuming and imbued with the essence of the mundane world, exuded an enigmatic aura that the gray-haired man could not detect in the slightest. Had he not seen the figure manifest, he would have been oblivious to the presence of a living being here. Without a doubt, this was no ordinary youth. At that moment, the gray-haired man discerned why the dragon and soul could ignore the corrosive chaos and traverse this realm with ease. It was all due to the young man ahead. He seemed tranquil, yet the gray-haired man, utilizing his unique abilities, could distinctly sense the chaotic energy around him recoiling in fear. What a chilling sight. This indicated that the youth's strength far surpassed the rank of this world. At that instant, the gray-haired man realized he might have uncovered the source of the chaos. The good news was he had identified the instigator. The bad news was the instigator stood right before him. The gray-haired man found himself in a dilemma. On one hand, his duty to maintain the stability of the chaos compelled him to remain. On the other, the fear he felt towards the youth urged him to flee. As he wrestled with his indecision, he noticed the youth had also caught sight of him, casting a glance in his direction. That seemingly mundane glance felt as if the entirety of the world had cast him aside, overwhelming pressure rendering him breathless. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. In that instant, All notions of duty and stability were cast aside. Such concerns paled in comparison to preserving his own life. In his haste, the gray-haired man employed his unique abilities to meld with the chaotic energy, exponentially increasing his speed. In the blink of an eye, he had covered an indeterminate distance. Yet, he did not stop until his strength was nearly depleted, finally coming to a halt. Looking back at the emptiness behind him, the gray-haired man exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. He should be safe now. That youth was terrifying, undoubtedly having entered the realm of the immortal, an existence beyond destruction. Such a being should not be present in this world. It defied all logic. No, I must report this matter to my kin. However, before that, I need to find a place to rest. I'm utterly exhausted. Thoughts raced through the gray-haired man's mind as he resumed his stride forward. Yet, the next moment, he found himself frozen in place, as if ensnared by an immobilizing spell. Unaware of his surroundings, his gaze remained fixated ahead, for before him stood three figures, the dragon, the soul, and that unfathomable youth. They remained in the same posture, unchanged. And as the gray-haired man surveyed his surroundings, he was horrified to realize that, at some point, he had returned to the starting point. Chapter 54. The Chaotic Clan of the Heart and the Special Organization Destiny. The gray-haired man was filled with disbelief. He was certain he had been fleeing, not merely circling in place. Yet he ultimately found himself back at the starting point. It was evident that the enigmatic young man before him had intervened. As this realization struck him, a chill coursed through his body, compelling him to address Xuan. "What have you done?" In response to his inquiry, Xuan did not answer, but rather cast another glance at the gray-haired man. In that instant, the man was astonished to discover that the chaotic space he occupied seemed to stretch infinitely, as if it had no end. At this revelation, he understood all too well. The young man had already mastered this chaotic realm, wielding the power to manipulate it at will. He had indeed not been circling in place. In truth, he had fled far beyond, yet he had never escaped this chaotic domain. What a terrifying existence. The gray-haired man realized he had severely underestimated this inscrutable youth. His clan prided itself on being the children of chaos. In the midst of chaos, they thrived, merging seamlessly with the chaotic energy, allowing for instantaneous escape. They were innately positioned in an undefeated stance. Yet now, this so-called child of chaos found himself crushed within the boundless chaos. The abilities he once took pride in were utterly impotent before this formidable opponent. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the gray-haired man turned to Xuan, managing a smile more grotesque than tears. "Great One, I meant no offense. I merely came to maintain the stability of the endless chaos, fulfilling my clan's duty. Please spare me. I swear by the great Tao that I shall not report anything about you to my clan." Faced with such an unfathomable being, the gray-haired man was quick to plead for mercy without a hint of hesitation. He even invoked the most potent oath of the Tao, one that would lead to his demise should he betray it. Upon hearing these words, Xuan could not help but chuckle. He had done nothing yet. He had simply manipulated the space slightly, and this man had already capitulated. However, this was advantageous, sparing him from unnecessary trouble. Xuan then instructed the man to disclose everything he knew, including details about the world beyond, his clan, and his duties. Some of these matters naturally pertained to core secrets, violating clan prohibitions. Nevertheless, the gray-haired man did not hesitate to divulge it all, even demonstrating the information to ensure Xuan's understanding. He had no choice. His life was at stake, and clan prohibitions paled in comparison. The gray-haired man believed the higher-ups in his clan would understand. Soon, Xuan gleaned significant information from the gray-haired man's account. The man was named Hunyu and hailed from the Chaos Clan. This clan was said to have been birthed from chaos itself. Earning the title Children of Chaos, they navigated chaos with ease, thus bestowed with a divine duty to maintain the stability of every chaotic region. Hence, it was only natural for Hunyu to arrive in this world during tumultuous times. Moreover, Xuan learned that the Chaos Clan was a prominent lineage beyond the world, comprising countless branches. Hunyu belonged to the 1314th branch. These were the crucial, valuable details related to the Chaos Clan. The remaining information pertained to the world beyond, but since Han Yu rarely paid attention and had been constantly traversing chaos, most of what he knew was hearsay and rumors. Of course, Suuan did not mind. He was merely collecting information about the world beyond. After comprehensively understanding everything, Suuan addressed the trembling, gray-haired man. Maintain the stability of this chaos well. I have faith in you. With that, Suuan did not linger, and with a mere thought, he departed the boundless chaos alongside Ao Qing and Ao Lingfeng. Long after Suuan's departure, Han Yu regained his senses and immediately slumped in the chaos, deflated like a punctured balloon. Yet, he did not mind. Instead, a smile graced his face, for he knew his life was spared. After all, if such a supreme existence had wished to kill him, he would have perished countless times over. Yet in the end, he was merely questioned and allowed to leave. A clear indication that the young man bore no intention of killing him. Reflecting on the questions posed by Suuan, Han Yu deduced that the young man had never ventured beyond the world. He had existed solely within this realm since his inception. This revelation left Han Yu utterly astonished. How could such a low-tier world give rise to such a supreme being? It was truly inconceivable. Simultaneously, Han Yu felt a twinge of confusion. By all accounts, a being of such caliber should have long since broken free from the confines of chaos and explored the world beyond. Why did this great one seem devoid of any desire to depart? Was he socially anxious, afraid of exposure, or perhaps suffering from a phobia of densely populated areas? Regardless, great beings often possess peculiarities that could be understood. Shaking off his thoughts, Han Yu refocused on his divine duty, diligently working to uphold and restore the boundless chaos. Meanwhile, in Taishan City, where the Su family resided, two men clad in brown robes occupied a window-side table on the second floor of a nearby eatery. They appear to be in their 30s, one lean and the other portly. At that moment, the lean man gazed in the direction of the Su family, his face alight with fervor, as if he had discovered the most delectable of dishes. I never imagined that passing through this remote city, we would encounter a family with such fortune. The portly man mirrored his enthusiasm. This is indeed a stroke of luck. This small family is destined to soar to great heights, which is why they possess such family fortune. If we report this, our fortunes will surely change. These two individuals hailed from a mysterious organization known as Destiny. This enigmatic group had but one purpose: to employ secret techniques to identify families or individuals endowed with immense fortune. They would then utilize special methods to extract this fortune, offering it as a sacrifice to gain power. What is this fortune? It can be regarded as a form of destiny, a mysterious force pivotal to future ascendance, imbued with immeasurable power beyond description. In essence, it is profoundly arcane. Having completed their previous tasks, these two men paused in Taishan City and, by chance, laid eyes upon the Su family, immediately awestruck by the family's fortune. Chapter 55. You have no idea what kind of existence you have provoked. The power of family fortune is imperceptible to others. However, the two individuals hailing from the Destiny organization, who specialize in such esoteric arts, were able to discern it instantly. In their eyes, the seemingly unremarkable Su family radiated boundless iridescence, their fortune unparalleled in their lifetimes. Every individual possesses their own fortune, and naturally, families have their own familial fortunes as well. Thus, the two decided to remain, taking residence in a nearby inn, diligently observing and learning about the Su family. This culminated in the scene before us. At this moment, the two individuals grew increasingly enamored with the Su family. Much like a solitary man, starved for companionship for eons, encountering three ethereal goddesses, facing three at once, even a superhero would be overwhelmed. Hence, they could no longer contain themselves. We must return swiftly to report this matter. If discovered by others, our contributions will be for naught. I have thoroughly investigated the Su family. While they have recently made some advancements, they remain rather unremarkable. Yes, as you mentioned, the patriarch seems to be absent, so I surreptitiously obtained a strand of hair from the esteemed elder of the Su family. Once we return to report to Lord Six, we can proceed with the ritual. Indeed, your swiftness is commendable. Time is of the essence. Let us depart." With that, the two rose and leapt through the window, vanishing into the void. The ritual they spoke of was, of course, the ceremony for extracting the power of fortune. This power is formless and intangible, making its extraction far from simple. Thus, the Destiny organization devised a method, what is referred to as a ritual. For an individual, one must obtain a personal item, such as hair, perform a ceremony, and employ special techniques for the extraction. In the case of extracting the fortune of a family or other entity, the procedure is quite similar. But the target is not merely an individual, but the entire faction. Naturally, it is impractical to perform a ceremony for every member of a faction, as that would be too time-consuming and labor-intensive. Instead, one only needs to conduct the ceremony for the higher-ups, using them as a conduit to gradually encompass the entire faction. This explains why they sought the Elder S hair from the Su family. Unbeknownst to them, they had inadvertently drawn the attention of a formidable entity. Meanwhile, deep within the Su family estate, Xuan returned with a dragon and a spirit. Upon landing, he acted without hesitation, and with a mere thought, the space before him split open. On the other side lay the newly constructed city in the southernmost region. The grandeur of this new city had surpassed its previous form, perfectly integrating with the surrounding environment and its inner microcosm, a veritable ocean of spiritual energy resonating with boundless Tao rhythms. Ouching, peering through the spatial rift, was instantly struck with awe. Good heavens, was this constructed by the Patriarch? It's astonishing, truly a paradise on earth. In contrast to Ouching's focus on the overall magnificence, Ailing Feng was more captivated by the materials used to construct the city. With his imperial consciousness, he could distinctly sense the extraordinary solidity of the materials, far surpassing even that of imperial gold. This revelation left him utterly astounded. In his understanding, imperial gold was the hardest substance in this realm. Yet something even more formidable existed. It was an eye-opening experience. Of course, what most astonished Ailing Feng was the fact that such precious materials were used for the construction of the city. In all fairness, had he possessed such treasures, he would have hoarded them jealously, reluctant to use even a fraction. Yet for Xuan, they were merely trifles. Truly, one cannot underestimate the Su family, nor the prowess of the Patriarch. Ailing Feng mused inwardly. As for the inner thoughts of the dragon and the spirit, Xuan paid them no mind. With a grand sweep of his hand, he released a significant portion of the treasures and divine artifacts he had plundered from the endless chaos. They transformed into a streak of flowing light, descending into the microcosm of the city to establish their residence. In an instant, treasures gleamed and divine radiance filled the air. While one could previously liken it to a paradise on earth, now, even the term paradise seemed insufficient to capture its essence. With these treasures embellishing the landscape, the setting no longer appeared monotonous. Xuan surveyed the scene, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The dragon and the spirit, witnessing this, finally understood why Xuan had scoured the endless chaos for those rare materials. It was to embellish this new city. Undoubtedly, it was a monumental endeavor. However, considering the formidable strength of their patriarch, it was hardly surprising. After completing this task, Xuan closed the spatial rift with a thought. He then instructed Ouching and Ailing Feng to withdraw, while he transmitted a message to the three elders, informing them that the new city was complete and that preparations for relocation should commence. The news swiftly reached the three elders, who wasted no time in disseminating the information, even personally overseeing the preparations. Thus, the entire Su family embarked on a grand relocation effort. Of course, none of this concerned Xuan any longer, for at that moment, he lay comfortably at ease. Simultaneously, in a vast domain adjacent to the Xuan region, known as the Tsang region, stood an imposing palace exuding an air of grandeur. Lavishly adorned with intricately carved beams and resplendent decorations, it was a sight to behold. This was the sixth branch of the Destiny organization. Within the depths of the palace, the previously mentioned stout and slender men stood in the grand hall, their expressions respectful and their faces adorned with obsequious smiles. Before them sat a formidable figure, centered in the grand hall upon a golden throne. He was enveloped in a dense aura of spiritual light, resembling a reincarnated deity. Merely seated there, an invisible pressure emanated from him, leaving others breathless. He was Zhou Tianwei, the leader of the sixth branch of the Destiny Organization. At that moment, Zhou Tianwei opened his piercing eyes, akin to blazing torches, and gazed upon the stout and slender men below. In a deep voice, he inquired, "Zhang Chong, Sun Lai, are you certain you did not misinterpret? Is there truly a family in that remote city, radiating boundless iridescence of fortune?" To the sixth leader, "It is absolutely true. We would stake our lives on it." The stout and slender man replied with urgency and respect. "Splendid. Should this bear fruit, a significant merit shall be recorded in your names." Seeing their assurance, Zhou Tianwei's expression brightened, revealing a smile more radiant than blooming flowers. Should he succeed in sacrificing such vast familial fortune, he would undoubtedly receive generous rewards from that esteemed one. At that time, transcending the holy sovereign realm, ascending to holiness, or even reaching the threshold of becoming an emperor would be well within his grasp. Chapter 56. Joyful as a million-year-old infant, thank you, esteemed sixth leader. Upon hearing Zhou Tianwei's words, the two individuals were undoubtedly filled with immense delight. Such a great achievement would surely catapult them to new heights, allowing them to ascend to the pinnacle of their lives. They could hardly suppress their smiles, which seemed ready to stretch to the back of their heads. However, soon enough, their laughter would be stifled. Atop the throne, Zhou Tianwei nodded in acknowledgement, and without any hesitation, commanded that an altar be prepared in the square outside the palace. Before long, he emerged from the grand hall, clad in a brown robe adorned with the character Tian embroidered on the front and Ming on the back, together forming the phrase Tianming. In contrast to the elaborate patterns of other robes, this one appeared rather plain. Yet, Zhang Chong and Sun Lai, who followed closely behind, gazed upon the garment with fervent admiration. The robe was a privilege bestowed solely upon the leader of the Tianming organization, said to be granted by the Lord of Tianming, a revered entity worshipped by the organization, an exalted deity claiming to embody the will of heaven itself, hence the title Lord of Tianming. Such a robe, bestowed by such a being, was undoubtedly a divine artifact. Furthermore, being exclusive to the leader, possessing this robe symbolized both status and treasure. Thus, it was only natural that the two were so enamored with it. At this moment, Zhou Tianwei, donned in the robe of Tianming, approached the altar with a solemn expression. The altar was modest, roughly the size of a table, and unlike typical altars, it bore no offerings. Instead, it held an eerie little figure, atop which was entwined a strand of hair, undoubtedly belonging to Su Tianming, the elder of the Su family. Su Tianming was at the law phase, while Zhang Chong and Sun Lai had already attained the nirvana realm, making it exceedingly easy for them to obtain a mere strand of hair. Soon, Zhou Tianwei settled himself beneath the altar, murmuring incantations, "Abba, Abba, Abba." As his voice echoed, a strange and mysterious force began to emanate from within him, coiling around the little figure. Meanwhile, deep within the Su family courtyard, Su Xian observed the encroaching twilight and decided to retire to his quarters. However, at that moment, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Gazing into the vast void, he appeared to have discovered something intriguing. Was this a curse, mixed with the forces of luck, belief, and divine power? Quite a hodgepodge indeed. With a swift glance, Su Xian immediately grasped its essence, realizing that this bizarre amalgamation of power was directed towards the elder Su Tianming. Yet, he understood that the elder was merely a conduit. The true target was the entire Su family. It seemed that my assistance had significantly bolstered the fortunes of the Su family, inadvertently attracting covetous eyes, Su Xian mused. Nevertheless, he was disinclined to intervene with such trifling matters. At this juncture, the advantage of having subordinates became apparent. A rapid succession of potential candidates flitted through his mind, ultimately settling on Qi Run, who had been secluded in the depths of the void since returning from the Ice Spirit clan. At that moment, though Qi Run had yet to break through to the quasi-emperor realm, He exuded a much more substantial aura than before, indicating significant progress. Excellent. I shall send you into action. Xuan then proceeded to impart the information he had discerned into Qi Ren's consciousness, while simultaneously transmitting a message to him. After completing these tasks, he paid no further attention and turned to enter his chamber. Meanwhile, in the depths of the void, Qi Ren sat in silent meditation. Despite not having ascended to the quasi-emperor realm, he had diligently re-established his foundation, having meticulously retraced his steps through the realms preceding it, thanks to the divine artifact bestowed upon him by Xuan. Now, his foundation was solid, his strength greatly enhanced, and his accumulation deepening. He believed that it would not be long before he achieved a breakthrough. Contemplating this promising future, Qi Ren felt as joyous as an infant of millions of years. Just then, he was startled by an influx of information in his mind, accompanied by Xuan's voice. A task has arisen. Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Ren vanished from his spot. Simultaneously, within the Su family's grand hall, the place remained brightly lit, resembling daylight. The three elders convened, engaged in discussions regarding relocation plans. Elder 3, have you notified our kin who are away? The elder Su Tianming inquired. Rest assured, brother, it has been handled meticulously, came the prompt reply. Good. Elder Su Tianming nodded, then turned to Elder 3. As for the Su family's assets, they no longer hold significant value. Sell what can be sold, and lease what cannot. Understood, brother. I am expediting the process, and it will be resolved shortly. Excellent. With the clan leader's presence, the Su family is destined to rise. I truly hope that day arrives soon. Elder Su Tianming expressed with a face full of hope, only to feel a sudden dimness overhead, initially attributing it to the dimming lights of the hall. He soon noticed the horrified expressions on the faces of Elders 2 and 3, prompting him to instinctively look up, his countenance shifting in alarm. Above him, an ominous black liquid had appeared, exuding a chilling and suffocating aura. This was the ritual conducted by Zhou Tianwei. Should this black liquid descend upon Su Tianming, it would first consume him, then gradually extend its influence over the entire Su family. At that moment, the oppressive aura of the black liquid stifled the three elders, rendering them motionless as they could only watch it descend. Just then, a massive hand, covered in scales, emerged from the void, seizing the black liquid and restraining it within its grasp. Following this, amidst the astonished gazes of the three elders, a towering figure emerged from the void, clad in crimson scales with enormous wings upon its back, its features grotesquely exaggerated. At a glance, it was evident that this being was no mere human. As the three elders braced themselves for an unwelcome encounter, the creature flashed them a benevolent smile. Fortunately, I arrived in time. I trust you are all unharmed. This familiar scene and greeting immediately reminded the three elders of Yi Qingyan. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Elder Su Tianming asked, Might this esteemed being be sent by our clan leader? Indeed, Qi Ren nodded. Now that you are safe, I shall deal with the mice lurking in the shadows. With that, the void behind Qi Ren split open, and he stepped inside, vanishing from sight. Chapter 57. The Mysterious Patriarch. Fortune turns to misfortune. In the grand hall, the three elders gazed into the void left by the departure of Qi Ren, lingering in a moment of astonishment. They exchanged glances, each acutely aware of the shock resonating within them. It was evident that this enigmatic foreign power, much like the previous sage, was also under the command of their esteemed patriarch. This revelation was nothing short of astonishing. Their patriarch, it appeared, had a foreign subordinate. Furthermore, although Qi Ren had only paused briefly, his unmasked aura allowed the three elders to distinctly perceive his overwhelming sanctity. While the exact realm of his power remained unknown, it was undeniably far superior to that of the previous sage. Perhaps he was a holy sovereign or even a supreme holy being. A foreign powerhouse above the sage level had been subdued by their patriarch. Such a notion was utterly terrifying. They had initially presumed their patriarch to be a holy sovereign or a supreme holy being to have commanded the respect of that sage. But it turned out to be far from the truth. Who could deny that the strength of their patriarch was unfathomable, having even tamed such a formidable foreign force? They pondered the true level of their patriarch's prowess, perhaps a quasi-emperor, or even a supreme emperor. There was no need to dwell on such matters. Acknowledging him as their patriarch sufficed. Indeed, the three elders soon set aside their musings and resumed their earnest discussions regarding the relocation of their entire clan. Meanwhile, on the square, after completing the ritual, Zhou Tianwei was filled with joy and anticipation. Standing beside him, Zhang Chong and Sun Lai wore similar expressions. The three envisioned a promising future, lost in their dreams. However, at that moment, the peculiar figure atop the altar suddenly emitted a series of unsettling sounds, as if being forcibly disrupted, followed by the appearance of numerous fissures across its form, reminiscent of fragile porcelain on the brink of shattering. Simultaneously, the strands of hair entwined around the figure's head spontaneously ignited, turning to ash and vanishing. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of Zhou Tianwei and his companions shifted dramatically. Such occurrences, though rare, were not entirely foreign to them. They understood that the ritual had failed. How could this be? A family so minuscule could not possibly see such a failure. Indeed, he had diligently studied the matter, and the strongest was merely in the Dharma aspect realm. Zhang Chong and Sun Lai were the first to react, their faces betraying disbelief. The ceremony conducted by the sixth leader, a being of holy, sovereign caliber, had failed for a family of such trivial stature. This was as absurd as a toddler defeating a robust adult. Compared to the stunned reactions of Zhang Chong and Sun Lai, Zhou Tianwei, the ritual's host, felt an even heavier weight upon his shoulders. From the aura that had just been transmitted, it was evident that the opponent was a supreme, holy being. Damn it, they were facing a supreme, holy being. And this was what you referred to as a small family? Zhou Tianwei glared at Zhang Chong and Sun Lai, his thoughts turning murderous. What kind of adversary had these two fools dragged him into? Upon hearing this, the two men were struck dumb. They finally realized why the ritual had failed, because a supreme holy being had intervened. But how could it be possible that such a minuscule family possessed a supreme holy being? However, now was not the time to ponder this. The failure of the ritual meant the opponent could trace their presence. Thus, they hastily urged Zhou Tianwei that now was not the time for blame. Fleeing was the only viable path, and they needed to seek reinforcements from headquarters. To their surprise, Zhou Tianwei replied calmly, "I'm always cautious. Whenever I perform a ritual, I actively sever all connections. This time is no different. So, there is no need to worry about them finding us. It is foolproof." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong and Sun Lai rejoiced, immediately showering him with praise. "It is indeed you, esteemed sixth leader. No wonder you are the leader while we are but subordinates. You are truly formidable." It must be said, while these two lacked substantial skill, they were adept at navigating circumstances and flattering their superior, effectively lifting Zhou Tianwei's spirits and diminishing any murderous intent he harbored toward them. Just then, a chilling voice echoed from above. "So you truly hide here, little mice." The calmness of the words struck like a bolt of lightning, awakening Zhou Tianwei and his companions from their reverie. Instinctively, they looked up to see a towering figure amidst the vast clouds. Clad in crimson-scaled armor and with enormous wings spread wide, the figure exuded an intimidating aura, its features radiating a sense of dread. Standing there, the overwhelming sanctity poured down unabashedly, dominating the cosmos. Realizing this, and hearing the words of the figure, the three understood that this was the supreme holy being responsible for disrupting the ritual. He had indeed arrived, and in such a short span of time. Zhang Chong and Sun Lai immediately turned to Zhou Tianwei. "Big brother, what happened to your foolproof assurance?" Zhou Tianwei, equally bewildered, struggled to comprehend how this could transpire. He had severed all connections. How had the opponent located them? With this thought, Zhou Tianwei could not restrain himself from calling out to the figure in the sky. How did you find this place?" "I severed all connections. Even if you were a supreme holy being, you should not be able to sense our location." The figure, Qirun, chuckled disdainfully. "You insignificant mice cannot fathom the might of our patriarch. Do not think that this trivial place is beyond the gaze of our patriarch. Even your so-called headquarters lies beneath his watchful eye." Patriarch. Zhou Tianwei's pupils constricted. He had initially believed this supreme being to be the patriarch of that minuscule family. However, from the implications of the words, it was clear that he had been dispatched. This meant that the true patriarch of that family was someone else, and even more powerful than this supreme being. If not, how could he command such authority? Moreover, the most terrifying aspect was that this mysterious patriarch could perceive the location of their headquarters. What immense power that entailed. At this moment, Zhang Chong and Sun Lai stood frozen, their minds racing back to the fact that the patriarch of that small family had always been shrouded in mystery, never revealing himself. They had assumed he was as ordinary as those three elders, but now it seemed he was far more formidable. The ability to command a supreme being hinted at strength beyond that of a quasi-emperor. Realizing this, their hearts sank, as what they thought was a stroke of incredible fortune had turned into an unimaginable misfortune. In the skies above, Qiren paid no heed to the emotional turmoil of the three, eager to conclude his task and return. He acted decisively. Boom! A colossal hand emerged, obscuring the endless void. From it flowed a torrent of crimson divine light, cascading like a waterfall from the heavens. In an instant, it engulfed the palace and square below. This was the divine power of Qi Run, unique to the divine race, each strand imbued with the might of the divine, capable of suppressing all. Chapter 58. The Power of Destiny Unleashed, the Slaughter of Deities. In an instant, this place transformed into a vast ocean of divine power, a blinding crimson expanse. Everything within it was obliterated in a heartbeat. No plaza, no palace could withstand even the slightest fraction of that force. Among those caught in this devastation were Zhang Chong, Sun Lai, and all the members of the 6th Division of the Destiny Organization, who were reduced to ashes without uttering a single sound. High above, Qiren retracted his hand, gazing down with a cold indifference. However, at that moment, he suddenly raised an eyebrow, focusing on a specific spot below. To his astonishment, his divine power could not penetrate that area, as if some unseen force was shielding it. Oh, it can actually block my divine power. With this revelation, Qiren extended his hand once more, unleashing an even greater torrent of divine energy, resembling a cascading galaxy, sweeping across the heavens. He aimed to envelop and annihilate that singular void completely. But just then, the void erupted violently, and a towering figure emerged, enveloped in an enigmatic and extraordinary power that repelled Qi Ren's divine energy, standing resolutely as if a deity had descended. It was none other than Zhou Tianwei. Upon witnessing this, Qi Ren's face expressed surprise. Was this the peculiar fusion power mentioned by the clan leader? In the extensive information previously transmitted to him by Suuan, this fusion power was described as a combination of fortune, incense, curse, and faith energies. However, Qiren had only heard of it before. Now he was witnessing its remarkable efficacy firsthand, capable of resisting the might of his divine power. A spark of interest ignited in Qi Ren's eyes. Opposite him, Zhou Tianwei was surrounded by this anomalous fusion power, which within the Destiny Organization was known as Destiny Power. The name stemmed from his bestowal by the Lord of Destiny. At this moment, he bore a look of dread, having narrowly escaped death. Fortunately, his cautious nature led him to secretly harness all his destiny power upon seeing Qi Ren, which allowed him to survive the terrifying ocean of divine energy that had just surged forth. In stark contrast, Zhang Chong, Sun Lai, and the other members had not even had the time to wield their destiny power before being annihilated. How tragic! This individual is exceptionally strong. I cannot confront him directly. It seems I must resort to my trump card. Zhou Tianwei understood that he was no match for Qi Ren, and thus he acted decisively, reciting an incantation to summon his hidden power. Legend spoke of a magical fortress. With Zhou Tianwei's incantation, the ground trembled, splitting open to reveal a massive chasm. From it arose a 10-meter-tall humanoid puppet, clad in battle armor, exuding a terrifying aura. Most importantly, this puppet was imbued with destiny power. This humanoid puppet was Zhou Tianwei's secret weapon, crafted over the years from the flesh and blood of powerful sacrifices, mixed with destiny power. It could perfectly harness and even exceed the capabilities of destiny power. Upon witnessing the puppet's successful emergence, Zhou Tianwei's previously anxious heart finally settled, and a vengeful spirit began to blossom within him. He had previously used this puppet to slay a supreme being. Now, this bizarre foreign supreme being, in his eyes, would certainly be no match. Even if he could not kill it, inflicting serious injury would be well within reach. After that, he could escape to headquarters, ensuring that even the mysterious clan leader behind this opponent could do nothing to him. With this thought, Zhou Tianwei channeled all his destiny power into the puppet. He then looked up at Xuan in the sky, a fierce killing intent radiating from him as he commanded, "Eliminate him." Boom! The puppet, upon receiving the command, sprang to life, unleashing a ferocious energy. It swung a fist, and all the destiny power surged forth, coalescing into countless, terrifying fist imprints, sweeping towards Qi Ren's location like a tidal wave. In an instant, the space around Qi Ren was completely engulfed, even shattering under the force, exuding a dreadful resonance. Seeing this scene, a smile crept across Zhou Tianwei's face as he mused, "This is it." However, before he could finish his thought, an extraordinarily cold voice echoed through the air. Interesting, yet insufficient. As the words fell, Qi Ren's figure slowly re-emerged from the void, unscathed, as if he had not suffered the slightest harm. How is this possible? Zhou Tianwei was left dumbfounded. His puppet's confident strike had previously felled a supreme being, yet against this foreign being, it had inflicted no damage whatsoever. What he did not realize was that Qi Ren was not an ordinary supreme being. He had already approached the threshold of quasi-emperorship. Now, having recultivated through each realm, he was effectively half a step into the realm of quasi-emperor. With the added advantage of being a godly race, the so-called destiny power posed no threat to him. As Zhou Tianwei grappled with his disbelief, Qi Ren's icy voice once again pierced the air. "Your fusion power is indeed commendable, but you have not mastered it completely, and its quantity is lacking. Thus, it is merely SOSO. I cannot be bothered to waste more time with you. Let this end." With that, Qi Ren unfurled the massive wings on his back, gazing downward as he uttered 3 words, "Slaughter of deities." In the next moment, the divine power within Qi Ren erupted forth, its might far exceeding what had come before. He vanished in an instant, transforming into a radiant beam of lethal light. Swish! In the fraction of a moment, Qi Ren appeared in another section of the void. Glancing down at the storage ring belonging to Zhou Tianwei, he then absorbed the boundless divine power below into his body, departing without a backward glance. Meanwhile, Zhou Tianwei and his humanoid puppet stood there, frozen like statues. In the next instant, both their forms became riddled with countless wounds, and then they shattered into innumerable fragments, scattering with the wind. They were dead beyond resurrection. As for the protective destiny power that had shielded them, it was utterly insufficient against the full force of Qi Ren's divine energy, collapsing instantly. With Zhou Tianwei's demise, the 6th division of the Destiny organization was completely annihilated. The place fell into an eternal silence. Yet, it was not long before the sound of air being split echoed through the area. Soon, figures began to materialize. They were not members of the Destiny organization, but rather individuals from nearby factions. They had sensed the terrifying disturbance earlier, but dared not approach, knowing it was the division of the Destiny organization. Now, realizing that all had settled and witnessing the division transformed into a wasteland, they finally gathered the courage to venture forth. At this moment, these nearby factions gazed in shock at what was once the resplendent division of the Destiny organization, now reduced to mere ruins. Their hearts swelled with disbelief, and without a doubt, fervent discussions erupted among them. Chapter 59. The New Lottery, the Emperor Summoning Card. Incredibly, someone dared to annihilate a branch of the Destiny organization. This is a commendable act. The Destiny organization has long been notorious for its misdeeds and should have been eradicated long ago. However, despite such sentiments, the Destiny organization is widely recognized as formidable. The 6th branch is merely the weakest among them, with even more powerful branches and the headquarters rumored to be guarded by quasi-emperor level experts. Furthermore, It is said that the enigmatic Lord of Destiny is a divine being with emperor-level combat prowess, lying dormant within the headquarters. Oh my, an emperor-level deity. It is no wonder the Destiny organization has endured for so many years, with no one daring to challenge them. Who could have struck, an individual or a faction? Such matters remain beyond our comprehension. All we need to do is relay the news back. Subsequently, the individuals did not linger and swiftly departed, leaving the place deserted in no time. As they left, the news spread rapidly. Within a single night, it reached the neighboring domains and began to disseminate to more distant regions at an astonishing speed. After all, the reputation of the Destiny organization is formidable, and their strength is unparalleled, deterring most factions from provoking them. The obliteration of a branch is undeniably a sensational piece of news, hence the unprecedented speed of its dissemination. The following day, Xuan emerged from his abode and instantly spotted Qi Ren meditating in a corner of the courtyard. Clearly, he had returned long ago, but chose not to disturb Xuan, dedicating his time to training. Upon hearing Xuan's voice, Qi Ren promptly exited his meditative state and approached to report that he had completely annihilated the sixth branch that had made a move against them. After delivering his report, he presented the storage ring he had seized from Zhou Tianwei. Xuan casually accepted it and nodded. Well done. This is your reward. As he spoke, he waved his hand lightly, and a fragrant, pale red fruit appeared before Qi Ren. This fruit, a celestial spirit fruit aged 10,000 years, possesses the ability to break through barriers without any side effects. Consuming it will assist you in ascending to the quasi-emperor realm. This was one of the rare treasures Xuan had procured from the endless chaos, most of which he had stored in the new city, while a small portion remained with him, including this 10,000-year celestial spirit fruit. Upon hearing Xuan's words and gazing at the spirit fruit before him, Qi Ren's eyes shone with fervent intensity. Although he was confident that with further closed-door training, he could also ascend to the quasi-emperor realm, there is no comparison to the exhilaration of an immediate breakthrough. Thus, without hesitation, Qi Ren cradled the spirit fruit as if it were a precious gem. Then, a thought crossed his mind, and he inquired, Lord Clan Leader, the Destiny organization has 5 more branches and headquarters. Should Qi Ren proceed to eliminate them? At this moment, Xuan had reached a chair and was about to respond when suddenly, the voice of Ao Qing echoed. The Destiny organization? Is that the one that deprives people of their fortune? My goodness, they nearly targeted me before, but fortunately, I was cautious and slipped away. However, I have not forgotten this grudge. If we are to act against them, count me in. Upon hearing the voice, Qi Ren turned to see a young man with 2 dragon horns approaching. Qi Ren was momentarily taken aback, then noticed the unmasked aura emanating from the newcomer. His expression changing. A true dragon bloodline, a quasi-emperor of the 7th level. Qi Ren had been in seclusion when Xuan had subdued Ao Qing. Hence he was unaware of this development until now, marking his first formal encounter with Ao Qing. Inwardly, Qi Rei Molit Esu Suanis Pawis, able to recruit a true dragon bloodline creature. In his time, the true dragon clan was already a legend, and those possessing true dragon blood were exceedingly rare, a fact that even their divine clan had not encountered. To think he would meet one in this era, and that it had become part of Xuan's retinue. Meanwhile, upon hearing Ao Qing's words, Xuan replied nonchalantly, Since you are interested, you may accompany Qi Ren. It will be a good opportunity for you both to get acquainted. Hearing Xuan's words, Ao Qing turned his gaze toward Qi Ren, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He evidently recognized Qi Ren as a member of the divine clan, having lived for quite some time and perused numerous ancient texts. He was aware of the once mighty divine clan. However, he was unaware of the existence of the divine clan in his own time, as they had not yet appeared. Nevertheless, he had gleaned some information from Ao Qing's memories about this so-called divine clan. He could not help but marvel that such a race still existed in later generations. Though regrettably, like his own dragon clan, they had vanished into the annals of history. Soon, Qi Ren and Ao Qing introduced themselves and prepared to depart together. As they set out, Qi Ren consumed the 10,000-year celestial spirit fruit, evidently intending to refine it during their journey. Before long, the two ascended into the sky, disappearing from sight. In the courtyard, Suuan observed their departure with an unchanged expression. Although he sensed certain matters regarding the Destiny organization, they were of little concern. With Ao Qing accompanying Qi Run, any challenges would be adequately addressed. At that moment, he suddenly heard the system's notification chime his mind, indicating that a new day had arrived and it was time for the lottery. Remarkably, despite the flurry of events, only a single day had elapsed. Suuan felt a sense of wonder, yet it was nothing to fret about, merely a testament to efficiency. With a thought, he initiated the lottery, skipping the animation and directly revealing the outcome. Ding! Congratulations! You have drawn an Emperor summoning card. Suuan's eyes flickered with interest. To draw something as rare as an Emperor summoning card was indeed remarkable. To be honest, this was his first time obtaining a summoning card, let alone one of Emperor caliber. However, the prospect of having an Emperor under his command was undeniably enticing. Without further hesitation, Suuan took out the card and promptly used it. In the next instant, the void rippled, and an imposing figure emerged, radiating Emperor-level pressure that exuded the power to dominate the heavens and suppress the ages. An infinite array of light cascaded from the void, a manifestation of rules and laws encircling this being, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Fortunately, this commotion was contained within Suuan's courtyard, preventing any disturbance from escaping. Otherwise, the unrestrained arrival of an emperor would undoubtedly create a sensational uproar, considering such entities stand at the pinnacle of this world, except for Suuan, of course. Chapter 60. The Name of the Emperor, the Battle of the Dual Emperors. Soon, the celestial phenomena dissipated and the overwhelming pressure of the emperor receded, leaving behind only a solitary figure, revealing his true form. Before them stood a man, appearing to be in his 20s or 30s, with cascading black hair, a tall and imposing stature, embodying an extraordinary presence. He approached respectfully and greeted Suuan, saying, "Xuan pays his respects to the master." "There is no need for such formality," Suuan replied with a slight wave of his hand, indicating that the other need not be so reserved. He then cast a brief glance at Xuan, noting that he was roughly at the initial stage of emperor-level strength, similar to Ling Long previously. Suuan had learned the specifics of the emperor summoning card he had used, realizing that the strength of the summoned emperor was not fixed. The lowest tier was akin to Xuan, just beginning, while the highest could reach the pinnacle of the emperor realm, infinitely close to the existence of a true immortal. Clearly, Suuan's luck in this instance was less than favorable. Nevertheless, he was not overly concerned. After all, having drawn an emperor summoning card was already a stroke of good fortune. He could accept a bit of bad luck afterward, as he was still dealing with an emperor. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Suuan turned to Xuan and asked, "Would you prefer to find a room in the courtyard to stay, remain in the void, or choose another option? The choice is yours." Xuan shook his head in response, saying, "I shall guard the portal for you, master." Upon hearing this, Suuan nodded. "That is acceptable. Soon, I will be relocating to a new city, and you shall act as the gatekeeper of that city." "Understood," came Xuan's reply. Thus, an emperor-level gatekeeper was established. At that moment, the void rippled, and a figure of extraordinary grace emerged from the space of Suuan's fingertip. It was Ling Long. As Suuan had not set any defenses, Ling Long could enter and exit freely without restrictions. Now, she gazed at Xuan from a distance, a hint of astonishment rising in her eyes. She had sensed the pressure of an emperor while in the fingertip space, and upon her emergence, she indeed discovered the presence of an emperor. Astounded, she thought, has the clan leader recruited another emperor? Truly impressive. Although this emperor was unfamiliar to her, Ling Long was not surprised. After all, this world was vast, and who could know how many hidden emperors existed? It was entirely normal not to recognize them. Meanwhile, Suuan, noticing Ling Long's appearance, understood that she had sensed Xuan's emperor-level pressure, and he chuckled softly. "You came out at just the right moment. Allow you two to make each other's acquaintance." Thus, under Suuan's introduction, the two began to familiarize themselves. Suddenly, Ling Long turned to Xuan and asked, "Friend, would you care to spar with me?" Since awakening from her slumber, Ling Long had hardly engaged in battle. On one hand, she was recuperating, and on the other, she lacked a worthy opponent. Yi Qingyun and the others were too weak, making fights with them nothing more than a slaughter without any enjoyment. Conversely, Su Xian was far too strong, capable of suppressing her with but a thought. Seeking defeat at his hands would be foolish. Therefore, encountering Gu Tsong, an emperor in his own right, naturally piqued her interest. Seeing this, Gu Tsong did not refuse, gently nodding, "Very well." Upon receiving his affirmation, Ling Long turned to Su Xian and requested, "I ask that the clan leader create a space for our battlefield. After all, the catastrophic fluctuations resulting from a battle between two emperors could potentially engulf the entire world, causing unnecessary turmoil, which Ling Long wished to avoid." Su Xian smiled lightly. "There is no need for such trouble. Let us conduct our duel within my realm." With that, he merely thought, and in the next moment, Ling Long and Gu Tsong vanished from their original spot, appearing in an expansive, boundless world. Is this the realm of the clan leader? How incredibly vast! It feels even larger than the world outside. Ling Long had always remained within Su Xian's fingertip space, and this was her first visit to his realm. She was instantly awestruck by its immeasurable expanse. On the other side, Gu Tsong's expression was similarly one of astonishment. Although he had been summoned by the Emperor's summoning card, he was still a being of flesh and blood. His earlier submission to Su Xian was due to the system's influence, and he was unaware of Su Xian's true strength. Now, witnessing Su Xian's unfathomable power firsthand, he felt a deep sense of reverence. At that moment, Su Xian's voice reached them, addressing Ling Long. "Your fingertip space was initially created to contain those malevolent spirits, so it is not very large. Since you prefer this vast world, I can create a new one for you later." This was a trivial task for Su Xian. Ling Long, hearing this, was delighted. "Thank you, clan leader." She then turned her attention back to Gu Tsong, gesturing politely for him to proceed. In the next instant, two terrifying imperial auras erupted simultaneously, igniting the battle of the dual emperors within this realm. Alas, such a momentous battle would go unseen and unobserved by anyone, save for Su Xian. However, he was not particularly concerned, for at his level, this clash of emperors seemed akin to children playing house. Following this, Su Xian stretched lazily, intending to brew himself a cup of tea to soothe his throat, when suddenly, three elders requested an audience. "Come in," he called out. Upon entering, the three elders observed Su Xian preparing tea and promptly approached him with respect, stating, "Clan leader, the matters of the family relocation have all been resolved. The clan members abroad have been summoned back, with the exception of Su Ro and Su Tian. The issues regarding our assets have also been mostly addressed." Hearing this, Suuan nodded. The Su family's relocation had been resolved much more swiftly than that of the Yi family. However, this was to be expected, as the Su family was merely a small clan. The Yi family, being a great lineage, had many more complexities to navigate, making their slower progress understandable. Su Xian then remarked, "Do not concern yourselves about Su Ro and Su Tian. I shall inform them upon their return. We shall commence the relocation now." With that, he casually snapped his fingers and continued to sit and sip his tea. The three elders exchanged puzzled glances, for after the clan leader snapped his fingers, nothing seemed to have happened. The eldest elder, Su Tianming, could not help but inquire, "Clan leader, when shall we begin the relocation?" "No need. It has already been completed." The three elders were taken aback. "Huh? It is done? Had they lost their memories? Or was their understanding somehow impaired?" Nothing had occurred. Just as the elders were about to inquire again, they suddenly heard exclamations from outside. Could it be? The three elders quickly bowed to Su Xian before hastily rushing outside. As they emerged, they saw the Su family members gathered at the entrance, and they quickly approached, only to witness an astonishing spectacle. Chapter 61. A family in shock. A relocation to a different world beyond the gates of the Su family. The familiar Taizuan city had vanished, replaced by an expanse of magnificent landscapes and a grand world. The air was thick with spiritual energy and the essence of the Tao, an intoxicating richness that was unparalleled. Everywhere one looked, every blade of grass and every flower exuded a potent fragrance of medicinal herbs. all of which were legendary spiritual medicines, the kind that one could only dream of encountering in tales. Moreover, the three elders discovered that even the so-called stones scattered about were, upon closer inspection, rare minerals of exceptional quality. The rivers flowing through the mountains radiated abundant spiritual power, forming streams of pure energy. Additionally, there were countless treasures of heaven and earth, awe-inspiring and unfamiliar, strewn about, each more astonishing than the last. All of this overwhelmed the three elders and every member of the Su family. In their eyes, this vast world surpassed their wildest dreams by 1,000-fold. It was evident that every Su family member, including the three elders, was utterly astounded. In their understanding, relocating to a new city merely meant moving from a smaller city to a larger one. Yet they had found themselves in an entirely different realm. This was akin to downloading a simple game like Minesweeper, only to discover it was a holographic virtual reality game upon opening it. As the Su family marveled at this new world, the figure of Xuan suddenly appeared. The three elders and the clan members promptly regained their composure, bowing respectfully to greet their patriarch. Xuan nodded and addressed the Su family. From this day forth, this world shall be the ancestral land of the Su family. Everything within it may be freely utilized by you all. Upon hearing this, the members of the Su family were ecstatically overjoyed, unable to contain their excitement. With such abundant resources, coupled with the cultivation techniques and secrets at their disposal, their future ascension seemed assured. The three elders felt similarly, even wanting to dance with joy. Although the Su family had possessed some resources prior, they paled in comparison to those in this new world, which were practically worthless in contrast. Now, with unrestricted access to these resources, their cultivation would undoubtedly soar. Observing the expressions of his kin, Xuan felt unsurprised, having anticipated their reactions. He spoke lightly. Since we have relocated, the old structures of the Su family must be renovated to welcome our new life. The Su family members unanimously agreed, with many volunteers stepping forward to undertake the renovation tasks. Xuan shook his head, saying, "There is no need for such trouble. Simply watch me." With that, he waved his hand, teleporting the Su family members outside. Then, he ascended effortlessly and, with a casual gesture, grasped the air below. In an instant, the original Su family residence transformed into a glimmering light and settled into his palm. With a thought, treasures began to pour in from all directions. Although these treasures were but a mere fraction compared to those in this world, they had been gathered from the boundless chaos, and though Xuan intended only to embellish this world, what he retained was substantial enough to be considered a divine treasury within this realm. At that moment, as the treasures approached Xuan, they melted seamlessly into liquid, merging into his hand and fusing with the Su family residence. In silence, a completely new Su family estate was born in Xuan's grasp. Not only did its exterior change, but because he employed refining techniques, the entire estate became an unparalleled treasure, capable of offense and defense, rendering any protective formations unnecessary. However, should it be used offensively, the site might be rather peculiar. Imagine wielding a house in battle. Then, with a casual wave, Xuan restored the once-vanished estate. To the eyes of the Su family, their recently calmed emotions were once again stirred. Before them stood a vast and unimaginable palace, intricately subdivided into countless smaller palaces. The most striking aspect was that each of these palaces radiated brilliant divine light, surrounded by four symbols and accompanied by Qilin, enveloped in clouds and mist. It was akin to a legendary celestial palace. At this moment, a singular thought echoed in the minds of the Su family members. "You mean to tell me this is a renovation?" Unfazed by their astonishment, Xuan addressed the three elders. "You may arrange these palaces as you see fit. There is no need to consult me." He added soon, "Another family will also take residence here, a vassal of mine from the spirit domain, the Yi family. I will inform you when the time comes." The three elders were taken aback by this news. The Yi family from the spirit domain was an immortal family with imperial artifacts and profound heritage, far surpassing the Su family. They hadn't anticipated that their patriarch would silently acquire such a powerful vassal. Instantly, The three elders bowed in respect, saying, "We shall obey the patriarch's command." Suuan nodded without further comment, then disappeared from sight, reappearing deep within the estate. This was now the former residence of the previous patriarch, which had undergone significant transformation. The courtyard had become a cluster of palaces, sprawling far beyond its former limits, with the only unchanged elements being a few chairs. Suuan casually sat down, took a sip from his teacup, and gazed into the distance, feeling an overwhelming sense of contentment. At that moment, he sensed something and turned his attention to the realm within his palm, noting that Linglong and Gutsong's sparring had concluded. With a thought, he released them from their confines. Linglong and Gutsong were momentarily stunned, but quickly regained their composure, approaching Suuan to pay their respects. Their overwhelming imperial aura gradually receded, and they appeared unscathed. This was to be expected, as it was merely a spar, not a life-and-death battle. With their imperial bodies, injuries were impossible. At this juncture, Suuan addressed them. "While you were sparring, I have relocated the entire Su family to this newly established realm." He added, "You will reside here from now on, and feel free to explore whenever you wish." Chapter 62. The Ancestor of All Ghosts, the Race. Upon hearing Suuan's words, Linglong and Gutsong finally realized that the realm they inhabited had transformed. They instinctively released their spiritual senses to observe this new world. Their astonishment was palpable. While it could not be compared to Suuan's world within his palm, it was still boundlessly vast, most striking were the treasures of heaven and earth scattered throughout this realm. Even for one as knowledgeable as an emperor, the sight was profoundly shocking. Goodness, did the clan leader lavishly expend gold coins? It was evident that they believed these riches were drawn from Suuan's own treasury. However, Suuan was indifferent to their thoughts. Casually tossing a dried fruit into his mouth, he turned to Gutsong and said, "The city beyond this world is the portal. You shall guard the city gate henceforth." Upon receiving the command, Gutsong nodded and immediately tore through the void, arriving atop the grand city's walls, where he closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, resembling a statue, timeless and eternal. Meanwhile, Linglong was left in awe, astounded that an emperor was stationed to guard the gate. Such a feat was nothing short of revolutionary, unparalleled throughout history. After all, what kind of existence was an emperor? They suppressed realms with a mere thought, instilling fear in all beings, capable of extinguishing the sun, moon, and stars with a single gesture, standing at the pinnacle of existence. Any power in this world would be elated to have an emperor join their ranks, akin to the stars adorning the moon. Even the ancestors resting in their coffins would rise to pay homage. Yet here, under Suuan's command, it was simply a task of guarding the gate. How absurdly extravagant. Linglong sighed, realizing that only the clan leader possessed such audacity and confidence. Observing Linglong's expression, Suuan understood her thoughts but paid them no mind. After all, while emperors were powerful, they were not beyond his reach. He could easily produce them in abundance without concern. Subsequently, Suuan concentrative, transforming the previously confined space that housed malevolent spirits into a realm comparable to his own. Once this was accomplished, he addressed Linglong. "The fingertip space has been evolved into a fingertip world. Assess whether it requires any additions. You may manage it as you see fit." Hearing this, Linglong was overjoyed and eagerly returned to the newly formed world. Within this fingertip realm, the malevolent spirits, now fully transformed into ghostly beings, were utterly astonished by the transformation of their environment. They understood that this was undoubtedly the work of their esteemed leader, each one enveloped in disbelief. The space had been transformed into a world. Such evolution was inconceivable. At that moment, Linglong appeared, gazing upon the vast world before her, once again marveling at Suuan's unfathomable might, her excitement mounting. In this way, she too was now a sovereign of a world. A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. She resolved to cultivate this realm diligently, aspiring to create a domain entirely belonging to the Ghost Clan. Clearly, the malevolent spirits bestowed upon her by the clan leader were insufficient. She would need to seek opportunities to venture out and capture more herself. Linglong mused, Her heart ignited with new ambitions after her transformation into a ghost. Her aspirations now included becoming the ancestor of all ghosts, the empress of the spirits. In the outside world, Xuan withdrew his gaze from the fingertip world. He was fully aware of Linglong's intentions, understanding her thoughts with clarity. Nevertheless, this was advantageous. After all, these beings would become his foundation and serve him without requiring his direct involvement. Such a scenario was indeed delightful. Contemplating this, Xuan resolved that in the future, he would recruit more capable subordinates. This way, he could simply act as a hands-off manager, a thought that brought him joy. At that moment, Xuan sensed something and gazed into the distance, his eyes piercing through the ages. Is that Xuan on the verge of a breakthrough? He mused, realizing that action was imminent. This endeavor would likely stir considerable upheaval in this world. Meanwhile, in a void far removed from the Xuan domain, two figures stood poised. They were Qing and Qiren. At this moment, Qiren had completely refined the 10,000-year heavenly spirit fruit, his aura surging dramatically to a critical point. With a resounding crash, he shattered the barriers, his once vast holy might transforming into a subtle imperial presence. This signified his ascension beyond the sacred realm, stepping into the ranks of the quasi-emperors. Slowly opening his eyes, Qiren felt the long-coveted quasi-emperor-level divine power circulating within him, his face brimming with emotion. After so many years, he had finally reached this stage. All of this, of course, was thanks to their esteemed leader. After all, without him, Qiren would likely still be sealed within that mysterious crystal, unaware of when he would emerge. With this thought, Qiren felt how astute his decision to submit to Xuan had been. At that moment, a new thought crossed his mind. Surely, there are other divine clans sealed throughout this world. When the time comes, I will request our leader's assistance in locating them, bringing them forth one by one to pledge allegiance to him. We could establish a divine clan guard dedicated to charging in a battle on behalf of our leader. A splendid idea indeed. However, he would need to reach the level of an emperor first to effectively manage those beings. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Qiren turned to Qing and declared, "I am ready. Let us commence." Hearing this, Qing exited his meditative state, glancing at the newly ascended Qiren, and nodded. "Very well. Let us begin with the 5 divisions to avoid wasting time. I propose we split our forces. You take 2, I take 2, and we shall regroup at the 1st division to eliminate it together before proceeding to the headquarters. What do you think?" "No problem. However, this seems rather dull. I suggest we add a competitive element. Let's see who can reach the 1st division first and eliminate it single-handedly. Whoever succeeds will be the elder brother. How does that sound?" Qiren suddenly proposed. Taken aback by his suggestion, Qing replied, "That is acceptable, but I am at the 7th level of quasi-emperor, while you are at the 1st level. My advantage is considerable. Does that not seem unfair?" Qiren shrugged off the concern, saying it matters not. Levels of cultivation are irrelevant. Since you agree, let us proceed. With that, he shared the locations of the 5 divisions and the headquarters of the Heavenly Mandate Organization with Qing, leaving a note that he would take the 2nd and 3rd divisions while Qing would handle the latter 2. He tore through the void and departed. In the void above, Qing watched Qiren vanish, musing that this divine clan brother was indeed forthright. Not only was his cultivation lower, but he also deliberately chose the more distant divisions. "Very well, I shall concede this time. Let your loss not be too humiliating," he thought before soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, in another part of the void, Qiren reappeared, gazing with a smirk in the direction Qing had departed. Chapter 63. The Tale of the Ancient Mysterious Tortoise and the Lunar Spirit Rabbit Racing. In the next instant, one could witness Qiren unexpectedly slicing open his own palm, from which flowed a stream of blood as crimson as the sun itself. Each droplet contained an unparalleled surge of vitality, profoundly moving the soul. However, this blood did not touch the ground. Instead, it transformed into a radiant aura that enveloped Qiren. The blood escape technique of my divine lineage surpassed ordinary methods by hundreds or even thousands of times in speed, rendering it invincible. Although it required substantial energy, The prospect of acquiring a brother with a true dragon bloodline made it worthwhile. Should Ao Qing witness this scene, he would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment, "Wow, there exists someone more cunning than me." Then, Qi Ren, no longer lingering, was enveloped in bloodlight and vanished into the void in the blink of an eye. In scarcely any time at all, he arrived at the 3rd Division of the Destiny Organization. This division was situated in the far reaches of the Kuan-Yuan domain, immeasurable distances away from the 6th Division's location in the Tsang-Yuan domain. Yet, for Qi Ren, who possessed the divine blood escape technique, it was merely a matter of a fingertip span. At that moment, Qi Ren stood atop the heavens, gazing down at the 3rd Division, which had evidently entered a state of lockdown, having just received news of the 6th Division's annihilation. However, as this information was fresh and the Destiny Organization had enjoyed unbroken success over the years, they held a lofty self-regard, believing that the enemy could only destroy the weakest division, and thus their state of alert was rather lax. After a cursory glance, Qi Ren understood the situation. In the next moment, abandoning the previous playful demeanor, he unleashed his full strength. His quasi-emperor-level divine power erupted, and he coldly uttered 3 words: Divine Slash. The sound of clashing metal resonated as if it had transcended the ages. Qi Ren's quasi-emperor-level divine power surged forth, coalescing in his right hand into a massive crimson blade, measuring 30 meters in length. With an expression devoid of emotion, he struck downwards with a thunderous blow. As the blade fell, the heavens dimmed, and the winds and clouds roiled. The 3rd Division reacted immediately with its most formidable leader, a being of the holy level, summoning his utmost power and activating the Grand Array in an attempt to resist. However, it was utterly futile. As the blade descended, nothing could impede it. The Grand Array and the 3rd leader crumbled like fragile paper. In less than a breath, they were obliterated. The other members of the 3rd Division, naturally, were caught unawares and met their demise. Thus, in the blink of an eye, the 3rd Division was extinguished. After accomplishing this, Qi Ren had no time to collect the corpses and utilize the divine blood escape technique to breach the void, continuing towards the 2nd Division. He felt no sorrow for the 3rd Division's demise. The next performance awaited him at the 2nd Division. The 2nd Division, while stronger than the 3rd, was still manageable. Before his breakthrough, Qi Ren had been unafraid, let alone now that he had ascended to the quasi-emperor level. Therefore, it was not long before, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the 2nd Division was reduced to ashes, vanishing like a fleeting dream. Next was the 1st Division, reputed to be the strongest aside from the headquarters, allegedly guarded by a being of the quasi-emperor's 3rd tier. It seemed that to annihilate the 1st Division instantaneously, he would need to employ some forbidden techniques of the divine lineage. With this thought, Qi Ren glanced at the divine blood enveloping him, a glimmer of divine light flashing in his eyes. In the next moment, he shattered the void and sped towards the 1st Division. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to Qi Ren's frantic race against time, Ao Qing was leisurely strolling about. He had just obliterated the 5th Division and was now leisurely scavenging the spoils, reveling in the experience. Observing this, the voice of Ao Ling Feng echoed in his mind. "Kid, be cautious not to suffer an unexpected setback. Have you heard of the race between the ancient mysterious tortoise and the lunar spirit rabbit? That lunar spirit rabbit, proud of its superior cultivation, became complacent and even sat down to meditate. What was the outcome? The ancient mysterious tortoise overtook it on the curve and won the race, earning the privilege of cooking for me." Ao Qing was left speechless. Realizing this was the first time he had heard someone describe free meals in such an eloquent manner. "Truly, you are remarkable, old ancestor of the true dragon." Simultaneously, he wanted to retort, was it possible that the lunar spirit rabbit did not wish to cook for you for free and was merely feigning ignorance? Of course, valuing his own life, Ao Qing dared not voice his thoughts and simply replied, "Rest assured, I shall accelerate now, ancestor." With this declaration, Ao Qing's demeanor grew serious as he reflected, "Brother Qi Ren, I have already given you a head start. It is time for fair competition." Subsequently, he unleashed his full power, shattering the void as he headed towards the 4th Division. However, unbeknownst to Ao Qing, While he believed that Qiren's progress was similar to his own, Qiren had already arrived above the first division. Standing there, he gazed at the first division, which surpassed the others in both scale and overall strength, took a deep breath, and without hesitation, sliced open his palm once more, allowing more divine blood to flow forth. This divine blood did not transform into light, but rather dripped down towards the first division, unbeknownst to all, morphing into mysterious symbols unique to the divine lineage. Qiren murmured within, divine forbidden technique, annihilation of heaven and earth. With a resounding boom, the symbols crafted from divine blood coalesced into an exquisite and radiant light of slaughter. The sun, moon, and stars dimmed in comparison as this light transcended all, obliterating space, cleaving through the heavens and collapsing the universe. In an instant, it enveloped the entire First Division. Naturally, the First Division had long been alerted, with its strongest leader of the Quasi-Emperor's third tier bursting forth from his chamber. He had just received news of the Sixth Division's destruction. Initially, he had not taken it seriously, even hoping that those individuals would come to the First Division to cause trouble so he could crush them and earn merit. After all, in the eyes of this leader, Zhou Tianwei of the Sixth Division was pathetically weak, never deserving of his attention. Thus, he believed that the intruders would be similarly unimpressive. However, to his astonishment, before he could even fully formulate his thoughts, the adversaries truly arrived. Yet sensing the terrifying power descending from above, it was far from the feeble threat he had anticipated. Rather, it was overwhelmingly despairing. At that moment, the only thought occupying the mind of this quasi-emperor leader was, what formidable enemy has Zhou Tianwei drawn upon them? Chapter 64, A Brother's Call, a Lifetime Bond. Yet the would-be emperor was unaware that the individual he referred to as the fool, Zhou Tianwei, had met his demise through a cruel betrayal. Alas, he had no opportunity to seek validation, for in the next moment, a terrifying and resplendent light of slaughter descended, engulfing all in its path. The first to bear the brunt was the protective formation of the First Division, which was obliterated upon contact. Following this, the members of the division, despite their immediate awareness and their collective unleashing of their utmost power and resistance, found themselves utterly ineffective. It was akin to snow meeting the relentless rays of the sun. No matter how hard one strives, annihilation is the inevitable fate. Finally, the leader of the would-be emperor's faction reacted with the fiercest defiance, channeling the very essence of his destiny to its utmost limits. Under normal circumstances, the divine power of the Crimson Blade could have withstood a fraction of the onslaught. Unfortunately, this was a forbidden technique wielded at the cost of his own divine blood. Even the power of destiny appeared feeble before it. Merely a single touch, and the life of this would-be emperor's leader was irrevocably diminished. Soon thereafter, he was consumed by the subsequent waves of slaughtering light, leaving not even a ripple in its wake. Ultimately, this light descended like divine retribution, thoroughly cleansing the First Division. When the chaos subsided, the area had transformed into a chasm. Not only was the First Division obliterated, but the very terrain itself had been irrevocably altered. Having accomplished this monumental task, the Crimson Blade finally exhaled in relief. Though his complexion was somewhat pale and the exertion considerable, the outcome filled him with immense satisfaction. After all, possessing a younger brother with the bloodline of a true dragon was a boast he could cherish for a lifetime, an achievement even the great emperors of the divine realm had not attained. At that moment, the void rippled, and a figure emerged from within. The Crimson Blade instinctively turned his gaze and found Ao Qing staring at him. A look of bewilderment plastered across his face. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. However, the silence was soon shattered by the voice of the Crimson Blade. "Little brother, you have arrived rather late." Ao King. A quarter of an hour later, the two sat cross-legged in the void, each holding a flask of wine, engaging in spirited conversation and drinking heartily. As they reached a state of joyful inebriation, Ao Qing could not help but exclaim, "Elder brother, traversing the outside world for so many years, I believed myself to be quite cunning, yet I never anticipated falling into your hands. In the realm of cunning, I, Ao Qing, willingly acknowledge you as the supreme." Clearly, through the Crimson Blade's recounting, Ao Qing understood the reasons for his defeat. The opponent had calculated everything from the outset, even sacrificing his own divine blood to prevail. A display of not just cunning, but ruthless cunning. He could be regarded as the utmost in cunning. However, Ao Qing was not one to sulk over a loss. After all, it was merely a matter of calling someone elder brother. The Crimson Blade was indeed older, and addressing him as such was harmless. Naturally, the Ao Lingfeng in his mind was far less magnanimous, expressing displeasure and lamenting the misfortune of having such a foolish descendant. To this, Ao Qing simply ignored the complaints. The Crimson Blade, though puzzled by what the Supreme entailed, was pleased to discern the praise within Ao Qing's words. He promptly patted Ao Qing on the shoulder and declared, "A brother's call is a lifetime bond. Rest assured, I shall care for you henceforth. As long as I endure, so shall you." Upon hearing this, Ao Qing chuckled and responded lightly, showing that he did not take it to heart. Observing this, the Crimson Blade chose not to elaborate further. They were simply enjoying their drink. Unbeknownst to Ao Qing, this proclamation would be profoundly validated in the future. Subsequently, the two indulged in copious amounts of wine. Though it was merely a common spirit, for beings of their caliber, it was akin to quenching thirst with water. Well, it seems we've had enough to drink. It's time to head to the headquarters of the Destiny organization, settle matters swiftly, and return to report to our esteemed patriarch. With this intent, the Crimson Blade and Ao Qing casually discarded their wine flasks and shattered the void as they departed. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Destiny organization, situated within the Void Domain, a place renowned among myriad realms, albeit not comparable to the ancient Emperor-level powers, it nonetheless held considerable prestige. This reputation was partly due to the enigmatic Lord of Destiny, who, despite remaining in slumber and never revealing his prowess, was said to have once exuded an Emperor-level aura, thereby earning his fame. Additionally, the three principal leaders of the Destiny organization contributed to its renown. The leaders of the 6 divisions paled in comparison to these three, as the third leader had reached the 5th level of the would-be Emperor realm. The second leader the 6th, and, the most formidable, the first leader, had already ascended to the 7th level. These three would-be emperors, combined with the unmatched power of Destiny, would intimidate even those at the 9th level of the would-be Emperor realm, especially given their overwhelmingly aggressive tactics, which had established their formidable reputation. At this moment, within the headquarters, an ancient city seemingly from a bygone era floated in mid-air, drawing in the vast starlight from the endless cosmos. This formed countless cascading star rivers, creating a dreamlike and exquisite spectacle. Yet, hidden amidst this brilliance lay an extreme danger, for these sites were imprinted with unparalleled killing formations, not just one, but several. While not reaching the Emperor level, the combined might of so many was catastrophic. This resulted in the headquarters of the Destiny organization being as fortified as a fortress, allowing its members to feel particularly at ease. However, this was a thing of the past. At present, a heavy atmosphere of dread and tension permeated the headquarters. Word had returned that not only had the 6th Division been annihilated, but in quick succession, the other 5 divisions had also met the same fate. What an astonishingly shocking revelation this was. Since its inception, the Destiny organization had always been the one to eradicate others. Who would have imagined that one day the tables would turn? At that moment, within the grand hall of the headquarters, the 3 principal leaders, 2 men and 1 woman, all middle-aged, sat in authority. They emanated boundless, profound light, as if in unity with the heavens and earth, their imposing presence unapologetically commanding the room, leaving no one daring to defy them. From the blurred projections relayed from the various divisions, it was evident that 2 individuals had struck, both likely of the would-be Emperor level. However, the specific identities remained elusive as their strikes were executed with such swiftness that complete capture was nearly impossible. No matter, we shall activate the grand formation. The 3 of us will stand at the core. Should they dare to approach, we shall surely vanquish them. Alas, the fact that 2 would-be emperors are involved indicates that the force behind this is undoubtedly formidable. Damn it, just thinking about it infuriates me. That scoundrel Zhou Tianwei. What a disaster he was. Enough. After this matter, I will personally visit the 6th Division, summon that scoundrel's lingering soul through soul-calling techniques, and shatter it 1,000 times over. Too small-minded. I shall confine his lingering soul within a sow, and then, the members of the Destiny organization below wiped their brows in a frenzy, recognizing the playfulness of their 3 leaders. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Ao Qing and the Crimson Blade had already pierced through the void. Chapter 65, A Splinter to Shatter the Array. In the vast expanse of the void, Ao Qing and Qi Ren stood side by side, gazing down at the headquarters of the Destiny organization, which cascaded like an endless waterfall of stars. Their expressions were marked by astonishment. Clearly, the defenses and configurations of this headquarters surpassed their expectations, far exceeding those of the 6 subordinate branches. It felt as though the 6 branches were mere villages, while the headquarters loomed like a majestic fortress, impregnable and formidable. Quite intriguing. I shall test its mettle, Ao Qing remarked, raising an eyebrow as he took the initiative to strike. He extended his hand, which quickly transformed into a massive claw adorned with scales, stretching across the heavens, casting a shadow over the headquarters as it reached downwards to grasp it. In the next instant, the endless starry waterfall enveloping the main hall erupted in brilliant light. Subsequently, the many formidable formations imprinted within it sprang to life, unleashing a torrent of murderous intent that surged like a crashing wave through the 9 heavens. Boom! The collision unleashed a cataclysmic force that shattered the heavens and earth. The very fabric of space tore apart like thin paper, creating chaotic currents that rendered all forms, tangible or intangible, nearly unsustainable. Above in the void, Ao Qing slowly retracted his claw, revealing a deep white mark left upon his fingertip. Such formidable power! The legendary killing formations are indeed extraordinary, he exclaimed, astonished. Qi Ren, standing beside him, could only roll his eyes in silence. Extraordinary, is it? Yet you didn't even break a sweat, he thought. This was undoubtedly a display of bravado. At that moment, Ao Qing's actions had already attracted the attention of the Destiny organization's headquarters. Soon, the 3 paramount leaders emerged, accompanied by numerous members, gazing intently in their direction. Quasi-Emperor Aura. It seems these 2 are the ones responsible for annihilating the 6 branches, and now they have indeed come to our stronghold. The presence of a quasi-emperor of the 1st heaven and a quasi-emperor of the 7th heaven, a dragon of immense power, stood before them. How did these 2 come to be allied? Has the dragon grown so hungry that it would consort with such an unusual entity? Are you blind? Can't you see that the other entity is also male? Who says males cannot work together? Enough. Regardless of their origins, they appear unwilling to back down. Prepare the formations and eliminate them to avenge our fallen brethren. Of course, excluding that fool, Zhou Tianwei, with a flurry of whispered communications. The 3 leaders promptly commanded the headquarters members to enter the extraordinary killing formations, channeling their power to fortify them. Meanwhile, they themselves took their positions at the heart of the formations, orchestrating the deadly might. They simultaneously unleashed the power of destiny, merging it to amplify their strength. Everything was accomplished in the blink of an eye. Within mere moments, the headquarters of the Destiny organization not only fortified its defenses, but also gained unparalleled lethal power. In this state, even a quasi-emperor of the 9th heaven would likely feel apprehensive and choose to avoid their wrath. In the high skies, Ao Qing and Qi Ren observed the unfolding scene, both taken aback by the formidable presence of the Destiny organization's headquarters. Even they felt a sense of threat. It seemed a long overdue confrontation was imminent, Ao Qing mused. At that moment, however, he noticed Qi Ren carefully retrieving what appeared to be an unremarkable wooden token from his robes, as if it were a treasured relic. Just as Ao Qing opened his mouth to tease his companion about his lack of taste, he heard Qi Ren speak. This was bestowed upon me by the clan leader, and I have refrained from using it until now. It seems today I must employ it, albeit sparingly. By heavens! Ao Qing could hardly contain his excitement. If not for the current situation, he would have lunged forward to inspect it closely. Yet, even now, his eyes were glued to the token, filled with envy. Bestowed by the clan leader, How I long to possess such a treasure. Surely, anything given by such a being must be an extraordinary artifact. As Ao Qing had anticipated, Qi Ren's next actions confirmed this notion. He cradled the wooden token in his palm without summoning its powers directly. Instead, he scraped off a small splinter from the token and cast it towards the headquarters below. This spectacle was undeniably comical to the three paramount leaders and the numerous members below, who exchanged bewildered glances. What had they just witnessed? The peculiar entity had gingerly produced an ordinary wooden token and tossed a mere splinter at them. Surely, they could not be thinking that this splinter could breach their formidable array, though reason told them that the quasi-emperor of the otherworldly being would not engage in such foolishness. The splinter appeared exceedingly mundane to their eyes. Yet, in the next instant, their disbelief was shattered. The splinter swiftly approached, landing lightly upon the activated killing formations. Then, a horrifying scene unfolded. The formidable formations, which would cause even a quasi-emperor of the ninth heaven to retreat, crumbled before the unassuming splinter as if they were mere rags. Utterly powerless, in the blink of an eye, they were obliterated, exposing the Destiny Organization's headquarters completely. How could this be possible? The three paramount leaders and their members could scarcely believe their eyes, as if their worldviews had been shattered. By heavens, a mere splinter, and it dismantles the legendary formations. This is utterly absurd. However, there was no time for further contemplation. With the formations in ruins, Qi Ren had already reclaimed the splinter, choosing not to unleash its full might upon their foes, but instead opting to join Ao Qing in the charge. Meanwhile, most of the strength of the three paramount leaders and their members had been consumed within the formations. Thus, with the array breached, they suffered a backlash, rendered incapable of resistance. At that moment, suddenly from beneath the headquarters, a tremendous aura erupted, exuding a sense of unparalleled supremacy that caused all beings to tremble and bow in reverence. Even the three paramount leaders and their members were no exception. Yet, they were unfazed, their faces alight with fervor as they chanted Master of Destiny. In the void above, Ao Qing and Qi Ren remained unaffected, for the wooden token rendered such an aura inconsequential. Could it be that the legendary Master of Destiny truly exists? It seems I must extract a bit more splinter, Qi Ren declared, undaunted. Just then, a calm voice resonated. No need. Allow me to take care of this. Chapter 66. The Unrighteousness of Martial Virtue. The emergence of the true dragon ancestor. Upon hearing that voice, Qi Ren was momentarily taken aback, for it originated from Ao Qing beside him. No, that is not right, the aura. Qi Ren quickly sensed something amiss. The essence emanating from Ao Qing had transformed into an immense, ethereal presence, his voice no longer resembling the familiar tone, but instead resonating with a sense of ancient profundity. It was as if the being standing next to him was not Ao Qing, but an extraordinarily ancient entity. In truth, the figure beside Qi Ren was indeed not Ao Qing. To be precise, while the body remained that of Ao Qing, the soul within had been replaced by Ao Lingfeng. At this moment, Ao Qing's soul was lamenting within, exclaiming, "Ancestor, you disregard martial ethics and seize my body without so much as a word." Ao Lingfeng responded telepathically with a dismissive snort. Silence. Just watch me operate. Subsequently, Ao Lingfeng ignored Ao Qing and began to acclimate to this body, a contemplative expression gracing his visage. After eons of slumber, he had nearly forgotten the sensation of fully possessing a corporeal form. Although he had previously borrowed Ao Qing's body, it was merely a fraction, never fully mastering it as he did now. This feeling was indeed nostalgic. With that, Ao Lingfeng descended slowly, each step resonating as if treading upon the very path of existence. With every stride, an inexplicable pressure emanated from him, though he did not consciously project it. It naturally exuded an unfathomable might. All beings trembled, and myriad souls prostrated themselves. At that moment, the three great leaders and numerous members below, venerating the Master of Destiny, sensed this overwhelming force. Their faces paled in astonishment, for this pressure had already transcended the realm of quasi-emperors, reaching an unimaginable magnitude, the legendary imperial might. How could this be? Ao Qing had previously been perceived as a quasi-emperor at the 7th level. How could he possess the imperial might of legends? That was the aura reserved for true emperors. Meanwhile, in the void above, Xuan was equally astonished, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Had his younger brother been usurped? As Xuan contemplated whether to utilize his small wooden talisman to assist his brother in reclaiming his body, a sudden telepathic message echoed in his mind. It was Ao Qing. "Brother, do not be alarmed. I have not been usurped. That is my ancestor. The story is long." Quickly, Ao Qing succinctly recounted how he, under Su Xian's guidance, had discovered the true dragon ancestor from ages past. Qiren listened in utter shock. It was indeed the true dragon ancestor from countless epochs ago, surviving into the present day, now subdued by their clan leader and residing within Ao Qing's body. Qiren could not help but marvel at his own fate, barely managing to become Ao Qing's elder brother while their clan leader silently acquired a genuine true dragon ancestor under his command. The disparity was stark, dear family. As Qiren and Ao Qing exchanged thoughts, Ao Lingfeng had already positioned himself above the Grand Hall of the Destiny Organization, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. The imperial might emanating from him sent the 3 great leaders and numerous members into a state of dread, their bodies trembling, souls quaking, none daring to meet his gaze. It was indeed the might of an emperor. This dragon was a true emperor. Boom! In the next instant, an even more potent aura erupted from beneath the headquarters of the Destiny Organization, countering Ao Lingfeng's oppressive presence. The earth split open, revealing a figure radiating divine brilliance. Stepping forth as if surrounded by the essence of 3,000 paths, advancing as if traversing the heavens. This being was a creature of pure golden hue. Although humanoid, it was evident that it was not of the human race. Simply standing there imparted an aura of invincibility over both heaven and earth. Upon witnessing this figure, the 3 great leaders and numerous members were filled with even greater reverence and fervor. At that moment, this golden-hued being paid no heed to the 3 great leaders. Instead, it gazed at Ao Lingfeng in the distance and spoke languidly. "In the name of heaven, I am the master of destiny. Are you the one who seeks to annihilate my organization?" A spirit of an emperor resided within the body of the latter. Upon hearing this, the 3 great leaders and numerous members finally understood why that quasi-emperor dragon had suddenly manifested imperial might. It turned out he housed the spirit of an emperor within him. Seeing through the facade, Ao Lingfeng was unfazed, offering a gentle smile. "I am unworthy of being a hidden presence. Before the clan leader, I am far from qualified." At these words, shock spread among the 3 great leaders and numerous members. To elicit such humility from the spirit of an emperor, how formidable must their clan leader be? What left them in utter disbelief was that Zhou Tianwei had once contemplated targeting a family with such a powerful leader. On the other hand, the Master of Destiny furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Yet he likely did not believe it, perceiving Ao Lingfeng's words as mere bravado. After all, an emperor was the pinnacle of strength, capable of suppressing all beneath the heavens. How could he possibly submit to another being? With this thought, the Master of Destiny turned his attention back to Ao Lingfeng, declaring, "You are overly confident, daring to present your soul before me. Should I consume you, I shall undoubtedly ascend to that level." It was evident that the Master of Destiny was not an emperor, but was perilously close to that tier. Upon concluding his words, the Master of Destiny unleashed a light roar, golden radiance surging from his being, the power of destiny boiling forth, and his aura steadily escalating. In an instant, the sun, moon, and stars quivered, and the cosmos trembled, as if unable to withstand such force. Meanwhile, Ao Lingfeng remained completely undisturbed, standing calmly, even finding the time to comment. "So, you are a spirit formed from gold and stone, who attained great fortune to reach this stage. The so-called spirit is merely an object of worship, often found in ancient tribes. The Master of Destiny hailed from such origins. His true form was an ordinary gold stone, revered by an ancient tribe for countless ages. One day, he received a great opportunity. A ray of golden light descended upon him. Not only did it awaken his intelligence, but it also imparted knowledge on cultivating the power of destiny and seizing the forces of fortune. Thus, the Master of Destiny's first act was to slaughter that tribe, achieving transcendence. He then established the Destiny Organization, nurturing many strong individuals to gather sufficient power of fortune to aid his growth until this day. Upon hearing Ao Lingfeng's words, the Master of Destiny's gaze turned icy. What being a spirit? Today, I shall commit an act of defiance and truly step into the realm of emperors. Boom! A colossal punch was unleashed, a force so immense that it threatened not only the immediate realm, but could impact the entire void, even extending to myriad domains. In truth, countless beings across myriad realms felt an impending doom bearing down upon them. However, Ao Lingfeng merely waved his hand lightly, appearing calm and nonchalant. Yet in the next instant, the Master of Destiny's terrifying strike vanished without a trace. Chapter 67. The Supreme Power of the Emperor, a Radiance from Beyond the World. What a terrifying scene unfolds. The punch of the Lord of Destiny could submerge myriad realms, showcasing its formidable might, yet it crumbled effortlessly beneath the casual wave of Ao Lingfeng's hand. What unparalleled strength is this, utterly beyond comprehension? The once supremely confident Lord of Destiny found himself involuntarily retreating through the void. At this moment, the heavens shattered, and countless mountains and rivers swayed, a phenomenon caused by the instability of his own aura. Clearly, the Lord of Destiny was also intimidated by Ao Lingfeng, his expression betraying an unnatural tension. How can this be? I am already half a step into the realm of emperors, infinitely approaching the level of an emperor, while you are merely a soul entity. How can there be such a disparity? Faced with the frenzied rage of the Lord of Destiny, Ao Lingfeng remained calm, uttering a single phrase. Without entering the emperor's realm, one shall forever remain an ant. I refuse to believe it. The Lord of Destiny roared to the heavens, his inner power boiling over, even igniting into flames. His combat prowess surged to the pinnacle of his life. He struck again with a punch even more potent than before. Observing this, Ao Lingfeng shook his head slightly, recognizing this as the Lord's final card. If that is the case, let it end here. As he spoke, he extended his palm and gently swept it. Boom! An unimaginable force of the Emperor descended, and the Lord of Destiny could not withstand even a moment. He let out a pained scream as his golden body shattered inch by inch, transforming into a rain of light, completely returning to the cosmos, leaving not a trace behind. The ambitious Lord of Destiny, already half a foot into the Emperor's realm, was effortlessly subdued. How shocking it was! Moreover, Ao Lingfeng was not even a complete emperor, merely an emperor's sole entity. This underscores the tremendous power of the emperor. Without entering the emperor's realm, no matter how close one approaches this level, before the true might of an emperor, one is as fragile as thin paper, utterly indistinguishable. Below, the three sect leaders and numerous members watched this scene in disbelief. They stood there, dazed, as if they had lost all capacity for thought, experiencing a profound sense of witnessing their faith shatter. In the void above, Qiren gasped in astonishment, simultaneously filled with yearning. This is the might of an emperor. Who could resist such a desire? Yet in the past, he had merely yearned for it, not daring to hope to step into that realm. However, now, having followed the patriarch, Qiren felt that reaching the emperor's level in the future was no longer an insurmountable challenge. After all, with the patriarch's might, even emperors seemed like ants before him. At this moment, Ao Lingfeng hovered in midair, gazing at the dissipating form of the Lord of Destiny. His expression weighted with concern. For there, a wisp of faint golden light emerged, radiating an aura that even Ao Lingfeng found noteworthy. Is this the so-called great opportunity of the Lord of Destiny? Ao Lingfeng recognized at a glance that this golden light was not a product of this world, similar to the demonic energy that once tainted him, but rather a manifestation from beyond the world. He reached out his hand, intending to confine it within his grasp. However, it proved futile. Although this golden light bore no terrifying power, its level was exceedingly high. It could actually disregard the might of the Emperor, attempting to shatter the void and escape. Just then, a slender, pale finger suddenly emerged from the void, casually touching the golden light. In an instant, the golden light, which had previously ignored all forces, emitted a wailing sound, as if something within it had shattered. Ultimately, it fell limply before A.O. Lingfeng, having lost its support. Seeing this, and feeling the familiar pressure, A.O. Lingfeng realized immediately that it was the Patriarch who had intervened. He respectfully addressed the Void Patriarch. From afar, in the void, Xuan, who had been observing, promptly responded with respect, bowing and exclaiming, "Greetings, esteemed Patriarch." A calm voice resonated, the voice of Suuan. A.O. Lingfeng continued, "Patriarch, this golden light can disregard the power of emperors. I suspect it is a product from beyond the world." Suuan's voice gradually replied, "You are correct. It indeed comes from beyond the world, likely a method belonging to an emperor-level existence. It contains their imprint, and once merged with it, practicing the methods within will ultimately serve as nourishment, becoming a pawn for others." Upon hearing this, A.O. Lingfeng could not help but mourn for the Lord of Destiny. It turned out that all that talk of great opportunities, of ruling destiny in the name of heaven, was all in vain. In the end, it was merely someone else's scheme, a mere pawn in the game. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, A.O. Lingfeng said, "In that case, I shall leave this golden light in your capable hands, for you alone can subdue it in this world. It is of no concern. I have already erased the imprint within. Although the methods contained are not remarkable, they do possess some merit. If you're interested, you may stay and observe." Upon hearing this, A.O. Lingfeng's eyes brightened instantly, and he did not hesitate to collect the golden light. After all, it originated from a level beyond the Emperor. How could he not be intrigued? Subsequently, A.O. Lingfeng expressed his gratitude to Suuan. Suuan responded with a brief acknowledgement and continued, "By the way, I have moved the Su family to a new location." As he spoke, two streams of light entered the foreheads of A.O. Lingfeng and Xuan, signifying the new location. "This is where the new place is. Return once your matters are resolved." With that, Suuan's presence vanished, evidently having withdrawn. A.O. Lingfeng and Xuan naturally bid him a respectful farewell. Afterward, A.O. Lingfeng yawned. "After an endless passage of time, it is rare to have made a move. I feel a bit weary. I must return for a brief rest." In the next moment, the overwhelming pressure of the Emperor dissipated, and the essence of a quasi-emperor returned, indicating that A.O. Lingfeng had returned the body to A.O. Qing. Upon A.O. Qing's return, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, as if he had battled for countless rounds. This was hardly surprising. After all, the soul of an emperor was vast. Even though A.O. Lingfeng had restrained himself considerably, the burden on A.O. Qing's body remained substantial. "Welcome back, brother. However, you seem quite exhausted. Do you need a moment to rest?" Xuan observed the change in aura and stepped forward to inquire. "No need. Let us resolve this quickly, and I will rest later," A.O. Qing replied, shaking his head. They then turned their attention to the three sect leaders and numerous members below, who were still in a state of stupor. The essence of the quasi-emperor surged forth without concealment, swiftly overwhelming them. On the other side, in a realm infinitely distant from this world, there lay an incredibly vast world, far surpassing the expanse of the one where Suuan resided. This world was known as the Xianyuan Great World. At this moment, deep within the Xianyuan Great World, in the core territory of the dominant Holy Light clan, an existence surrounded by innumerable divine halos, akin to a sovereign among deities, suddenly opened its eyes. Chapter 68. The opponent can annihilate you with just a glance. It appeared as though he sensed something, gazing far into the distance. Yet, as if obstructed by some unseen force, he could not discern the exact location. Oddly enough, he was acutely aware that a strand of golden light, which he had scattered throughout the myriad realms, had its imprint erased, yet he could not pinpoint its whereabouts. Logically, the realms he chose to project into should not possess a high rank. How could there exist a force capable of erasing his imprint? Could it be an external invader or some extraordinary treasure? Regardless of the nature of this powerful entity, it left him unsettled, and he felt compelled to uncover the truth. After all, these golden strands were the culmination of his efforts. Losing even one would be immensely painful. He decided to consult the high priest for a divination. Rising to his full height, the powerful being retracted the infinite divine rings that surrounded him, revealing his true form, a majestic man appearing to be in his early 30s. His 3,000 strands of hair shimmered with celestial brilliance, as if the very essence of the 3,000 paths had coalesced within them. Simply standing there, he exuded an aura of unparalleled might. Undoubtedly, he had transcended the level of an emperor, stepping into the realm of immortals. Soon, this formidable man exited the core area and arrived at the sacred grounds of the Holy Light clan, where the most esteemed figure, the High Priest of Holy Light, resided. While the High Priest may not have been the strongest in combat or cultivation, when it came to discerning the mysteries of heaven and calculating destiny, she was undeniably the foremost authority of the Holy Light clan. Upon entering the sacred grounds, the man soon encountered the High Priest, who was enjoying tea in a courtyard. To his surprise, the High Priest was not an elderly figure with white hair, but rather a petite girl who appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years of age. Despite her youthful appearance, the man dared not show any disrespect and promptly bowed, addressing her as High Priest. Hearing his voice, the High Priest set down her teacup, turned her head, and revealed a face so adorably charming it could melt hearts. Her voice rang out, clear as a lark. "Shang Yu, I am already aware of your intentions." Upon hearing this, Shang Yu's expression brightened, and he eagerly replied, "High Priest, since you are aware of my purpose, could you divine the whereabouts of the entity responsible for the disappearance of my golden imprint? Most importantly, what is their strength? How many moves would it take for me to surpass them?" Clearly, Shang Yu harbored great confidence in his own abilities. The High Priest did not respond verbally, but silently extended a finger. Witnessing this, Shang Yu's face lit up with joy. Could he defeat the opponent with a single move? It seemed his intuition was correct. The entity capable of erasing his imprint must have relied on some external force to achieve such a feat, however. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the voice of the High Priest continued, "What I mean is the opponent could kill you with just a glance." What? Shang Yu was utterly stunned, struggling to believe his ears. After all, he was a being at the late stage of true immortality. To be killed by a mere glance required the power of an immortal king. How could that be possible? The world he had chosen to project his golden light into was of such a low tier that it could at most yield an emperor-level existence. There was no way an immortal king could emerge from it. Yet, the High Priest had never been wrong. If she said so, it must indeed be true. In that moment, Shang Yu sighed, realizing that retrieving his golden light was no longer an option. He exchanged a few more words before taking his leave. As he watched Shang Yu's figure vanish, the High Priest turned her gaze towards the horizon, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Such a supreme existence resided within that realm. In truth, the High Priest had not fully calculated the specifics. While attempting to divine the information, she suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. A warning from the void alerted her that if she continued her calculations, death was certain, prompting her to halt immediately. Thus, she deduced that the opponent must indeed be an existence above true immortality, and from the vague information she gleaned, she understood that the world where the golden light resided was of a low tier. The presence of such an exalted being in a realm of such low stature was undeniably curious. However, she could not stray too far from her clan, or she would have to pay a visit. At the same time, within the Su family, Suuan gazed into the endless chaos beyond, having just sensed a feeling of being spied upon, which quickly dissipated. Was it due to that strand of golden light? Contemplating this, Suuan's expression sharpened, as if attempting to pierce through the illusion. Just then, a quavering voice echoed from the depths of the chaos. Big shot. Please don't continue. The endless chaos cannot bear it." This was clearly a transmission from Hanyu. At that moment, Hanyu was in a state of panic. He had expended immense effort to stabilize the endless chaos. Just as he prepared to contact several of his female acquaintances for a distant exchange, he he suddenly sensed the lament of the endless chaos. Alarmed, he immediately canceled his activities and rushed to stabilize the chaos once more. Subsequently, feeling Suuan's presence, he hastily transmitted a message to this great being. Within the Su family, upon hearing Hunyu's voice, Suuan decided against continuing. He could have pressed on, venturing directly into the endless chaos beyond. Nonetheless, he thought it best to let it go. After all, the force of that divination was no more than a true immortal. Unworthy of concern, Suuan stood at the pinnacle of immortal kings, and while his exact strength was difficult to quantify, he knew that with a mere thought, he could obliterate a significant number of true immortals, particularly those among their elite. Thus, a single true immortal did not warrant his attention. Had it been an immortal king calculating, he might have been inclined to engage in dialogue. After dismissing the matter, Suuan transmitted a message to Hunyu, stating, "Do not concern yourself. It is merely a trivial fluctuation of emotions before reclining to rest." Meanwhile, within the endless chaos, upon receiving Suuan's transmission, Hunyu was left in shock. The mere fluctuation of emotions was enough to threaten the stability of the endless chaos. This was utterly absurd. At that moment, Hunyu envisioned a future of unfortunate circumstances. With such an ultimate being present, he feared he might never return, destined to remain here, continuously stabilizing the endless chaos. In an instant, he lost all interest in communicating with his female acquaintances, hurriedly wrapping up and retreating to rest. Chapter 69. The Ascension Card of the Semi-Immortal Emperor and the Relocation of the Yi family with a line of coffins. The following day, Suuan awoke from his languor. Stretching beneath the bright and pleasant sky, he surveyed the members of the Su family engaged in their cultivation, and it was evident that each individual was making remarkable progress. After all, they were surrounded by boundless spiritual energy, the ever-present resonance of the Tao, and an abundance of inexhaustible resources. To put it bluntly, even a pig would soar under such circumstances. The Su family members were certainly far superior to mere pigs. Having practiced the techniques and mystical arts bestowed by Suuan, their innate talents and bloodlines had significantly improved, allowing them to ascend even higher. Their overall strength had surged dramatically, especially among the three elders, who had ascended from the realm of Fa Xiang to the Daotai realm. It was only a matter of time before they would transcend to the Nirvana realm, potentially even becoming rulers. Evidently, the mass production of emperors was imminent. Suuan nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. At that moment, a notification from the system chimed in, reminding him that it was time for today's lottery draw. Instead of proceeding directly with the draw, Suuan communicated with the system in his mind. "Dear system, let us discuss something. Conducting a draw every day is rather bothersome. Could you perhaps save the notifications and allow me to draw at my convenience when I desire it?" Upon hearing this, the system in the depths of Suuan's mind manifested a sweating emoji. However, it ultimately transformed into a gesture of approval. Satisfied, Suuan nodded. "Excellent, system. You are worthy of praise." The system, still silent, displayed a nose-picking emoji. Suuan had long since grown accustomed to the system's absurdities and chose to ignore it. Nevertheless, he decided to proceed with today's draw, as it had already prompted him, and he had nothing else to occupy his time. It was certainly not due to his inability to resist. With a thought, Suuan initiated the lottery. Ignoring the process, he focused on the outcome. Ding! Congratulations! You have drawn a Semi-Immortal Emperor Ascension card. Note: after use, it allows an immortal king to ascend to the level of a semi-immortal emperor. Initially intending to draw casually, Suuan's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing the system's announcement. He fixated on the lottery page. It was no illusion. He had truly drawn the Semi-Immortal Emperor Ascension card. Goodness, what could Suuan say? Usually, his serious lottery attempts yielded only auxiliary items. Yet, now with a casual draw, he had hit the jackpot. One could only say that metaphysics is indeed a realm beyond reason. Soon after, a broad smile spread across his face, and his joy was palpable. Clearly, this was a timely boon, as he had been concerned about his inability to ascend further after reaching the pinnacle of the Immortal King realm. To his surprise, This opportunity had presented itself. However, he decided against immediate integration. Suuan reasoned internally, for this world was exceedingly weak. The last time he had leaked even a hint of his aura when ascending to the peak of the Immortal King realm, it had nearly led to the world's destruction. Should he ascend to a semi-immortal emperor, even the slightest hint of his presence could obliterate this world entirely. After all, a semi-immortal emperor possessed a power that transcended the Immortal King by countless dimensions, an unfathomable force. Thus, after careful consideration, he resolved to delay the integration, saving it for a more opportune moment. Of course, he could venture beyond the endless chaos to integrate, but that would expose him, so he thought better of it. For now, he was already invincible in this realm, so it was wise to keep this as a trump card. If a formidable adversary were to arrive, he could unleash a powerful strike. With this thought in mind, Suuan communicated with the system to ensure it would safeguard the semi-immortal Emperor Ascension card until he was ready to integrate it. The system, once more, showcased a handsome and helpless emoji. Nevertheless, it complied, securing the Ascension card. Unperturbed, Suuan then made his way to the courtyard, summoning a servant to prepare breakfast, which he enjoyed leisurely. At that moment, a thought crossed his mind, and his gaze turned towards the direction of the spiritual domain, where the Yi family resided. It appeared that preparations for their relocation were nearly complete. With a glance, Suuan imprinted the location of the new city in Yi Qingyun's mind and sent a transmission before turning his attention back to his meal. Meanwhile, in the spiritual domain, the Yi family. After days of deliberation and preparation, the Yi family had finally determined which members would relocate and what resources they would bring along. At this moment, a vast throng gathered in the Yi family's grand square. Leading the assembly were Yi Zhantian and Yi Qingyun, while Yi Hui, as the patriarch, remained behind for the time being. Behind Yi Zhantian and Yi Qingyun stood not other family members, but a procession of coffins. Each coffin was being carried by 4 members of the Yi family, who bore no complaints, their gazes filled with reverence and admiration for the coffins. It was evident that these coffins contained the ancestors of the Yi family, preserved until now. Observing this scene, Yi Qingyun's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Anyone who knew would think they were moving, while those unaware might assume they were preparing for a burial. The absurdity of the situation was beyond belief. At that moment, Yi Qingyun suddenly received new information in his mind, along with Suuan's voice, informing him that the Su family had completed their relocation and had sent him the location of the new city. Quickly grasping the situation, Yi Qingyun shared the details with Yi Zhantian. The southernmost part of the Xuan domain? Let us depart immediately. Yi Zhantian wasted no time, issuing a command for half of the Yi family members, along with a line of coffins, to tear through the void and set off. Naturally, this remarkable spectacle soon caught the attention of various forces monitoring the Yi family's movements. What on earth is happening? The Yi family has mobilized half of their members and brought along a multitude of coffins. Are they going to bury someone? Who brings so many coffins for a burial? Clearly, these coffins must contain the ancestors of the Yi family. My goodness, with so many ancestors involved, are they planning to attack some immortal power? Uncertain. Perhaps they're going on an outing? An outing, you say? I heard from my acquaintance working at the Yi family's dining establishment that they seem to have allied with a super existence, taking these members and ancestors to seek refuge. Let us not forget, the waiter at the Yi family's dining establishment is male, and so are you. Does it concern you? Undoubtedly, the Yi family's grand display stirred considerable waves within the spiritual domain. Various rumors, diverse and colorful, began to circulate. However, the Yi family remained unfazed, reveling in the excitement of their newfound alliance and imminent ascent. Chapter 70. The Shock of the Yi Family. The Emperor Guards the Gate. In stark contrast to the commotion caused by the relocation of the Yi family, the atmosphere surrounding Qi Ren and Ao Qing was notably subdued. This tranquility stemmed from the fact that the two had thoroughly eradicated every individual within the headquarters of the Destiny organization, adhering to Suuan's strict regulations, leaving not even a solitary worm or a single egg behind. Consequently, what was once a bustling locale had transformed into an eerie silence, with the only remaining beings being the two of them. At this moment, they stood suspended in the void, gazing downward. Their task was nearly complete, with no signs of life in sight. All resources had been meticulously stored within their spatial rings. Thus, we should return and report to the clan leader, Chirin remarked. Indeed, Ao Ching replied. Without further delay, they shattered the void and vanished from sight. It was not until long after their departure that figures began to appear, drawn by the residual disturbances. Those who arrived were left utterly astounded upon witnessing the once mighty headquarters of the Destiny organization reduced to mere rubble. They swiftly took flight, spreading the shocking news far and wide. Simultaneously, reports of the destruction of the organization's branches began to circulate as well, creating a whirlwind of unprecedented revelations. The news coalesced into a singular, sensational announcement. The Destiny organization had been annihilated. What? The Destiny organization has been destroyed? I was just at the brothel when I heard this and ran out immediately, exclaimed one individual. What's this about? I was just with my water bucket. Are we not discussing the Destiny organization's demise? Another interjected. According to reliable sources, the attackers were undoubtedly top-tier powerhouses. Isn't that obvious? Only a top-tier powerhouse could bring down the Destiny organization, another chimed in. But wait, didn't the Destiny organization claim to possess the foundation of Emperor-level combat prowess? How could they possibly be vanquished? Who knows the truth? However, I did sense an impending catastrophe twice before. Calculating the timing, it must have coincided with the organization's destruction. I felt it too. Without a doubt, this was a monumental upheaval that spread rapidly across the myriad realms. The fervor surrounding this event eclipsed even that of the previous destruction of the organization's branches, which were merely the weakest sixth branch. However, the headquarters represented something far more significant. Anyone familiar with the organization understood the peril it posed. Even those at the 9th level of quasi-emperor status would choose to evade its wrath, not to mention the enigmatic figure of the Lord of Destiny. Thus, the attention it garnered was immense. The fact that such a formidable entity had been quietly extinguished only fueled the frenzy of dissemination. While the outside world was engulfed in tumultuous waves, the Su family remained in serene tranquility. The clan members diligently practiced their cultivation, with the air filled with the palpable energy of breakthroughs occurring at every moment, exuding a vibrant vitality. At this time, Gutsong sat cross-legged atop the city tower. Observing the scene below, he felt a deep sense of admiration. On the surface, the family appeared fragile, yet it was brimming with untapped potential, not to mention the power inherent in their bloodline, which even Gutsong regarded with awe. However, he was not particularly surprised, as this was the family of the Lord, and such potential was entirely to be expected. Suddenly, Gutsong sensed spatial fluctuations emanating from before the grand city. Is someone approaching? He thought, his gaze sharpening with a menacing intensity, for the emotions of an emperor could sway the heavens themselves. In an instant, the atmosphere transformed, akin to the onset of a frigid winter, sending shivers down one's spine. At that moment, a voice resonated within his mind, prompting Gutsong to temper his emotional turbulence. The voice belonged to Xuan, merely informing him that the newcomers were his vassals and that there was no need for concern, also reminding him to open the city gates to grant them entry. Understood, my lord, Gutsong replied respectfully, resuming his meditative posture. Meanwhile, the spatial disturbances intensified. Before long, a massive rift opened, from which emerged a throng of individuals, half of the Yi family. Leading the way were Yi Zhantian and Yi Qingyan, who gazed in astonishment at the colossal city that lay before them. Without a doubt, that grand city must be the new stronghold established by the clan leader, Yi Zhantian declared, guiding his kin forward. As they progressed, they noticed a figure seated atop the city tower, exuding an aura that was both commanding and inscrutable. The sight of this man, who appeared to be seamlessly integrated with the very fabric of the universe, evoked an involuntary sense of reverence among the Yi family members. Despite the absence of a palpable aura, they instinctively felt the weight of his presence, as if he were the sovereign of all existence, deserving of their submission. This feeling, Yi Zhantian was the first to regain his senses, his eyes widening in shock. Before he could utter another word, a thunderous noise erupted. reminiscent of a coffin lid being flung open. To their horror, the Yi ancestors began to emerge from the coffin, a sight so terrifying that the more timid members of the family trembled with fear on the verge of tears. Goodness, the ancestors are crawling out of the coffin. What is happening? Were they uncomfortable lying inside? That coffin was crafted from the finest materials of the Yi family. Even I would want to lie in there. I doubt that that's the case. The Yi family members were left in utter disbelief. However, what transpired next was even more astonishing. The ancestors, having emerged from the coffin, bowed respectfully before the figure seated atop the tower. We pay our respects to the emperor. At this proclamation, sheer disbelief swept across the gathering. The Yi family members could scarcely believe their ears. The figure seated there, clearly the gatekeeper, was indeed an emperor. My heavens, are we hallucinating? Or is this world truly mad? An emperor guarding the gate. In truth, the shock resonated not only among the Yi family, but also deeply affected Yi Zhantian, Yi Qingyun, and the ancestral figures. The use of an emperor for such a role was unprecedented, a first in the annals of history. Should this information circulate, the entire realm would tremble, unable to remain calm in the face of such extraordinary revelations. It was simply too astonishing to fathom. Chapter 71. A glimmer of hope amidst despair at this moment. Atop the city tower, Gutsong slowly opened his half-closed eyes, gazing down below. In an instant, the members of the Yi family trembled, as if beholding a supreme being, a ruler of all spirits and lives, looking down upon them. Despite the absence of any terrifying aura emanating from him, they could not help but shudder. Simultaneously, the hearts of the Yi family members quivered, for he was a great emperor, a living, breathing emperor, not one who was frail and on the brink of death, but one who radiated the pinnacle of vitality. Fortunately, he soon shifted his gaze away, no longer paying them heed, allowing the Yi family to breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, a serene voice resonated. "I am Gutsong. You must be the Yi family. The master has already informed me. Please, feel free to enter." Upon hearing this, the members of the Yi family were once again taken aback, realizing that this great emperor referred to someone as master. How extraordinary it was for an emperor to acknowledge a master. Yet, upon reflection, it was only natural. If he had not acknowledged a master, how could he have been dispatched to guard the entrance? After speaking, Gutsong once again closed his eyes, remaining as steadfast as ancient stone. Observing this, the Yi family members bowed respectfully and, under the guidance of Yi Zhantian, swiftly approached the city gate. With a thunderous sound, the massive gates of the super city creaked open. However, as they beheld what lay beyond, the Yi family members were utterly dumbfounded. What in the world is this? They gasped, for what unfolded before their eyes was not the expected scene of magnificent palaces or splendid treasures, but an endless, vast world. Such a dreamlike sight left the Yi family questioning their own senses, pondering whether they had fallen into a dream or remained in a state of slumber. Just then, 3 streaks of light flew from the distance, landing to reveal the figures of 3 elders from the Su family. They had been summoned by Su Xian's message, as they were obliged to welcome their vassals. "Are you the vassal Yi family accepted by the patriarch?" one of the elders inquired, and soon, a friendly exchange ensued between the two parties. During this process, the initially stunned Yi family members managed to regain their composure. Following the 3 Su elders, the Yi family members entered the realm. Instantly, they were enveloped by an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy and the continuous resonance of Tao principles, making them feel as though they had inadvertently stepped into an ethereal paradise. At that moment, the ancestors of the Yi family suddenly displayed expressions of shock, their aged eyes fixated on the wonders of this world, not merely the world itself, but the treasures that adorned it. Are these the voices of the Yi family ancestors grew hoarse as their eyes reddened? Hearing their exclamations, the eldest elder, Su Tianming, glanced in the direction they were staring and chuckled softly. "These treasures are all bestowed upon us by the patriarch. He has said we may use them freely, without concern. Initially, we were as astonished as you, but we grew accustomed to it over time." As he spoke, Su Tianming stood beneath a peach tree, casually plucking a fruit and presenting it to the Yi family members. This is merely a 10,000-year spirit peach, the most inconsequential of the treasures here, suitable as a dessert after meals. He then pointed to a nearby patch of spiritual herbs, adding, "Those are similar to the spirit peaches. We often use them for cooking. There are many more, but I shall not elaborate. You will discover them in due time." Upon hearing Su Tianming's words, the Yi family members fell into a profound silence, even the ancestors included. A 10,000-year spirit peach as mere dessert? Various legendary herbs, merely for culinary use? Such extravagance was beyond what even emperors could fathom. The Yi family members were undeniably struck by a profound shift in perspective. They had initially come with the intention of clinging to a powerful ally while assisting in the construction of this new city, building roads and palaces, even offering their own resources to share. Yet, this was no mere relocation to a new city. It felt as if they had stepped into an entirely different realm, one brimming with unimaginable treasures. The most delighted among them were undoubtedly the ancestors of the Yi family, who felt vindicated in their gamble. In such an environment, even if they did nothing, merely residing here would likely lead to significant breakthroughs in their realms. In fact, they may not even need to retreat, for with their realms advancing, their lifespans would also dramatically extend. Soon after, the three Su elders led the Yi family members deep into the heart of the Su family mansion. There, they encountered Su Xian, who reclined comfortably in a chair, holding a fan, resembling a leisurely elder savoring life, exuding an aura of warmth and humanity. Yet, even in such a relaxed state, he radiated an unparalleled divinity. The Yi family members dared not be negligent, particularly the ancestors, who set aside their eccentricities and approached with profound reverence. "We pay our respects to the patriarch," they intoned in unison, their voices resonating with authority. Su Xian turned his gaze toward them, his demeanor even more tranquil than when Gutsong had regarded them. Nevertheless, the Yi family members felt an intensified sense of awe, as if this being before them was the very architect of creation, capable of manifesting or annihilating worlds with a mere thought. Without heeding their thoughts, Su Xian casually remarked, "There is no need for excessive formality. Henceforth, you may reside here. As you can see, this world is boundless, and you are free to choose any place to settle, whether as your clan has territory or otherwise. You may also utilize these resources, but I have but one request. The Yi family must serve me entirely. My words shall be your guiding principles, and my commands must be met with utmost devotion until death. Should you defy me, I can just as easily retract what I bestow upon you." Su Xian's tone remained calm, akin to conversing with old friends. Yet to the Yi family members, it felt as though they had been cast aside by the very fabric of existence. It was as if defying this being would be a fate more terrifying than the end of the world or the arrival of cataclysmic disasters. Indeed, there existed a path of survival against the heavens, but opposing this being would lead to an inescapable doom, a fate devoid of hope. The Yi family members had already resolved to cling tightly to this powerful ally, and thus they expressed their understanding with deep bows, affirming their allegiance. Chapter 72. The Return of One Dragon and One Deity, a meeting of two great emperors. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Xian nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, he refrained from saying much, offering a few final reminders before instructing the members of the Yi clan to withdraw. As he watched them depart, Su Xian reclined once more. At that moment, he sensed something and gazed into the distant void, murmuring to himself, "Have they returned?" He was, of course, referring to Xuan and Ao Qing, along with Ao Lingfeng. It must be said that they had executed their mission commendably, consistently adhering to his directives. As for that beam of golden light, it had transcended their capabilities to manage, yet it posed no significant concern. Indeed, he mused, it would be good to allow them to utilize the resources of this realm shortly. Meanwhile, atop the new city's ramparts, Gutsong once again felt the changes in the void. Before he could even process his emotions, Su Xian's transmission reached him, revealing his identity. Gutsong nodded respectfully, then promptly dismissed the thought. Before long, a rift in the void manifested, from which emerged two figures, Ao Qing and Qiren. "At last, we have arrived. This is the new city where the clan leader has relocated. Brother, I must tell you, I previously glimpsed it through space. The clan leader has established not merely a new city, but a realm that encompasses an entire world. Ao Qing exclaimed, gesturing towards the magnificent metropolis nearby. Moreover, it is filled with treasures collected from the endless chaos, treasures that our clan leader once gathered during our expedition into the vast unknown. Qiren listened with profound admiration, realizing that accompanying their clan leader meant having access to the vastness of this world, with no place beyond reach. However, he felt little envy, having traversed the river of time alongside Suuan, returning to eras long past. Such experiences were far more exhilarating than anything else. As they approached the colossal city, they suddenly spotted Gu Tsang meditating atop the ramparts, causing their hearts to tremble. Before they could utter a word, Ao Lingfeng, emerging from within Ao Qing, manifested his ethereal form and nodded slightly towards Gu Tsang, saying, "Greetings, fellow Taoist." Upon hearing the voice, Gu Tsang turned his gaze to Ao Lingfeng and returned the nod, acknowledging, "Greetings, fellow Taoist." Suuan had previously informed Gu Tsang of Ao Lingfeng's existence, so he was not taken aback by his presence. The words exchanged between Ao Lingfeng and the two others confirmed their initial perceptions. The man guarding the city gate was indeed a great emperor. However, their reaction was not as exaggerated or shocked as that of the Yi family members earlier, for they had both witnessed Su Xian's vast powers firsthand. While it seemed absurd to have an emperor guarding the gate, it was merely another facet of Su Xian's reality. Without further delay, they respectfully clasped their fists in acknowledgement to Gu Tsang and proceeded to enter the city through the main gate. As they were separated by an entire realm, Qi Ren and Ao Qing could not traverse space and thus had to enter through the grand entrance. Once inside, Qi Ren naturally felt the overwhelming beauty of the realm Ao Qing had described, a paradise difficult to encapsulate in mere words. Even the divine realm he once inhabited paled in comparison. Although Ao Qing had previously glimpsed it from afar, experiencing it firsthand provided an entirely different sensation. As the two became absorbed in their surroundings, Su Xian's transmission jolted them back to reality, instructing them on his location and urging them to come directly. Qi Ren and Ao Qing, not daring to delay, swiftly followed the mental guidance to the innermost palace of the Su family, where they found Su Xian indulging in fruit. They hurriedly approached and bowed respectfully, with Ao Lingfeng also presenting himself and bowing to Su Xian. "Well done," Su Xian remarked, surveying the trio before him, one deity, one dragon, and one spirit, none of whom were human. From now on, choose a place to reside in this realm. You may also make use of those treasures. Undoubtedly, Qi Ren and Ao Qing were overwhelmed with excitement. In such an environment, surrounded by abundant treasures, their strength would surely soar. Perhaps they would even glimpse the ultimate realm of the emperors. While Ao Lingfeng was not as exuberant as his companions, he too felt a sense of joy, for this environment and the treasures were more than sufficient to nurture his spirit. It is worth noting that although Ao Lingfeng and Ao Qing had previously received 10 treasures as rewards from Su Xian, no one would ever refuse more. Thus, they promptly accepted without hesitation. After bidding farewell to Su Xian, they hurried out to select their residence in this splendid realm. Previously, during their time in the Su family, the environment was rather mundane, making any location seem inconsequential. However, now that they were presented with such a magnificent setting, it would be a gross waste to remain in the depths of the void. As Su Xian watched them depart, he casually took a bite of fruit and suddenly remembered that Su Tian and Su Ro had yet to receive their share of treasures. I should send them some, he thought. Su Xian retrieved a portion of the treasures he had previously set aside, and, with a flick of his consciousness and a few transmissions, dispatched these items to them before vanishing from sight. Having completed these tasks, Su Xian turned his thoughts inward, contemplating whether to recreate some of the exquisite cuisines from his past life within this realm. Let me ponder which delicacies from my former life I might bring forth. On the other side, Qi Ren and Ao Qing had already chosen their residences, situated not far apart, separated merely by a grand mountain. In Qi Ren's words, "Since I have acknowledged you as my brother, We must always support one another. To this, Ao Qing readily agreed. Only Ao Lingfeng sighed, lamenting his constant companionship with Qi Ran, wondering when he might develop the dragon clan further. Simultaneously, the Yi family had also selected their dwelling. Nestled amongst a myriad of mountains, the terrain resembling that of their ancestral home in the spirit domain. Yet in terms of both environment and comfort, it surpassed their previous clan grounds by a significant margin. At this moment, Yi Zhantian and Yi Qingyun stood atop a mountain peak, gazing into the distance. The world we have created is truly vast. Even the great emperors could not achieve such magnitude. The power of those in the realm of immortality is indeed awe-inspiring. Yi Zhantian remarked. Beside him, Yi Qingyun nodded in agreement. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he spoke. Ancestor, given the exceptional quality of this environment, why not relocate the entire Yi family here? We could establish this as our new ancestral land. Chapter 73. Are you teaching me how to act? Upon hearing Yi Qingyun's words, Yi Zhantian naturally resonated with his sentiments. Initially, he had thought that they were here to cultivate and build, thus he brought along half of their clan. As for the ancestors, they had come to curry favor, hoping to establish familiarity with Su Xian in advance. To their surprise, upon arrival, there was no need for them to lift a finger. In such a bountiful environment, even mere existence here, without any effort, promised unimaginable benefits. Moreover, it was evident that in the future, they would not be the only vassals in this place. Therefore, whether for the development of a Yi clan or to showcase their capabilities before the clan leader, relocating the entire Yi family here was undoubtedly the right choice. Before Yi Zhantian could respond, a multitude of radiant figures surged forth, revealing the ancestors of a Yi family. At that moment, they rushed forward with the same fervor as students bursting from a classroom when the school bell rings, moving with a swiftness that belied their age. Observing the scene, Yi Qingyun was rendered speechless. How curious it was that upon their arrival, they claimed to be too old to walk and needed to be carried in coffins. Yet now, they were sprightly enough that the younger members of the clan struggled to keep pace. The ancestors, however, seemed disinterested in Yi Qingyun's astonishment. They turned to Yi Zhantian, urging him, "Old John, hurry and call the other clansmen over. From this moment on, our Yi family shall have but one ancestral land, and that is here." They continued, "Oh, and don't forget to bring the rare portrait of the Holy Maiden that I've treasured for years. I forgot to take it with me. Also, bring my spirit sleeve and flowing immortal skirt. You actually wear women's clothing? Goodness. After all these years sleeping beside your coffin, I never knew you had such a preference. Get lost. That was promised to my 108th soulmate for a lifetime together." Listening to the ancestors' animated chatter, Yi Qingyun was left utterly astonished. He realized that every encounter with their words seemed to challenge his worldview. Yi Zhantian, however, maintained a calm demeanor, clearly accustomed to such eccentricities. With a wave of his hand, he interjected, "Are you teaching me how to act? I have already conferred with Qingyun. There is no need for your input." Upon hearing Yi Zhantian's assertion, the ancestors of the Yi family understood that a decision had already been made, and they felt reassured. After all, anyone with a modicum of sense could see that the entire Yi clan needed to align themselves with this powerful ally. Securing a future of prosperity and even surpassing their former glories would not be an insurmountable task. Thus, the ancestral land left behind was of little consequence. Surely, the founder of the Yi family would look down upon this scene with satisfaction. Subsequently, the ancestors did not linger, bustling in and out like a swarm, leaving no trace behind. As they watched the ancestors depart, Yi Qingyun sighed, "I doubt the ancestors will return to their coffins crafted from Xianjing for eternal rest. The environment here is too splendid, and the divine treasures too plentiful. Even without sealing themselves, they need not worry about the passage of time. Let them go. After so long in slumber, they sacrificed so much for the continuation of our family, friends, beloveds, and descendants." As Yi Zhantian spoke, his voice grew hoarse. At that moment, it was unclear whether he referred to the ancestors or himself, or perhaps both. At that moment, an untimely voice broke the silence. "Old ancestor. Are you crying?" "No, just got some sand in my eyes. To make the venerable you weep, that sand must have become a spirit. Get lost. In an instant, the somber mood dissipated, and a subtle smile crept onto Yi Qingyun's lips. He then wasted no time in producing a communication talisman, describing the surroundings and the necessity for the clan's relocation. Once accomplished, he stood behind Yi Zhantian, gazing into the distance alongside him. Neither spoke. Everything was conveyed in silence. They remained standing until nightfall enveloped them, before finally turning to leave. At that moment, they turned their backs to the darkness, walking toward the promise of a radiant future. Meanwhile, as Yi Qingyun and Yi Zhantian indulged in their emotional reverie, Yi Hui received the communication from Yi Qingyun. He learned that Su Xian had directly opened a new realm, abundant with inexhaustible treasures. As the clan leader, while he may lack other skills, his acumen regarding matters of family development was razor-sharp. Thus, he immediately grasped the essence of the situation. Henceforth, there would be only one ancestral land, and it would be that of Yi Zhantian. Without further hesitation or deliberation, Yi Hui issued the highest command, ordering all Yi family members in the area to relocate. They marched forth in grand procession toward the southern region of the Xuan domain, disregarding even the family's foundational assets. Naturally, none of this escaped Su Xian's perception, but he cared little, even deeming it a fortuitous development. After all, it signified that the Yi family had pledged their allegiance, fully submitting to his command. Simultaneously, in the northern region of the Xuan domain, a formidable mountain known as Nine Ring Mountain loomed. This mountain was notorious locally, as it was home to the Black Dragon Gang, a band of robbers infamous for their plundering. They thrived due to their distance from cities, only targeting nearby villages and towns, and seemingly enjoyed some external support. However, today was different. Thunder roared, dark clouds gathered, and an apocalyptic aura enveloped the area. This spectacle startled the inhabitants of the nearby villages, who gazed in shock as they caught a glimpse of numerous figures, and the echoes of anguished cries reverberated in their ears. They believed it to be a divine punishment upon the Black Dragon Gang for their misdeeds. Yet, the reality was otherwise. Atop Nine Ring Mountain, an overwhelming power of thunder had engulfed the summit, transforming it into a realm of lightning. Scattered across the ground lay numerous lifeless bodies, charred and devoid of vitality. These were undoubtedly the members of the Black Dragon Gang. Among them stood a tall figure, enveloped in an aura of boundless lightning, exuding a presence akin to that of a thunder deity. It was none other than Su Ro. Her expression remained impassive as she surveyed the fallen bodies below, all of which belonged to the Black Dragon Gang. Perhaps due to her mastery over the supreme divine body of thunder, her complete awakening and transformation had instilled in her an unwavering loathing for evil. Encountering such malevolence, she unleashed the full might of her thunderous wrath, eradicating it without hesitation. Chapter 74. The Supreme Theft Scripture, Kneeling to the Great One. As fate would have it, Su Ro encountered numerous malevolent forces on her journey. Consequently, she carved a path through them, a feat that could only be described as a veritable mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Should the Su family behold Su Ro now, they would scarcely recognize her. The Su Ro of today is no longer the exquisite beauty she once was. Instead, she exudes an aura of cold, ruthless majesty. Her entire demeanor has transformed, enveloped in a faint yet pure essence of murderous intent that is enough to send shivers down one's spine and silence the cries of children. Yet, Su Ro remains unfazed, even finding clarity in her thoughts, experiencing a sense of exhilaration akin to shattering darkness with a thunderous strike. At this moment, Su Ro stands resolutely within the Black Dragon Gang, cleansing every corner with her formidable power, ensuring there are no survivors. After a cursory search of the bodies, she intends to depart. However, at that very instant, an unexpected voice reverberates through the air unannounced. I never imagined I would encounter someone with the supreme thunder god physique here. It seems our thief sect is destined to prosper. Accompanying these words, a figure materializes seemingly out of thin air. Su Ro turns to follow the sound, discovering a middle-aged man in his 30s, his gaze piercing and his presence commanding. Unmistakably not a weakling. Yet, his attire is strikingly unconventional. Instead of the robes or armor typical of cultivators, he sports garb reminiscent of a wealthy, mundane gentleman. Even more ostentatious, his neck adorned with a heavy gold chain and each finger adorned with rings of varying styles and colors. He emanates the unmistakable air of a nouveau riche. Even Suuan, with her currently frosty demeanor, cannot help but twitch at the absurdity of his ensemble. The middle-aged man, however, remains undeterred, regarding Suuan as if she were a precious gem. Ahem, young lady, did your esteemed master not inform you that individuals with your physique should not venture out alone before reaching maturity? It could be perilous should you encounter a villain. A villain? Like yourself? Suuan retorts, I could hardly consider you a villain. I am renowned as the foremost saint of thieves, the most handsome thief saint. Likeda, he boasts. Depraved, you say? Indeed, pilfering from others is quite depraved, she quips. Bah, it is not mere theft. For cultivators, it is merely alleviating others' misfortunes. Understand? At this juncture, Suuan finds herself taken aback by his audacity and shamelessness. Nevertheless, sensing his formidable nature and the absence of any murderous intent, she dismisses him and turns to leave. Likeda hastens after her, adopting an air of a transcendent sage. Little girl, I observe you are alone, likely without a mentor. Why not take me as your teacher? I shall impart to you the thief sect's supreme art, the supreme theft scripture. The supreme theft scripture, stealing from heaven, earth, gods, and demons. Ultimately, in this world, if you desire it, there is nothing you cannot take. His words tumble forth with fervor, painting grand visions. Suuan, initially disinterested, suddenly recalls a telepathic message from Xuan that had previously echoed in her mind. The message conveyed that a strand of his divine thought had brought several treasures, now nestled within her storage ring, and that this thought would remain hidden deep within her mind, serving as a trump card. In an instant, she perceives the abundance of items within her storage ring, but does not linger to inspect them. Instead, she senses the presence of a delicate strand of divine thought residing deep within her mind, so subtle it is nearly imperceptible. Yet, she can feel the unimaginable power it harbors, prompting her to marvel at how her own cultivation level allows her to perceive the profound depths of their leader. This realization is akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, believing that the expanse of the sky is all there is. Yet, upon gaining strength and leaping from the well, one discovers that the sky is far more vast than previously imagined. Undoubtedly, in Suuan's eyes, their leader embodies that boundless sky. As these thoughts race through her mind, Suuan does not hasten her departure. Instead, she turns back to Likeda and states, Though you wish to take me as your disciple, chapter 75, Reincarnation through the ages, transcending heaven and earth, though it was merely a fragment of divine thought, rather than a true physical presence, Likeda understood that such a formidable existence would undoubtedly hear his words, regardless of the vast distance between them. Indeed, a serene voice unexpectedly resonated. Oh, then what game are you playing? Initially, Likeda instinctively considered responding that he was engaging in a game of apprenticeship. However, upon reflection, he hesitated and instead replied, I am playing a game of mistress and servant with this young lady here. She plays the role of the mistress while I assume the role of the servant. As he spoke, he commended his own cleverness for deftly sidestepping the apprenticeship issue, while also seizing the opportunity to elevate the young lady's status. What a splendid maneuver! In the midst of his inner triumph, the voice echoed once more. A servant's game? Quite interesting. However, I hope that this game can manifest into reality. Likeda was taken aback, momentarily stunned. According to conventional wisdom, one would expect a figure of such stature to dismiss him with a wave of the hand, instructing him to depart. Why was this esteemed individual deviating from the expected script? As Likeda lingered in a state of bewilderment, the voice resounded again, this time uttering a single word. In that instant, a tremor coursed through his entire being, and his very soul cried out in despair. He had no doubt that if he dared utter a single no, he would vanish from this world in the blink of an eye. Without a moment's hesitation, Likeda swiftly knelt before Suuan, one knee on the ground, and respectfully proclaimed, This humble servant, Likeda, greets you, my lady. Suuan paid no heed to the man kneeling before her. Instead, she silently mused, "Great leader. Why do you choose to accept him?" To her, while Li Kei's prowess was commendable, it paled in comparison to that of the great leader. Su Xian's voice drifted back. "The mastery of the thief sect is indeed remarkable. You may learn a thing or two from it. As for Li Kei, he is not as simple as he appears, though he himself remains oblivious. In time, you shall come to understand." After a brief exchange, Su Xian's voice faded away. It was then that Suuan turned her gaze to the kneeling Li Kei and calmly instructed, "Rise." Without waiting for his response, she turned and departed. As she soared into the sky, Li Kei's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. He had merely sought to take on a disciple to revive the thief sect. How did it feel as though he had been ensnared in a trap? Yet, he lacked the courage to resist and could only follow obediently. At that moment, Suuan's voice suddenly resounded. "By the way, I am somewhat intrigued by the supreme thief scripture you mentioned earlier. Might you teach it to me?" Upon hearing this, Li Kei, who had felt as though all hope was lost, suddenly regained his spirits. "Ah, dear friends, what did I tell you? Indeed, she is but an innocent young lady, easily swayed by my charisma and charm, now showing interest in the thief sect." With fervent enthusiasm, he nodded vigorously. "Of course, I shall teach you, my lady. Feel free to cultivate it as you wish." Externally, he feigned generosity, while internally, he reveled in laughter. "Hiv hiv hiv. Once she masters the ways of the thief sect, she shall undoubtedly become one of us." For the thief sect's legacy was not bound by the stringent rules of other factions. It did not necessitate formal apprenticeship. Li Kei's earlier actions stemmed from personal reasons, driven by a desire to accept Suuan as his disciple due to her exceptional aptitude. Naturally, he relished the chance to impress. Regrettably, his attempts at grandeur had backfired. However, such concerns were trivial now. As long as Suuan delved into the teachings of the thief sect, his ambition to perpetuate its legacy would be fulfilled. Moreover, the formidable presence behind Suuan was beyond comprehension. With such support, perhaps the thief sect could soar to new heights. With this thought, Li Kei felt a surge of fortune rather than despair. He proceeded to impart the entirety of the supreme thief scripture to Suuan, observing her immerse herself in contemplation, and could not help but hum a joyful tune. Today is indeed a splendid day. Meanwhile, at the Su residence, Su Xian withdrew his gaze from Suuan, a smile gracing his lips. Quite intriguing, the thief sect and Li Quebec. With his immense power, he effortlessly penetrated the facade of the thief sect. His gaze traversed the river of time, exploring the origins of the thief sect, uncovering its past lives and present existence. Remarkably, its roots lay in the mundane world, originating from a mere mortal. This individual, a common thief, committed no heinous acts. He simply delighted in pilfering from the wealthy to offer to the impoverished, embodying the archetype of a chivalrous outlaw. Thus, he lived until old age, when he unexpectedly attained enlightenment, comprehending the supreme thief scripture. Of course, in its initial form, the scripture was rudimentary. It underwent generations of refinement and insight before evolving into the present-day scripture. Furthermore, Su Xian discovered that every generation of thief sect leaders was, in fact, a reincarnation of his sect's founder. This current Li Kei was no exception. Thus, while the thief sect appeared to be a lineage passed down through the ages, in truth, it had always remained within the grasp of a single individual. Reincarnation through the ages, transcending heaven and earth. Su Xian could not help but admire the visionary of the thief sect, who had journeyed from the status of an ordinary mortal to this remarkable height, an extraordinary feat indeed. This was precisely why Su Xian chose to accept Li Kei. Such talent deserved a place under his banner. As for the supreme thief scripture, Su Xian found himself equally intrigued. However, its level was rather low, suitable only for those approaching the emperor tier, with much of its content amounting to mere speculation. Given Su Xian's capabilities, comprehending the supreme thief scripture was an effortless task. He swiftly unraveled its complexities. However, it was evident that the scripture was incomplete or perhaps unattainable, as no one had ever reached the great emperor level within the thief sect, let alone surpassed it. Naturally, for someone with Su Xian's unparalleled insight, this posed no challenge. After merely closing his eyes to meditate for a brief moment, a new version of the supreme thief scripture, one aimed at the great emperor level, was birthed. Yet, Suuan did not cease his efforts. He continued to contemplate. This time, the duration stretched slightly longer, perhaps several minutes. Slowly, he opened his eyes, revealing a swirling vortex of profound truths within them. As he extended his hand, it seemed as though the very fabric of the universe lamented, as if in the next moment, all primordial essence and the laws of order were destined to be stolen. Chapter 76, the newly revised Supreme Theft Scripture, undoubtedly. This is the newly refined version of the Supreme Theft Scripture conceived by Suuan. Perhaps it is more fitting to rename it the Ultimate Edition of the Supreme Theft Scripture. Suuan has enhanced the original text, even bringing to fruition the fantastical elements once deemed mere imagination. At this moment, the Supreme Theft Scripture truly embodies the essence of stealing from heaven, earth, deities, and demons alike. Thus, its effects are astonishing upon manifestation. Subsequently, Suuan withdrew his hand, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Naturally, he could not wield the Supreme Theft Scripture on this realm. Otherwise, it would likely be drained of all essence in an instant, reduced to nothingness. While he could not apply it within this world, he had no such reservations about venturing beyond it. Suuan mused that, with the Celestial King's unparalleled vision, the potential of the Supreme Theft Scripture remains immense. It may very well surprise him in the future. At this moment, Suuan sensed something and turned his gaze beyond the city. Had the other members of the Yi family arrived? However, he only paid them a fleeting glance before retracting his attention, showing little concern. It was rather the situation with Suuan that piqued his interest. Meanwhile, outside the city gate, Yi Hui had already traversed the void with the remaining family members. As for Xuan, he had long recognized the aura emanating from these individuals as akin to that of the previous Yi family members, deducing they were indeed of the same lineage, and thus paid them little heed. At this juncture, the great gates of the city swung open, revealing the figures of Yi Qingyun and Yi Zhantian. They had naturally received Yi Hui's message and rushed to the scene. The duo first bowed respectfully to Xuan, who was seated atop the city tower, before hastening to join Yi Hui and his group. The implication of Yi Hui's unfinished statement was clear. They were undoubtedly in the presence of a formidable gatekeeper of imperial stature. As to how he knew, it was relayed by Yi Qingyun earlier. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyun and Yi Zhantian merely nodded in acknowledgement. Yi Hui, overwhelmed, found a reality striking. Understanding was one thing, witnessing it was another. Following this, Yi Zhantian and Yi Qingyun led Yi Hui and the others through the city gates, undoubtedly leaving them astonished once more. The environment, the treasures of heaven and earth. Yi Hui was somewhat prepared for this place, but the other Yi family members were witnessing it for the first time, and like the previous batch, they were left utterly dumbfounded. However, Yi Qingyun and Yi Zhantian did not linger too long and quickly guided them to the Yi family's ancestral grounds. Upon their reunion, the joy on their faces was unmistakable. The Yi family had finally reconstituted into a complete entity. In such an environment, their future ascendance was inevitable. Suddenly, amidst the mountains and valleys, a cacophony of ghostly wails and howls erupted. Yi Hui, taken aback, inquired, "Could there be demon beasts here?" Yi Zhantian remained silent, while Yi Qingyun cast a look at Yi Hui that suggested, "You are doomed." Meanwhile, in the southern region of the Xuan domain, Suuan traversed alone. Unlike Su Ro, who had carved a bloody path, Suuan primarily practiced his cultivation while journeying, rarely engaging in conflict. Of course, he could not avoid conversing with the Xian'in sovereign residing within him. Over time, Suuan discovered that the Xian'in sovereign's character was more complex than initially perceived, exhibiting a hint of cunning and verbosity. For instance, as Suuan walked, the voice of the Xian'in sovereign echoed in his mind. "Kid, judging by your demeanor, you must be a novice. When I was your age, I was renowned for navigating through myriad flowers without a single petal clinging to me. You should inquire about my romantic escapades. They could fill a tome." Naturally, Suuan found it most effective to ignore the chatterbox, allowing it to prattle on its own. At that moment, Suuan suddenly caught a whiff of an aromatic fragrance, stirring his attention. The Xianyin sovereign sensed it too and exclaimed, "That's the scent of a precious herb. Hurry, go see." Without needing further prompting, Suuan sped towards the source. Upon arrival, he discovered a valley where a rare herb thrived, resembling a mountain ginseng, but radiating a vivid crimson hue, exuding a captivating aroma and brilliance. Clearly, it was no ordinary specimen. However, to his surprise, someone else was present in the valley, a strikingly handsome youth who had already plucked the herb and was seated in meditation, refining it. Observing this, the Xianyin sovereign exclaimed, "We arrived too late. This lad has beaten us to it. But fear not. We shall extract it from his belly later. It surely hasn't been fully digested." Suuan rolled his eyes in response. At that moment, the youth refining the herb sensed something and turned to address Suuan, "Friend, since you've arrived, there's no need to hide." Realizing he had been detected, Suuan stepped forward, clasped his fists, and said, "I was merely passing through, harboring no ill intent. I shall take my leave now." However, the youth called him back. "Fate has brought us together. Surely you were drawn here by the precious herb as well. Since I've only refined half, I will gladly bestow the remaining half upon you." As the handsome youth spoke, he internally mused, "Cat Elder, are you certain this youth possesses the 9 heavens' ultimate cold and divine body?" "Of course, I, Cat Elder, have never erred. This boy's physique harmonizes perfectly with your celestial extreme sun divine body. One embodies extreme yang, the other extreme yin. Should you cultivate together, your progress will be exponential." Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed the youth's features. His name was Lin Hao, hailing from a modest family in the Xuan domain. Previously, he had displayed mediocre talents and had made slow progress in his cultivation, which weighed heavily on his heart. One day, while wandering to clear his mind, he inadvertently stumbled into a spatial realm where he encountered a remnant soul, the Cat Elder residing within him now. This entity, not only knowledgeable but perceptive, discerned that Lin Hao was not a waste. Rather, his physique had yet to awaken. With the Cat Elder's guidance, Lin Hao successfully awakened the celestial extreme sun divine body and made remarkable advancements in his cultivation. Now, while out training, he had unexpectedly encountered someone with a similarly extreme physique. Meanwhile, Suuan, upon hearing the youth's words, contemplated and ultimately did not refuse, partly due to the herb's undeniable value, and partly because he sensed a unique aura from a youth. "Then, I shall gratefully accept." Chapter 77. The Celestial Demon Spirit Cat. Is your clan leader exceptionally powerful? At that moment, Suuan took hold of the half-herb, and during this process, the two naturally became acquainted, exchanging names and such. As their conversation flowed effortlessly, they discovered, much to their astonishment, that their perspectives on life, aspirations, and evaluations of various matters were remarkably similar, akin to that of true brothers. Moreover, one was an embodiment of extreme yin, while the other represented extreme yang, leading to a natural attraction between their distinctly complementary physiques. It was as if they were bound by fate. Thus, despite their recent meeting, they felt an immediate camaraderie, reminiscent of long-lost friends reconnecting, sharing a profound sense of understanding. At this juncture, the Xianyin Venerable suddenly communicated telepathically. "Young lad, the individual before you is likely the fabled celestial sun god body, which explains your peculiar sensation, as both of you possess inherently extreme physiques." Upon hearing this, Suuan comprehended the situation, however, beyond their physical attributes. He recognized that the other was indeed a fine individual, sharing similar values and even evoking a sense of self-reflection. As the Xianyin Venerable conveyed this information, Lin Hao, on the opposite side, became aware of the mysterious cat lord within him, who also communicated, I had not noticed before, but that lad harbors a soul entity within him." Lin Hao was undoubtedly astonished and inquired, "How does this compare to you, Cat Lord?" The Cat Lord retorted, "How many times must I tell you? I, the Cat Lord, hail from beyond this world, far surpassing your mundane existence. I am not afraid to disclose that at my zenith, I nearly ascended to the realm of demon immortals. Do you understand what a demon immortal is? It is akin to your true immortals, capable of exterminating the great emperors of your realm as easily as crushing an insect. Moreover, the sole entity residing within Lin Hao was merely a nascent emperor at its peak, hardly worthy of comparison to a single whisker of mine. Do you comprehend? Lin Hao nodded in understanding, though he had little grasp of the cat lord's words. After all, he was light years away from the level of an emperor, let alone realms beyond that. The cat lord, recognizing the vast gap in understanding, chose to remain silent, contemplating that the nascent emperor within Lin Hao was merely a stroke of fortune. Yet he was accompanied by a sacred protector of great stature, indicative of an extraordinary background. As the cat lord mulled over these thoughts, Suuan and Lin Hao had already settled into a meditative posture, refining the herbal essence within them. This process was swift. Before long, both had successfully refined their respective essences, and to their surprise, they subsequently experienced breakthroughs. This was not mere happenstance. Their complementary physiques rendered their cultivation endeavors significantly more fruitful when practiced together, both being astute individuals. They quickly discerned the reason behind their success and naturally transitioned to discussing this topic. During their exchange, they recounted the journeys of awakening their special physiques. Lin Hao shared that he had stumbled upon certain divine artifacts by chance that led to his awakening. Indeed, while the celestial demon spirit cat had pointed him towards the necessary artifacts, it was ultimately through his own serendipity that he had acquired them, thus validating his efforts. Conversely, Suuan was candid, revealing that his awakening was facilitated by the clan leader's guidance, asserting that without the clan leader, he would not be the person he was today. Lin Hao, intrigued, inquired about the prowess of Suuan's clan leader, marveling at their ability to procure such rare artifacts. The divine entities required to awaken extraordinary physiques like theirs were exceedingly elusive, and Lin Hao mused that without a miraculous opportunity, he might never have obtained them. Surprisingly, Suuan described the ease with which the clan leader had provided the artifacts, suggesting that it was a trivial matter for them. Suuan chuckled wryly, replying, "I cannot describe the depth of their capabilities. It is unfathomable." Lin Hao, upon hearing this, was astounded, pondering if Suuan's clan leader was a nascent emperor or even a being of imperial caliber. He shared his speculation with the cat lord, who dismissed it with disdain. "Whether nascent emperor or emperor, in my presence, they are but mere clouds. Must you remain so naive?" Having grown accustomed to the cat lord's acerbic tongue, Lin Hao paid it no mind. Subsequently, the two resolved to venture deeper into the forest for training. Throughout this journey, their bond deepened, resonating with the sentiment of kindred spirits meeting amidst towering mountains and flowing waters. Eventually, they pledged brotherhood, with Suuan being a few months older, taking the role of elder brother, while Lin Hao became the younger sibling. As they ventured further into the forest, Lin Hao took the opportunity to introduce Suuan to the area they traversed, known as the Forest of the Demon Phoenix. It was said that at the core of this forest resided a demon sage of the highest order, possessing the ancient bloodline of Phoenix, thus bestowing the forest with its name. Suuan was taken aback, as the Phoenix was a legendary being akin to the true dragon, steeped in myth. Observing Suuan's astonishment, Lin Hao laughed heartily, asserting that it was merely a legend and should not be taken seriously. Before long, the pair reached the fringes of the forest's depths. However, in that moment, a tremendous rumbling erupted. The earth shook, the forest trembled, and the heavens quaked. Almost instantaneously, a cacophony of beastly roars reverberated, setting the entire forest ablaze with chaos. In a blink, countless demonic beasts surged forth, an overwhelming tide, flooding the surroundings. In an instant, the sky and ground were filled with an endless swarm of demonic creatures. Everything transpired so suddenly, as if a dream had materialized before their eyes, startling both the slumbering Xuan Venerable and the celestial demon spirit cat, as well as the concealed saint-level entity of the ghost race, the Ghost Fiend. Just as the three prepared to intervene and halt the impending turmoil, suddenly, buzz! The space around them froze in silence. Chapter 78. Ignoring the Unworthy. This sudden scene left Suuan and Lin Hao utterly astonished, while the Xuan Elder and the celestial demon spirit cat were equally taken aback. Hidden in the void, the ghost Xia trembled with recognition, sensing a familiar resonance. Undoubtedly, it was the intervention of that esteemed individual, having previously subdued them. Suuan was well known to the ghost Xia. In contrast, Su Tian had never witnessed Su Xian's prowess, and due to his lower cultivation level, he remained unaware of the unfolding event. Before their eyes, the once tumultuous tide of demonic beasts, as if swept by a vast ocean, now stood frozen in place. It was not just the beasts. Within this space, all entities, both tangible and intangible, appeared to be ensnared by an invisible binding spell, rendered immobile. The scene resembled a meticulously crafted painting. While only the ghost Xia recognized Su Xian's involvement, the other four were oblivious to the specifics of the assailant, merely aware that someone had acted from the shadows. Particularly, the celestial demon spirit cat wore an expression of uncertainty, unable to discern who had intervened, sensing only a vast expanse. At that moment, Su Tian suddenly perceived a voice echoing in his mind, emanating from Su Xian. The message mirrored that which Su Ro had received, conveying a fragment of divine intent along with some rare treasures. Upon grasping the message, Su Tian realized it was indeed the work of their esteemed clan leader. He promptly bowed to the void, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed clan leader, for your intervention." Hearing Su Tian's words, the Xianin elder was the first to respond, his excitement palpable. Could this truly be the entity responsible for the creation of that extraordinary, defiant technique? Or could he be? Alas, despite his attempts to sense the presence, he found nothing, even questioning whether the leader had truly arrived. Beside him, Lin Hao exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother Tian, was that your clan leader who just acted?" Su Tian nodded. Lin Hao's eyes sparkled with delight. To him, Su Tian's clan leader was undoubtedly a figure of imperial stature. He had never encountered such formidable strength before. The celestial demon spirit cat, sensing Lin Hao's thoughts, scoffed. "Look at your lack of ambition. An entity nearly transcending into the realm of demon immortals resides within you, yet you only aspire to the likes of imperial beings. Truly, a pitiable mindset." Simultaneously, the celestial demon spirit cat understood why he could not sense the presence. It was indeed an imperial entity, perhaps even one of divine rank. Once immensely powerful, he now found himself diminished, barely able to perceive the remnants of saintly and imperial souls. Upon hearing the celestial demon spirit cat's remarks, Lin Hao couldn't help but smirk, dismissing him with a playful chant. After all, the celestial demon spirit cat had only ever boasted, never displaying any extraordinary might. Instances of its intervention had merely been through the aid of Lin Hao's body, lacking the grandeur of the world-shaking prowess Lin Hao imagined. As they exchanged words, a calm voice resonated through the void, uttering a single syllable. In the next moment, the fabric of reality, akin to delicate parchment, suddenly became transparent. Gradually, a scene began to materialize through the veil of the void. Before them unfolded a picturesque estate, adorned with opulent palaces, radiant in its splendor. In the midst of this grandeur, a young man clad in a dark robe reclined in a chair, radiating a serene aura reminiscent of a humble scholar. Yet, to those present, the unparalleled grace of this youth was unmistakable. Anyone not a fool could discern his extraordinary essence. Upon sighting this youth, Su Tian instinctively bowed once more, reverently addressing him as esteemed clan leader. The Xianin elder within him was overwhelmed with emotion. At last, he beheld the revered figure in person. However, he hesitated to show himself, feeling a sense of nervousness akin to meeting an idol. The ghost Xia, concealed in the void, initially intended to step forward in greeting, but was suddenly instructed by Su Xian to remain hidden and to refrain from excessive formalities. Thus, he stayed concealed, offering a silent bow towards Su Xian. At this moment, Lin Hao was undeniably exhilarated, for this clan leader embodied the archetype of an unparalleled sage in his mind. Conversely, the celestial demon spirit cat remained indifferent, as it belonged to beings beyond this realm and had no particular reverence for the indigenous powers of this world. Yet, at that instant, the celestial demon spirit cat sensed something amiss. Having lingered within Lin Hao's soul space, a realm perpetually shrouded in chaos. It had now found itself in a drastically transformed environment. Mountains and rivers flourished, and the sun and moon illuminated the expanse. Unbeknownst to it, it had ventured into a vast world. In the distance, 5 colossal pillars, extending into the heavens, resembled the mythic supports of creation, reaching into the unfathomable. No, those were not mere pillars. They were 5 fingers. And the radiant sun and moon were not celestial bodies, but rather a pair of eyes. It found itself nestled within a palm. Have you finally realized, little cat from beyond the world? A tranquil voice echoed through this realm, resonating in the ears and reverberating within the depths of the soul, omnipresent and inescapable. You, the celestial demon spirit cat, who had always regarded itself as aloof, even dismissing emperors, now experienced a profound shift in expression. You are the clan leader of the Su family just now. It's impossible. Even if you possess imperial cultivation, how could you have silently extracted me from that boy's soul space? The celestial demon spirit cat struggled to believe the reality before it, suspecting it had fallen prey to some illusion. However, in the next instant, it felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Xuan, diluted by countless billions of times, causing its fur to stand on end. With its adorably petite form, it would undoubtedly have captivated countless cat lovers in its previous existence. Yet, in that moment, there was no one to appreciate its charm. The celestial demon spirit cat could no longer concern itself with its appearance. It gazed up at the eyes that resembled the creator's, overwhelmed with astonishment. This aura, even with its past proximity to the realm of demon immortals, it paled in comparison to this singular presence. This indicated that the clan leader of the Su family had attained an extraordinary level, standing tall within the celestial domain, having traversed far along that path. As for the precise nature of that level, the celestial demon spirit cat could not fathom, for it had long surpassed its understanding. Chapter 79. None other than myself. Without a doubt, the celestial demon spirit cat was profoundly shaken. He could hardly fathom that among the indigenous powerhouses of this realm, there existed beings of such astonishing caliber. It led him to momentarily doubt whether Xuan was truly a native of this world or an entity from beyond. However, that notion was swiftly extinguished as Xuan's resounding voice inquired about matters outside this world. The celestial demon spirit cat attempted to engage in conversation, soon realizing that Xuan indeed had limited knowledge of the realms beyond. For one of such stature, coming from beyond the world would imply a far deeper understanding. Thus, it became evident that this formidable individual was not an outsider, but a native of this land. This revelation left the celestial demon spirit cat questioning his very existence. Having previously encountered misfortune that fortuitously led him to this realm, he had long since comprehended that the status here was not particularly elevated. The strongest among them was merely an emperor, with no beings of eternal life, merely those of the immortal path. Yet now, it felt as though fate had dealt him a heavy blow, mocking him with the harsh truth that this world was far more complex than he had ever imagined. As for why Xuan knew of his origins, it was likely because he overheard the communication between himself and Lin Hao. For an individual of such caliber, that was hardly a challenge. However, this did not concern him as much as the depth of this world's intricacies. Sensing the celestial demon spirit cat's apprehension, Xuan's calm voice resonated. Do not overthink it, little kitty. You only need to know that in this realm, there is none other than myself who has reached this stage. This statement, though exceedingly simple, struck the celestial demon spirit cat like a thunderclap, dazzling him with its audacity. Yet, he found himself unable to rebut, for the truth was likely as stated. In that moment, the celestial demon spirit cat, who relished in boasting, found himself at a loss for words, having been outshone by a native of this small world. Helplessly, he could only endure, lamenting inwardly. Eventually, the celestial demon spirit cat, as if resigned to his fate, answered all of Xuan's inquiries in detail. Before long, Xuan had gleaned a significant amount of information about the realms beyond, undoubtedly more comprehensive than what he had previously acquired from the Chaos clan as Hanyu. This deepened Xuan's understanding of the world beyond. Afterwards, he simply stated to the celestial demon spirit cat, "Let be as it is." In the next instant, the celestial demon spirit cat was astounded to find himself back in the depths of Lin Hao's soul space, having lost track of time. Meanwhile, outside, only a brief moment had passed. Across the void, Suuan cast a meaningful glance at Lin Hao, then offered a few words of advice to Xuan and commended Lin Hao, remarking on his commendable talent and promising future. Lin Hao was overjoyed, filled with excitement akin to a student receiving praise from a teacher. Finally, with a casual wave, Suuan closed the void. Yet he did not recline to bask in his triumph. Instead, his gaze pierced through the heavens, fixated on the core of the demon phoenix forest where Xuan and Lin Hao resided. A subtle smile graced his lips, revealing an unexpected gain. Previously, when he revealed his true form across the infinite void, he had indeed discovered the celestial demon spirit cat from beyond. Otherwise, a mere beast tide would not warrant his intervention. Any one of the Xianyin elder, the celestial demon spirit cat, or the ghostly fiend could have effortlessly dealt with it. His appearance was solely to gather information from beyond, and the beast tide was merely a spontaneous action. Yet, unexpectedly, it led to a delightful surprise. In the next moment, Suuan rose from his seat, taking a step forward, causing mountains, rivers, and the sun and moon to reverse, as if time itself flowed backward, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, within the forest, Xuan and Lin Hao observed as the void closed. The former naturally expressed his respect for the clan leader, while the latter performed a courteous bow. Subsequently, Xuan communicated with the Xianyin elder within him, saying, "I heard you were eager to meet the clan leader. Why did you hide when he appeared?" "Cough, nothing much. I had a sudden epiphany and couldn't make it out in time. Perhaps next time." Upon hearing this, Xuan silently scoffed, thinking, "Keep pretending." Meanwhile, Lin Hao directed his thoughts to the celestial demon spirit cat, declaring, "Regardless of your opinion of the clan leader, I proclaim him to be the unparalleled master I have ever encountered." Lin Hao anticipated a rebuttal akin to before, yet to his astonishment, the celestial demon spirit cat hesitated, finally conceding, "Indeed, he is quite remarkable." What a surprise! The ever-critical celestial demon spirit cat had, for once, shown agreement. Lin Hao was taken aback, realizing the profound impact the clan leader had made on the cat. In light of these unexpected developments, Xuan and Lin Hao chose not to delve any deeper. Casting one last glance at the immobile beast army still confined, they turned to depart. On the other side, within the innermost core of the demon phoenix forest, this area could hardly be deemed part of the forest at all. It existed as a realm distinct from this world, a small world unto itself. Its scale was modest, merely several tens of thousands of zhang in diameter. Yet it brimmed with abundant spiritual energy and resonated with the essence of the Tao. At this moment, a colossal volcano stood at the very center, dominating the space entirely. The volcano teetered on the brink of death, emanating intense heat. Most strikingly, atop this volcano lay an immensely large avian demon beast. Upon closer inspection, its feathers shone with a radiant golden hue, surrounded by a halo of five-colored auspicious light, crowned with an elegant canopy, exuding an air of noble pride reminiscent of the legendary avian monarch, the phoenix. Yet, it was merely a semblance. It was clear that it was far from becoming a true phoenix. At this time, the beast's gaze was fixed on the depths of the volcano, specifically on a crimson-golden lotus blooming within. The lotus possessed 9 petals, releasing an aromatic fragrance while radiating an unparalleled brilliance and intense heat. In the haze, it seemed to transform into a phoenix, rising and falling. It was evident that this crimson golden lotus was no ordinary treasure, but an unparalleled medicinal herb infused with a trace of phoenix power. Chapter 80, The Phoenix Bloodline. The arrival of the imperial weapon. It is known as the 9-petal phoenix lotus, the supreme treasure among medicinal herbs, a rarity among rarities, thus earning its title as the ultimate elixir. It exists solely in legend, for only the power of the phoenix can nurture its growth. However, in this realm, Both the phoenix and the true dragon belong to the realm of myths, making the actual existence of a phoenix virtually impossible. Consequently, the pure phoenix power is nearly unseen, rendering the nine-petal phoenix lotus effectively extinct. Yet, astonishingly, one has taken root here. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly stir monumental waves. At this moment, a monstrous beast gazes intently at the nine-petal phoenix lotus, its eyes ablaze with fervor. Soon, after guarding it for so many years, it is finally on the verge of maturity. A melodious, ethereal voice filled with joy emanates from its mouth, clearly belonging to a female beast. Her name is Xuan Qingxian, possessing the phoenix bloodline. After years of cultivation, she has reached the sacred realm, dedicating her life to the pursuit of the phoenix's traces. Years ago, she ventured into this forest, then merely an ordinary grove, not yet known as the Phoenix Beast Forest. Initially just passing through, she felt a mysterious resonance. And following this instinct, she discovered this small world, within which she found the nine-petal phoenix lotus. This nearly extinct supreme elixir still existed in the world. Xuan Qingxian, overwhelmed with excitement and elation, soon realized the lotus had yet to mature, prompting her to settle here. She transformed the forest into her own kingdom of beasts. And as her power grew, the forest earned the name Phoenix Beast Forest. Over time, her existence became a legend. Now at long last, the supreme elixir that Xuan Qingxian has guarded is ready to mature. To ensure its safety, she expelled her army of beasts from the forest. Thus, the sudden beast tide encountered by Suuan and Lin Hao was entirely due to her actions. As Xuan Qingxian's radiant eyes fixate on the nine-petal phoenix lotus, it gradually blooms, releasing a fragrant aroma and emanating brilliant light. It has matured. By refining it and absorbing its pure phoenix power, she could further enhance her bloodline. A plethora of beautiful futures flashed through her mind, just as she was about to harvest and refine it. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated. The small world was instantly torn asunder. Following this, an overwhelming imperial pressure cascaded like a waterfall, transcending time and space. Amidst this imperial might, a colossal purple blade slowly emerged. In an instant, an aura of unparalleled ferocity surged forth, eclipsing the sun, moon, and stars. Undoubtedly, it was a scene of unimaginable terror. Even before any attack, the mere release of their presence caused such a catastrophic disturbance. The small world could not withstand it, teetering on the brink of collapse, crying out in despair. Just as it seemed ready to shatter, a magnificent voice, akin to a phoenix's cry, rang out. It was Xuan Qingxian taking action. Behind her, a grand phoenix apparition manifested, reminiscent of Pangu, stabilizing the small world. With her immense eyes, she gazed at the gargantuan purple blade that spanned the sky. Sensing the vast imperial pressure, and uttered two words with gravity and deep concern. Imperial weapon. Suddenly, upon the golden blade of the imperial weapon, two figures exuding a powerful aura slowly appeared. One was a middle-aged man with an ethereal demeanor, while the other resembled Xuan Qingxian, a colossal golden crow, its feathers aglow with a menacing brilliance. Upon seeing the golden crow, Xuan Qingxian's eyes widened with fury. It was you, Jin Su. This golden crow, named Jin Su, hailed from a remarkable lineage, possessing the bloodline of the golden crow, though not purely so. Years ago, when Xuan Qingxian traveled, she had encountered him. At that time, their realms were comparable, but due to the impurity of Jin Su's bloodline, he was significantly weaker and had to flee after suffering grave injuries. For years, Xuan Qingxian had guarded this place, having long forgotten their encounter. Now, she was astonished to discover he had found her here, accompanied by a human powerhouse, even bearing an imperial weapon. Clearly, he had discovered the nine-petal phoenix lotus. Indeed, the next moment, Jin Su's words confirmed Xuan Qingxian's suspicions. With a sneer, he remarked, "Didn't he expect this, did you? Although you severely injured me back then, I left a trace of my mark upon you. I intended to bide my time for revenge, but I never anticipated you would gain the opportunity to acquire this nine-petal phoenix lotus." He had not acted immediately because he, too, had observed that the supreme elixir had yet to mature. Thus, he lay in wait and secretly contacted his sworn brother, the ethereal middle-aged man beside him, named Tianyan. Hailing from the prestigious Xi family, he was also of the sacred realm, though considerably weaker than both Jin Su and Huang Qingxian. However, his status was significant, and with favor bestowed upon him, he had brought forth an imperial-level divine weapon to join the fray. Two sacred beings and an imperial weapon were more than sufficient to overwhelm Huang Qingxian. Upon hearing this, Huang Qingxian regretted her previous mercy, realizing it had led to such dire consequences. Not only had she lost the chance to elevate her bloodline, but her life was also in jeopardy. Yet, she would not sit idly by. She silently circulated her phoenix bloodline, preparing for a desperate battle. In the sky above, Jin Su recognized Huang Qingxuan's demeanor, realizing she was ready to fight to the death. He hastily turned to Tianyun, saying, "Brother Z, this one is prepared to fight. Let us combine our powers to quickly subdue her with the imperial weapon." After all, Huang Qingxuan's combat prowess was formidable. Without the imperial weapon, he would never dare to confront her. Hearing Jin Su's words, the middle-aged man, Tianyun, nodded and coolly replied, "Brother Jin is agreed. The elixir belongs to you, and the corpse of this woman is mine." The phoenix bloodline is exceedingly rare. A glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes. If the phoenix bloodline could be refined into a potion, it would possess the ability to extend one's life. Jin Su readily agreed. Just as they prepared to channel their full strength into the imperial weapon beneath their feet, a soft sound of footsteps echoed. Though faint, it penetrated their souls, instantly startling the three present. They turned to see a young man clad in a dark robe strolling toward them, as if casually wandering through the mountains and inadvertently entering this place. Naturally, none of the three were fools. They did not presume he was merely sightseeing. Each suspected he was yet another contender for the nine-petal phoenix lotus. Huang Qingxian internally sighed, realizing her assumption that this matter was well concealed was misguided. To her surprise, others were arriving in succession to seize the lotus. Meanwhile, Jin Su in the sky sneered, "Whoever dares to claim it today shall meet their demise." For at that moment, as they infused all their strength into the imperial weapon, it erupted in full force. Then they heard Tianyun softly chant, "Purple Dawn Imperial Blade, vanquish the foes." Boom! In an instant, it was as if an ancient entity, dormant for countless years, had awakened. The imperial might was overwhelming, enveloping the area and seeking to obliterate everything, including the young man in the dark robe. Yet in the next moment, an astonishing event unfolded. Chapter 81. I am merely your obedient child following you, my master. As the young man in a dark robe approached with a languid grace, he cast a casual glance towards this direction. In the next instant, the once mighty purple radiance Emperor's blade, which seemed poised to obliterate the myriad realms, trembled violently. It emitted a mournful cry, its resplendent brilliance dimming, and the unparalleled imperial might dissipated entirely. Witnessing this scene, the figures of Jin Su and Tianyun, suspended in the void, were left utterly astonished, their expressions a portrait of disbelief. The fully unleashed imperial weapon could not withstand the mere glance of this individual, which was utterly terrifying. The young man in the dark robe was, in fact, Suuan. Had he not wished to retain this imperial weapon, even a fleeting glance from him, given his current might, would have sufficed to annihilate it countless times over. Yet, even so, the spectacle was enough to send shockwaves through the crowd. Not only were Jin Su and Tianyun visibly shaken, but even the determined Huang Qingxian stood agape, her mouth wide open as if to accommodate a basket of eggs. Suuan maintained a serene demeanor, strolling leisurely towards them. In the eyes of the three onlookers, especially Jin Su and Tianyun, he resembled a grim reaper emerging from the depths of hell. At this moment, it became abundantly clear that this seemingly leisurely young man was undoubtedly a being of unparalleled stature, perhaps even an emperor, for only a supreme emperor could suppress an imperial weapon with such ease. Realizing this, Jin Su and Tianyun trembled uncontrollably. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned to flee, disregarding the imperial weapon entirely. They unleashed the fastest speed of their lives, traversing billions of miles in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, their efforts were in vain. Suuan did not even blink, seemingly unperturbed, as he continued his leisurely pace. Yet, as Su and Tianyun vanished into the horizon, they silently dissolved into nothingness, their bodies and souls offering no resistance whatsoever. Despite Tianyun belonging to an indomitable force, equipped with countless hidden cards and methods left by formidable beings within her faction, it proved futile, as she too perished in the blink of an eye, much like Su. In some sense, Su's demise was rather comforting. After all, no matter how many hidden cards one possessed, they were ultimately rendered meaningless in an instant. Meanwhile, Huang Qingxian, witnessing this scene, realized with certainty that it was indeed this emperor who had taken action. However, she merely sighed, no longer as shocked as before, for they were merely two saints. At the same time, she felt a bitter pang in her heart, knowing that an emperor's interest in the nine-petal phoenix lotus meant her chances were utterly dashed. Moreover, she was quite anxious, attempting to shrink into the shadows to avoid drawing his attention. After all, with such an existence, if he wished to eliminate her, a mere thought would suffice, requiring no effort at all. Suuan paid no heed to Huang Qingxuan's turmoil. Instead, he directed his gaze towards the purple radiance emperor's blade, suspended in midair, and casually extended his hand. The blade obediently descended from the heavens, landing quietly in Suuan's palm. Its previous fierce aura and imposing presence now entirely subdued, akin to a mischievous child encountering their parent. It was evident that it had surrendered. This unfolding scene undoubtedly astonished Huang Qingxian. Even if this mysterious being were an emperor, erasing the imprint of an imperial weapon would be a simple task, for after all, imperial weapons were forged by emperors. However, the fact that he merely extended his hand, and the weapon willingly yielded without any action on his part, was nothing short of astonishing. One must understand that an imperial weapon, crafted by an emperor, accompanies its creator into battle, enduring even after the emperor's demise. In a sense, it is a continuation of the emperor's legacy, possessing power far exceeding that of a quasi-emperor and an unmatched pride. Who in this world, aside from the emperor who forged it, could command its submission? Even another emperor would find it impossible. Yet, this incredible scene unfolded before her eyes. For a moment, Huang Qingxian questioned whether she was dreaming or if the world itself had transformed. Only the purple radiance emperor's blade understood the true nature of the dark-robed youth before it. That fleeting glance had been more terrifying than the full force of an emperor. Had the youth desired its annihilation, its fate would have been no better than that of the previous two individuals. It was clear that he was a transcendent existence beyond the level of an emperor. Confronted with such a being, all notions of imperial weapons and supreme pride dissipated in an instant, leaving only obedience and submission. Thus, the sight of the purple radiance emperor's blade gracefully resting in Suuan's palm came to be. Suuan gazed at the motionless blade in his hand, slightly surprised by how swiftly it had submitted. With a light chuckle, he remarked, "So you yield to me so readily. What of the faction you once belonged to?" The purple radiance emperor's blade responded with a soft hum, conveying a clear message. "Faction? I have always been but your obedient child, master." One could only imagine the shock of the indomitable Z family if they were to learn that their most formidable imperial weapon had so easily abandoned them. Amused, Suuan laughed heartily. "Very well, then accompany me." He promptly cast the blade into the realm within his palm and the imperial weapon, gazing at this vast expanse surpassing the outside world, felt a renewed certainty. This was indeed a being surpassing emperors. Accompanying such a presence not only ensured its own survival, but also held the potential for further advancement. And perhaps even the revival of its original master was not beyond the realm of possibility. If the Purple Radiance Emperor were aware, he would surely give it a thumbs up, proud of his creation. Even in death, it had not forgotten him. Subsequently, Suuan turned his attention to Huang Qingxian, who had been cowering in silence. At that moment, upon sensing Suuan's gaze and recalling the fate of Su and Tianyun, she was so frightened that she dropped to her knees. Trembling, she declared, "My lord, I am willing to submit to you, even as a servant or maid. Please, feel free to take this 9-petal phoenix lotus. Evidently, Huang Qingxian was terrified. Her pride as a member of the Phoenix clan was utterly overshadowed by the submission of an imperial weapon. After all, she was not a pure phoenix and thus did not fully belong to the clan. One must admit, she was quite adept at self-comforting. Su Xian was somewhat taken aback. He had intended to find a way to entice her. After all, his presence here was not solely for the phoenix power housed within the 9-petal phoenix lotus, but also for Huang Qingxian herself. To his surprise, before he could utter a word, she had already knelt before him. Chapter 82. The bond of dragon and phoenix. Your humor is quite delightful, my lord. Su Xian pondered that perhaps his series of actions had led her to conjure some remarkable notions, which explained her swift submission. However, he found no need to elaborate. The outcome was what mattered, regardless of the means. Thus, he turned to Huang Qingxian and stated, "If that is the case, then I shall accept you." The reason for accepting Huang Qingxian was undoubtedly linked to the phoenix, as Su Xian, being a descendant of Yin and Huang in his previous life, harbored a natural fascination for the dragon and phoenix. Now that he possessed the dragon, it was imperative not to overlook the phoenix. Upon hearing Su Xian's words, Huang Qingxian sighed in relief, realizing that her life had been spared. As for her submission, that paled in comparison to the matter at hand. Soon, a radiant glow enveloped Huang Qingxian, and as the brilliance faded, her grand form vanished, replaced by a graceful woman with cascading golden-red hair. Her features exquisitely beautiful, and her demeanor noble and aloof, resembling a queen standing tall. Yet, in the presence of Su Xian, this queen instantly transformed into a picture of obedience, exuding a charming contrast. Unquestionably, this was Huang Qingxuan's human form. She respectfully bowed to Su Xian, introducing herself, Huang Qingxian. At your service. It was no surprise that she bore the name Huang, as in the Phoenix clan, Feng represents the male, while Huang signifies the female, making her surname entirely fitting. Indeed, Su Xian nodded, then glanced at the mature Jiahua lotus nearby. Seeing this, Huang Qingxian assumed he desired it and moved to pluck it, only to be halted by Su Xian. No need. I am merely intrigued by the origins of the phoenix's power within it. At this point, Su Xian recalled something and turned to Huang Qingxian. By the way, since you possess phoenix blood, you should have some memories of your lineage. Are you able to share tales of your clan? Huang Qingxian shook her head, replying, "My lord, my bloodline inheritance does not contain memories, only the secret arts and divine abilities of the Phoenix clan." Clearly, Huang Qingxuan's bloodline inheritance was incomplete, far inferior to Ao Qing's. Ao Qing, after all, retained the imprints of her dragon ancestors regarding various realms, even those beyond the level of emperors. Thus, she had sensed that Su Xian was beyond an emperor, as she had experienced such a presence before. However, Huang Qingxian lacked this awareness and had always assumed Su Xian was merely an emperor. Understanding this, Su Xian recognized that the Phoenix clan harbored its own mysteries, and its bloodline inheritance was indeed fragmented. He resolved to explore the essence of the Phoenix power first. With a silent thought, the scene before him shifted dramatically, as if transitioning from one dimension to another. While Huang Qingxian was still astonished by Su Xian's actions, she suddenly heard the sound of flowing water. Instinctively, she looked and beheld an immense river that seemed to have neither beginning nor end, emerging out of nowhere. It appeared as if it had existed since time immemorial, evoking a sense of epic grandeur and timelessness. Initially, Huang Qingxian assumed it was merely a vast river, but upon a fleeting glance, she realized that what flowed within it was not water, but the lifetimes of countless beings. A terrifying realization struck her mind. Could it be the River of Time? Although her bloodline inheritance lacked such knowledge, the legends of the River of Time were well known throughout this world. Recognizing it instinctively, she gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom that the Lord she had just acknowledged had summoned the River of Time itself. How astonishing! At that moment, Su Xian's voice broke through her astonishment, teasing, "Stop gasping. You might inhale all the cold air from every timeline, causing the temperature to rise." His words were clearly humorous. Huang Qingxian could discern this, Although internally she rolled her eyes, wishing to retort, her exterior remained composed, even managing a smile, portraying a facade of amusement. Yet, at the same time, Huang Qingxian felt a twinge of confusion, pondering why her lord summoned the River of Time. Perhaps it was. Her suspicions were seemingly validated, as Su Xian did not walk upon the River of Time, but transcended beyond it, gazing at the flowing waters. He extended his hand and gently grasped. In an instant, an astonishing scene unfolded. Segments of time and space were extracted from the River of Time and assembled together. Huang Qingxian observed, confirming her conjecture. These were indeed fragments of the past concerning this small world. Her lord had effortlessly retrieved everything from the River of Time, a feat both frightening and awe-inspiring. However, while Huang Qingxian was taken aback, she also felt a sense of surprise. Wasn't the River of Time supposed to be sacred and inviolable? The manner in which her lord detached and combined these temporal fragments was akin to manipulating the River of Time itself. Yet there was no backlash or causal repercussions. Were the legends merely fabrications? Quickly, she discerned the truth. She did witness the backlash and causal force of the River of Time, but it trembled in the corners. Too fearful to approach Su Xian. Good gracious, Huang Qingxian exclaimed inwardly. At this moment, despite her disbelief, she began to suspect that her lord was not merely an emperor. For an emperor could never achieve such feats. The legendary realm of immortals. This notion surged within Huang Qingxuan's mind, yet she dared not contemplate further. Unfazed by Huang Qingxuan's thoughts, Su Xian surveyed the segments of time before him, revealing the ancient history of this small world. Unsurprisingly, throughout the years, only Huang Qingxian had entered this place. There was no other being. With this realization, Su Xian ceased to observe passively. With a mere thought, the historical events of the past were drawn forth as if a progress bar had been moved, arriving at the epoch of this small world's inception. What unfolded was not the present scenery, but a barren landscape. Suddenly, the void ruptured, and a thread of crimson, intertwined spiritual energy gently descended. It was delicate yet more radiant than the sun, akin to an eternal divine rainbow, emanating a tremor that sent shivers through all living beings. Within it, one could faintly perceive the ethereal form of a phoenix gliding. Undoubtedly, this thread of spiritual energy emanated from a true pure-blood phoenix. Chapter 83. Ah, indeed. You are the master. Whatever you say is correct. As a strand of spiritual energy from the phoenix descended, it took root and flourished in this realm, nurturing the once barren world. It transformed from a lifeless expanse to one brimming with vitality. Over the passage of time, a colossal volcano gradually formed, encasing this essence of phoenix power within. This phoenix energy, through the ages, absorbed the quintessence of heaven and earth, mingling with its own essence. Ultimately, it merged with the fire lotus birthed deep within the volcano, evolving into the revered nine-petal crimson lotus, which has endured to this day. This unfolding scene was not only witnessed by Su Xian. The enchanting Huang Qingxuan was equally captivated. Undoubtedly, her expression was one of profound excitement. Although the nine-petal crimson lotus was said to be an evolution of phoenix energy, legends often remain unverified. Few have truly beheld such a sight. Yet today, Huang Qingxuan was fortunate enough to witness it. Across the vast expanse of time and space, she beheld the tangible essence of the phoenix, a sensation akin to witnessing a pure-blooded phoenix manifest before her. For Huang Qingxuan, who had devoted her life to the pursuit of the phoenix, this moment bore immeasurable significance. However, just as she intended to continue her observation, she found that the scene within the tapestry of time had come to a halt, devoid of any further movement. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, Su Xian returned these fragments of time to the River of Time, causing the image to dissipate. Seeing this, Huang Qingxuan assumed that Su Xian, having learned of the origins of the nine-petal crimson lotus, chose to cease the viewing and voluntarily dismissed it. In truth, however, Su Xian was aware that the history beyond this point was inaccessible, evidently severed from view. He speculated that this lost history was intertwined with the disappearance of the Phoenix clan. This was indeed intriguing. Su Xian's gaze flickered, clearly indicating that the vanishing of the Phoenix clan was likely connected to that of the Dragon clan. Whether it bore any relation to the Su family from a time long past remained uncertain. Nonetheless, Suuan was unconcerned. The truth would eventually surface. He then turned his attention to the River of Time, shaking his head slightly. The world deemed the River of Time as the ultimate taboo, the greatest existence known to man. Yet, who could fathom that, many ages ago, it had been manipulated at will, even having its past history casually severed, disregarded entirely. While Suuan also navigated the River of Time, he believed he had committed no egregious act. He merely sought information and ventured into the past. Nothing more than that. Wouldn't you agree? Suuan murmured to the River of Time. Suddenly, it trembled, as if affirming, "Ah, yes, indeed. You are the master. Whatever you say is correct." "My lord, what is it?" "What do you mean?" Xuan, still immersed in her previous thoughts, snapped back to reality upon hearing Suuan's voice. "Nothing of great importance." "Let us disperse," Suuan replied, shaking his head slightly. With a wave of his hand, the River of Time vanished, restoring everything to normalcy. He then turned to Xuan and said, "The 9-petal crimson lotus has matured. Its medicinal properties will not last long. You should consume and refine it." Upon hearing this, Xuan was undoubtedly elated. She had not anticipated that the master was merely researching Phoenix energy and held no particular interest in this precious medicine. Yet, it was understandable. One who could traverse the River of Time with ease would naturally regard such a minor treasure with indifference. Just as she prepared to harvest the 9-petal crimson lotus for consumption, ripples suddenly formed in the void. Subsequently, a figure appeared without warning. Xuan instinctively looked up, fearing yet another unexpected visitor, only to find herself entranced. Before her stood an extraordinarily captivating woman, transcendent and ethereal, her beauty beyond description. Enveloped in a vast aura of ghostly energy, she exuded no chill or sinister presence, only an overwhelming grandeur. Although she did not radiate any oppressive force, her mere presence seemed capable of collapsing the ancient skies and subduing the myriad paths of the universe. This sensation, Xuan's pupils constricted. Although her bloodline heritage bore no record of such, she had once glimpsed a contemporary emperor, and the feeling was strikingly similar. Thus, it was evident that the woman before her was indeed a great emperor of the Ghost Clan. Goodness! Xuan was well aware of the Ghost Clan's current state. They were exceedingly weak, barely numbering a few. She never imagined there would be a female emperor among them. Yet, what astonished Xuan even further was that this ghostly empress approached Suuan with great reverence, bowing respectfully. Her demeanor made it clear that she was neither a friend nor a romantic interest, but rather one who had, like her, willingly submitted to Suuan. To have subdued an emperor, Xuan found herself rendered speechless. At that moment, she was certain that Suuan must be a being who transcended even the emperor's realm, having entered the terrifying domain of the legendary celestial path. As for the specifics of his existence within that celestial domain, it was far beyond her comprehension and imagination. From a void emerged Linglong. Suuan regarded her with a gentle smile, saying, "Your timing is impeccable. I have just acquired a new subordinate." Linglong had naturally noticed Xuan's presence. Upon hearing Suuan's words, her deep, starry eyes turned toward Xuan, and with a subtle smile, she remarked, "You possess Phoenix blood, which indeed holds remarkable potential. It seems a pure-blooded Phoenix will soon emerge among your lordship's subordinates." At this, Xuan felt a twinge of embarrassment as she replied, "My Phoenix blood is not pure. Even if I consume and refine this 9-petal crimson lotus, it will be difficult for me to become a true Phoenix in the future." Linglong replied softly, "Little Phoenix, relying solely on your own efforts is nearly impossible. However, now that you are a subordinate of the clan leader, you will undoubtedly become a Phoenix in the future. That is as certain as the sun rising." Though spoken calmly, Xuan could discern the admiration and reverence in Linglong's tone toward Suuan. Had it been anyone else, she might have dismissed it, but this was an emperor. To command such loyalty from an emperor made Xuan realize that Suuan was likely far more formidable than she had ever imagined. At that moment, Xuan felt a profound realization. Her greatest fortune was not the nine-petal crimson lotus, but rather becoming a subordinate of this enigmatic youth. As her thoughts raced, Suuan's voice broke through. Linglong, have you emerged suddenly due to matters concerning the Ghost Clan? Linglong nodded slightly. Nothing escapes your notice, my lord. The malevolent spirits have been sufficiently trained, so I must venture outside to bring some back. Chapter 84. So you can't chat without emojis. Upon hearing these words, Suuan spoke. If that is the case, you may go. Although he was already aware that Linglong had successfully trained all those malevolent spirits, he could not help but marvel at the speed of her efficiency. It had not been long since, yet she had accomplished so much. In his past life, Linglong would have undoubtedly been one of those exceedingly diligent individuals at work. Of course, this was a boon for Suuan. After all, with such industrious subordinates, he could comfortably take a back seat. I have toiled enough in my previous life. Perhaps my reincarnation into this world is a reward for my efforts, Suuan mused. His words elicited a as long as your happy emoji from the system. Although accustomed to this unique mode of communication, Suuan could not suppress a sigh. The system was akin to his silly friends from his past life, who could not engage in conversation without resorting to emojis. Meanwhile, Linglong nodded in acknowledgement of Suuan's comments, greeted Xuan, and then stepped into the void, soaring through the heavens. Watching her depart, Suuan turned to Xuan and remarked, "You will need some time to refine this precious medicine. The external environment is unsuitable, so I have prepared a new location for you." Before Xuan could respond, darkness enveloped her vision. When she regained her senses, she found herself in an expansive and magnificent realm. This place, Xuan could sense that she was no longer in the previous small world, nor in the external realm. It felt as though she had entered an entirely new domain. At that moment, a voice resonated in her mind, unmistakably belonging to Suuan. "This is the world I have created for you at your fingertips. You may consume and refine freely here, without concern for any disturbances or destruction. Be at ease." Xuan was profoundly shaken. A world at one's fingertips. What unparalleled divine ability was this? It utterly redefined her understanding. With a sigh, she admitted, "Perhaps this is what it means to be a true master." Without further hesitation, she selected a colossal volcano, revealing its magnificent form. Coiling around it and consuming the nine-petal phoenix lotus, initiating her refinement. In that moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of liberation and security, fully unleashing her aura. After all, possessing the phoenix bloodline made her an irresistible target in the outside world. Since her birth, she had lived in constant trepidation, having endured countless trials and tribulations, even facing death on several occasions. Yet, she persevered, ultimately achieving the status of a sage, gaining the power to protect herself and freeing herself from excessive concern. However, she still refrained from being overly reckless, for the world was filled with beings far stronger than herself. Now, however, the situation was different. In this realm, she was the sole being, free to express herself without fear of repercussions. The sensation of being the only soul in existence was exhilarating. Meanwhile, in the external realm, Suuan's gaze pierced through the essence of things, sensing Xuan's inner turmoil. It was clear that unlike Ao Qing, who was cunning, Xuan had lived in a state of constant vigilance over the years. Yet now, as one of his subordinates, she need not worry about such matters. Afterward, Suuan did not linger, vanishing without a trace. On another distant front, in a vast expanse known as the Dust Domain, one of its premier factions, the Undying Clan, the Z family, was stirred. Boom! A terrifying aura surged into the heavens, obliterating the clouds for millions of miles, tearing apart the relentless gales above. This display of might was indicative of someone reaching the quasi-emperor level. Countless members of the Z family were alarmed, their expressions shifting with uncertainty. This aura emanated from the clan leader's estate. What had transpired? Within the Z family estate, a robust man sat upon a throne, his hair cascading around him, radiating the aura of his seventh-layer quasi-emperor, resembling a sovereign descended from the heavens. At that moment, he gazed at the shattered life token in his hand, his eyes flooded with rage and disbelief. My son Tianyin has perished outside. His name was Xuan, and Tianyin was his only son, favored for his remarkable talent. Yet, he had met his demise beyond their borders. How could this be? Tianyin had ventured forth with an imperial weapon. The one who struck him down must be at least a seventh-layer quasi-emperor. Xuan's eyes gleamed with a murderous intent, vowing to avenge his son. As for the imperial weapon left behind, he felt no concern. After all, imperial weapons were the strongest of divine arms, and even if one were to be outmatched, escaping would still be feasible. At that moment, 5 figures approached swiftly from outside, the 5 elders of the Z family. Upon entering, they were about to inquire about the unfolding events when they caught sight of the life token in Xuan's grip. Instantly, their expressions shifted, realizing that Tianyin had perished. I recall that Tianyin was summoned by his brother, who possesses the Golden Crow bloodline. Could he have been involved? Impossible. That fellow is merely a sage. How could he possibly defeat Tianyin, who wields an imperial weapon? Could it be an enemy of our Z family? The 5 elders exchanged speculations, astonished that Tianyin had fallen outside. At this juncture, Xuan, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. I implore the 5 elders to lend me your strength to deduce the location and aura of the assailant. The elders looked at each other in astonishment. Clan leader, are you prepared to employ that forbidden technique? It will deplete a significant portion of your cultivation. For Tianyin, I care not. Seeing Xuan's determination, the elders ceased their persuasion, aware that once he made a decision, it was nearly impossible to sway him. Without further hesitation, they positioned themselves around Xuan according to the 5 elemental directions, channeling their immense auras. In an instant, 5 waves of colossal energy surged into Xuan's being. His aura swelled, transforming him into a vessel brimming with power. Without a moment's hesitation, he began activating the forbidden technique, known as the Heavenly Observation Divine Transformation Technique, which consumed lifespan to conduct divinations, a secret art created by the Emperor Xiao. Yet, as each divination required a sacrifice of life, it had been classified as forbidden. Just wait. I will find you and avenge Tianyin. Xuan vowed internally, preparing to pour every ounce of his energy into the divination. However, at that moment, he suddenly sensed an unimaginable calamity descending upon him. Every fiber of his being screamed warnings. Danger, danger, danger. It was evident that if he continued down this path, he would meet his end. What the hell, what the hell, what the hell? Could it be that an emperor has intervened? In that instant, Xuan's body trembled. Facing imminent death, he experienced an epiphany. He suddenly felt that perhaps his son's life was not worth the turmoil. It was not as significant as he once believed. Chapter 85. As you depart, do not tarnish the name of our esteemed leader. With this thought in mind, Xuan made a swift decision to cease his divination. Without bidding farewell to the 5 elders, he rose and walked out. The 5 elders, who had been exerting themselves to the utmost in a frantic transmission, were left dumbfounded, their faces displaying sheer confusion. While we are fighting desperately, why does our clan leader depart first? At that moment, the elder could no longer restrain himself and asked, Leader, where are you going? By now, Xuan had reached the entrance. Upon hearing the voice, he replied without turning back, nothing of great importance. Just a sudden realization compelling me to seek solitude. The 5 elders were taken aback. Are you truly forsaking the avenging of your son's death and that of Tianyin? There is little to avenge. It is merely the trifling matter of a son's murder, he stated before stepping out of the residence and swiftly vanishing from sight. Witnessing this scene, the 5 elders were left in shock. Merely the trifling matter of a son's murder? Shouldn't you reconsider your words? However, the 5 elders were not foolish. After a brief moment of bewilderment, they discerned the underlying reason. It appeared their leader had sensed a formidable danger during his divination, something akin to a catastrophic calamity. This was why he abruptly halted the divination, disregarding even the vengeance for his son. This raises a question. Who possesses the power to instill such fear in a being at the 7th level of quasi-emperor? Could it be an emperor? The 5 elders exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock in the other's eyes, indicating they shared the same speculation. With this realization, the elders dared not linger any longer and hurriedly exited the residence, soon disappearing from view. Meanwhile, at the Su family residence, shortly after Xuan returned, 3 elders arrived in unison, stating they had matters to discuss. Upon inquiry, Xuan learned that the 5 Domains Power Conference was about to take place. As the name suggests, this conference encompasses the 5 major domains, including the Xuan domain, led by several top-tier powers, and it aims to showcase all the factions within the domains. The purpose of this grand event is straightforward: to allow each faction to present themselves and elevate their renown. In simpler terms, it is an opportunity for public display. Naturally, Xuan had little interest in such trivial matters, for he had already reached the pinnacle of the Immortal King realm. It was beneath him to present himself before those of lesser cultivation levels. Thus, he waved his hand dismissively, instructing, "You 3 may decide for yourselves whether to attend or not." The 3 elders promptly nodded in agreement. Then, Xuan glanced at them and added, "Well done. You 3 have made remarkable progress, having reached the peak of the Nirvana realm, nearing the threshold of kingship." Hearing this, the 3 elders displayed smiles, clearly pleased with their own advancements. Following their joy, they showered praises upon Xuan, attributing their achievements to his guidance and support. Enough with the humility. You must also pay attention to the other clan members, he advised. The 3 elders nodded earnestly. At this moment, the eldest elder, Ming, spoke, stating that he had categorized the clan members for better management, dividing them into 3 tiers: ordinary members, elite members, and stewards. Xuan, upon hearing this, expressed his satisfaction. It must be said that the 3 elders indeed possessed commendable administrative capabilities, allowing him to rest easy regarding the future of the Su family. After exchanging a few more words, he waved his hand, dismissing the 3 elders so he could indulge in some leisure. After the 3 elders departed the residence, they headed straight to the hall to deliberate on whether to participate in the 5 Domains Conference. "We possess ample resources and an excellent environment. Attending seems unnecessary," one remarked. "However, if we do not attend, how shall we establish our name? Our leader may not care, but we must." Indeed, they were still in the developmental stage and had yet to become a formidable power. It was unwise to expose themselves too much. Let us send a steward to attend and appropriately showcase the Su family's reputation. This way, we remain neither too low-key nor overly ostentatious. How does that sound? Excellent. Immediately, the 3 elders reached a consensus and summoned a steward. This steward was the strongest individual aside from the 3 elders, a man in his 30s named Suuan, who had already entered the Nirvana realm. Suuan was quite legendary. In his youth, he was rather unremarkable within the Su family, even considered ordinary. Yet, upon reaching middle age, he surged forth, rapidly advancing in cultivation, embodying the notion of late bloomers. Particularly now, with the abundant resources and techniques provided by Xuan, his progress was nothing short of remarkable. Surpassing the 3 elders seemed a mere formality. Before long, Suuan arrived in the hall. He appeared as a middle-aged man, contrasting with the serious demeanor of the 3 elders, exuding a relaxed air that suggested he was not one to be overly concerned with trivialities. "Elders, to what do I owe the pleasure?" The 3 elders wasted no time and promptly informed him about the 5 Domains Conference and their discussions. Upon hearing this, Suuan clasped his fists and assured, "Rest assured, esteemed elders, I shall not tarnish the Su family's reputation, nor will I act with excessive arrogance." The 3 elders nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, Suuan did not linger, bidding farewell before returning to prepare for his departure. As he stepped outside, he encountered numerous members of the Su family, all eager to bid him farewell upon hearing of his attendance at the 5 Domains Conference. They brought an array of rare treasures, gathered from their explorations in this realm. Items that expanded, rapidly blossomed, or restored vitality, all meant to arm Suuan to the teeth. And that was not all. The Yi family, represented by Yi Qingyun and Yi Zhantian, also came to send him off. As the two families had grown quite familiar over the past few days, Yi Qingyun and Yi Zhantian, along with other Yi family members, were even more extravagant, stuffing Su Wudi with various precious talismans and disposable artifacts. In the end, they even offered him their family's imperial-grade weapons, leaving Su Wudi in shock, prompting him to make a hasty retreat. Goodness, how overwhelming. I'm merely going to show off a bit, not to engage in a world-shattering battle. This is all too excessive. Ultimately, as Su Wudi approached the city gate, ready to depart, an ancient voice resonated from the city tower, where the meditative Gu Tsong sat. As you embark on this journey, remember, no matter your actions, do not tarnish the name of our leader and the family. Chapter 86. The Ascension of Two Great Semi-Emperors and the Commencement of 10 Consecutive Draws. Upon hearing the words, Su Wudi looked up and discovered that it was the enigmatic gatekeeper who was speaking. Within the family, there were countless speculations regarding this gatekeeper's identity and background, all tinged with immense curiosity. It was known that he was brought by the clan leader, but beyond that, nothing was known. The conjectures varied widely, yet none held any accuracy. Naturally, the members of the Su family dared not inquire further. On the other hand, only Yi Qingyun, Yi Zhantian, and a few ancestral figures from a Yi family were privy to this knowledge, and they certainly would not spread it carelessly. Thus, the Su family remained oblivious to the fact that Gu Tsong was a great emperor, with Su Wudi being among the ignorant. At this moment, hearing Gu Tsong's words, despite the absence of any tangible aura, Su Wudi still felt an overwhelming sense of majesty, as if the very heavens were being suppressed. Unfortunately, as he had never encountered an emperor before and lacked a proper understanding of such realms, he was unaware of the depth of this power. Nevertheless, it did not hinder his recognition of Gu Tsong as formidable strength. If such a powerful being could be subdued by the clan leader and willingly serve as a gatekeeper, how extraordinary must the clan leader be? Su Wudi mused internally, realizing that no one in the entire Su clan truly comprehended the extent of the clan leader's strength, as it far surpassed their understanding. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and he promptly addressed Gu Tsong, saying, "Rest assured, I shall not bring shame upon the clan leader or our family." After a respectful bow, he pushed open the grand door and stepped outside, quickly vanishing from sight. As he watched Su Wudi depart, Gu Tsong closed his eyes once more, becoming as still as stone, seated in meditation. The events unfolding here could not escape Su Xian's perception, yet he paid them little mind. Whether it was for fame or to demonstrate strength, it mattered not to him. After all, in this small world, he could create at will. It could be considered his own garden. With that, Su Xian shifted his focus to the delectable dishes from his previous life. He had already identified a number of them, including roasted duck, lamb hot pot, vinegar fish, and oil-splashed noodles, among others. Just the thought of these delicacies made his appetite awaken. Moreover, the ingredients in this world were far superior to those of his past, and with his guidance, they would undoubtedly be even more exquisite. After all, this was a fantastical realm where sourcing high-quality ingredients was remarkably easy. Each was nourished by the essence of heaven and earth, vastly superior to the mundane ingredients of his previous existence. As for the cooking methods, while Su Xian had little knowledge of them in his past life, he now possessed unparalleled insight. Simply recalling the finished dishes allowed him to grasp their preparation methods effortlessly. This was far simpler than any martial arts or mystical techniques. Thus, Su Xian began to document his findings. He then summoned the family chef, presenting these culinary notes. Upon reviewing them, the chef was utterly astonished. Good heavens! I never imagined such exquisite meals existed in this world. The chef's admiration for Su Xian soared to unprecedented heights. He treated the papers containing these culinary records as treasures, diligently embarking on his research. Watching the chef depart, Su Xian reclined comfortably, eagerly anticipating the results of the chef's endeavors. Just then, a vast wave of energy emanated from the Yi family, suffused with a faint imperial might. It was evident that someone had made a breakthrough, ascending to the semi-emperor level. Su Xian casually remarked, "Has Yi Qingyun and Yi Zhantian managed a breakthrough?" Not surprising. Yi Zhantian, already at the pinnacle of the saint realm, had previously struggled to advance due to his age and waning vitality. However, in this realm, he found ample resources to facilitate his breakthrough. As for Yi Qingyun, his exceptional talent had previously been underutilized. Now, with newfound motivation and the aid of rare treasures, his ascent was as effortless as eating or drinking. Meanwhile, within the Yi family estate, the members of the clan gazed in awe at Yi Zhantian and Yi Qingyun, each seated beneath separate expanses of sky, their faces alight with excitement. Yi Hui was no exception, overcome with emotion. Their decision to come here had proven to be remarkably astute. Indeed, the Yi family was destined for greatness. In truth, it was not only Yi Zhantian and Yi Qingyun who exhibited rapid advancement. The other members of the Yi family had also experienced swift progress since their arrival in this realm. At this moment, the ancestral figures, who had been wandering amidst the mountains, returned in haste. Upon witnessing the ascension of Yi Zhantian and Yi Qingyun to the semi-emperor level, they were filled with immense satisfaction and began to converse animatedly. Who would have thought we would witness old John's breakthrough in our lifetimes? Truly remarkable. Old John's ascension was anticipated, but to see that young Qingyun reach the semi-emperor level is extraordinary. His talent is unparalleled. It is no wonder the clan leader has taken him under his wing. He is no ordinary individual. Speaking of which, shouldn't we also strive to improve ourselves? You all should work hard. I haven't had my fill of fun yet. I suddenly recall that I'm not feeling well and need a few decades of rest. You all go ahead and exert yourselves. What a coincidence, so do I. With that, the ancestral figures hurriedly retreated, swiftly vanishing from sight. Yi Hui, who had been silently listening, couldn't help but wear a look of exasperation. These ancestors were truly something else. Not long after, Yi Zhantian and Yi Qingyun descended from the sky, their faces radiating joy. Ascending to the semi-emperor level in this realm marked them as formidable beings. They reflected on how all of this was a gift from the clan leader. Aligning themselves with such a powerful figure was indeed a wise decision. Subsequently, they did not linger but continued to focus on stabilizing their newfound realms. Observing this, Yi Hui urged the other members of the Yi family to diligently cultivate, joining in their training to enhance his own abilities. He did not expect to reach Yi Zhantian or Yi Qingyun's level, but aimed to at least hold his own. Thus, time flowed gently by, and 10 days slipped past in the blink of an eye. Within the Su family courtyard, Su Xian had already indulged in the culinary delights crafted by the chef, which were as delectable as he had anticipated. With the enhanced ingredients of this world, the flavors were simply exquisite. The only regret was that these dishes were not obtained through a lottery draw and thus lacked those extraordinary effects. However, he surmised that given the nature of the lottery, it was indeed possible that he might draw something remarkable in the future. Speaking of the lottery, Su Xian suddenly remembered that 10 days had passed, and he had accumulated enough for 10 consecutive draws. Perhaps it was time for a round of draws. Chapter 87. The conditions for synthesizing the Immortal Emperor card. I was overwhelmed by a group of elders. With this thought, Su Xian could hardly contain his excitement. After all, he had played numerous card drawing games in his past life. Looking back now, while it may not seem significant, the habit of saving up for a 10 draw remained ingrained in him. Thus, upon seeing that his draw count had reached 10, Su Xian was naturally eager to proceed. Why not take a shot now and save more for next time? Without hesitation, Su Xian communicated with the system to initiate the draw. At that moment, the system displayed an expression resembling a question mark, seemingly questioning his sudden desire to draw after deciding to save up. Su Xian understood the cue, but merely coughed lightly, casually muttering phrases like plans cannot keep up with changes, and you, being a system, should understand this. This undoubtedly silenced the system, which now offered no emoticons. Only a few dots. Unfazed, Su Xian proceeded with the draw. In an instant, the familiar lottery screen reappeared, albeit more dazzling than before. Perhaps it was due to the previous single draws. This time, the 10 draws felt more splendid. Su Xian bypassed the spectacle, and soon, the notifications flooded in. Ding! Congratulations! You have drawn 2 Ascension cards for Semi-Immortal Emperors, 10,000 cups of lemonade, 10,000 bottles of joy water, 100,000 pieces of braised pork knuckle, and a tower of heavenly combat. Clearly, this round of 10 draws yielded a wealth of valuable items. First and foremost, the 2 ascension cards for semi-immortal emperors were a remarkable find. However, Xuan felt perplexed. He already possessed one, so acquiring another seemed redundant. The system quickly clarified this in his mind, revealing that collecting 10 such cards would allow him to synthesize one Immortal Emperor Ascension card. This familiar revelation indicated that the system had thoroughly analyzed card drawing games. Nevertheless, Xuan was not overly concerned. In fact, he found it quite favorable, as the drop rate was significantly higher than those games from his past life. Gathering 10 cards would likely not be a daunting task. When the time came, synthesizing an Immortal Emperor Ascension card would enable him to ascend effortlessly, without the need for arduous cultivation. Next, Xuan turned his attention to the other prizes. Joy Water was an old acquaintance, while the other 3 items were new. Among them, lemonade and braised pork knuckle were undoubtedly reminiscent of his previous life. Upon retrieving them, he quickly discerned their functions. First, the lemonade, refreshingly cool, could invigorate the mind and, with its extraordinary effect, could instantly enhance one's comprehension tenfold. This was undeniably powerful, especially when paired with his cultivation, propelling him towards greatness. Next was the braised pork knuckle, rich yet not greasy, alleviating fatigue and dispelling worries. A hearty bite brought immense satisfaction. Its remarkable effect allowed for immediate recovery from any injury, making it akin to a miraculous healing remedy. Xuan raised an eyebrow, pondering if this was the legendary food therapy. Yet, this food therapy was even more extraordinary than medicine. Despite his playful critiques, how could anyone resist such delicious and healing braised pork knuckle? Finally, Xuan examined the last prize, the Tower of Heavenly Combat. This item clearly differed from the others, yet its functionality was equally impressive. Once he manifested it, he learned that it allowed any beings to engage in martial duels without the risk of death. This revelation sparked excitement in Xuan. Although his followers had ample resources, they lacked extensive combat experience. Those of higher realms fared better, yet the lower ranked had scarcely encountered battles. Thus, the appearance of the Tower of Heavenly Combat was timely, perfectly addressing this deficiency. While it could not replace life-and-death battles, it enriched their combat experience and significantly increased their margin for error during future expeditions. After evaluating all the prizes, Xuan stored away the 2 semi-immortal Emperor Ascension cards, then flicked his fingers to place the Tower of Heavenly Combat in a corner of the world. Subsequently, he kept a portion of the lemonade and braised pork knuckle for himself, discarding the remainder into the treasury. Next, Xuan communicated the news to the members of the Su and Yi families, including Xuan and Ao Qing. Once this was done, he paid it no further mind, taking out a cup of lemonade and some braised pork knuckle to enjoy. To his delight, the flavors were exquisite. Meanwhile, the members of the Yi and Su families, as well as the reclusive Xuan and Ao Qing, were undoubtedly stirred by the news. They rushed towards the treasury, for these were treasures in their eyes, inciting immense excitement. At that moment, regardless of their realm, demeanor, or age, no one could resist the allure. The scene was reminiscent of frenzied fans, with individuals sprinting, flying, and sliding in a myriad of styles. To everyone's astonishment, the ones leading the charge were the elders of the Yi family. Though they appeared frail, they unleashed an unbelievable speed. Goodness, I can hardly believe it. I was trampled by a group of elders who seemed to have crawled out of their coffins. Just moments ago, these ancestors complained of aches and fatigue, asking me to help them carry things. How foolish I was to believe them. They're taking advantage of us youngsters, plotting and ambushing. These were undoubtedly the complaints of the Su family members. Meanwhile, the uninformed members of the Yi family were equally astonished. Wow, the ancestors were so deceptive. How could they trick even us? This is outrageous. Those in the know, such as Yi Zhantian and Yi Qingyun, were already accustomed to this behavior. However, witnessing it publicly made them feel a profound sense of embarrassment, as if it were a public execution. But what could they do? They were the ancestors, after all, and could only let them be. In contrast to the others rushing towards the treasury, Qi-Run and Ao Qing made their way directly to the Tower of Heavenly Combat. While Qi-Run desired the treasures, he was compelled to accompany Ao Qing, who wished to test the tower. At this moment, following Su Xian's earlier directions, they quickly arrived at their destination. There stood the Tower of Heavenly Combat, towering majestically, surrounded by swirling nebulae, its size surpassing imagination. Before it, Qi-Run and Ao Qing felt as insignificant as mere specks of dust. Chapter 88. Even as a mere soul, I remain exceptionally handsome. Without a doubt, both of them were astounded. They initially believed that a towering height of several tens of thousands of meters was already formidable. Little did they expect that it seemed to have no limits, soaring into the boundless starry sky of this realm. The colossal stars at this moment could only serve as mere embellishments surrounding it. The magnitude of this structure was beyond their imagination, and the aura emanating from this towering edifice left them utterly stunned, a sensation that was indescribably enigmatic. At that moment, Ao Lingfeng, who had been in a deep slumber, was awakened by the aura of the tower. He revealed his soul form, emerging from Ao Qing's body, and gazed at the magnificent tower before him. His expression one of astonishment. Unlike Ao Qing and Qi-Run, who had not yet attained the level of an emperor, Ao Lingfeng's perception was far more profound. In his senses, even an imperial weapon would pale in comparison to this tower. Ao Lingfeng could not help but glance at Ao Qing and Qi-Run, who were also beginning to react. They promptly conveyed the information that Su Xian had shared with them to Ao Lingfeng. After listening, Ao Lingfeng was undoubtedly shaken once again. He had not anticipated that such a formidable tower would possess such extraordinary capabilities, allowing individuals to engage in battles freely within its confines without any concerns. Furthermore, there existed even more extraordinary divine objects within, rivaling and perhaps surpassing the treasures derived from the endless chaos. At that moment, Ao Lingfeng was filled with curiosity about where the clan leader had procured these astounding artifacts, which exceeded his wildest imagination. Clearly, his perception of Su Xian's mystery had risen significantly once again. Subsequently, they approached the tower and entered through the vast open door. Upon entering, the interior was entirely different from what they had envisioned. It was shrouded in a haze of gray mist, akin to stepping into the endless chaos. Visibility was extremely low, and even their spiritual consciousness could hardly extend far. Just as they were feeling puzzled, footsteps suddenly echoed through the mist. They immediately turned to follow the sound, and 3 figures gradually materialized before them. Upon recognizing the true forms of these figures, Qi-Run, Ao Qing, and even Ao Lingfeng were taken aback. The 3 figures bore an uncanny resemblance to themselves. Not only did they look identical, but their auras and even mannerisms were strikingly similar, as if they were staring into a mirror. No, even more authentic than a mere reflection. In the next instant, an even more astonishing event unfolded. The figure resembling Qi-Run spoke to the one next to him, who looked just like Ao Qing, saying, "Brother, let us fight together." The latter nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I was just thinking the same." The sight of this scene left Qi-Run and Ao Qing in an inexplicable state of bewilderment. It felt akin to witnessing a counterfeit flaunting itself before the original, an utterly bizarre situation. Without hesitation, they exchanged glances, fully understanding each other's thoughts. "Let's take them down." Thus, without a moment's delay, they charged forward, and the 2 figures opposite them responded in kind. In an instant, for auras of quasi-emperors surged forth, shaking the very heavens, yet they could not disturb the space around them in the slightest. Soon, the 4 engaged in a chaotic battle, moving further away. In that place, only 2 Ao Lingfengs remained. The sole form of Ao Lingfeng stood with one hand behind his back, observing the counterpart that mirrored him, a look of contemplation on his face. "Indeed, even as a mere soul, I remain exceptionally handsome." This remark undoubtedly left others speechless. From a distance, the battling Qi-Run and Ao Qing could hear it, and black lines appeared on their foreheads. "Brother, this is a battlefield, not a place for self-admiration." Unexpectedly, the figure resembling Ao Lingfeng nodded in agreement. "Indeed, One could only say, as expected of the celestial battle tower. It perfectly replicated not only appearances, but also the narcissistic personalities. Subsequently, Ao Lingfeng let out a light sigh and turned to leave. Observing this, Ao Qing, still engaged in combat, queried, "Elder Ancestor, are you not going to intervene?" As he walked away, Ao Lingfeng waved his hand dismissively. "I cannot bring myself to strike at such a handsome face. You may continue. I shall take my leave." With that, he exited the battle tower. Qi Run and Ao Qing were at a loss for words, their incredulity at his level of self-adoration beyond measure. However, they did not dwell on it for long, as the next moment, they were once again embroiled in a fierce melee. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Wudi had exited the city and was making his way toward the Xuan domain. The venue for the Five Domains Conference was to be held in the Yang domain, situated billions of kilometers away from here. Thus, Su Wudi was traveling at great speed. Naturally, during his journey, he could not resist sampling various delicacies along the way. Perhaps it was because Su Xian had a penchant for culinary delights that many members of the Su family began to emulate him, leading to an insatiable love for food. Su Wudi was undoubtedly one of them. Along this journey, he had been indulging in exquisite cuisine, seizing every opportunity to relish fine ingredients, whether they were animal or plant-based. At that moment, Su Wudi was traversing through the air when suddenly, he sensed a powerful disturbance ahead. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a massive beast resembling a grizzly bear, towering 10 meters high, exuding an intimidating aura, having already reached the law manifestation stage. At that moment, the beast was locked in a fierce battle with a human cultivator. The human was clad in a brown robe, appearing to be in his 30s, with a slender and somewhat frail physique. His attire clearly marked him as an ordinary rogue cultivator, also at the law manifestation stage. However, being a rogue cultivator, his combat prowess was rather average, and, given the same cultivation level, the beast was significantly stronger. Moreover, this fierce bear was no ordinary creature, judging by its bloodline and characteristics. It undoubtedly possessed the lineage of ancient beasts. Each ancient beast was stronger than the last, and thus their descendants naturally boasted superior bloodlines compared to their contemporaries. As such, the brown-robed man stood no chance against this bear-like beast, merely managing to fend off its attacks. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Wudi's eyes gleamed with excitement. Make no mistake, it was not for the rogue cultivator, but for the bear-like beast. The descendants of ancient beasts must possess delectable flesh, and turning it into a culinary delight would surely be exquisite. Lost in thought, saliva dripped from the corner of Su Wudi's mouth. Without further ado, he charged forward. At that moment, the rogue cultivator, who was desperately evading the beast, suddenly heard the commotion and turned to see a figure rushing toward him. He immediately shouted, "Fellow cultivator, flee quickly. There's a beast here." However, Su Wudi paid him no heed, his eyes sparkling with delight as he exclaimed, "Bear paws, I'm coming." Chapter 89. The potentate of medicine, the words echoed in his ears, leaving the wandering cultivator incredulous, as if he were experiencing auditory hallucinations. Instinctively, he turned to behold an astonishing sight. The figure that charged towards him casually struck down a bear-like demon beast that he had deemed utterly formidable, with a single slap, rendering it utterly defenseless. This display of strength left him profoundly astounded. However, what rendered him speechless was the fact that this powerful entity skillfully removed the 4 paws of the bear demon. Subsequently, he retrieved an array of items from his storage ring, revealing various cooking tools and condiments. The wandering cultivator was left dumbfounded. This peculiar individual carried such items with him. How eccentric. At that moment, the man known as Su Wudi glanced over and said, "Friend, what is your name? In gratitude for your timely warning, allow me to treat you to a grand feast." Hearing this, the wandering cultivator, who had intended to express his thanks, immediately flew over and, upon landing, bowed respectfully. "I am Li Fuyuan, honored to meet you, and I sincerely thank you for saving my life." Su Wudi waved his hand dismissively. "I am Su Wudi. There is no need for thanks. I did not save you. I was merely tempted by this ingredient." At this, Li Fuyuan found himself at a loss for words. The demon beast that had nearly claimed his life was, in Suuan's eyes, merely a source of sustenance. How terrifying! He could only wonder about the origins of this Suuan. Such formidable strength was certainly extraordinary. As Li Fuyuan pondered, he suddenly caught a whiff of a rich medicinal fragrance. This aroma was evidently extraordinary. Just a few inhalations made him feel invigorated, as if the injuries he had sustained were beginning to mend. This revelation shook him to his core. He understood that a remarkable treasure must have manifested nearby. Curiously, he noticed the absence of any unusual phenomena accompanying the emergence of this treasure. Scanning the surroundings, he quickly identified the source. Astonishingly, it emanated from Suuan, specifically from the iron pot before him that held the four bear paws. Within it lay an assortment of dazzling and aromatic medicinal herbs, none of which Li Fuyuan recognized. Yet he was acutely aware that these were priceless treasures, and he even spotted the revered Medicine King. Not just one, but several. My heavens! Li Fuyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Each of these treasures could incite chaos in the outside world, yet they were so casually tossed into this iron pot. Unable to contain his astonishment, he stammered, Suuan, what about these in your pot? Without turning, Suuan replied, Oh, these are merely for marinating the bear paws. This way, they will be more flavorful. To think that these invaluable treasures were simply meant for marinating was a level of extravagance Li Fuyuan could scarcely comprehend. He trembled as he spoke, Suuan, these treasures are worth their weight in gold. Suuan, with an air of nonchalance, responded, I am aware. Do not worry, I have plenty more. They were bestowed upon me by my clan leader. Suuan understood well the worth of these treasures, yet in his realm, they were abundantly available, and this was their customary use. Moreover, recognizing Li Fuyuan's amiable nature, he felt no need to conceal the truth, especially since he possessed far greater strength than him and had no fear of being robbed. Li Fuyuan, upon hearing these words, found his mind reeling with disbelief. These treasures were indeed gifts from his clan leader. Just how formidable was this Suuan's clan leader? To casually present such priceless treasures was simply astonishing. As Li Fuyuan remained ensnared in his thoughts, Suuan's voice broke through once more. It's ready. The bear paws are truly tender and flavorful, worthy descendants of ancient demon beasts. At this moment, the rich aroma captivated Li Fuyuan, making his mouth water and his fingers itch with anticipation. Suuan beckoned, Come, let us eat together. I promise to treat you. Overwhelmed with excitement, Li Fuyuan expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much, esteemed friend. After a brief acknowledgement, he hurriedly took a seat, picked up his chopsticks, and sampled a piece. Instantly, he felt a surge of spiritual energy coursing through him, a sensation of unparalleled comfort. Not long after, Li Fuyuan felt a warmth enveloping him, as if the spiritual energy within him was on the verge of exploding. Without hesitation, he quickly moved aside to sit in meditation, channeling his cultivation method. Before long, he felt his aura intensify, and he ascended from the law manifestation realm to the cave heaven realm. Once he stabilized his cultivation, he opened his eyes to find that Suuan had finished his meal and was now sitting contentedly, picking his teeth with a toothpick, exuding an air of satisfaction. Li Fuyuan marveled at Suuan's strength, having consumed so much without any apparent effect, before approaching to express his gratitude once again. After all, this meal had spared him years of arduous training. Suuan waved his hand. It was merely a meal. Now I must take my leave. I have matters to attend to in the Yang domain. Upon hearing this, Li Fuyuan's eyes lit up. You are heading to the Yang domain too? How fortuitous. I am from the Yang domain and know it well. Let us travel together. Suuan pondered for a moment before agreeing, as he had never been to the Yang domain and only had a general sense of its direction. With Li Fuyuan as his guide, it was indeed a fortuitous arrangement. Thus the two set off together. Meanwhile, at the Su residence, Su Xian continued to revel in the moment, while the members of the Su and Yi clans returned with an abundance of divine treasures. Notably, the ancestors of the Yi clan had acquired the most, especially the joyous elixir, with each member possessing dozens of cans, filling them with immense joy. Subsequently, many clan members ventured to the Celestial Battle Tower to engage in duels. Ao Qing and Qi Run, without a doubt, continued their fierce battle within, still undecided. At this juncture, Suuan suddenly sensed something and turned his gaze toward the world at his fingertips, smiling slightly. Has the refinement been completed? In that moment, within the world at his fingertips, Huang Qingxian, seated in meditation, felt her aura surge dramatically as her true form emerged. A colossal figure materialized in this realm, larger and more powerful than before. Her appearance had drawn infinitely closer to that of a phoenix, evoking a profound sense of awe. Undoubtedly, the refinement of the nine-petal phoenix lotus had evolved Huang Qingxian's bloodline. Furthermore, her cultivation had successfully broken through, ascending to the quasi-emperor realm. Chapter 90. The initial achievement of the dragon and phoenix, the ambition to form the true dragon and phoenix army. At this moment, Huang Qingxian slowly opened her eyes. Within them a myriad of divine lights danced. In the next instant, she unfurled her wings and let out a long, resounding cry towards the heavens. Her voice imbued with indescribable joy, unabashedly revealing her aura. In a mere blink, everything within a vast radius centered around her disintegrated into dust, carried away by the wind. The magnitude of her divine might was unstoppable. Huang Qingxian was overwhelmed with happiness. After enduring countless hardships, she had finally ascended to the realm of a quasi-emperor. From this moment forth, she had truly entered the ranks of the powerful. At that time, she noticed that the mountains and rivers, previously obliterated by her explosive aura, had returned to normal as if they had never been harmed in the least. Huang Qingxian understood that this restoration was the work of Suuan, and she couldn't help but marvel at such extraordinary power that could both create and revive worlds with a mere thought. Initially, upon breaking through to the quasi-emperor realm, she felt a tinge of pride, but that arrogance quickly dissipated in the presence of such a master. Even an emperor was insignificant before Suuan, let alone herself. A mere quasi-emperor. The path ahead was long and arduous. Soon after, Huang Qingxian transformed into her human form, standing there in contemplation, pondering how she should proceed. At that moment, a voice resonated in her mind. It was Suuan. This world has been specially opened for you. In the future, it shall be bestowed upon you. You need only to silently will it in your heart to enter at will. Huang Qingxian was taken aback, astounded by the generosity of her master. Others might bestow treasures or techniques upon their subordinates, but her master had granted her an entire world, a truly extravagant gift. She realized she had indeed chosen the right person to follow. Then, Huang Qingxian attempted to will it in her heart, and in an instant, she vanished from her location, reappearing in the outside world. Upon opening her eyes, she immediately spotted Suuan reclining nearby, and she promptly bowed, saying, "I pay my respects to my master." Suuan glanced at her, feeling immensely satisfied. He had, after all, gathered the dragon and phoenix to achieve his goal. However, it was evident that this was far from sufficient. Strictly speaking, Huang Qingxian was not a pure-blood phoenix, and neither was Ao Qing. Although Ao Lingfeng was a true dragon, he currently existed merely as a soul, making him only half a true dragon. Thus, Suuan's achievement of the dragon and phoenix was not yet perfect. Moreover, even if they eventually became true dragons and phoenixes, it would still not be enough. In Suuan's grand ambition, he intended to form an army consisting solely of true dragons and phoenixes. That would be a sight to behold. Just imagine at his command, countless true dragons and phoenixes sweeping forth to crush their enemies. The scene would be nothing short of exhilarating. However, accomplishing this in this world seemed exceedingly difficult. Perhaps he could explore beyond this realm to see if it could be realized. Suuan mused quietly to himself. These thoughts flickered through his mind before he spoke to Huang Qingxian. Indeed, keep striving. It will not be difficult for you to become a pure-blood phoenix in the future. Upon hearing this, Huang Qingxian felt a surge of excitement. Although she had previously harbored doubts, since learning of Suuan's terrifying strength, any skepticism had vanished entirely. Following this, Suuan conversed with her for a while longer. When he learned that she did not wish to solely engage in closed-door cultivation, but instead aimed to establish her own realm for monsters, he naturally expressed strong support. Excellent. I indeed did not choose wrongly. I need subordinates who are ambitious and driven. However, Huang Qingxian felt her strength was still insufficient and planned to advance to at least the 7th level of the Quasi-Emperor realm before proceeding. Su Xian had no objections to this and exchanged a few more pleasantries before allowing her to take her leave. Before she departed, Su Xian imparted all the information about this new world into Huang Qingxuan's mind, granting her a general understanding. Huang Qingxian was not overly shocked, as she had already witnessed Su Xian's world-creating prowess. The only aspect that left her in awe were the treasures from the endless chaos, which exceeded her wildest imagination. Nevertheless, she was also filled with anticipation. With these treasures, her cultivation progress would surely accelerate significantly. Without hesitation, she chose a massive volcano as her location and began to sit there, refining and cultivating with the materials she had selected. Meanwhile, in the southern region of the Xuan domain, an ancient city known as the Commerce City sprawled across the landscape. It boasted a rich history, abundant spiritual energy, and a beautiful environment. Consequently, the number of people traversing it was akin to a sea of stars, with even some of the top-tier forces in the Xuan domain establishing bases here. All of this contributed to the city's immense prosperity and bustling atmosphere. Recently, this bustling activity had reached new heights. This was naturally due to the imminent commencement of the Young Heroes Battle in the southern Xuan domain. During this time, the talented individuals from various forces gathered here, eager to showcase their abilities. As one walked through the streets, it was common to encounter young people with striking features and remarkable presence. These were the prodigies participating in the Young Heroes Battle. At this moment, 2 figures were among them, both possessing exceptionally handsome features and an aura that radiated harmlessness. The only distinction was that one exuded a cool demeanor, while the other was warmer. These were Su Tian and Lin Hao. "Brother Hao, are you certain you won't join me for the Young Heroes Battle?" Su Tian inquired as they walked along the road. Lin Hao shook his head, replying, "The Young Heroes Battle is merely a precursor to the upcoming 10,000 Realms Young Heroes Conference. I have already obtained a pass for that event, so there is no need for me to participate in the Young Heroes Battle." The 10,000 Realms Young Heroes Conference was organized by several top-tier forces across the 10,000 Realms, with various channels for distributing participation tokens, not limited to just the Young Heroes Battle. Previously, Lin Hao had encountered a messenger from the conference on his journey and, after passing their assessment, had received a token, thus negating the need to compete in the Young Heroes Battle. Upon hearing this, Su Tian had no choice but to acquiesce. He said, "In that case, I shall wrap it up quickly. After all, the talents in the Xuan domain are ultimately too weak. Only those prodigies from the 10,000 Realms can truly excite me." Lin Hao nodded in agreement, and then remarked, "We must thank your clan leader, Brother Tian. I never imagined that the resources he bestowed upon you would be so astonishing, enabling both of us to rapidly enhance our cultivation." Su Tian wholeheartedly agreed. Thanks to the treasures Su Xian had previously granted them, their cultivation speeds had accelerated beyond measure. In a brief period, they had ascended to the Nirvana realm, with their foundations being exceptionally solid and devoid of any aftereffects. Had it not been for this, their realms might have been even higher. Achieving the Nirvana realm at their age was a remarkable feat within the Xuan domain, so they regarded the Young Heroes Battle with a sense of disdain akin to a child's play. Chapter 91. The contest of talents concluded before it even began. Shortly thereafter, the two sought refuge in an ordinary inn. Due to the impending contest of talents, the more desirable accommodations in the city were entirely booked, leaving only a few modest inns with available rooms. Fortunately, neither of them were accustomed to luxury and did not mind their surroundings, so they settled in without complaint. A night passed in silence. Soon, the next day dawned bright and clear, with the sun shining and a gentle breeze wafting through the air. Inside the inn, Su Tian and Lin Hao sat across from each other, engaged in meditation and cultivation. One could clearly observe the flow of spiritual energy between them, merging in such a way that enhanced its quality and purity in multiple dimensions. This method of complementary cultivation was evidently not merely a case of 1 plus 1 equaling 2. Rather, it exhibited a geometric progression of synergy. After a brief period, the two slowly opened their eyes, signaling the end of their training for the day. Suuan glanced out the window at the sky and turned to Lin Hao, saying, "The time has come. I must attend the contest of talents." With that, he rose and exited the room. Lin Hao watched him depart, his expression unchanged, for he understood that the contest of talents in the Xuan domain was of little consequence to Suuan. Meanwhile, Suuan stepped into the inn lobby. Given its ordinary nature and the early hour, it was mostly deserted, save for the sleepy innkeeper dozing at the counter. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps, the innkeeper jolted awake and recognized Suuan descending the stairs. His youth and the novelty of his visit to this marketplace made it evident that he had come to participate in the contest of talents. Consequently, the innkeeper quickly poured a cup of hot tea and approached Suuan with a warm smile, saying, "Young sir, you must be here for the contest of talents. Drink this cup of victory tea. It will surely bring you triumph and glory." Suuan regarded the innkeeper and replied, "Thank you for your kind words, but I shall save the tea for after my victory." The innkeeper gently urged, "Young sir, tea must be enjoyed while it's hot. Once cooled, it loses its flavor. It will be lukewarm in about 15 minutes, so it is best to drink it now. 15 minutes is ample time. I shall return victorious by then and enjoy your tea," Suuan declared before stepping through the door and disappearing from sight. At that moment, the innkeeper stood staring in the direction of Suuan's departure, his mouth agape in astonishment. To claim victory within 15 minutes was a bold assertion. In all his time witnessing the contest of talents, he had never encountered such audacity. Surely, he thought this would be a lesson in humility. Nonetheless, the innkeeper found himself inexplicably placing the cup of tea on the counter, as if genuinely awaiting the outcome. In the heart of the marketplace, a vast square was bustling with talented individuals from various factions in the southern Xuan domain. The atmosphere was electric, drawing the attention of many onlookers, who eagerly discussed the notable contestants. There was Yun Xian, the heir of the Yunyu sect, rumored to have attained the law manifestation realm by the age of 20, a prodigy indeed. Then, there was Yu Qingyuan, the jade fairy of the Yunyu sect, whose beauty was matched only by her formidable talent, reportedly having reached the 7th level of the law manifestation realm. And let's not forget Bai Yi, the scion of the Bai family, whose unmatched prowess rendered him invincible among his peers. Excited voices filled the air, passionately introducing these remarkable talents. Without a doubt, these individuals epitomized the pinnacle of the Xuan domain's southern prowess, with Yun Xian, Yu Qingyuan, and Bai Yi drawing particular focus from the crowd. Naturally, the young competitors were all fiercely competitive, each convinced of their own strength and harboring aspirations of making a stunning impression when called to the stage. Simultaneously, within a luxurious and discreet chamber deep in the marketplace, 3 figures sat comfortably, sipping tea and engaging in pleasant conversation. They hailed from the 3 foremost powers of the Xuan domain, the Tsang Yin Holy Palace, the Ling Su Sword Sect, and the Hao Ran Academy. This southern and northern gathering of talents was jointly hosted by these 3 forces, all in pursuit of selecting the finest individuals for the grand assembly of talents across the realms. Of course, the elite talents under their respective banners were exempt from participation, having already been vetted internally. The 3 elders were primarily responsible for overseeing the southern region. At this moment, the elders conversed, hoping the talent selected during this contest would not disappoint them. Otherwise, relying solely on their own would likely lead to another disastrous outcome, akin to the last time. Indeed, one remarked, though we may seem inconspicuous among the myriad realms, our collective strength is not to be underestimated. Unfortunately, our talents remain a vulnerability, with a continuous cycle of mediocrity. This was precisely why the 3 major powers organized the southern and northern contests, to unearth more exceptional talents capable of representing them at the Grand Assembly, hoping this time would yield unexpected delights. Subsequently, an elder from the Tsang Yin Holy Palace noted the time and summoned a middle-aged man clad in a robe, instructing him, "The time is nigh. Go outside and announce the commencement of the contest of talents. Understood, the robed man replied promptly and made his way out. The three elders continued to sip tea and converse, noting an increase in attendees compared to previous events, suggesting that the contest would likely last longer this time. Indeed, one elder agreed. There's no need to watch the earlier matches. We shall await the final few rounds to witness the true talents. The three elders silently commended their own cleverness, relishing the moment. However, merely a quarter of an hour later, the previously dispatched robed man returned at a hurried pace, his face still bearing an expression of shock. It was evident that something had startled him, yet the three elders were oblivious. One elder from the Tsang Yin Holy Palace furrowed his brow and asked, "Did we not send you to announce the start of the contest of talents? Why have you returned?" The middle-aged man managed a rueful smile as he replied, "There is no need for an announcement, elders." What do you mean?" Because, he continued, "the contest of talents has concluded before it even began." In that instant, not only was the elder from the Tsang Yin Holy Palace bewildered, but the other two elders were equally perplexed. Finished? Are you jesting? They had only been relaxing, oh no, enjoying tea, for a mere quarter of an hour. By their calculations, they hadn't even completed the opening remarks. How could it possibly be over? Clearly, the three elders were incredulous. The notion was simply too absurd, leading them to suspect that the middle-aged man was shirking his duties, outdoing even them in idleness. As they prepared to voice their reprimands, the middle-aged man promptly produced an object and presented it to them. The three elders glanced at the item, realizing it was a recording stone, a device capable of capturing all events that transpired. With a mere infusion of spiritual energy, it could be activated to reveal what had occurred. Chapter 92. I'm a bit pressed for time, so you all may come at once at this moment. The middle-aged man in the Taoist robe spoke. Elders, this recording stone was originally placed in the square to document the entire contest. Fortunately, it captures everything that transpired. Upon hearing this, the three elders immediately took the recording stone and, albeit skeptically, infused it with a trace of spiritual energy. In the next instant, the stone erupted with radiance, projecting a scene into the void. The image revealed the gathering of talented individuals in the square, all awaiting the commencement of the contest. Soon after, the middle-aged man in the Taoist robe flew onto the platform and began delivering an elaborate opening speech. Up until this point, everything seemed perfectly normal. However, suddenly, an unexpected voice broke through. "Excuse me for interrupting, but may I say a word?" The abruptness of this voice undoubtedly startled the entire assembly. Not only were the talented individuals taken aback, but the onlookers also turned their heads in surprise. The middle-aged man, who was in the midst of his speech, furrowed his brow in annoyance. The crowd turned to see a young lad with a strikingly handsome appearance standing at the back of the square, exuding an air of calmness and radiance, reminiscent of a cheerful boy next door. Despite his inner displeasure, the middle-aged man, priding himself on his maturity, chose not to confront the youth. Instead, he asked, "What is it you wish to say, young man?" The talented individuals and the onlookers were equally curious about the seemingly ordinary boy's intentions. This young man was, of course, Suuan. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he first bowed apologetically to the middle-aged man, then smiled warmly at the assembly of talented individuals before proclaiming, "I believe this contest need not be so complicated. I'm rather pressed for time. Therefore, you may all come at me together." As Suuan uttered these words, the previously boisterous square fell into an abrupt silence. The talented individuals gaped at him in disbelief, and the surrounding crowd was equally astonished. Even the middle-aged man on the platform was taken aback, staring at Suuan in utter shock. How could he remain so composed while uttering such outrageous words? Without a doubt, after a brief silence, the square erupted into chaos. The sounds of disbelief and outrage reverberated throughout the venue. "Unbelievable. This guy is far too arrogant. Let me at him. I'll show him who's boss. I am furious. Today, he shall meet his end, and no divine intervention will save him. All come at him together? Excellent. We have at least tens of thousands here. A mere spit from each of us could drown him. Was he even thinking?" Clearly, the talented individuals were incensed. While it would have been acceptable for an ordinary person to speak so, they were the elite from various factions, brimming with youthful fervor. Such disdainful treatment was simply intolerable. However, not all were enraged. Among them stood three notable talents, Yun Xian, Bai Yi, and Yu Qingyan, who remained silent, merely observing. Yet their gazes directed at Su Tian were far from friendly, radiating an icy demeanor. It was evident that they too were unsettled by his words. Meanwhile, outside the scene, the three elders were observing intently, their brows furrowing in unison. Suddenly, as if realizing something, they looked up at the middle-aged man, who was still in shock. Their voices almost distorted with disbelief. Surely not. Seemingly anticipating the elder's thoughts, the middle-aged man offered a wry smile, saying, though it seems utterly absurd, is indeed the case. Just watch. Without further prompting, the elder's eyes fixated upon the unfolding scene. In the next moment, after Su Tian's declaration, the talented individuals in the square, driven by fury, launched their attacks as if they had gone mad. The spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking, with tens of thousands of gifted youths unleashing their might, shaking the heavens and altering the atmosphere. Had the middle-aged man not activated the formation to stabilize the square, it likely would have been reduced to dust in an instant. Yet, even with the formation's protection, the sheer magnitude of their combined power was overwhelming. The very air seemed to lament under the pressure. Notably, Yun Xian and his companions refrained from joining the fray, opting instead to observe coldly, for they held their status in high regard and deemed it beneath them to engage. However, they were now convinced that the arrogant youth would inevitably face dire consequences. Even they would struggle to withstand such an onslaught. After all, these were tens of thousands of elite youths, not mere nobodies. Their collective force was formidable. Yet, a shocking scene unfolded. As the overwhelming attacks surged towards Su Tian, he stood still, making no move, and calmly uttered four words. Extreme ice burial. Extreme ice burial, a technique imparted to him by Su Xian as part of the Breaking the Void, extreme art, unleashed an unfathomable chill that swept through the square, freezing everything in its path. Even the combined assaults of tens of thousands of talented individuals posed no resistance and were utterly immobilized. In mere moments, those once formidable youths transformed into lifeless ice sculptures, standing rigidly, unable to move. It was an awe-inspiring sight. The vast square was filled with identical ice figures. The onlookers were left dumbstruck, unable to utter a single word, enveloped in a profound silence. On the platform, the middle-aged man wore an expression of sheer astonishment, unable to fathom the scene before him. At this moment, aside from Su Tian, only the three previously inactive talents remained unfrozen. However, they were no longer concerned with their own fates. Gazing at Su Tian with expressions of sheer horror, as if they had encountered a deity. This seemingly harmless and handsome youth was, in fact, a prodigy of unparalleled might. With but a single move, he had vanquished tens of thousands of gifted individuals, a feat so extraordinary it bordered on the fantastical, yet it unfolded before their very eyes. At this juncture, Su Tian turned his gaze toward the remaining three talents, maintaining that gentle smile. So what shall it be? Surrender, or shall we all engage together? His calm and gentle words were refreshing, yet to the ears of the three talents, they sounded like the whispers of a demon. They trembled uncontrollably, their previous arrogance and confidence shattered in an instant. Ultimately, they bowed their proud heads, their expressions dimmed as they uttered, "We surrender." Chapter 93. Two great prodigies emerge. From hidden forces? Upon witnessing the scene, Su Tian's expression revealed no surprise. He shifted his attention from the three prodigies to the middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe atop the high platform and softly inquired, "Might I request a token of passage?" The Taoist man, seemingly dazed and overwhelmed by Su Tian's display, mechanically produced a token, which Su Tian deftly grasped from afar. Without further ado, Su Tian departed the square, vanishing swiftly from sight. As he left, the myriad ice sculptures scattered across the square reverted to their original forms, revealing the pale and terrified faces of the thousands of talented individuals present. After all, This was merely a contest, and Suuan had no intention of slaying them. The narrative abruptly ceased at this juncture, leaving no further developments. Yet, the three elders remained entranced, their faces awash with astonishment. To obliterate all the prodigies of the southern region in a single move, how spectacular! After a considerable pause, the three elders regained their composure, exchanging glances that reflected mutual shock and exhilaration. A true prodigy, without a doubt. They had initially believed that the talents within their three great forces represented the pinnacle of Xuan domain, only to discover that an even more formidable contender existed. They had struck gold and promptly decided to report this to their superiors. Indeed, unquestionably, the elders were both astounded and elated by Suuan's prowess. Such a talent had arisen in Xuan domain. Without hesitation, they retrieved their communication jade talismans to relay the circumstances back to their respective factions. Once they had accomplished this, the three elders, with idle hands, replayed the footage captured by the recording stone. This time, their focus rested on Suuan's actions. Upon thorough examination, the elder from the Tsungyin Sacred Hall observed gravely. If I am not mistaken, he possesses an extraordinarily cold and keen physique, alongside having cultivated relevant techniques. As for his realm, he is undoubtedly at least at the divine palace level. The other two elders nodded in agreement, clearly sharing this assessment. A prodigy of such caliber, even our three premier factions could not have nurtured. Which force does he hail from? It is hard to say. Xuan domain has historically ranked among the top in a myriad realms, and there must be some hidden forces within. Perhaps he belongs to one of them. Regardless of his origin, as long as he fights on behalf of Xuan domain, that suffices. Subsequently, the three elders replicated the footage from the recording stone, each retaining a copy for their respective factions. Meanwhile, within an inn, the young attendant dozed in a state of half-sleep. Suddenly, he was stirred by the sound of footsteps, and instinctively lifted his gaze. A figure entered from outside, unmistakably the handsome youth from earlier. The attendant jolted awake and was about to speak when his keen eyes caught sight of the token hanging from Suuan's waist. He recognized it instantly, the token awarded only to the victor of the prodigy battle. This meant that the youth had indeed triumphed. With this realization, the attendant glanced at the teacup on the counter, which was still emitting steam. His heart raced. The youth had spoken the truth. Within a mere 15 minutes, he had secured victory over all the talented individuals. Being a quick-witted lad, the attendant promptly picked up the teacup and hurried to Suuan's side, respectfully proclaiming, "My lord, congratulations on your victory. The tea is still warm. Please enjoy." Suuan accepted the cup, drank it in one go, and smiled indeed. "This tea is best savored while hot." As he spoke, he flicked a high-grade spirit stone into the attendant's hand and requested some food and drink to be sent to his room, adding, "Consider this your reward for running errands." With that, Suuan ascended the stairs. The attendant, gazing at the spirit stone in his hand, felt a surge of excitement and bowed deeply in respect. A single high-grade spirit stone could purchase a wealth of goods in even the most luxurious establishments, let alone this humble inn, where it was more than sufficient. At that moment, the attendant harbored a singular thought. From this day forth, I shall be the master of this establishment. To have exchanged merely a cup of hot tea for such a reward was beyond imagination. Suuan's simple gesture had undoubtedly altered the course of the attendant's life. However, for Suuan, this was trivial, as the clan leader had bestowed upon him countless invaluable treasures. What was one high-grade spirit stone in comparison? Shortly thereafter, the attendant brought the finest food and drink to Suuan's room. After Suuan and Lin Hao had feasted, they did not linger long and set off towards the depths of Xuan domain. There lay the teleportation array connecting Xuan domain to other realms, essential for attending the Grand Prodigy Assembly. Simultaneously, in the northernmost part of Xuan domain, the Prodigy battle commenced. Suuan naturally participated as well. However, unlike Suuan, who overwhelmed all challengers, Suuan reveled in the thrill of combat, engaging in a series of matches. Regrettably, the talented individuals from the northern region posed no challenge to her. In the heart of the northern region of Xuan domain, at Rong City, a vast arena stood, not a square, but a colossal stage. At this moment, two figures battled upon the platform. No, to be precise, it was not a battle, but rather a one-sided crush. In the blink of an eye, one figure was sent flying like a broken rag, crashing beyond the arena and losing consciousness. This scene left the surrounding prodigies and spectators in utter shock. How formidable! This young woman has even defeated the esteemed Xuan, who is said to rival the prodigies of the three great factions. He was the strongest prodigy of the northern region, yet he was not even a match for this young woman. How powerful! When did Xuan domain produce such a monster? Indeed, the true terror lay not merely in her victories, but in her ability to dispatch every opponent with a single strike. Not only the prodigies and spectators were astonished, but even the representatives from the three great factions overseeing the event regarded the young woman with profound amazement. It is noteworthy that the three elders dispatched by the factions to the northern prodigy battle were two men and one woman, all of middle age. They were evidently deeply shaken by this young woman's prowess. Even their own prodigies had not exhibited such dominance. On the arena, Suuan remained unfazed amidst the tumult of emotions. She surveyed the thousands of talented individuals below, and at that moment, not a single one dared to meet her gaze. Shaking her head, she remarked, "Is this truly the entirety of Xuan domain's prodigies? How unfulfilling, utterly lacking in challenge." With that, her gaze suddenly locked onto the three elders standing on the high platform, her eyes igniting with fervor. "You three, come forth and battle me." Chapter 94. Kill me, and give her a boost. Upon uttering these words, the entire assembly was taken aback. My heavens, what did they just hear? This enigmatic and extraordinary young lady dared to challenge the elders of the three paramount factions. It is crucial to understand that these three factions stand as the pinnacle of power within the Xuan domain, a chasm of disparity when compared to the other forces in the realm. Even though the three elders dispatched, while not considered the elite echelon within their factions, were nonetheless formidable in the eyes of other powers, having all attained the Nirvana realm. Such might is a challenge, even for the higher echelons of Xuan domain forces. Yet here was a mere adolescent girl, barely in her teens, ready to face these three elders. It was akin to an infant daring to confront three adults, utterly absurd. On the high platform, the three elders furrowed their brows upon hearing Suuan's declaration, their gazes icy. They acknowledged her prodigious talent, believing that with time, she could surpass them, but that was a matter for the future. In their eyes, the current Suuan was still woefully inadequate. Clearly, they perceived her as having become arrogant, having bested all the other prodigies present, leading her to mistakenly believe she was invincible, even daring to challenge them. However, despite her audacity, the three elders could not acquiesce to her challenge. Given their age and seniority, it was unbecoming to engage in such an act of overpowering the young. At this moment, the only female elder among the trio gazed down at Suuan with a cold demeanor, stating, "Young one, do not let pride cloud your judgment. Remember, there are always greater heights beyond the heavens, and there are those who surpass you. One must maintain a humble heart." Yet before she could finish, Suuan soared into the air, her exquisite features now ablaze with fighting spirit. "I am quite humble, which is why I have resolved to unleash my full strength against you." The three elders were left in a state of confusion. Was this what she called humility? Yet, they could not voice their thoughts, for in the next instant, they were engulfed by a surge of violet light. It was the power of thunder. Not just a single bolt, but a veritable sea of lightning that enveloped the arena, saturating the cosmos. To the external observer, the high platform was instantaneously swallowed by a tempest of electric fury, rendering all visible scenes obscured. At this moment, amidst the vast, thunderous sea, Suuan danced amidst the lightning, her 3,000 strands of hair swirling like the embodiment of a thunder god descending from the heavens. Opposite her, the three elders stared into the tempest, their expressions overtaken by shock. They gazed at Suuan, their faces betraying a sense of danger as the aura she radiated became palpable. "Come forth, let me revel in this." With those words, Suuan charged forward, leaving the elders no room for rebuttal, compelling them to engage in combat defensively. Three formidable presences surged into the sky. In the next moment, a cataclysmic clash erupted, heralding the onset of a titanic battle. Of course, this was merely the internal spectacle. To the onlookers outside, the specifics of the confrontation remained hidden. All that could be heard were the thunderous roars resonating from within, echoing throughout the venue. It was apparent that a fierce battle was underway. As the sounds persisted, the crowd was astonished to realize that the clash had yet to reach its conclusion. To them, Suuan's challenge against the three elders seemed an act of folly. With no chance of victory, they believed she would be crushed. Yet now, they witnessed the ferocity of the ongoing struggle. This was sufficient to indicate that Suuan's earlier display of power during the prodigy battle was likely not her full capacity. The thought sent ripples of distress through the ranks of the talented individuals present. They had prided themselves as the elite, only to be ruthlessly outmatched by this suddenly emerging, mysterious maiden, an intolerable reality to accept. Just then, within the vast thunderous sea, an unprecedented brilliance erupted, more dazzling than the sun in the heavens. In an instant, the entire assembly instinctively shut their eyes, unable to bear the radiance. After a long moment, as the blinding light receded, they slowly opened their eyes once more. What they beheld was astonishing. The vast sea of lightning had dissipated, replaced by the figures of Suuan and the three elders, now standing as still as statues. Has it concluded? This was the collective thought of everyone present, their gazes fixed intently, desperate to discern the outcome. At this juncture, Suuan lifted her gaze to the three elders, offering no further words, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Then, extending a slender, pale hand, she effortlessly took a passage token from the elders and departed without a backward glance. Witnessing this scene, the crowd speculated that the mysterious maiden must have suffered defeat, for she left without uttering a single word. However, the next moment left them utterly astounded. The three elders suddenly trembled, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. The previously speaking female elder bore an expression of shock and bitterness. I never imagined that after so many years of cultivation, we would fall short against a mere girl in her teens. How humiliating. The other two elders, though silent, conveyed their sentiments through their expressions. Ultimately, the three of them departed in somber silence, as if stripped of all confidence. At this moment, the assembly comprehended that it was not the mysterious maiden who had been defeated, but rather the three elders. My heavens! The elders of the three paramount factions have been vanquished. Surely, I am not hallucinating. How terrifying! Where did this prodigy come from? The three elders are all beings of the Nirvana realm. Does this imply that this young lady is also of the Nirvana realm? Goodness, a Nirvana realm practitioner at such a tender age. Kill me, and let her revel in her triumph. Without a doubt, those present found it nearly impossible to fathom the events that had transpired. The casual spectators were left in a state of shock, while the contemporaries of Suuan, those once regarded as prodigies themselves, felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Undoubtedly, their previous air of confidence and brilliance was now extinguished. That figure of the mysterious maiden loomed over them like an insurmountable ancient mountain, only to be gazed upon in awe. Their hearts were on the verge of shattering. Ultimately, the assembly lingered no longer, departing in succession. As they left, the news of these events spread rapidly. Simultaneously, in the southern regions of the Xuan domain, rumors regarding Suuan began to circulate. Deep within the Xuan domain, amidst the relentless gales, a flying vessel shimmering with 7 colors glided gracefully, impervious to the raging winds. Within the vessel, 3 figures gathered around a finely crafted table. All 3 were enveloped in an aura of profound wisdom, exuding an unmistakable saintly presence. Indeed, they were 3 revered saints. They were the leaders of the 3 supreme factions of the Xuan domain. The Grand Master of the Tsang Yin Sacred Hall, Xuan Hui, the Master of the Ling Su Sword Sect, Ling Su Zi, and the Dean of the Howren Academy, Shun Qingxiu. Chapter 95. Even the Emperor's presence cannot disturb my vacation. At this moment, the leaders of the 3 major factions convened in the midst of the boundless raging winds. This location is one that ordinary beings find exceedingly difficult to reach, rendering it remarkably secretive. Within such a secluded place, ensconced in this tightly secured flying vessel, one would naturally assume they were deliberating on some crucial matters of utmost significance, perhaps even life and death issues. However, the reality is quite different. Each of the leaders is engrossed in a popular folk tale, savoring its pages with palpable delight. Old Xuan, this book you recommended, The Saint's Love for Me, is surprisingly well written. Yet I find it utterly perplexing that the saint, despite having a valiant and splendid maiden by his side, is infatuated with an ordinary farmhouse girl of humble origins. Remarked Zhan Xinhui, the Grand Master of the Tsanyan Sacred Hall. Upon hearing this, Shun Qingxiu, the head of the Howren Academy, rolled his eyes and replied, "That's the nature of such tales. You've always indulged in those action-packed narratives. It's only your first encounter with this genre. You'll soon grow accustomed to it." Next to them, Ling Shuzi, the leader of the Lingshu sword sect, shook his head and said, "Old John, I have warned you against these romantic tales. Join me in reading The Supreme Sword Emperor, which narrates the story of a seemingly inconspicuous beggar boy who, after falling from a cliff, inherits the legacy of a sword emperor and subsequently rises against all odds." Zhan Xinhui waved his hand dismissively. "I've grown weary of such tales long ago. Only you, after all these years, still find delight in them. How pedestrian." It was evident that the three leaders had sought refuge in this hidden sanctuary to indulge in their fondness for these folk stories. Though most of these tales are fictional, their captivating and novel narratives have endeared them to the masses. However, for those practitioners capable of transcending the heavens and earth, these tales typically hold little allure. Yet, these three gentlemen find immense enjoyment in them. Being exalted saints, they're compelled to maintain a dignified faade, lest their subordinates discover their peculiar hobby and thus shatter their esteemed image. So, they devised a plan. Whenever they found a moment of leisure, they would retreat to this secluded flying vessel amidst the ceaseless winds, secretly perusing an array of folk tales. Of course, they publicly claimed their visits were for philosophical discussions, a perfectly reasonable pretext for saints. However, as they became deeply engrossed in their reading, each of their communication jade talismans suddenly illuminated. Zhan Xinhui and Shun Qingxiu paid it no mind, but Ling Shuzi retrieved his and glanced at it casually. The moment he did, his eyes widened in astonishment, and he exclaimed, "Such a prodigy exists!" Hearing his outburst, Zhan Xinhui and Shun Qingxiu looked up in annoyance. "Brother, how many times must we remind you not to react so dramatically while reading? The prodigies in those tales are countless. What of 10-year-old cultivators, or those achieving rebirth at 20, or becoming emperors in a century?" Interjecting, Ling Shuzi shook his head, his voice trembling as he pointed at the jade talisman. "No, this is not from a tale. This is a prodigy from the real world. You must see this." Skeptically, the two picked up their respective talismans, and after a brief perusal, their expressions turned to one of shock. Indeed, such prodigies exist, one from the south and one from the north. The girl, without a doubt, had defeated 3 grand elders. Her combat prowess, even if not at the rebirth stage, was formidable. As for the boy, based on his displayed strength, he was likely not far behind. What a marvel! Historically, prodigies from the faction have been rather unremarkable. Who would have thought that not one, but 2 exceptional talents would emerge at once? I am curious. Could these 2 prodigies possibly hail from the same faction? It remains uncertain. We shall investigate upon our return. Clearly, the 3 leaders were intrigued by the origins of these 2 prodigies. Yet, rather than departing immediately, they set aside their talismans and resumed their readings. For their vacation day had not yet concluded. Even if prodigies appeared, they would not return until their respite was complete. Meanwhile, within the Xuan domain, the news of Su Tian and Su Ro had spread rapidly, capturing the attention of countless beings. Discussions regarding them surged, with speculations ranging from their origins in hidden factions to other domains, and even theories suggesting they were manifestations of a singular entity, a being of dual nature. In any case, the discourse was lively, with opinions expressed freely. Undoubtedly,
Suuan and Suuan had become the epicenter of a storm within the Xuan domain, achieving notoriety in no time. Such developments could not escape Xuan's notice. Deep within his estate, he merely twitched an ear, absorbing all discussions concerning Suuan and Suuan. While some were reasonable, others were quite absurd, causing even him to grimace slightly. Nevertheless, overall, this was a positive development, as their rising fame was a source of pride for him. After all, he had nurtured them, and they would undoubtedly become his trusted subordinates in the future. Their growth was indeed gratifying. Subsequently, Suuan cloaked his perceptions, choosing to disengage from the matter. Elsewhere, Huang Qingxian, meditating within the volcanic depths, had not only stabilized her realm, but had also made significant advancements. She sensed that her breakthrough was imminent. This realization filled her with awe. The conditions here surpassed all expectations. Suddenly, she felt a stirring within her bloodline, reminiscent of something ancient. Abruptly, she opened her eyes and gazed toward the source of this pulsation. It was a towering spire that pierced the heavens and the earth. She recognized its purpose and intended to explore it later. However, her attention was swiftly drawn to two figures hovering beside the tower. Those figures were, of course, Ren and Qing, who had just emerged from the celestial battle tower. Huang Qingxuan's gaze fixated on Qing, and in an instant, she traversed the void, appearing before him, exclaiming, "A flood dragon with true dragon bloodline." At that moment, Qing also sensed Huang Qingxuan's bloodline and was equally astonished, recognizing her phoenix bloodline. In the distance, Lingfeng watched the scene unfold with palpable excitement. By the heavens, a phoenix bloodline. If Qing were to unite with her, they could produce offspring of both dragon and phoenix. What an extraordinary lineage. However, in the next moment, Qing's words shattered that aspiration to pieces. Why must she be female? How dull. Chapter 96. Living for the way. Upon hearing these words, Lingfeng was undoubtedly devastated, feeling that the dragon clan was doomed, devoid of any future. After all, Huang Qingshan was an unparalleled beauty with the bloodline of a phoenix, which held an irresistible allure for the dragon clan. In Lingfeng's era, suitors for Huang Qingshan would have lined up from the continent to the boundless starry sky. Yet, here with Qing, there was not a ripple of interest. This young man was utterly impervious to such temptations. Remarkable. Lingfeng found himself at a loss for words. Beside him, Ren looked at Qing with admiration. Well done, brother. A true man should dedicate his life to cultivation. Women only hinder our progress. Huang Qingshan, of course, heard Qing's remark, but she felt no anger. She could see that Qing was akin to her, focused solely on personal cultivation, indifferent to the opposite sex. However, she was somewhat astonished, for dragons were inherently passionate. And here was a descendant of the true dragon bloodline, yet he was so unconventional. At that moment, Lingfeng could no longer contain himself. He had been concealed in the void, but upon witnessing this occurrence, he assumed Huang Qingshan was upset. Therefore, he chose to reveal himself and explain. Huang Qingshan immediately turned her gaze towards Lingfeng, her face displaying surprise. Although he emanated no detectable aura and was merely a soul entity, she sensed an overwhelming presence that seemed to command the heavens and suppress the ancient skies. This feeling was all too familiar to her. An emperor. This was a soul entity of emperor caliber. Most importantly, Huang Qingshan could feel the pure essence of the true dragon emanating from him. It became evident that this was a soul entity of a true dragon at the emperor level. Realizing this, Huang Qingshan was deeply shaken. She had thought it rare enough to encounter a descendant with true dragon blood. Little did she expect to meet an emperor-level true dragon spirit. Yet, she harbored some doubt. Logically, the pure blood dragon clan had long been a legend. Where did this true dragon originate? As if sensing her thoughts, Lingfeng spoke. Child, I hail from an ancient epoch, a time when I should have returned to dust. It was the clan leader who gave me hope and chose to keep me. Upon hearing this, Huang Qingshan's heart was filled with awe. Truly, the master was formidable.
able to command the soul of a true dragon from ages past. However, considering the latter's ability to manipulate the river of time, it was not surprising. Soon after, Huang Qingshan slightly bowed to Ao Lingfeng, saying, "I pay my respects to the esteemed true dragon. After all, he was a true dragon emperor and a predecessor from ancient times. As a junior, she naturally needed to pay her respects." Ao Lingfeng waved his hand dismissively. "Since we are both under the same clan leader, there is no need for excessive formality. Child, my descendant has yet to awaken. Do not take his words to heart." Clearly, he was trying to salvage Ao Qing's stance. Huang Qingshan replied calmly, "There is no need. I am not angry." What followed was a mutual introduction, exchanging names and establishing initial acquaintance. Of course, Ao Qing was compelled to participate due to Ao Lingfeng's insistence. But it was evident that Ao Qing held no interest in Huang Qingshan. After a lengthy exchange of pleasantries, Huang Qingshan took her leave, returning to her cultivation. Watching her depart, Ao Lingfeng could not help but send a thought her way. "Qingshan, the Phoenix clan has long since vanished. You must be the only one in this world with Phoenix blood. Have you considered expanding your clan?" At that moment, a voice echoed in Ao Lingfeng's mind, rendering him momentarily speechless. It was from Huang Qingshan, containing but a single phrase, "I live solely for the way." As he watched her figure fade from view, Ao Lingfeng found himself lingering on her words, enveloped in silence. He could only mourn internally, "Brother Fengqi, I never imagined that after endless years, your Phoenix clan would produce such a descendant. I can only say that I am powerless to assist." The Fengqi he referred to was the leader of the Phoenix clan, with whom he had once shared a close bond. However, after so many years, that individual had long since passed into the annals of time. Reflecting on this, Ao Lingfeng sighed softly, clearly lost in reminiscence. Suddenly, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded in the heavens above. First, beams of divine light surged forth, followed by the manifestation of colorful clouds, surrounded by the four spirits, with auspicious signs all around, as if a divine entity were emerging into the world. Such a spectacle undoubtedly stirred everyone in this realm. They turned to gaze in the direction of the Yi family. "Ancestor, what is this?" Ao Qing exclaimed, his expression shaken. Mirrored by Qi Ren beside him, Ao Lingfeng's gaze sharpened. This signifies the awakening of a special constitution. Given the direction, it should be the Yi family. At this, Ao Qing and Qi Ren were both astonished. They had initially thought it was the emergence of a divine being, only to realize it was the awakening of a special constitution. Immediately, the three of them made their way toward the Yi family. Simultaneously, members of the Su family also hurried in that direction.